Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard some epic music, and now it's time to hear some epic people, including an echo. What's up, Veek? How are you, dude?
Hi, what's up? I'm here by a surprise, I guess. I wasn't expecting to be here today, but it was a random message I've got, and I thought I don't see why not.
That's right. Listen, I mean, it's in some ways it's pretty fitting because this tournament, honestly, it's kind of like this last ditch event here at the very end of things, where we appreciate the progress that we've made and all the things that have happened since whenever we started this whole shebang with the tournaments back in like June or July or something. It was a long time ago. But the fact that it was all this year is kind of surprising. I mean, I mentioned this in the latest episode of Prototype, which is my solo podcast that actually Veek sometimes raids, which is interesting. I was talking about how it's like, I thought for sure Prototype was like a thing that had been running for multiple years because it's been so long. But actually, I had just started it in February of this year. So there's been a lot of things that happened in 2023. And to have the Winter Invitational
it's like a spiritual successor to .cal. And
yeah, that's true.
I think there was something else too, even before .cal.
Probably By Design is what you're thinking of, but it wasn't as regular. Yeah. So it's definitely a set of things, man. Many things have happened, and yeah, it's brilliant. And so to have you here is pretty cool, and I appreciate you being able to join me today. We have an exciting tournament, as you can see. We have Group A kicking things off relatively soon. Benza, DeadInfested, and Baelethal. Later on, we might have SYPIAC, who is actually SYPIAC right now. He might end up stepping down if somebody can replace him. So you never know what might happen there. But 3Crow and HelltRYKS otherwise waiting in the wings. Of course, Group C, that might be the most interesting group to look at because it has DF, a longtime project contributor, IskatuMesk, another longtime project contributor, and the Beaver99, who wants to be referred to as Lobster from now on. And, that's just going to be a funny group, I think, because DF and Mesk, they haven't had much practice. They both think that they're terrible. And, I don't know. Everybody in that group is very unconfident.
Funny if Beaver just upset the group.
Yeah.
That would be so funny.
Yeah, I think so. And then obviously Group D, we have a debutante actually. So Baelethal's debut is here and now in this group, by the way. That's something to point out.
The first time he plays, right?
Yeah, the first time he plays in a tournament.
He made a map before, right?
He made a couple maps, yeah.
Victory Square and... What was there else? I mean, there were 7 seasons, so...
Yeah. There was also... Yeah, there was Nemesis Station, which was in there for a bit. And he's made a number of other maps. Like, he's made some 2v2s and 4v4s and stuff like that. He's actually made maps from way back. Like, if you remember, you might remember Delta Platform, which is a 3v3 map. That was a space map. So that was, from the way back days where it was still Hydra and stuff. So he's been around a long time. And obviously, most recently, also contributed the Darkened model. So shout out to him. Maybe he'll play and build them because he is going to be Protoss. So... that'll be interesting. And then over on Group D, we actually have Concealed Organic, who's been around for a while, and he's playing Random and his debut and expects to get absolutely slapped, while Lucifirius and Keen duke it out as well. Lucifirius here, he's going to be Z again. He's going to be Zerg for the first time. Instead, he's decided he doesn't like Paladins that much anymore, actually. He just wants to be Zerg here. Which I'm not sure what the reason is, but he has practiced 7-pooling his brother. So
yeah, it's just the secta of the Zergs. It's the hidden cabal, yeah.
The balance cabal is here to buff nothing but Zerg. Well, we have obviously gotten a lot of changes since the last tournament, but the main thing is that we're all here. We're all ready to go. We're all having a good time. But you know what? You can't have a tournament without a map pool. And I think you guys are really going to like the map pool that I have selected here. In fact, Veek doesn't even know what the map pool is. He made some predictions. And we are about to reveal that map pool live on stream. So get yourselves ready to behold the battlegrounds upon which you will either compete or watch. Because there's going to be some funny ones in here. And some old favorites. And here we go. It is on your screen. It is indeed a map pool, which includes Main Street, the immortal map from a bygone era by none other than DF. But you know what else it includes? It includes some newer maps. It includes, obviously, Pendulum and Fata Morgana by UV. It also includes the latest version of Nightfall, which I don't think too many people actually have seen the newest version. We never really tried it out, but it's the one.
This is exciting. We see Megalith Vampire as a classic one, and it's a very volatile one, I would say.
Yes.
Although it can yield some interesting games, anyways.
Yeah.
It has some. Oh, I see you have closed this path on the bottom, so that is interesting. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that one will play. Main Street is obviously where all the memes are, so that's gonna be funny. We see the comeback of Otherworld from the last Ascension, and we see Oxytocin, one of your newer maps.
Yeah, that's right. So Oxytocin was a map that I made before making Sideshow. It kind of prepped me to make Sideshow in some ways. But it's a 4-spawn map, and like basically what I wanted to do is pick all of these maps that are like mostly non-standard, and then have a couple of maps that are standard but are brand new. And basically the thought, like at least brand new to like competitive play, right? And the thinking is, people are not going to have experience playing on the new Nightfall, on Fata Morgana, on Pendulum. And they are the more standard maps in this pool. And then you've got Otherworld, which is non-standard in its layout. Obviously, Main Street and Megalith Empire are non-standard. Quasar Quartet seems pretty standard.
Is pretty standard.
Yeah,
I feel like, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of like you can almost think of it similarly to Nitro Valley, but like imagining you have a safer third. So the thought is none of these maps are like at all related to what people would expect. And of course, I mean, you guys have to know, this isn't just any old Main Street including map pool. This is a map pool where the starting map in the group stage will be on Main Street. So that's going to be our first map, and if we have a tiebreaker, it's going to be our tiebreaker map. So keep that in mind.
Yes. Hi, you. My mic broke. Anyways, I like this bit that Lucy has where he will just say, "Oh, holy shit, it's Fata Morgana by Vic 7."
Yeah,
I think he said it like 3 times in comments. And
well, yeah.
Now he said it again, and also on random stream chats.
Yeah.
So
that's he funny. Recognizes it. It's a map by you, actually. U7.
By me. You.
So yeah. So that means we are going to be kicking things off on Main Street. Now, I am going to summon our Group A contestants, and we will see. I see DeadInfested is already in the chat, so I'm assuming everybody is in order here. We're going to ask them for a number between 1 and 100, and then we're going to roll to see what they get. And yes, this is
the luckiest of the numbers.
7 might be the luckiest number.
Oh, okay. He also picked a good one, 69. Oh, and right in the middle, 50 for Baelethal.
Okay. Baelethal is using that game theory. He's not going to be moved by memes in a very memey tournament. Dude, I still can't believe Hapseo called you Veek 3 so confidently. He's just on his stream. Yeah, Cosmonarchy Brood War, dude. It's a game by 2 people. Which is not exactly true, obviously, but Protogo and Veek 3. That's
dude, and then I told him that he called me incorrectly, and he was really surprised that he called me incorrectly. He thought I am Vic Free, and now he realizing he made the mistake, he decided that he'll forever call me Vic Free because it's funny.
Yeah, there you go. Well, at least he rolls with the punches over here. Now, I have not actually... I've seen Benza online, but I haven't seen him send any messages in the server or make any reactions or anything like that. But I am still... I don't know. I mean, he says he's online, so he should be around. We'll give him a brief moment here before we head back into things. But yeah, just to take another look at the group, of course. It is going to be a Zerg, a Random, and a Protoss, so there is a chance that we get all 3 races in this. If you're unfamiliar to the group format, the rules, etc., 2 players start things off with that matchup supposedly determined randomly, but we might just go with, the 2 players who are actually here if Benza's not available immediately. And then, of course, the other thing to mention is that whenever you lose, you wait out the next match because a challenger will step in. That's the player who didn't play. So imagine DeadInfested versus Baelethal, and then one of them loses while Benza will take their place and challenge for the second match. And the challenger always picks the next map from the map pool. So that is something where they will actually move away from Main Street, if you believe it.
Oh, no.
Which actually reminds me that I should create a list of the maps.
I can't wait to see Mesk playing on MAME. It's gonna be an experience to behold.
I just like the idea that it's like kind of a demented map pool and then kind of not. Like it couldn't make up its mind if it was going to be demented or not. But it also has like really throwback maps. Like Main Street and Megalith Empire are super old school.
Dude, it's Schrodinger's map pool.
Yeah. Now, I guess the one thing I should point out here is that I only was able to wrangle 2 maps that had 4 spawns. That's Oxytocin and Quasar Quartet. But, that's all right. I think there's enough maps in here that could go the macro distance, but also there's enough maps in here that you can just fucking cheese on. So I feel like that's legit. Also, yes, 3 Fecta. 3 indeed. I will reveal the
probably works out with a lower skill player pool. It's probably fine to not have as many big maps. Although I don't know. It's good to have variants anyways, see how it is.
Obviously, this is also going to be our...
So what's up with Benza?
I'm not sure about that. The main thing that is, I think, funny is... basically, we have all of these changes to the meta, right? And we've seen all of these adjustments to Zerg, and we've seen all this other stuff. And it's like, I don't know, that's pretty cool. But just remembering that we're going to be seeing a very different level of play than like what we were used to from Ascension 7 playoffs. And, Hamster going on this incredible run all the way to the finals, etc. And only for it to culminate in Sublime taking the crown and it going all the distance. It was crazy. But like that's the kind of stuff that you would expect if you're expecting that level of play. I'm just gonna say that's probably not what you're gonna see in this tournament. This is
But I still feel bad for Hamster because he almost had it last time.
I know. Dude, he was up 3 he was up 3-1. If that was a best of 5, he would have won the tournament.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it over the line though. That's crazy. Also, it's crazy to think that in the map, I think in the match that he lost in that early round where it was 3-1, I think he was still in that game too. Like, I don't think it was like really one-sided. It's hard for me to remember. But imagine that he actually was able to 4-0. Like, then he would have won too. So, I don't know, man. That's crazy. Hamster looking pretty good. He was already, like, gassing out in the Shambler set, so...
The Hamster is pretty base, because he doesn't want to win, he just wants to have a good fight.
Yes. Yeah, which is, that's not what I would expect. Like, if Shambler was in those shoes, and he made it all the way, and then gassed out and then lost, he'd be like, the fuck, dude, this format sucks, rigged, Terran OP, nerf Hurricanes, etc., etc. That's the main thing, too.
Maybe that's why he didn't like abuse the Nafro core cheese every game, because he actually wanted to have good games and not just end game quickly.
Yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and post the map pool for those who are curious and pin it in the events channel for now. And it looks like we will be going on with Baelethal versus DeadInfested to kick things off, as Benza is not available, which means, I guess I can't call myself Ascension anymore for these because It's not called Ascension anymore.
Too.
So that means I have to do a different name. So I will be you. And the lobby is now up. Ah, the 3 DeadInfested. Winter Invitational Q7. I like that one. All right, boys. We're gearing up for our very first match. Benza was not available, so as you can see in this lobby, we have 2 competitors. Baelethal's Protoss, DeadInfested's Random. If you're about to play in this game, I highly recommend you turn off the stream or pause it or whatever, because that would just be cheating. But I wish you guys luck, and let's see what happens in this very silly opener. I mean, it's Mame Street, Veek. It's Mame Street. We are about to kick things off for our very first match of the Winter Invitational 2023. And you know what that means? It means it's Mame Street. And here we go.
Baelethal in the left in the color glacial as Protoss.
That's right. And on the right-hand side, DeadInfested with a 3 in his name. He is the Midnight Green Protoss. I noticed that Baelethal decided he was going to split his workers one by one. That is an interesting idea, and one that I would not necessarily recommend. Meanwhile, DeadInfested is thinking about what he wants to do. Now, as a note, something that we were working on a little bit around the Christmas time, but haven't yet finished, is the Nexus power field, because that is very important here, because DeadInfested rolling Random is going to end up being Protoss. So this is going to be a mirror matchup on Mame Street to kick things off, and I always thought that mirror matchups on this particular map were the goofiest things.
The interesting thing is that DeadInfested is harvesting 2 workers on gas without even placing any structures, so maybe we will see like row galleries or
that's right,
or something else.
We'll have to see.
I don't suspect he would go like Stargate first. It would be funny.
Yeah, listen, Mesk has done that before, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I think he's waiting for that 75
we see
gas.
lattice from Baelethal, pretty standard, I'd say.
Yeah.
And he's not harvesting gas yet.
Important details.
Okay, yeah, it's row gallery. I'm curious which unit is he going for, honestly, because like, would it be the Kabbalist to try to like harass and stuff? Would it be the Barghest to be nimble and get all the info?
Tickle has come.
Maybe he just will go. No, I don't think he will go Vagrants because he's still harvesting gas.
Well, it's interesting because you could go Vagrants and then just use the extra gas for another rogue gallery. So, because you know, Mystery Meat was actually in voice chat yesterday, and he was commenting that he thinks that double rogue gallery opener is absolutely absurdly powerful. But it doesn't look like that's going to be on the mind of DeadInfested because he's putting down a Warden in his mineral land.
I've tried it many times against Niblime, and I don't know if it was that good, honestly. I don't think it's absurd. It's okay-ish.
Yeah, it has its own strengths and weaknesses. It will be a Kabbalist first for DeadInfested. The first vassal's about to leave the building here for Baelethal, who's decided to dispatch his 2 idle workers to attack. All right, no, he's pulled one back. Look at this, though. He's followed him in. He's found his proxy pylon. You can't do that. Oof. But meanwhile, we catch the first kill of the Winter Invitational 2023, the Warden, claiming the life of Baelethal's scouting scribe.
Oh, one thing we should not forget is that we now see damage dealt and damage taken when we hold out. That might be very useful.
That is true, yes. That's a feature you yourself implemented. Yeah. We can see that this vassal is dealing 32, 36, 40 damage, 44 damage, 48 damage. It's very, very brutal. It's dealing so much damage to that Warden.
And I just noticed that damage taken is not correctly visible on buildings.
Oh, that's a classic move. I thought you did know that, and it was just a bug that you hadn't fixed yet. So that's okay. Hey, this Warden might actually... I mean, it's about to complete. But 3 vassals attacking it, he might be able to kill this after it pops. Maybe, yeah, I think he can. He absolutely can. Oh, no.
One vassal. Oh, and we do see Vagrants.
There it is. Well, where'd that Kabbalist end up? Okay, it was just killed in the main for Baelethal. He did defend it with his 3 vassals at home, and it looks like it was just sort of haphazardly attacking the lattice. DeadInfested might have forgotten about it, because I don't see any scribe corpses, right? So,
Dude, I need to implement that battle report thing. That would be really useful. And I think I could actually do it.
The battle report?
Oh.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like if it would show like which units were lost.
Oh,
in
battle
the
report.
last
Yeah,
30
yeah.
seconds.
Gotcha.
That would be really cool.
Well, I did see that the scribe here in the upper left area has a kill. It absolutely dismantled DeadInfested's worker there, so no proxying will be happening here. Another warden going down. Mass Vassal is going to be the play. And you know what? Three Crow's looking at this right now. I mean, he's sleeping probably, but in his mind's eye, he's astrally projecting into this lobby as a witness, and he's very happy to see 9 vassals shredding a bunch of scribes. Both of our players kind of low on the worker counts here, I'm going to be honest. But DeadInfested is dropping down to only 13.
Oh, there's a lot.
Well, only 2 vassals will escape with their lives, if you can call them lives.
I mean, technically DeadInfested has a bigger army, but he absolutely cannot move out.
I think if he assumes the same number of vassals is behind this, yeah, he can't really move out. But
especially that Baelethal actually added a 3rd lattice before expanding.
Yes. No, this is a 1-base vassal play, I think. He has still not harvested a point of gas.
Funnily enough, he only has 1 more worker compared to DeadInfested, even though he hasn't lost any.
Yeah.
So his macro was slipping a lot.
Well, don't worry. The warrior scribe, fresh from its kill, is moving to the top left with the intent on expanding into a corner. Yeah, where do you even go for a natural expansion on this map? You might be wondering that, and if anybody can figure that out, well, that's the secret of Main Street. But we do have DeadInfested taking his own. I just feel like the mass of vassals...
Simon space, honestly. It's so confusing.
Yeah. Well, it's also not exactly XY symmetrical, which is interesting. Now, the vassals are already out. The vagrants are zoned away by them. Only
Do you
11
know the
right
gist of the differences?
It's like more high ground in the top right than there is in the bottom left, for example. I think it's specifically those are the changes. It's like very minor. Now, he's doing pretty good at skirting around the defenses. Only one of the wardens getting uptime, but now his units have kind of decollided in there. And it felt like he really didn't get that much done in those situations. He kills 2 vagrants, and, you know, they will pop afterwards. But he is now behind in terms of the base tempo.
Baelethal caught with the workers, and he has a 4-worker advantage now, and he's onto producing golems.
Yep, just dropped the Nexus in the top left, so... we'll see if he can keep that going. But yeah, he's not producing any additional workers at this point. His additional vassals.
And even though DeadInfested has 3 cannons, 3 wardens, Baelethal can still posture with the vassals and try to annoy him.
Yeah, I think they're best used as scouts right now. You can see him moving around in the middle right there, scoping out.
Now, will
for
Baelethal defend this? I'm not sure. He has 2 golems versus 4 vagrants. Will he have to pull?
Well, this could be a little bit awkward because the focus fire is in there, right? And so the golems are indeed going to be
looks like DeadInfested is microing it way better here.
Yeah, he doesn't even lose a single vagrant there as a result. Now his third his expansion is of course under attack, and yes, that pylon is going down. Oh, Baelethal. He was so honestly. Were it not for his lack of worker production there, I feel like he would have been better off. He can even drill to the top left here if he, does that, or even just drill onto the geyser. Your enemy is just sitting there. Let's see. No, he's kind of just generally attack moving, but he has no more units coming because of that pylon loss. So this is going to be the conclusion of the game. I can tell you guys that.
You don't want to attack them because they can just get more attack speed, which is perfect for DeadInfested. He's risking no economy here.
No, yeah, this is
absolutely destroying Baelethals.
That's right. So this is a rough situation. He's still got 2 vagrants. And there's still no pylon repowering.
It's technically possible for shenanigans on this skill level to happen. So we'll see what happens. Maybe his sacred top left base will get him back to the game. Don't Svetlius style with like
1 HP. Oh, okay. Now it's a.
You got him.
Now he just needs to kill this one with 5 HP, and he's only got one scribe to do
He will meld itself.
Oh no! He's made another scribe.
Oh, no.
He could just cancel these golems and build like one golem, build a pylon, and then the other two will finish, and then he'll be fine. No, he's gonna call it there. All right, GG boys.
GG.
That means
that is unfortunate. He was dealing some good damage. It's just his macro slipped. If he like grabbed the natural, I also don't know if golems were the right choice there.
Well,
like,
he only had minerals. He was doing a mineral.
I know, but imagine instead of like 2 golems. Remember the one that is.
Oh, your mic died again. Absolute destruction of Avik. Well, do we have a Benza is the question. I mean, we only pinged him 2 or 3 times, but either way, that does mean that DeadInfested will come out on a victorious note, and he says, "Yeah, that map was weird." Yeah, yep, it sure was, buddy. Right.
So it disconnected me. I don't know where it cut me off, but I was saying that. Yeah,
you said imagine if or something. Imagine
if he'd done like 6 simulacrums instead of the 2 golems that he did and 1 idle lattice. And imagine if he actually had more economy behind his harassment, because his harassment was really good. It killed so many workers. It's just his uptime on the Nexus wasn't that good. And I think his 3rd lattice could have been an expansion too. Or maybe a closer one. I don't know. But GG's.
GG's. And yeah, Fagudo, it looks like I did indeed forget to do that. Not that people who use Ripcord get pings anyway. Can't even issue pings. There you go, just for you. Oh wait, I posted it in the wrong chat. That's okay. That's good enough. So, that's not really that much to, I guess you could say, yeah, it's not really that much to go off of.
I think you posted it in the wrong channel.
I already said that.
Yeah.
The thing that gets me about that game is that it reminds me that, okay, it confirms that there is a game plan for DeadInfested when he rolls Protoss. Because playing as random, you really do need to be able to at least play the early game of every race. You need to ideally have like a couple cheeses you can pull out or something. But I'm not sure about that. Like, to me, it feels like there's definitely an option for Baelethal to come back stronger. The only question is, will we have a 3rd player for him to face? Or will we need to sub in some other man? Maybe, maybe Scholar can play. I suspected something like this would occur, but I didn't think it would be Benza because he was like specifically asking for this time slot. I figure it might happen for other people, but
Aroma virus.
Aromavirus. There's a couple of people I might at and say, hey, come play. But not 100% sure who I can at this, what would you say, at this juncture, at this exact point in time. Because it's pretty early for most people. Most people I know, anyway. I know a man. I know a man with a plan. Looks like Mesk is also awake. Maybe he'll join us. Hi.
Hi. What's up, dudes?
You missed the first game, and it was silly. Because it was on Main Street.
Yeah, I had insomnia, so I actually went to sleep at about 7:30, and I didn't get to sleep very well. Working on autism.
Aw, shit. That's basically what we're trying to do.
Emphasis on trying.
Trying.
Listen, you got people from Crazy Mountain in here. You bring the autism.
Yeah, the problem is Benza is a no-show to his group, you know, so... Can't have that. I mean, we could just have a best of 7 on Main Street between DeadInfested and Baelethal, but that seems unnecessary.
I mean, I like that. You got the third spawn in the map for roller skates. And quietly mass carriers in the background.
I'll just start pinging random people that I know are of an appropriate skill level.
Hello. What's up?
Let's see what it is. Yeah, there we go! The man.
Got Listen, man, I think you're joining the group here. Nobody's played in forever.
Oh, you probably want to bump your mic volume a bit, Miss.
All right, that's right. Give me a moment as I put on my feet here.
There it is, dude. There it is. Looks like we will be saved by My Name is Lol. His name is...
It's actually My Name is Free, if you read correctly.
Well, I don't have...
I don't see anything besides My Name is.
Yeah, his 3 isn't rendering for us, so don't worry about it. My name is Lol. My race is random. Yeah, 3. Well, for a while it was you, because it was for audience member, and then I gave him class 3, so he became My Name is 3.
I'll be joining him soon enough.
You'd have to lose games for regularly to all class 2s for that to happen, and you won't do that.
Well, I think you're going to be seeing that today.
To send him the front launcher.
Oh shit. Let me grab that.
I was going to grab that. I was like, oh shit, a file. I just have I see a mega link. I just had to instinctively.
Well, it could be like, a gigabyte of sounds or something, right?
Yeah. Could be aromavirus. You may have confused him.
Yeah, he's probably going to have a goofy time. But that's okay.
I think we're all goofy.
We are pretty
I'm
goofy.
not even sure if I ran release.
Well, I guess the versions are identical, so there won't be too much of a problem. But...
Yeah, last time someone said something like that to me, there was a lot of errors on my screen and broken stasis overlays. And a kiwi just inside my anus laying eggs.
Who in their right mind has their microphone not plugged in? What the hell?
Probably Mac users.
Yeah, I should just, out of context, with no context at all, I should just type to him. This does not have Mac support. Just see what he says.
Hang on, I got a better idea. Wait, you don't have a game up. Wait, no, you might have a game up. I forgot the other step. God damn it.
I don't have a game up.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I forgot to turn on Radman. Now I have to relaunch the game anyways.
He also, listen, he's also the challenger, so he can pick the next map. He doesn't know what any of the maps are, obviously.
I don't. I looked at, like, I got up and I was like, all right, I guess I'm not going to sleep because insomnia. I better check the map list. Or if it's going. I woke up at 8, actually.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to get up and I was like, I can get an hour in, surely. I woke up and it was 9:30 and I was like, fuck, I missed it.
So while
It's
we're
over.
waiting for My Name is Lowell, maybe you should show the map pool again.
That's right. That's a great idea. Can you guys believe we have the technology?
I
to
don't
do
recognize
that?
most of these. What is this other world map?
That's right. So, Mesk, to give you the rundown, Fata Morgana is a 2-spawn map where people spawn on the top left and the top right, and it is left-right symmetrical. It's by Veek. We've
Is
got
that the one you played against Tepsiah on?
Yes.
That I saw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recognize anything about the map. I just know you played. Dude, you can't make a shill game and not even have it on the correct version of the goddamn platform.
Oh shit! The lobby. I don't even know if it was.
Benefit
He tried
or-
too. He confused us both. You can't do that.
Yeah, we'll show the shill lobby briefly. There's the shill lobby, guys. Make sure to be shill.
I have a feeling I'm gonna be
I
popping.
wonder who
pills
does
today.
that.
It's Lucy, obviously. Shout out Lucy.
Maybe. I was thinking it's Freakrow, but
No, he's not even awake.
He's not even awake.
yeah.
Obviously, you will remember the map Megalith Empire Mask. That's another map that's available.
Yeah, I remember that map somehow making it to ion cannons in some game. And every other game involving me doing shit like building my tech in that one base on the left side.
Honestly, Megalith Empire is not far off from Main Street.
Yeah, they definitely have very similar energy. Main
Yeah.
Street is just like more consistently autistic, and Megalith Empire is like volatilely autistic. It's like a tard rage versus like drooling all over yourself.
Well, My Name is Lol has managed to make it into the lobby. This does have mass support. All right, everybody, file on in. We're all issuing wave emojis. Yes, Pendulum was selected, so check that out.
Oh shit, okay. I think this is the one I was actually thinking of before. Maybe I don't know what the other one is then. Maybe they're similar. I reckon, I don't know. I guess I don't recognize it. I recognize Excedu and Main Street, Otherworld, and I think Quasar Quartet's the name's familiar, but I don't know if I've actually seen it.
It's a bit of an older one, but you know.
I was trying to remember what Nightfall was, because I probably should know that, but...
Yeah, that was
so
an
long.
Ascension map for a while, but it was revised at some point.
Yeah, I know
that-
Neblime really liked it.
Was that the Volcano one?
No. That's Equilibrium you're thinking of.
Yeah,
Nightfall's the Twilight one.
Used to have 2 bases in the middle, on like a
Yeah.
Oh, Nightfall was the one where you had the back base. And then the one base that like everybody would forget about and you'd run into inside the back of their main.
No.
No?
No, I don't know what you have you're describing.
Okay, then I don't know. It'll be a learning experience for all of them.
All right, we need to get My Name is Lol in the zone. He's thinking about it.
My zone is lull.
He's okay, that's all right, let's do it. We have it here. Game number 2, and we have 3 witnesses. That's 3.
That's 3. One is from Crazy Mountain, one is from the fucking Twilight Zone, because I probably won't ever actually be awake today. And one is a fucking crow.
Caw.
You know what?
He's playing with celebrations on.
This is, yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
This is still better, far better netcode performance than what I was getting with Sublime when he was on his normal internet. And better than what I get with Shambler.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait a second. Dude, my name is... Okay, he's 6 pulling, first of all. And second of all, DeadInfested said he's Zerg. He's lying. He rolled Protoss. What a fucking asshole.
I was looking at that. I was like, something is going on here.
I believe them. I thought he's the player on the left.
No, that's My Name is You, and he's 6 pulling this guy. He's ready. Dude, I love this.
Exactly. He's coming in prepared, man.
Yeah.
This dude is in the zone.
Wait, what? And what's going on DeadInfested's side? Dude, is DeadInfested gonna go Nexus first? What's he doing?
He's thinking about.
He's not making any workers. Oh my god!
He's doing the Hupsia builds. He has learned from the best.
Okay, what is it? What's it gonna be? Yeah, okay, 6. Okay, 6 after.
Gotta be you be the best.
Oh my god!
God, like the rest,
no!
man.
The 6 pull is gonna kill him because he went Grand Library first. Veek, how does DeadInfested get out of this? How?
Through professional Grandmaster Protoss level plays.
Is that gonna be enough? Oh, My Name is Lol clicking his units.
This is a question. Does My Name is You know where his opponent is?
Why is he selecting them one by one? Does he think this is worth? Oh, he doesn't know where the spawns
He doesn't know
are.
where he is. See, this is what I'm telling you.
No.
Listen, Hupsia is smiling over DeadInfested. He knows. He is showing him the holy path to salvation.
Excuse
that
me?
scribe is sending a Zeth on a merry quest. They both got hats on. They're both finding. DeadInfested doesn't know his opponent is either. I mean, I wouldn't know either. Off they go. It doesn't show.
Well, the first Zetracor has fallen.
It's okay. When was the last time that My Name is You played?
Over a year ago, I think. He's making.
Well,
I mean,
he
he's
doesn't
got the
have to
spirit.
farm his gas, so...
He's got the spirit. Listen, he's making some quasis now. Look, this is all you need to do is Zerg. You don't need gas as Zerg.
Dude, it's
You've proven this.
Okay, here's the problem. By all accounts, My Name is Lol will not be able to win this match because he has no idea what the hell he's doing. He's making Kagrins. He's making mass Kagrins for some reason. No, what are you doing?
Yes! Assemble your fortress.
What the hell? And meanwhile, DeadInfested has gone Herald first. I've never seen somebody go Herald first.
Well, like I said, Hupsia is guiding him. He's coaching him. He's prepared him for this moment. The ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. It's time to start.
Do you have any
analysis, boys?
Do you have any thoughts on what's happening right now?
I am lost, honestly. I wonder what My Name is Lol game plan is, honestly.
Oh no!
Well, there you are. That answers your inquiry.
I so badly want to type that he could have just won the game if he sent his Zetracors across the map. But
he did send them across the map. You'd have to be more
Yes. Okay. If he sent them across the map to his opponent's base.
Oh shit! He killed a scribe. First blood is drawn. Well, second blood.
Yeah, and the
yes.
heralds actually are retreating.
Yeah, they're scared.
He's intimidated by getting
Third.
tickled. Listen, DeadInfested has no idea.
Oh my God!
My
He
name
figured
is
it out.
Alan, 6
He's,
APM.
he's harvesting
12, by the way.
Vespine from the geyser without a cap. He's figured it out. He's like,
He's
oh,
learning.
oh, okay.
Just like Keen, it will be a learning experience for him.
I can't believe this. Oh, Hamster's in the chat. Hamster, don't look. Please don't look.
Hamster.
It's
He's
gonna be too painful.
His face is gonna be even longer than his avatar after he studies this game inside of a couple days.
There is a Zethracore guarding the back base. It will attack move into the Warden. That is still there. It has not moved.
Ah, that's tragic.
Oh, here comes the defense force. Oh, did he drop? Did he proxy me? No, he just had one in your base. Don't worry. There's more Zeths moving around the map. Scouting things around, trying to see what's up. Slowly, my name is you. Assembling more workers. He's got 8 workers. 5 minutes.
He's catching up, man. He's catching
Oh
up. This is
my
DeadInfested's chance
God.
to warm it up.
There's an Atreus on the way.
He
As well
has
as some
a lot of
Amaranths.
units. He has half the units of My Name Is You, but they are all like tier 3. And they're all stuck behind the Atreus, so they're taking as long as possible to squeeze. Dude, you don't need a geyser.
He's already getting gas. What's the problem? And you know, when you mouse over
He
it, it
needs
does
more
sing.
gas, though. Listen, tier 2 for Zerg is like 900 gas. You gotta help a bro out.
My God, he's. That's all right. Listen, he could have won the game. That's what Baelethal was saying. He absolutely could have just claimed victory, but no, no one reborn. This is yeah, it's exactly what it seems like. Look at this.
Time
He's
to
got.
pull the lads.
Chase after these heralds. These heralds
Oh
are
my
keeping.
God, the Amaranths are getting so much shield back.
Yeah, it's from the double shield restore, the herald. So. There's no F2 button for My Name Is Lol to pull back all of his units. Don't worry, he's remorphing his.
Oh shit, the heralds!
No, not my herald. Oh, it's dead.
It's fucking dead.
Don't worry. The Hydrith den was on the way. Look, that Amaranth in the top is getting isolated. No, it's starting to fight. Ah, never mind. It's sustaining.
It's
too much.
regenerating so quickly. It can never die.
It's deathless.
It's like the Tetzoricor duels. Oh.
Just think. This could have been a very different picture. But DeadInfested looks like he's about ready to go up 2-0.
Oh, not. I think My Name Is You is pulling up. Listen, he's winning. He's already killed most of the Protoss attack force. He's just gonna kill the other 2. Somehow.
He's making
gonna
a fair
pull
Zeth.
them in.
Yeah, he's rallying the Zeths.
At least he's getting the gassy one.
Yeah. He's got no more minerals.
He doesn't need minerals. He's got gas.
So, any thoughts, Veek? Do you have any commentary? Any considerations for My Name Is Lol?
I mean, he almost won it, right? Like, if he just sent his
Yeah.
course to his base, it would have worked. But
That is true.
yeah, definitely didn't have a game plan, so it's unfortunate. But for his first game, it was actually not that bad.
He almost won, like you said. Then he decided to make 4 static defense structures.
Yeah.
Well, he literally can't mine any more minerals now. His larvae are right-clicked onto the Atreus, so.
Listen, you have more. There's more on the map. You could have mustered your fighting force and do it. Something that I guess he's got cannons everywhere.
Yep.
Oh, he is doing it. They're coming. No, yeah, yes. Okay, there's more. You go more.
Oh, poor My Name Is Lol. He might catch this Cantabus. That would be a good option. No, never mind.
You found it.
You know, if I was Dead Infested and I didn't know my name is Lil's reputation, I'd be scouting all over the place. Like, where's the hidden base? Where's all the stuff he's got? No. No such luck.
Looking for that proxy nexus that he never found.
Well. Yeah, he's like, why didn't you GG? Surely you have a base here. No. No.
No, there's nothing here. He's confused. He's nervous. It can't be this easy.
Yeah, Psystorm. Yeah.
He got the larva.
All right. GG. Dead Infested will graduate up to a 2-0 start. And that, my friends, that was goofy.
Dude, I wish he actually practiced. Like, my name is Lo. If my name is Lo actually like has signed up and he actually like practiced, that would be really funny.
Is that how you envisioned Pendulum being played?
Yes.
Not really.
That's what I signed up for.
Yeah, I mean, this is this kind of tournament here, this invitational where we just invite a bunch of lower tier players. It's to show you guys that you don't need to be an RTS expert to play CMBW. You can be
a Canadian.
Yeah, you can be a Canadian or a Swede.
They're basically the same thing, really.
Baelethal has selected Megalith Empire. Yes, the 6 pool. I think the 6 pool with 3 Zeths. I think class 2s generally could deal with that. It's just Dead Infested was doing a very, very like wild build. So
he was doing the Hubsaya build, and now that it's worked, he is emboldened. He is winning. This is how you win. Follow the bearded man. He knows the way.
All right. Let's get it on. Megalith Empire. It's the first time I've seen this map in a very long time.
It's been a few days.
Now, Baelethal does this very interesting thing where he orders his workers one at a time. I've never seen anybody do that.
I've seen that a lot.
It's very puzzling. Now, Dead Infested has spawned on the bottom, and he has Terran. This is a map that I don't think that Baelethal or Dead Infested have seen in a while, but Dead Infested might have never seen it. But y'all know you can just float an anchor from one side of the map to the other very quick. So I don't know.
Have like visions of cataphracts in the back shooting over the mineral line, and yeah, anchors. This is an anchor map.
Yeah.
This is a Nablime map and a mystery meat map. I guess Nablime doesn't do as much proxy anchor shenanigans. He can learn. If this map saw the age of Ahmed, it'd be basically infinite velocity, but even dumber.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this update has a nerf to Hurricanes. But it also comes with the Ahmed Advisor. So,
Ooh. I still can't get over. Remember that match you had, Veek? I forget who was up against, but your workers got stuck on each other.
Mystery meat, you were telling me.
For a good like 15 seconds or something. Like they were just stuck for fucking ever, and they both started going down, and they just kept going and going. It was just absolutely absurd.
I don't remember that.
It was on Derelict, probably.
I don't remember if it was on. I thought it was on one of the space platform maps.
Oh, maybe.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Here's the first Maverick. Stim pack only lasts 5 seconds, but that still might be enough time for him to get across the map. It's going to be double gateway out of Baelethal.
He's really trying to body block in this scribe, but not even out of line.
Yeah. Okay, he's lifted the stockade. I think he's realized this ramp here is not very useful, so...
None of the ramps are particularly useful. Especially when feet can just fly over them.
Oh, shit! We saw another dead worker.
That man got fucked up.
You know, Mesk, if you select the particular scribe that has the kill and you hold Alt, you'll see that it dealt 10 damage. Good luck
Where
finding
is-
exactly that.
Good
strat,
luck
man.
finding it now. Oh, I had it for a moment. There it is. Oh shit! Damage dealt and damage taken.
Yeah, you can click the
Man,
Maverick.
now I gotta go back to that FFA where I had all those 300 kill penumbras.
Yeah, it would be astronomical numbers.
They would be fucking.
Yeah, the
huge.
damage dealt numbers usually tend to be really high. I wouldn't expect it.
Yeah.
Does it work with stewards? Does the Solarian account for the steward damage?
It probably doesn't right now, but it's not that hard to add it.
What about the Cantor?
The Cantor is just an attack. It's not a.
Oh,
subject
okay, yeah,
anymore.
he probably got changed a lot.
So 3 Zealots are coming on down. They're shrugging off a lot of these attacks thanks to the +1 shields that they get, or +1 armor that they get while they have shields up. And now they can just walk past the anchor. So DeadInfested is in a little bit of a pickle here. He's finished a Watchdog for some SimCity, and he is going to go ahead and drill directly on top of the Zealots. They're taking a lot of damage here. Remember that Masons also have 1 armor pen, so they should just attack move, but they're not doing that. They're really struggling. Really,
Oh my god,
really quite
Masons have
struggling.
armor pen. This is absurd. Masons OP.
Don't worry, they can still pick off a couple of workers over here. And the response, he's kept the units inside the anchor, so his DPS for the military units is not super high.
Oh.
And he's got to watch out here. The Cyprian is having its shots blocked by the full shielded Zealot. So, can he get him on time? No, it doesn't look like it. So, wait.
Oh no!
Wait, why didn't he go in the anchor?
Oh, no!
He's trying to do a ring around the rosy, but honestly, he could have just gotten into
Listen.
the anchor. He would have been fine.
He has 1 HP and he's got a dream.
That's right.
I think he doesn't know he can put 2 Mavericks and 2 Cyprians because he unloaded 1 Maverick to fit the Cyprian now.
Yeah, the Cyprians are 2 transport space, not 3. So,
That's
Not
free.
free.
but he does have 3 occupied inside that anchor. No, okay, he loses a couple of Masons. He's not that far behind, though, because Baelethal, we saw this in the Main Street match as well. He does tend to slip with his macro. He looks like he's going to take the forward base. That's an interesting choice.
The Zealot run by definitely reminded me of the good old days where you'd like play 4v4s and he would just fucking run down me with like 15 Zealot.
Yeah.
That's his whole game plan.
Well, it seems like that's the strategy he's going to keep up with because he's got 2 Ecclesiasts and a 3rd gateway on the way.
Looks like so. And he's taking the forward expansion, mistaking it for his natural, which is a common mistake. I've done it multiple times.
Yes, on this map, your natural is actually behind you, but that's okay. Because
Yeah,
now,
it's fine.
okay,
He
hey,
wants-
listen, remember that there is a neutral anchor here, but unfortunately, DeadInfested's reaction time a little bit
and he
low
goes.
there. He is
The
going to go
cleric
in
is
there.
inside and safe.
Yeah, that's not the optimal strategy. It looks like 2 Zealots will go down, but they're being very cost efficient here with the bio. There was not a single Huracan fielded, and I think the bio strat here not really working out to DeadInfested's favor. He's got to restock that anchor. He's got to throw another one down. Not sure I like his odds.
He's got a
He's
proxy.
gonna be spamming Ecclesias, it seems. At least he has 2 right now, and that is a model that he made, I'm pretty sure.
He worked on it from a source asset, yeah, and then Solstice updated it. It went through many hands, many cooks in the
Sola
kitchen.
Falstus.
Yeah.
So okay, Ahmed is on the way.
There we go. You get
He's
to see
coming
the
in on his F-14.
the bigger Huracan. He's
Oh
bigger.
my god, he is bigger. He became beef.
That's right. Looks like
The
another
bases on this map have a lot of minerals. It's pretty...
yeah.
That's a lot of zealots.
There's also no ridge in the main, you may have noticed. So it
Oh, interesting.
definitely adds up over time. Now this forward base does have double geyser, but it doesn't look like that's interesting Baelethal at the moment as he starts to saturate out the base. He's got 2 zealots in each of his initial gateways, and now he's starting to add another one. There you go. Keeping his money relatively low. And a ministry starting in the bottom left. Now that is a very rich base with double geyser and a ridge, plus, I mean, what is this? Yeah, there's 13 mineral fields, so that's pretty high. Looks like another move out
That's
is
my
going to be
ideal
attempted.
natural location is the corner. Or that 4 geyser base that I had to build my main in.
He's got to watch out here. The clerics aren't here to heal the Huracans, and the Ecclesiasts are dealing a decent amount of damage as well. So there goes 2 of the initial units.
Tickled to death.
Yeah, I'm not liking DeadInfested's odds as long as he sticks with the bio, but he did make the right move to build some Huracans. It's just he needs to position his army a little bit differently here. 3 idle workers there on the main for Baelethal, but he transfers them over.
He's going to want to add some more gateways very soon because he's really starting to queue up a lot.
Yeah.
There is a shaman coming.
Well, at least it can detect nothing, because there's nothing to detect.
It can detect the zealots.
It can detect the gateways and see what their queues are. Actually, that should be a BM move. You put your detector somewhere and you click on your enemy's gateway and you see that they've got like 5 queued units and you just go, haha, Hapseya, you're a goofball.
It's interesting that Infested took the bottom left base. Curious how that will work.
It's the safest base. No one suspects.
I mean, the other thing is that these people, again, they haven't played on a map like this either ever or in a very long while. So they just don't know that there's a back entrance. You can just go to the right and go through that ramp and then wrap all the way around and hit the back base.
You always made
Yeah,
me sure I was aware of the back entrance.
The back base is very much unsafe, but it's safety by obscurity because he's probably not like Baelethal is not gonna expect.
Oh no! Why is the shaman by itself? Oh, there goes all the money. It's all dead immediately. Hey, the clerics are frontlining and the Hurricanes are spinning out in the back.
Yep, they're body blocking all the zealots.
Only.
These
All right. Well,
are
that's.
strats that work. Oh no.
Oh, he had to attack his own anchor with the Hurricanes for a moment. Okay, this is a good amount of splash damage from those Hurricanes, but there's no more clerics to actually heal them, so they end up dying in a fraction of a moment. And now the boys are pulled.
So
Get the
shields.
boys off the line. Oh my God, 15
So
zealots.
many shields.
Yeah.
Oh, they're biting.
I wish I could see the shields healed
Yes.
statistic. That
Yes.
would be useful to know.
Absolutely. Well, hey, there you go. Baelethal manages to get on the board. And that means that My Name is Lol is going to play against Baelethal. That's an interesting.
My buy is lol.
Yeah, Baelethal might now catch up to DeadInfested, which will be nice. Will be competitive. Unless My Name is always cooking something. We'll see.
I mean, listen, that he's got to be careful of that 6 pull. If he randoms and hits Zerg again, that could be a big one. He selects Nightfall with a question mark.
I agree. Now we get to see what map this is. This is how I'm gonna learn the map pools for my.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna be like completely conked out by the time I get to my matches.
That's when you do your best work.
It is no. This map is different. Which one was this one?
Yeah, that's. Do you remember when Ascension? It was Ascension 4's grand final.
Oh
map?
right, this was
Yeah.
the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at the top right and the top left, and I was thinking, no, those can't be the spawns. And then I was thinking, but I recognize the layout, and it was because this was the map of Yamato.
Yeah. Well, it was the map of attempted Yamato, where
Yeah.
the Magnetars came up. All right, so My Name is Lol is here to pop in, and all right, he's there. Let's say when ready. And yeah, by the way, we'll play out all the games, of course, but after I think it's going to be 7 matches. That's or 7 or 8 matches or whatever. That's where we're going to be looking. I'm not even remotely ready. Let's see
I agree.
what he's been cooking, dude.
I'm gonna grab some coffee while you guys get started.
There we go. Hey, thanks, One Reborn. Cheers. We have. My name is
Rolls Terran.
Yes.
My name is you in the top left corner as Snow Terran.
That's
Immediately
Baelethal.
grabbing 2 Masons to idle them and then grabbing one back to resources. And the
Yes.
other one after 15 seconds
Yeah.
to the gas.
He had to listen. He had to type. But his opponent in the bottom right of Nightfall is Baelethal, the orange Protoss. Now, here's the thing. My Name is Lol doesn't really know that much about the project. He's actually been around it for a very long time, and he used to play a lot more actively. But that was back in the very old days. So it's very different now. And we seem to
Technically, he's more experienced than the Shambler and Mystery Meat, so you gotta be careful. But he's definitely out of touch, and he never really been that competitive.
Yes.
It's probably because of time. He would rarely play, and it's just he didn't have enough time to dedicate. But yeah, in bottom right we see Baelethal in the color orange as Protoss, and he's doing a pylon.
Yeah, it looks like he'll probably be doing his mineral-only strats for a little bit as far as his openers go. I had a talk with him briefly somewhat recently, because some of the days after work he would pop into my Discord hangout session where I'm just like doing some work or playing some games or whatever, and he would say that like one of the things I mentioned is like, you know, you can unironically just go straight for like a mega amount of mineral only units, because it's a crazy amount of multiplication as how many units you can field in short order. Looks like our lag spike has subsided as well.
If you go mineral only gateways, you're very vulnerable to air. So you have to be careful, especially against Zerg, I think. But if you go ladders, you have the simulacrum and the vassals, so then it's safer. Would be interesting if we would see legionnaires this time. He does know that my name is now Terran.
Oh my god!
Oh,
oh my god!
Oh my god!
My god! Oh no! No, he's left in the second.
He was attacking his nation. He's cooking. No!
No, he's repairing.
Okay.
Yeah, spend that money.
You got fucked up, Baelethal. What are you gonna do about that?
Holy shit!
Literally hunt him out.
I like how he's fully saturating the ridge. You know, I understand. Okay, on some level, I understand, because it's like, oh, I'm new. I don't really know the mechanics or whatever. But like, it says Vespine per return 2, and that's the one he fully saturates. But the geyser says per return 4.
And it's also closer, and it's bigger.
Yeah.
It's like completely not intuitive they would be. But he's building a Bloodstone, maybe he will defend. If he knows how to use it, is the question.
Well, it looks like an anchor. It's a real weird one because I don't have celebrations enabled, so...
I do.
Yeah, the stream...
I can confirm they have hats.
Yeah, the stream...
I should definitely enable it. It's a Winter Invitational.
Yeah, that's true.
Invitation.
I forgot that I had them disabled in the first place. So I'll have to restart my client in between games. Somebody has to remind me. Now, once again, I don't think that My Name is Old knows where his enemy is. So, he's adding a watchdog above his lodestone. He's got a Huracan. He's going to select it. He's going to say, holy shit, this guy's big.
He's big.
He's, he knows, dude. It's Ahmed. Now, does he know that it's the Fire Bat from Brood War, but remodeled? That's the question. Okay.
It's not the Fire Bat, it's the Huracan.
Here we go, 1v1. Oh, never mind, not a 1v1. Okay, well, never mind, guys. It's over. Thanks for playing. My name is Lol. He has been annihilated in 4 minutes.
Oh, he doesn't? What if Baelethal takes like 10 minutes to go? Ah, never mind.
No. Oh, you've got
so how much ticks does it deal damage? Like the adhesive?
It still only lasts for 2 seconds.
But does it deal 2 or 3 ticks? As I remember,
it's 2 ticks. Yeah, there was a bug where I was not dealing the first tick, so. But I don't know if that was actually a long-standing one. Either way, the Cyprian has finished, and the Maverick has also returned. The Masons are indeed pulling around, but no, it's just too much DPS on the Zealots, dude. He could get into the lodestone if he knows to do that.
Meanwhile, Baelethal is floating 900 minerals.
Yeah, he doesn't need money, dude. He doesn't need to spend his money. He
can build a new matrix.
Oh no! Oh. No, cancel that. Okay, thank God. He canceled it.
I was never able to cancel that. I didn't know you could.
You can't cancel it if you hit the kill switch multiple times.
It'd always be an accident I enabled it to begin with. Oh shit, another one has appeared!
It's dead.
Ah, he's dispersed. It's over.
Yeah, the stockade's gonna die before he can make anything else.
Listen, he's making another stockade.
He's trying to repair it. It's over.
It's Jover. Nope, he's out of here. Fuck this. Bye.
Oh no! Oh shit, we're gonna have to wait a long time for Baelethal to find that ministry.
Off it goes.
I just saw him give 5 Zealots as a reaction.
Where is it? Where'd it go?
Oh, there you go. He knows his opponent is going to meme him. Now, this isn't an island on the top right. I know we had briefly discussed that, actually, but it's not the case. Look at this. The Zealots are preemptively going there as well. Now, here's the question: Is Baelethal going to drop a Stargate or anything for air?
No, he's gonna make zealots.
Oh, okay. Well, he's sending.
He's making a grand library. You make zealots out of there too. They're just a little bit bigger.
That's right.
All right, one mason has been deposited.
Okay, he doesn't have enough money to make anything out of it. I guess he can make a treasury and return resources. Huh?
He's thinking about
Stockade.
it. No, he's gonna make a stockade. It will be discovered.
There is a zealot that does have vision of it, but Baelethal is not correcting it just yet because he sees the fickle.
FLCL.
FKCL, dude, that's a K. Oh, he canceled the stockade. Don't worry, he's gonna build it up there.
Directly to the Draken.
Oh?
He's boxed
Never
in.
mind.
No, he's got to go south, or maybe north, or maybe south.
Okay, now a Stargate's coming. Might have been better just to make vassals, just tickle them to death. Force them to endure the lash of the spanking.
Dispensing the Drakenins to hunt him down. Now, maybe my name is Lol will realize that this is not the optimal play, and he should probably GG and go next. But I don't think he's going to realize that. His Mason is under attack. I don't think his Mason... No, his Mason's dead. See ya.
Ah, it's Jove.
Now he can't even make a stockade without harvesting resources, which he definitely can't do. I think I fucked up.
I fucked up.
Well, there you go. Yeah, at this point, players must be looking at My Name is Lol as something of a free win printer. So, you never know, man. You never know.
Is he honking?
He might be honking.
He might be honking.
All right, well, is that how you thought Nightfall would be played?
Of course, yeah, that was the intention. You should enable the Christmas hats now.
There it is. And that means that we get to wait for DeadInfested to select the next map. It'll be Oxytocin, a 4-spawn map by me. Where's celebrations in this list? Audio visuals. Alright. Wait, my celebrations are enabled though. Oh wait, I was in pre-release. Where's my release config? There it is.
Yeah, selected some kind of illegal pharmaceutical as your next map.
Oh! Don't select direct cable connection. Okay.
Direct connect these cables, daddy.
No.
Yes.
All right. So, this is a 4-spawn map. Maybe we'll get some longer games out of this one. Maybe not.
Man, I've never seen this map before.
That's right. It's never been played before in the context of a tournament. So.
Is this one I played? No, this isn't the one I played against Shambler. I literally have never seen this before.
And now that we have our Christmas presents enabled, you can see that the minerals have been converted into presents. And when the gas nodes are being returned, they'll be coal. So that's fun. But there's hats on the workers, on the larvae, on the droleths, because DeadInfested has managed to roll Zerg, and he will be 7-pulling. Baelethal.
It's kind of like a 6-pull.
Is down here with his gift-wrapped Nexus in the bottom left. Now, I'm a little bit worried that what we're going to end up seeing here is DeadInfested. I mean, doing a 7-pull or a 6-pull or super early pull cheese on a 4-spawn map is a little ill-advised. But, you know.
Don't tell that to 3Crow.
Yeah. No. Baelethal scouting in the wrong direction as well, so this could really bamboozle him. But as a reminder, we do have games going on all day long, so even if these all end in 5 minutes because of cheese or silliness, I'm sure that some of the other groups will be playing out a little bit differently. It's kind of crazy that we have 2 randoms.
I'll take the hour to get some nap.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I'm going to be like Hamster in his tournament. Jesus. Insomnia is a bitch. Well, out he goes, but it's
going
in
to the top right.
wrong direction.
Interesting. Now, depending on the timing here, we might actually see, yeah, he's actually sending them out to the exact wrong locations. And there's going to be 2 gate out for Baelethal. So by the time the Zets arrive at his doorstep, a Zealot should be done, as it should get started immediately. And that's going to be pretty good. He's actually, the Scribe will get attacked by it here. So Baelethal will be aware.
I think Baelethal was that base for a moment.
No, yeah, but he doesn't.
Check and nothing was there.
If he finished the Scribe off, that would have been great mind games, right? Because then he thinks, oh, my opponent's cross spawn. But no, it's not the case. Now, what is the reaction from Baelethal? Ooh, a Warden. Okay. And a redundancy pylon as well, although that will only... I think that's not going to power the bottom gateway. So he'll see if he can hold with the Zealot. I mean, just one Zealot is going to be okay versus Zets, but he needs to micro and not get surrounded, and he's not exactly doing that. He needs to sort of stick it out in the mineral line here.
He's blank time, and the Warden is finishing in a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple more seconds. He's not responding with the Scribes, though. He does need to watch
take 3 Scribes, and he has to run away. He's going to get the Zealot. Oh, more Scribes.
Yeah, he manages with 4 Scribes.
4 workers. And 1 Zealot, and that's it.
Baelethal is
He already has 4 Quasis.
Yeah, as a Scribe.
And a Sword Gift.
Yeah.
So that's very much... over-responsive on his end, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this and you think to yourself, okay, there's no more hope for the attack to continue at this point, right? So,
well, there are more Quasis coming. We have 8 and 4 more in production.
Quasis lose so hard to the new Zealots. So, with 4 Zealots going to be here, or 3 Zealots rather, going to be here before the attack commences, as well as the Warden to defend if they get too uppity, I do think that Baelethal will be just fine here. But you got to leave some room for micro to change the way things go. Can't call fights before they happen, especially at this level.
Well, if Baelethal was holding his ramp, I'd feel a lot more confident for him. As it is, he might get trained out.
Well, the Warden is actually within range to deal with this if they come up the ramp, so you can see there it's
sneaking in one after the other.
Yeah, it was not guarded. That's where you were talking about the ramp, right? But, you know. Oh, he can dive onto that Zealot. You can see how many attacks hit, and they barely dented it.
Oh, with good focus fire, I think he wins.
Now he needs to really commit onto this. More reinforcements getting bopped by the Zealot and Warden combo by the ramp. A lot of these are very wounded.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's in control.
There's still a Zealot kind of lost in the mineral line right now, not actually contributing to this. But that does mean that he still can't really do any damage. So.
Oh, God. He's being tickled.
For a class 2, DeadInfested micro is okay. It's not that bad.
Yeah, he knows how to cut. The problem is, look at his minerals and look at his worker count. So behind this, he's not really doing much. So, you know, Baelethal, yeah, he's ignoring the fight. He's not really contributing. He's not controlling it. But he's still, you know, just through pure stats, he's able to just sort of A-move and forget while he tends to his micro elsewhere.
The tickling is ferocious.
And now all Baelethal has to do is pressure the Quasis when the shields fall, and then they just regenerate.
Yep.
Easy.
Yeah, this is like a very, very delayed version. Now, he's going to try to dive onto the Warden. It could conceivably happen.
Your Zealots.
But the Zealots were very, very slow to respond to this. Now, look at this.
Very much committed.
He's not actually first targeting the Warden, so it started to regenerate a lot of shields during the middle of that fight. And now, even though he's killed it, he's lost all of the potential pressure that he had. He can no longer get out of this situation. Maybe he can steal one worker away at the very end, and it looks like he will indeed do that. But that's it. That's the extent of his pressure, and he's down by half of the workers, man. Yeah, all right, as soon as... Yeah, there we go. And now you can just walk across the map with your 5 Zealots and end the game. So, certainly pressure. You have kill pressure in this situation.
Yes, but Baelethal doesn't realize that. He might, like, stick his head up, but he doesn't realize that there is already 30,000 more Quasis being prepared.
Yeah, the problem is you can't stop the Hatchros from going down. I mean, if 5 Zealots walk up here and they're microed well, we'll see what Baelethal's combat micro is like, because before he wasn't really paying too much attention, but no, he's just going to dive onto them and say, no, you have to... now putting some pressure on his opponent to do things. Remember, Baelethal is paying attention to this fight, but you don't actually need to do much micro here. Look how long some of these Zealots stay alive. One of them had no HP to begin with and still stayed alive for a very long time. Reinforcement Zealots have arrived. You can see how hard the Quasis are being sort of zoned away, and now the Hatrosk is under threat. We have more Zealots at home, nothing else being queued. We do have a Nexus coming, so there is that expansion attempt from Baelethal.
Intense tickling.
That's not much of a tickle. That's more of a stab.
That's a tickle.
There's some stabbing
They're
happening.
tickling.
They're stabbing.
It's aggressive tickling.
You can't die from tickling. You can die from stabbing.
I can die from queuing.
Not even
Doesn't
canceled, by
realize
the
it.
way. So
He doesn't realize
And
it
Baelethal
yet. Oh,
has
there
his
you are. He
own
added more
expansion
queues.
on the way. 3 times the amount of workers.
yeah, that's pretty egregious, I would say.
I don't know. I
Only
believe
now
in
we are seeing
DeadInfested.
Zephyr cores.
Yeah, and only a couple, right?
We did not see the Nafrog pool either.
Yeah,
so.
there's no upgrade. There's no gas harvested this whole game from either player, so they're very much
Yeah,
playing
it's
down and dirty.
Mineral only.
Yeah. There's a lot of
think
queued
that's
Zealots,
pretty
and
concerning.
still he almost has enough to take another base. Still, there could have been a macro hatch earlier as well. That would have been a safe way to get more production out from DeadInfested.
The zealots are slowly growing. The garden is blossoming.
A little bit of a hit there.
So
Not able to
many
kill
of
that Zeth, but...
I think DeadInfested can hold this ramp for quite a while.
Yeah, it's hard to get enough Zealots up there, especially versus the melee. Once the Zeths come out and he's got double
If
circuit.
he was making Ecclesius, he could tank it down. But
If one of the players recognizes that there is a back entrance, sort of like Megalith Empire, this game could end very, very fast.
oh yeah, there is a back entrance. It's a little bit of a long ways around, but
Yep.
Yeah, that's the idea, is that it's sort of supposed to be balanced by the amount of time. That's one of the reasons why this map didn't end up making it. Now, hey, there's 5 Zealots back here not contributing to the fight, and the Zephyr are buying a lot of time for the Quasis to stay alive in an unfavorable statistical fight.
Nope.
But they are zoned
tickling.
backwards. A couple units get slapped in the meanwhile.
I don't want to take this fight as Protoss, I don't think, because of
No,
the
you can.
surface area, but yeah.
You can just charge in. What's
he
he
was
gonna do?
allowed up the
But
ramp,
he
so
has the overwhelming numbers,
Yeah.
and he's just gonna cut it.
Losing the melee is what really, really hurt DeadInfested there. He lost all of the melee before he could get back to the ramp. He thought he could move out versus that army. And there it is.
nerf toss.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he has queued a worker for like 6 minutes, so...
Yeah. There it is. No GG necessary, boys. We got the salt out. And that means that Baelethal up to 3 dubs. Now leading the group.
Hubsaya likes this post. Nerf toss.
Yes, as Biddyby is pointing out in the chat as well, Hydralisks are super good versus armor because they have that 3 armor pen, right? So the Zealot actually doesn't give you any protection, even with its shields up, from that. But Quasilisks, on the other hand, they really struggle to be cost efficient versus them. Otherworld is selected.
Come on, Baelethal, show us the Anthelian rush.
That's right. We still haven't seen any... we haven't really even seen Tier 2 stuff. Like, we've seen some Grand Library units, but that's about it, so...
We haven't really seen much gas either.
Yeah, there's not that much gas being mined in these games. So...
It's too bad we don't
The
have
most
that.
we've seen was like Atrius and the Kabbalist,
Wait,
and that's it, I think.
why is DeadInfested playing? He lost.
But Baelethal thought he had to.
Yeah.
He had to leave too. He wasn't here, but he rage quit.
Yeah, there was some confusion. There was definitely some conflagration. He's like, oh, I guess I get to take a break. No, there he is.
No, you don't.
All right.
The grind continues forever.
Let's see what My Name Is Lul has in store for us. Honestly, if he rolls Zerg again, he could just he could just go for it. He could just make it.
He should definitely go for it.
Does he realize that this map is top right, top left? Well, it's going to be him rolling Terran again. So I think Baelethal will just stomp him with Zealots and Drakedons, but we'll see what happens.
If he makes nothing but Ahmed, it could be the holy path forward.
His camera is looking everywhere. He's trying to orient himself on the map.
That's
He doesn't
right.
know where anything is.
Yeah.
I don't know where anything is either.
It must feel too otherworldly for him.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Just build your command center on the left side. That's what I do. It's worked out for me in the past.
Dude, all he has to do is build like 2 racks and like
Proxy
all
racks.
he has to do is make workers non-stop, build barracks, stockade non-stop, and build like mavericks non-stop, and then he wins.
Just build a
Easy.
stockade directly in front of his base like Nablime did.
That's right. Yeah, we have seen some cheeses on this map, involving building a stockade, an anchor, and lifting that anchor. It was even enough to defeat Mystery Meat, so you know it's good. Okay, he's going up to double stockade pretty early on, and he's keeping his Mason production up. He's only behind a little bit because of his unfamiliarity and slapstick nature of moving his camera around. So, you know, we know that Baelethal also can fall behind in the macro, so honestly, this is a much better start. We'll see what kinds of units he ends up fielding. He didn't get a good feel for what is good versus Protoss as Terran in the last game, so that's definitely something that is hurting him a little bit here. He's also not making any units out of his stockade, instead opting to build 3 stockades.
An additional stockade!
Yeah. Well, his if he's not careful, his Mason will be tickled to death.
His Mason is getting tickled.
You know, he didn't have the... No!
Get the piece of shit!
Oh
Spank
my
him!
god, no! Don't do this, dude. Stop giving him gifts. No, he's pulled 7 Masons off the line. I was just about to praise him for his lack of an overreaction.
Baelethal almost managed to snipe the Mason amidst that mass too, but I think he was attacking the wrong target. Oh my god, it's Mass Ahmed.
I hope so.
It's okay, Baelethal's making a Stargate. The one case where this might actually be good against Terran.
Okay, early Stargate. That's an interesting choice.
Oh god, there's shenanigans.
Oh, okay, Baelethal.
Please make an engram.
Dude, we've never seen the proxy engram actually work. DF did it
Proxy
to Enos a long
engram
time
plus
ago.
matrices could actually be good now if you feel like investing like multiple tiers worth of money into it. Because they can restore the shields on the engram.
That's right.
They don't. You said their attack rate was increased, right?
Yeah, they lost multi-target and got attack rate. I was talking with Reek about how maybe I'll add the binding plasma, which is like the Gladius thing.
Oh, he's so close to discovering it.
He
Oh
does.
shit!
He finds it.
He doesn't. Oh god. Ah, it's Jover. You gotta tickle his
Ahmed.
ass. Tickle him. Yeah, tickle his ass. Yeah.
Oh, the Zealot is dueling Ahmed.
No, the warden did finish. Oh god,
no.
it's Jover.
No, my name is Lol. No, you can't let this happen to you.
It's happening.
Listen,
We need additional Ahmeds.
you. This is like a Biddy Bee proxy too. It's like so far away from anything.
Yeah.
An exemplar.
Don't worry, here comes another rocket to
production.
offer itself at the platform. He still hasn't killed the Zealot.
This Zealot.
413
over 400 damage dealt.
Yeah.
Panic Attack Simulator.
Ahmed.
I'd say typing simulator.
Shambler? No,
Gambler?
no, don't follow him. You'll follow him unto death. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
the scribe's back. Wait, is that a new scribe? I don't know what happened to the old one. He might have died.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's the problem.
old one
He's
is,
making only Hurricanes, right? But Hurricanes
That's all
don't
he
do
needs.
damage anymore. You have to add Mavericks or Cyprians or something so that you can actually
Listen.
benefit from the armor end.
They have 90 health. You don't need damage. You got beef. You got beef.
And the exemplar is coming.
Engram.
Oh, no.
Now, can he kill the Engram before it finishes? No, he's going after the pylon. Not a bad choice. The problem is, again, he has no damage. So.
I mean, he's doing quite a bit of damage here. It's just he didn't have quite enough, and there's a lot of damage coming out onto him.
Oh my god. Oh.
2 health.
Oh, it lived
1
with
HP.
1 HP. Well, it doesn't really matter because there were more pylons coming anyway, but still.
Well, that's an
And the
exemplar.
exemplar is here. GG.
Yeah.
He immediately killed Mavericks.
Okay. Yeah, he's trying to target it with Ahmed. Ahmed's not tall enough.
This
to
is
attack
an
it.
Ahmed will
cannon
just
rush.
pogo stick Ak of Ahmed and reach him.
Yeah, they can make a tower of Ahmed. Well, Ahmed's going to harvest some gas. The engram has arrived. You know, at least we get to see some tier 2 air and some tier 3 static defense out of Baelethal. He is giving
This
us that
isn't
much.
static defense. This is static offense.
GG.
Static offense.
Brutal.
Oh dear. That was goofy.
That was goofy. But you know, it's still fun. It's a fun situation to be in. All right, you know what that means, boys? It means we need to see what DeadInfested decides to pick. Cocaine Fury, apparently. All right. So DeadInfested can pick Quasar Quartet or Fata Morgana. Either a 2-spawn or a 4-spawn. I like how he actually just searched the gift list for.
All these maps are new to me.
Yeah. All right, we need to get Baelethal in here for another match. Well, we're doing.
This map
It's not like
looks
the
like
old
the
groups.
space platform map. No, this looks like Nitro Valley.
Yeah.
It's basically Nitro Valley, except you've got slight different arrangement. You got a base in the top and center where there isn't normally.
The natural ramp is weird too.
Yeah, well, the natural ramp is like an Omni ramp.
Yeah.
I like the force name
Baelethal
of
is already
Frau.
4-1, right?
Well, Baelethal is... Yes, I was just about to explain that the situation here is a bit different. We're just going to play out the games with winner takes all for all 7 matches. If... Like, winner stays on for all 7 matches, basically. So...
Okay. That's for a lot of groups, or just this one?
No, all of them, yeah.
I see.
All right. DeadInfested has an opportunity to roll a race other than Terran and maybe get himself in a better situation. He's only won his Protoss so far. And it looks like it will be Baelethal. Ooh, okay. Well, we have the same spawns as Oxytocin, but Baelethal is in the top left and DeadInfested is in the bottom left. So, that's interesting.
Baelethal has the beige Protoss, and DeadInfested has the vanilla orange from Brood War.
This is definitely a different
Zerg.
map. A strange ramp you have here.
Yeah, this is a map by
Yeah.
BiddyB. Shout out BiddyB, the creator of Derelict.
You
Do I
probably
gotta
don't
find the
want
fuck tiles? I don't see any.
You probably don't want to hold the ramp. You probably want to hold the bridge because it actually
Yeah.
depends to expose, right?
Yep. Yeah, if you
You're
hold
gonna
this
get
bridge, you
surrounded
can
on
take
that
the-
ramp.
Yeah.
This is a good map for all
However,
ends.
this run might be deceivably wallable. So it's not that.
Yeah, the termination point is pretty tight, actually. It's like the way to go up it is more open, right? Now, it looks like our opponents are going to scout each other at the same time, like in the same order. So we could see something a little bit cheeky out of DeadInfested. He's already harvested some gas. It looks like he might be going Hydra first. Yeah, look at that. So this is a new look. We haven't seen anybody go Hydrith Den as their opener. We might actually
I have
see
seen Shambler do it back in.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like a year ago.
I did it once on Fata Morgana against, I think, Hamster.
Yeah.
Oh, God!
Tickle.
It's okay. The one droll out in there is mining now.
Took 25 damage on that Drolith. Can you believe it?
Tickling isn't. Oh, no!
Oh!
If you
Give him
didn't
the
burrow,
slip!
Baelethal would have never noticed.
Oh.
Huh?
He regenerates and prepares for the fight.
That's right. Oh, there he is.
Bye. Baelethal.
We thought it was Shambler, but it was actually a fighter.
Yep. Tickle. I mean, considering he's been holding up the scrub for a long... Every time Baelethal looks away.
You know, there's still no unit coming for Baelethal. Now he's queuing up a Drakiden with a lattice behind it, but there's a couple Hydras on the way, so...
I wonder what's the master plan behind the K-Grand Caesian for DeadInfested, honestly.
Don't die his zealots.
Think he can make Larvosk or something?
No. This is
No,
for
it's
anti-zealot.
okay.
Did it die? Oh, it finally died. Dude, you had to deal 100 damage to kill that worker. Just to let that sink in. Drakiden has concluded.
There is no vassals.
Hydra's on the way.
Just
Now,
two.
I actually don't know the breakpoints here. I think 2 Hydras will be at a Drakiden, but there's a Simulacrum coming to sort of even the odds. And DeadInfested did not make that many... he didn't really make any macro hatches at all. He tried to expand on Oxytocin, right? But he didn't really go very much else. So this looks like, at the very least, he's kind of like containing his opponent. He did get swatted a little bit by the Drakiden.
No, he was intimidated by the plants and their Gundams.
Yeah, he can walk across
committed.
the map again. So
He's committed.
I think as in this situation as Zerg, you probably still want to have your units across the map and just sort of contest the move out, force your opponent to continuously invest.
Well, if your opponent peeks their head out and you can snipe one of their units, something
Yeah.
you can go on the offense.
Yeah, exactly. So you
And
want
especially
that
when
pressure.
it's simulacrums, they're not very good at defense, so
Yeah.
you can overwhelm them pretty easily once you have a few picks on them. But it seems like maybe he just wants to turtle for the time being.
He's adding another expansion or another base in general, grabbing his natural.
Oh, that's another Kagrant that he's added. Meanwhile, Baelethal is just waving to him as he zooms on by in worker count.
Yeah, no kidding. The lattice was scouted, at least while it was warping in. So DeadInfested knows that there's the potential for vassals, which were leveraged against him on Main Street. So that's kind of interesting. But we can see here that it is not vassals, in fact. So that Spraith is a little unnecessary, but it's fine for your peace of mind. It's just, yeah, he's been building military, but not very many workers. Only now starting to catch up. So, you can play like this as Zerg, and you can, like all of these sorts of moves where we talk about, oh, the little inefficiencies or this or that. It's all whatever. The main thing to keep in mind is that like, at this level of play, you can absolutely come back from deficits. It's not a huge issue. It's not as over as it would be.
The Protoss are getting cuckoed by pathing. Oh, the simulacrums squeeze through.
Hey, look at that. Well, they're
They're
really
gonna come in single file, and this is great for DeadInfested.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he wasn't able to grab them though.
He's making a mutated version of the Hydrith Den, which has the wrong icon, which is a funny one that I forgot to do. So he's making a mineral node. But look at this. Some Drakenins getting bopped. Hydra's doing some damage. He microed back a Drakiden that was not taking fire, so that's an interesting choice. Unfortunately, there is a Simulacrum split about to occur. When they take hull damage, they split after a short amount of time, so he's now got to concern himself with that situation. So he's made the Skithrock Scab, but the problem is he still needs a lot of Vespene in order to afford any units out of it. This is something that you yourself have mentioned, Mesk, when you're limited practice games.
Yeah, it's like 150 to upgrade that, and then it takes not a huge amount to upgrade the Hydras, but at this stage in the game, it is a huge amount. So the investment's quite significant, and especially when you are just losing the base you had built and we're already behind on workers, it's not the best situation to be in. A lot of his resources are actually going into his Zero cores at the moment, too.
Yeah. He's not even going to cancel one of them, so he doesn't get the refund for it. Those are 125 a pop now. And his Zero cores are, he's even going to lose one more on the way out. So this is still a very dangerous situation.
It's okay. Baelethal is investing into his simulacra stocks.
Yes, he's got 6 of them. I think at least 2 of those were free. Nexus coming up.
Well, Baelethal got a lot of money and a lot of workers. 2 of which are idle. 3 of which are idle. That's 3.
Now the Zero cores are okay versus lighter arms like the Simulacrum. The problem is they really suffer versus things like the Drakenid. And if you don't finish the fight versus Sims, they just cause a lot of them to split because of their bounce attacks. So it's kind of deceptively the wrong unit to make over here. Circuith is up though, and I feel like with that and the Hydras combined, you can ward off the Drakenids. At least for a temporary amount of time. There needs to be some kind of front line, I think. 1 Baelethal on the way.
Or he could just make thousands of more Drakenids if he adds in an additional couple gateways now that he's got lots of income.
Well, he could do that. But I don't know if he's going to.
He could. He doesn't really have a lot of gas, so it's either that or go for the Grand Library again at this point.
I'd love to see a forward macro hatch from DeadInfested so he can hold that ramp a little bit more efficiently, but it doesn't look like it's going to come up for him.
Well, he's slowly making Bactylusks. They do still do 14 damage, but they still have no armor pens, so...
Yeah, they're actually going to be dealing 4 less damage to the Drakenid because of the fact that they launched 2 attacks. So it's going to be 10 damaged, which isn't nothing, but not as high as you would probably want it to be.
Yeah, you need a lot of them at this point to really punch that down.
It could still work out for the range, but...
If he can hold the ramp with them, then he's in a good spot, but... Baelethal is not quite sitting at the ramp yet, so he's not having to deal with that at the moment. It will be a Grand Library.
The worker advantage here for Baelethal is super high as well. I like the idea of the Hydras for sure, but I think he was like responding to the Zealots, you know? He's like, oh, the Zealots are really hard. I'll build Hydras and then I'll upgrade them, but there aren't any Zealots in this game. It's just straight up Drakenid Sim.
Yeah. The Hydras are still doing pretty well, but I think he needs more Hydras, less Zero cores at this point.
Yeah, and he's using so many of them.
Like, it's kind of at this stage in the game, it's kind of hard to really come back from this point. But earlier on, then focusing the Drakenids and leaving the Simulacrums could have at least helped him trade a little bit better in the long run. But I mean, when you look at Baelethal's money and worker difference, it's kind of like, how much of an advantage would that really have given him?
I'd say the consistent problem with DeadInfested is that he just doesn't make enough draw lives, and then he falls behind.
Well, he also doesn't make any extra hatches, right? So he can't make that many workers, because he's also trying to make military and defenses. So yeah, I agree with your point.
You're behind in workers a little bit early on, so you don't want to try to establish a strong economy before making too many army units. There's just a lot of opportunity cost to doing that, and he probably doesn't fully grasp that yet.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, it's kind of what you expect, right? It's like, definitely a difficult thing to think about. So I agree with what Mesk was saying earlier about picking too. He's definitely spending a lot of Vespian on Bactylusks, but
in they go.
Okay, a Bactylusk drop is being attempted, but at the same time as the attack force is coming in, there's 4 circuits here. So we shouldn't discount the possibility that something like this can go badly for Baelethal. But the level of cost efficiency that needs to happen here for DeadInfested, I think, is a little bit too much to ask. There's so many Drakenids and so many Simulacra that are indeed going to benefit from those bounces from the Bactyls. We've got one of the...
the fact, too, of his Bactyls aren't even there to fight.
Really good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing to remember is that, well, the Bactyls are being kind of closed in on here. Most of the Sims have fallen.
Closer than you would think.
We've got another remorphed Circuith on the other side. 3 more Hydras have joined the fight, so that'll be much more efficient.
The Baelethals have people workers. I mean, he's still fine, it seems.
Meanwhile, the Baelethal drop is en route.
He's gonna be bleeding, and he's too far behind. He's
look at the money.
Like 34 workers.
Yeah.
Behind.
And 2,000 minerals behind in terms of what's in the bank right now.
Yeah.
So, well, let's see what he can do. I mean, if this game goes super long, you might actually see a bit of a comeback. But looks like Baelethal is finding a lot of success with the early tier Protoss units and DeadInfested on them. Oh, he's adding more circuits.
Didn't add any production though, so like he has a lot of money, but he can't spend it right now.
Yeah.
He's doing the Shambler build.
That's right. Well, you know, these two Baelethal's, they can do some damage to the workers. There's actually not that many units nearby. He's adding more production now, Baelethal, but most of his units are on the other side of the map, right? So that's why this drop can absolutely catch him off guard. It's a question of, you know, does he go after the main where there's a lot of juicy targets? He's only got 2 Baelethal's, so it's going to take a while for them to actually kill anything, depending on the reaction here from Baelethal. He's out of range. He's looking for an unload spot. There we go.
There you go. It begins.
Okay.
Mm.
Now, here's the critical part, right? DeadInfested is microing these units when there's no response happening from Baelethal yet. So he's not back at home ordering more workers. He does have another...
So Benza is asking me if it's too late because he just responded.
Oh,
I assume it is.
I think because we're playing the penultimate game, yeah, it's probably too late. So he scoops
and
him
he's
up.
out.
Look at this. He's unloading them just to get some damage dealt. For some reason, that Zella was ordered away, and the scribes are instead going to tickle. Oh my god, they got one.
The Hydra!
Save me! Beautiful.
Yanked out of the tickle pit. Oh, it continues. Both players will begin to float absurd amounts of money as Baelethal's blood pressure begins to escalate.
During this time, Baelethal has grown his worker count, so that's just something to point out.
Oh god. No. The one time he looked away,
Scoop.
he was spanked.
He got one of the Hydras
Hydra
out.
escapes. It's okay. He got a simulacrum for it. A good trade.
The problem is he has basically nothing behind this, right? Look at these making 4 I0 cores, making a couple
saying he's
Baelethals.
got nothing. He's got 6 circuits.
Yeah.
I mean, Baelethal can't punch through that. He doesn't have anywhere near enough. He has a lot in his queue, but that's kind of about it. He needed to make some additional production structures and not queue them up. I mean, he's at the point where he needs like double these structures.
You know, it's worth pointing out that he has only got 2 workers on that geyser. So DeadInfested could have more gas income on the one base.
He also could tickle this army and just help the simulacrum multiply.
Yeah, I guess if his opponent gets to a point where they can't select, you know, he has more than 252 sims, then he can't select all of that in one go.
They all have like 1 HP, so they're basically useless.
That's right. More units coming on through. I'm sure BiddyB never thought for a second that you could fit units through there, but you can, and it actually fucks up units that are bigger.
Yeah. I mean, we could see the Anthelian rush. He has just about enough money.
Well, there's
wouldn't be much of a rush at this point. But
the Baelethal flying over, seeing a third base. He's going to go ahead and unload the Baelethal. He might have spotted that another base was being added. 907 damage dealt by that one Baelethal. Meanwhile, circuits are being engaged upon. This time he brought Zealots, and there's no peel on the right-hand side. I think this will be the crushing victory that Baelethal was looking for initially, as indeed half of the circuits have already fallen.
Well, a lot of his units are attacking the Kagrants right now, so the damage wasn't
that's
that
good
efficient.
because he can't remorph it.
It's actually fine to do that here, yeah. Golems have fallen.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Baelethals are just slowly tickling him to death, and they are getting in kills. But now they're charging forward.
Yeah, trying to deal with the
difference.
Atriuses, which do have a lot more armor, right? So without Hydras here to help. Oh, all of his workers have died. 4 Zealots have gone in there and killed it.
Even if Baelethal does not win here, it's still a win for him since he's just setting up his 4th and he forever scared DeadInfested from taking the nap. So just always have more.
Yeah, just look at the worker count. It tells the whole story here.
It's 4 against 61.
If he lost one more worker, it would have been legendary.
Yeah.
Oh. Ah.
And 2 of his workers are harvesting gas.
That's enough. Okay, now he's going to
And one
counterattack.
Drolef is in the overlife.
He was hiding.
He is hiding. Let's see if he knows it.
The secret Baelethal agent.
Oh, he's getting aggressive.
Yeah, I love it.
He's zealots and golems and Atreuses. There's no way this works.
Well, he kind of has to go all in. He only has 2 active workers on 3 active. Oh, he's made some more.
I think what would have been better is going like Lucifirius instead of Baelethals. Or maybe like both. That'd probably help him, and then he could try to take the knot. But ideally, in the first place, he wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah.
Because that is definitely hard to retake on this map.
Yeah, I think so. You can kind of see the...
Why is the thumbnail of Ascension 6 group stage?
That's because YouTube reused the settings and didn't... Like, it replaced the thumbnail that I had put up there. Because YouTube is good. I fixed it. All Gucci. Well, you know what that means, boys? It means we get to see another round of My Name is Lowell.
I will BRB.
All right. And that means that we will close the group on Fata Morgana.
Let's go.
Baelethal is probably surprised that he's playing so many games, because when you keep winning, you stay on. It's kind of an endurance test.
Yeah.
I think it's it's for these one-off games, it's actually better to have this kind of format where you just always stay on if you won, as opposed to the format where it splits it up after if you've gone 4-0 you win, or if you have 4 wins you won your group. Because in that context, right, it's like that makes sense when you need to seed out first and second place into playoffs, but we don't have playoffs here, right? So I don't know. It's just
we can just see the full story instead, right? Instead of cutting it short.
That's right.
My U is Lethal.
That's correct. No.
You guys like nuts, don't you?
I'll assume that's already. Now, we will be closing it on Fata Morgana. Or also, as Shambler once called it, Fat Morgan. Baelethal is going to be playing in the top right. And my name is Lowell, running Protoss here, rolling Protoss in the top left. So, okay, he's played as Terran twice, Zerg once, and Protoss once in his 4 matches. Baelethal, on the other hand, headlining his group. I wonder if maybe DeadInfested could have done more damage in this group had he been able to prepare for all the different matchups. So it's really hard to play as random in that sense, if you don't fully understand the matchup or whatever. But he was just commenting that he doesn't necessarily understand ZVP. And I feel like the main thing that held him back in some of those matches was, the first match on Oxytocin, it's like, okay, the Zealots just run through because you don't have any armor pen. So that's pretty rough. But still, there are some things that could have been done. There's some things that could have been made, like macro hatches earlier or something to give him more production. That's the core thing that I think happened in both matches. But then if you look at the Quasar Quartet match, Baelethal showed a very different strategy where he went for mass range, so it's kind of interesting that he ended up just changing things up. And my name is Lowell will have the faster gateway, so we'll see if that manifests in anything in particular. But, you never know. When your unit... Oh, look at this. We actually have Mass Lattice, or Lattice first. We could see Mass Vassal again. He could close it as he started it. It could happen.
Tickling.
Tickling.
Intense tickling.
Tickling. Oh, Tickle.
Oh, Daddy.
Gonna kill it.
Oh, Daddy.
Tickle.
Oh, stop, Daddy.
Why do you keep doing this?
One down.
And he's gonna pull. Oh!
Oh.
Look at that. He didn't pull.
You're restrained.
Yeah.
I
Now,
can't believe it.
Baelethal's gonna start making pylons here.
Yeah, that's right. You just put a pylon underneath his pylon. The pylon has a Santa hat.
Dude, Baelethal will make a vassal, and my name is Lol will die because he has no gas and no lattice.
And no warden.
No warden.
He's actually making a gateway. Oh, okay, the vassal's on the way. Scribe continuing to scout.
Exactly the kind of intel that Baelethal needed. He sees.
Oh, the warden's on the way.
And there is a warden.
Okay. So he might not completely die. Although the warden,
And tickling.
it's not in a good spot.
The warriors.
Yeah, he's actually making 2 of them. So he's going to have to huddle around for warmth.
Well, Baelethal gonna see that the wardens are over there somewhere. And tickling. Tickling. Oh. Ah.
He did
Disaster.
get some tickling. He sassed him. He confused
He
him.
did. Well, I'm confused too. There's 3 vassals now.
Yeah. Those are kind of in the same formation as when Baelethal makes his workers, and he forgets about them for a bit. And I sometimes will see like 3 like even in the early game, we saw Baelethal having like 3 idle workers there, and I was like, what the hell? How do you even do that? But you know,
Well, that's 3.
he's a mysterious man. He's adding another lattice.
Will it be a 3rd warden? He's got the money. He has the power. Oh, he's making legionnaires.
He wants the stabby guys. They got a big stick. Another warden. Why not? All this on 1 pylon, by the way, which you can attack from the left side, I think.
No.
Maybe not with vassals, but with any other ranged unit. I think
Well,
you
with
can-
enough vassals, you definitely can go around. I think the bigger risk is that if my name is you decides to uptake his heritage and goes on a little Viking raid while these vassals are in his base.
That's
And
right.
The vassals aren't able to actually kill him because he likes to float his command center around. Baelethal has actually nothing to deal with this ground army at this point.
Yeah, he's
He'll
got
have a
he's
couple
got 3
but
zealots, and
He's going to be
so-
outnumbered rather heavily by the point that this happens.
Yeah.
Also, my name is you has realized, wait a second, there's gas on this map. Also, he's putting a warden in a better place.
There we go.
Although he's still kind of open in the top middle there.
Yeah, there's like a magic spot probably right above that rightmost Christmas pile of presents. I did like the visual of the Masons in one of the other games where he pulled all the Masons, and they had some of them still had presents in their cargo. It's pretty good. Just giving presents to the scribe. Now there's
Vassals are slowly
15 vassals are going to be up here pretty soon. There's more queued.
Well, another warden is on the way. And
Dude, he's
another
making
warden
a
is
lot
on
of
the way.
work. Well, this is the one match where Baelethal is choosing not to do very much macro, right? He's kept his workers actually kind of low compared to some of the other rounds.
He could get punked by this, honestly.
Okay, his stabby man has been
I don't know, I
destroyed.
feel like going 3 production structures on 1 base is a mistake unless you're forced to defend or something, right? I would rather just take the expo.
Especially when you're spending so many, resources on the units, right? Because if you have permanent uptime on all of them, that's absolutely.
And even more so when the enemy turtles, because then there's just no way you'll break him without 2 base eco. Or maybe there is.
Well, the Tism is en route.
There are 20 vassals. Will they stand against 6 wardens? There's an embassy in the back. I guess I could tickle that. All right, now, my name is Lil needs to not panic and actually attack. Well, I don't even know. I think maybe his... Oh, my God, it's happening.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Just needs to target the pylons, though. But that's fine, too, I guess.
Yeah, so so far, he's already lost 4 vassals, 5 vassals, but he's killed 3...
Firing.
He's going to get 3 Drakeneds, 3 Wardens, and still have 11 vassals left over. But don't worry, he's
going to fly into the other 3 wardens that are over there. So.
Okay, down to 8 vassals. Draken and Hierophant on the way. Ah, Jesus.
Nah, it's a massacre.
Don't worry, an artisan is on the way too. It'll fight back.
Ah,
He's just like queuing them onto the workers. He's left his opponent with 4 workers. I don't even know where one of them is. Oh, it's down. It's going somewhere else to build expansion.
I may as well
Oh,
go away from this place of agony and pain.
that's right.
Baelethal's got 4 workers here. He was carefully selecting between them, thinking, what to do now? I guess I'll take a base.
Yeah.
I hope he just adds more lattices.
Well, you know what I would do in this situation. I've sometimes
make
thought.
lattices.
I've sometimes thought about like. I have sometimes thought
I
about.
like
doing
how the artisan had to do a little spin before it
Yeah.
tried to harvest.
Yeah. It spins.
Shit's fucked.
Well, that's what it. Look at its animation. It spins.
Yeah, but no, it went to the resource patch and then started like spinning in place for like a good 2 or 3 seconds. It's a little
the
flingy
year
bug.
has tested the advanced workers, and they are actually worse at harvesting minerals than normal workers because.
Well,
of
especially when they
acceleration.
spend all their time spinning instead of mining. It's gonna be pretty
Yeah.
bad.
They are very advanced.
But listen, if he gets enough artisans, they can fight the vassals.
They are quite special, aren't they?
They got
How
2
much do
armor.
they cost?
I don't remember. Might
Dude,
be
they
so-
have 10 damage. You just need to rush artisans and kill them. Kill them all.
They are 75 of each resource, according to the website. I feel like they're not that much gas now, but who knows? 21 vassals now being dispatched. An argosy in the background. Zealots guarding the expansion as a couple
Artisans
of scribes are hanging
technically
out.
have more DPS than vassals.
Yeah. They have the same range too, just about. So pretty good. I think he's gonna need more than just 2 of them though. Okay, 21 vassals. Will they swoop in for the kill? No, they're gonna kill the. Oh no! He's
No,
found
no.
my satellite base. Oh,
Ah,
okay.
tickling is underway.
My name is Lils Typing. How? How did you know?
I think it's map hack, obviously.
Yeah. Baelethal is
How
not,
else could he know?
I think Baelethal is like not even realizing his opponent is typing at him. He's like, oh, I got a micro. I got a macro. Got my argosy up.
And there's a lot of zealots just chilling out. A different kind of game is being played elsewhere across the map. This is hilarious.
Well, listen, he did want to show the higher tier tech, right? Like that was somebody in the chat was asking about that. It's like, yeah, dude, we need to show off the higher tier stuff. So let me make an argosy. Solarians, as opposed to carriers in StarCraft 1, Solarians in CMBW have 12, by the way, stewards.
By the
By
way.
the way.
By the way. Solstice shared a
Yes,
video.
I was gonna say Solstice has predicted our mental derangement quite accurately. We all have you to blame for this.
Hey, look, this artisan is hyper spinning. Check it out.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's not harvesting, it's hyper spinning.
It's twitching aggressively. What the fuck's it doing?
It's spinning.
It has an order queued, but
It's spinning.
it is spinning. It's twitching. Why?
This is the new ability I gave them where they automatically deposit the resources.
I think it's just depositing brain damage.
Okay, 21 vassals still. The number has not grown or shrunk. They darted in just to say hi and then they left. Now they're coming back in.
Oh. Oh. Ah. Ah. Ah.
It's a massacre.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
What do you do? My name is Lol. What can you do?
You need some engrams.
Yeah.
He's got double embassy.
Don't worry, there's a warden being made. That'll finish.
Well, rip. Don't think we're gonna see the Solarians be used.
And there you have it, boys.
GG.
Baelethal exits the group as first place. Well, there's not really anything to exit to, but he won. He's pogging. That's pretty cool.
He is ready to join the brackets as top seed, where he will face off against none other than the trio of a Hubsaya, Shambler, and a Blime, but they can only play using their feet on a single button Macintosh mouse.
That sounds pretty horrifying. We'll take a look at the map
That would
pool
be
while I
terrifying.
rectify the bracket to make sure that you guys see that it's not that My Name Is Lol was indeed there. So you gotta immortalize his placement here in the Christmas event, the Winter Invitational. And yeah, I don't know. There's some interesting games. Definitely not how I thought the group would go, mostly because one of the players didn't show up. But that's okay. My name is you. He helped a homie out,
See, Baelethal, you should have just like scribe rushed him or something. And just like built 200 scribes and kill him with that. That would work. Would be thematic.
It was possible. Honestly, if he massed artisans as combat units, that would have been pretty funny. All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we can think to ourselves fondly about Mame Street. Baelethal suffered his only loss on Mame Street, which is pretty surprising. And hey, Baelethal, if you want to join the voice chat and talk for a brief period of time, you can do that. That's a possibility. You can use your winnings to get dragged in here. And if not, that's
You
fine
won a
too.
ticket.
Yeah, you won a
He's
ticket to the
here.
Crow's Nest.
He's here.
Hey, man.
What's up,
Hello.
dude?
Hey, man's even in the.
Yeah, even when you get pulled in here, you get hey man. In fact, hold on, I want to test something.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
Oh, it didn't do it that time. What the hell?
Oh,
Well, I
hey,
guess
man.
3 Heymans is enough.
That is true. It is in
All
the
right,
name.
dude. You managed to win this group, and I think that's really interesting. You obviously struggled on Mame Street. How did you feel
Yep.
about playing on Mame Street?
I think it's just I was out of practice, and I tried to go for a vassal rush, and he when I saw the rogue gallery, I should have just been like, oh, I probably should build gateway.
No, honestly, I think you've dealt a lot of damage. It's just I think your mistake was building the third lattice instead of expanding, and your your production
I
of
went too
scribes
all
was
in.
also lacking.
Yeah.
So like it looked like you should have been in like 2 times the worker count, but you were actually even for most of the match, even after killing like half of his workers, which was very
Yeah.
surprising.
Yeah, I think that's just being out of practice. I didn't hotkey my Nexus, and therefore my worker production was really bad.
Well, here's the thing, Baelethal, is that after that, okay, you end up dropping that match. My Name Is Lol subs in for Benza, and he almost kills his opponent with a 6 pool. Were you thinking to yourself, oh shit, I might have to actually worry about this guy? Or did the follow-up of that match convince you that maybe it wasn't so difficult?
Well, so yeah, at first I was like, well, no. So what I expected out of My Name Is Lol is it's the usual problem of he doesn't know what he's doing because he never plays.
Yeah.
And so I kind of expected him to sit in his base most of the time, trying to figure out which units to build. He did a little bit better than that, though. Like usually he doesn't really attack at all, and he just waits until someone kills him. This time he was actually played a little bit more assertively, if you will.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, which was surprising to see. But I did know that his macros, he doesn't expand. Well, he doesn't feel like he can expand because he gets attacked and he doesn't know what to do about it.
Yeah, on Pendulum he went super into military, and then he also felt compelled to build 4K grunts, which was another.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
he followed it with no macro, no economy, and it was just.
Yeah, and so he just fell over because, yeah, he didn't.
And also, if he hasn't sent all his Zephyr cores to random places in the map and he had actually attacked, he could have.
He would have just won that game. DeadInfested would have been destroyed.
Yeah, because the Grand Library, he had nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he gets out one unit,
you'd probably destroy the Grand Library and then would have to lose some workers. So maybe wouldn't lose immediately, but would give him a.
I don't know. I think he would have just lost the
been,
workers. So
yeah, well, even if he kills the Zets, he's so far down on worker. He's going to be down on workers, and he has no production. So he has to wait for his production to complete before he can even build military, which means you just build more Zets and kill him.
Well, I'm not sure that My Name Is Lol would have actually done that, but yeah, that would be the play. Logically.
If you know how to play the game, then yes, that is what happens. But yeah, My Name Is Lol doesn't. I was really surprised in that last match where I had kept killing him with vassals, and then he just kept building legionnaires and zealots for some reason. That's what confused me, because I flew in with the next set of vassals, and I expected him to have built a bunch of Drakedins, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And then he just lost them.
Yeah.
Lost everything. I was like, because I was expecting to actually need to use the Solarians, because I was like, oh, I've been macroing pretty bad, and I didn't really build that many vassals. They're not going to just kill him, and then they did.
Were you surprised at the efficiency of Zealots versus both Terran Bio and Zerg Quaseth units?
Oh yeah, the Zealots feel really strong. I think they're not actually busted. It's just you can't just build pure Quaseth against them. And that's just what Z has been doing, so I think that's what DeadInfested's problem was. I think you mix Quas and Hydrith against them. You probably want Zeth and Hydra.
Well, DeadInfested almost always had half of your workers, so I think that was a big contributor. And he also should have combined Quases with Zeths. I don't think Zeths are that good by themselves if you don't surround. But a Zeph Quasi army, I think it's just a good mix of reliability and not
if he had more,
right? Because they can't overwhelm you that easily if you combine the two units, I think.
Yeah, there gets to a point where you have so many zealots that at some point you can't win a fight with pure Quaseth. But if you go for Hydrith, which the Hydra has 3 armor pins, so it ignores all of the armor, whether the zealot has shields or not. It's definitely a lot more potent there, and
Zevs also allow you to burn down the shields quickly, right? And then the quasi damage increases.
Yeah, and prevent the shields from regenerating, right?
Because they attack fast. Yeah. The only question is, do your Zeths stay alive long enough? And I think after a certain point of the zealot count gets too high for that. But either way, it also depends on the nature of the engagement. Are you charging in on open ground, or is it a choke or something? So yeah, it was interesting to see those kinds of interactions in the early stages of the game. I also noticed that there were a number of games where many players, but you especially, Baelethal, decided to not harvest Vespene for an exceedingly long time. I think Oxytocin might have concluded without any Vespene being harvested at all. So you enjoying that?
Well, it was just because the Zealots were working so well.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I just need more Zealots because they don't seem to know what to do about it. So I mass Zealots. So I was like, I'll just keep doing that.
And then you did change it up on Quasar Quartet, where you went Drakened Sim. I was curious about your mindset for that.
Because I figured he would actually start building Hydras, because you guys mentioned that, Hydras are good against Zealots. And I was like, yeah, they probably are, so I need to do something else. And I figured that Drak Sim would actually do pretty well against Hydras.
Interesting.
Which seemed to work out, but I don't know if that's just because he wasn't building enough workers or not.
Yeah, I feel like if he had more Hydras, then sometimes he had Azir cores because he didn't have any gas or whatever, and those didn't really work out too well because they just make more Sims, and they died at Drakedin's burst damage.
Imagine if you have 2 idols combined with your Zealots. That would be a
Mm.
massacre.
Yeah, Idle Zealot is probably really strong,
Yeah.
especially against Quaseth. I would assume, but probably not bad against Hydra either, just because the idols,
Yeah.
as far as I know, trade pretty well against Hydras.
Yeah, the last time I saw them fight, it was fairly even. It's just that the idol requires a bit more resources, but
Micro.
generally it's
Yeah,
it's not too bad. The interesting thing here is that you started the group on Main Street with vassals, and then you ended the group on Fata Morgana with vassals. So
yep.
you are the vassal champion, and Three Crow is very pleased, I'm sure, as well as
Oh, I'm
Mesk,
sure.
in fact. So
The Baelethal is known for his zealot and vassal rushes. That's always been his.
Yeah, all the way
Ace.
back. You'd like going back a few years, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's something that Veek mentioned, is that when you did a zealot run by at some point, it was on Megalith Empire, and Veek mentioned that, hey, this reminds me of when we would do 4v4s and Baelethal would show up in my base with like 15 zealots. It's like,
Yep.
yeah, this is the thing. It's like the AI build in StarCraft 1. They just
That's
do
right.
Yeah, that's true.
a bunch of zealots off with 2 gates. So, hey, pretty cool. Definitely interesting stuff. We did get to see some pretty silly games. Benza was not
Yeah.
available to make to this group, unfortunately. I did let him know that he could step in for SYPIAC in the next group, but I don't know if that will actually happen because his availability was for this group and not the next one. So I have no idea. But at least that option is open. So we might actually see somebody else other than SYPIAC, as he is feeling under the weather. But a sick Piak versus Three Crow versus HelltRYKS should actually be pretty entertaining nonetheless if it does go that way. So thank you, Baelethal, for playing. Congrats on winning the group. I guess I can ask
Yeah,
you that
thanks.
question before we let you go. Is did you expect to come in here and just win?
No, absolutely not. But I also didn't know I was going to be playing My Name Is Wolf.
Yeah, right. So then your main
What
competition
happens
was
after all the
DeadInfested.
groups? Is it just like, do they play FFA or something, or just
Well, I don't know if people will be
we just have
available
4 winners?
for it. Yeah, I think if we have availability and people want to
won't
do
be
an
here.
FFA decider, then
Because
that could be a good one.
That
I
would
think
be epic.
If I can survive until 3, I'll be definitely crashing really bad by then. I
Yeah.
won't be able to be here by 6.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing. Is maybe if people are available Sunday morning, we could do like an FFA or something. But we'll see who all is available, and maybe we could even do that. We can do it like we literally just go down the list and like, okay, if first place isn't available Sunday morning, then we take second place, and if second place isn't available, then we take third, and so on. Like then we just sub in
There you
people
go.
from other groups or whatever if it's not possible. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I think we can do something like that. But
I might actually end up taking a break at this point. To,
Yeah, no worries.
Rest, because insomnia fucked me up so bad today.
all good, man. You can rest up for your games. You have to take on DF and the Beaver. You got to prepare for
I know
lobsters.
that will be not. It doesn't matter. Like, I struggled against DF before, and neither of
Right.
us have played, I don't think. So
No, yeah, he hasn't done.
I
any-
want to at least be awake for it.
Yeah, of course. And then maybe you'll still
Beaver,
have some
I'm
energy.
expecting
after.
cheese.
Oh, it could happen. It could happen. Well,
I really want to see
Baelethal,
these 3 Crow games, but
thank you, sir. And again, congrats.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Congratulations.
Happy to see an old school homie like yourself take the dub, and I appreciate your participation. I think we'll do more one-off events like this in the future, maybe with less than 4 groups. We'll see like what we feel like doing. Maybe every once a month or something, we could do something like this where it's just a group day and see what happens. Because I feel like stuff like this can be pretty fun. You can have some pretty goofy games.
I
as we
definitely had
saw.
fun.
Yeah, and My Name Is Lol can continue to occasionally. He can do his one game a year or whatever.
Yeah, he can come back in 6 months.
Yeah, there's a possibility. So if you guys are out there and you're thinking, oh man, I missed this, or you didn't win this group, for example, or whatever, don't worry about it, man. We'll have more opportunities. We'll get more people who are down, and we'll just continue. So I'm looking forward to that, and I think it'll be a pretty fun time. So with that said, thank you, sir, and enjoy watching the rest of the groups or whatever you happen to do with the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'll probably be watching the whole time, so
There you go.
should be fun.
Easy clap.
lewd.
Easy clap.
Easy clap.
Hey, man.
Amen.
All right. And with that said, to ring him out, Do you guys have any closing thoughts on this very goofy group that we just witnessed?
I'm kind of sad I missed the Main Street group, but I'm thinking, you know, if you're gonna run more of these tournaments, you gotta have more maps like Main Street.
Yes. I
So
agree with that.
That's a call out to all you bitty bees and shamblers
Hi.
and lobsters out there.
Hi.
Yeah,
We
Vic also
need-
make maps. Dude.
And Veek,
Hi.
Veek, will you make us?
I'm gonna make a crazy mountain.
Hell
Crazy
yeah,
yeah.
brother!
Let's do it. You guys should have a mapping competition. Who can make the most
Yeah.
autistic map? And the winners of the most autistic map get added into these pools.
planned for the January, I think. That's what I said.
Yeah, you said you wanted to do.
Yeah, it's been a
map
while since
crop.
you've had one of those.
So if you guys want to make like basically if you guys want to, if you have enough contestants, I'll put it to you this way, Vic. If you have enough entrants, right, and you make say like I don't know 5-6 maps or however many people make a map. We can have a tournament, like a group stage run or whatever. Maybe just one group or 2 groups or whatever. And then we literally just have, like, we could even have the better players play on these goofy ass like maps or whatever. And that could be a legit option. Put Hapsea on one of these insane, absurd maps. See what his reaction.
Oh man, has Hapsaya played on Mystery?
He has never seen Main Street. He's
Main
never
Street.
seen it anymore.
He needs to play against Mystery on Main Street. Mystery needs to employ
Yeah.
his cheese.
Yeah. I think so.
Hapsaya will then understand the true essence of CMBW. It will unlock his hidden autism.
We'll transcend him to autism.
Spoken like a true crazy mountaineer. And with that, boys, we're off to break. See you guys in about a half an hour. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Aromavirus because Scholar has subbed in for SYPIAC. The virus got him, and SYPIAC is now sick, so he caught the Aromavirus. He is aroma-affected, which is actually a new emoji you can use on the Discord server. And
holy fuck!
Yeah, it's in honor of SYPIAC. Apparently, I added it yesterday. But we will be opening things up with HelltRYKS versus 3Crow. And our match is just about ready.
On fan favorites map.
Yes.
Main Street.
That's right. We'll have another look at the map pool real quick. While we wait for our players to give us the ready check. And we are kicking things off on Main Street. Because why else? Where else would you go? This is the first stop on the special bus. And you know what that means? It means it's time. GLHFs are exchanged. And Veek, you are joining me here. Mesk will be intermittently available. And Main Street will be a goofball moment.
So on the left, we see HelltRYKS as a yellow Terran harvesting his presence.
That's right. And we have the Ultramarine Protoss of 3Crow on the right-hand side. It's magical.
Grab the scribe, and he's thinking, what will he do? Oh, it's a pylon.
Dude, that's the classic move. In between the groups, I
For a
think we've all
second, it
been...
looked like he was intending to harvest gas. And HelltRYKS is actually double harvesting gas, so I wonder what that's gonna be. It's probably a Fulcrum opener, right?
Yep.
I'd guess.
Fulcrum is 150 minerals instead of 200, so he can actually get it pretty much right now. There we go. It's a stockade, though. He's neglected the Fulcrum for now. I like that idea. I like the idea of mech openers in general. He's going to go ahead and scout. I think HelltRYKS was semi-active when this map was being played, actually. 3Crow, on the other hand, I mean, he knows this map. Of course he does. Who could forget Main Street? He's looking around. He's seeing what he can find. No structure yet for 3Crow. He's got a lot of money. Thinking about it. Thinking about what he wants. All right, it's just going to be a double gateway. Now that's an interesting option. Oh my god. Fast Cyprian. HelltRYKS is bringing us back to the old meta. Yes, Aromavirus.
Oh, we don't know if they aren't still meta. It's just people have stopped playing them, using them for some reason.
Well, I think the fact that they're 50 gas and that they're easily snipeable by, like, Drakedons, and even Zealots, actually, it makes them a little bit less appealing. But if you pair them with some Hurricanes, you could absolutely see some shredding going on. Let's see if HelltRYKS is aware of that. I'm not sure how much he's actually... prepared or done much practice. In fact, I don't think anybody's done that much practice. It's Christmas time. It's New Year's time. Who's got time to play games when they're busy becoming fatter? I'll take some gas. Lattice in the backdrop of that. So you mentioned earlier, Veek, actually it was on Fata Morgana, where Baelethal was duking it out versus My Name is Lol. And you said that you think it's a bad idea to go on 3 production structures without taking a natural expansion first.
Oh, that is what I feel like for Protoss, because then it's hard to take an expo without cutting military. And if you're not having 100% uptime on 3 production structures, then maybe you would have been fine on 2. Depends, maybe some crazy all-ins can still happen, and maybe just some pressure where he would gain an advantage and expand from there or something.
Well, HelltRYKS is adding a Watchdog and an Anchor, and his Fulcrum is nearly complete. He will be making a single Huracan, and he's rescouting with his Mason. 2 Zealots have arrived, and they are grazed by the Cyprian shot. Now, the Cyprians are kind of stuck in over here. They're in a bit of an awkward spot, but it doesn't look like 3Crow wants to chance that. 4 Cyprians, that's 200 Vespene. 2 more Zealots are indeed marching on the way, but 1 Huracan has joined the fray, and he even has a Christmas hat.
Aromavirus.
Hello, Mesk. There's a Goliath
Hello.
on the way, as well as a vassal flying
There's
over.
an anchor in a peculiar position.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't see it.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, no, he saw it. He's coming.
Oh, he made it.
It finishes.
Quick, get in.
He can evacuate.
Oh,
Ah.
he died.
It's a
Oh,
disaster.
see ya.
Bye.
Yeah, instantly pulls back all the boys, all those zealots. You know, that's not a bad idea right there. That's
There are anchors flying around all over the damn place.
yeah. Igor SYPIAC was not feeling well, and he asked us to replace him if possible. And well, Aromavirus was here. First vassal has hit the deck. Another one will soon fall. No, okay, he corrects the error there. Oh, it's a duel. I see your anchor. I see your anchor. What are you going to do with that thing, huh?
It's fighting. It's fighting.
It has fallen. But there's 2 Drakenons on the way now. There's an expansion coming here. It's slightly off-center there. 3 Crow, I will never forgive you for that. That looks horrible.
You know, I'm going to do something to you in my games.
It's a Goliath and a Huracan and an anchor. I've never seen that particular combination before.
Very distinct.
Yeah. I was actually, there was this conversation about how, like, some people in the comments of some of the castovers were mentioning this, like, a little weird that you can take Goliaths, for example, or mech units in general, and fit them inside the anchor because it doesn't look like it. I was thinking maybe we could update the design somehow to, like, indicate that there's, I don't know, a big-ass door.
Just make it, like, really tall, like a British phone booth.
Oh, maybe.
And then it'll just look absolutely absurd. It can be like the Xenon Project Towers from iTens. Just like gigantic paper towel cones.
Meanwhile,
some
there's some
vassals.
vassals have been accosted. There is a single Cyclops, so HelltRYKS has already won. He's setting up a treasury in the mid-left, which will be scouted out by these vassals.
Well, 3 Crows got a lot of money.
I do.
That's a
I
lot of
worry about
vassals.
the frontal attack here, right? Because the vassals are going to force some kind of reaction, and if HelltRYKS takes his entire army, which he is, and moves it away, then suddenly the Drakenons and Zealots can just charge up the front.
Well, he canceled his
Okay.
units, so
Okay, so he's not interested in doing it just yet.
3 Crows thinking about. Oh, here it comes.
Okay, well,
Here it
he's got to
comes.
move the
Off
units
they
back.
go.
He never moved them back. Well, don't worry, they're going to come to him.
But now he's tanking them both.
Yeah, 3 Crows thinking,
Lots of
yeah,
armor shred there.
I'll just use the, I'll just charge into Ahmed. He does kill a single. Oh, look at this! Ahmed came out of the anchor. He was hiding
shit.
there the whole time.
Ahmed's out for blood.
Don't worry, Cyclops beat Drakenon. Oh no! Will he claim
Fuck
another
Ahmed.
Huracan? No, he will not. All right, well, that's
Ahmed survives.
honestly, that's kind of a scary army. If HelltRYKS just goes across the map right now, he can absolutely shut 3 Crows base down. Especially since these vassals are being destroyed on the way out. There's really no pressure. But does HelltRYKS recognize that? I'm going to guess no. Adding more Cyprians, more Vultures now. Could even see some lobotomization happening.
He's in a pretty good position. He's going to try to go for this other expansion now, but the longer he leaves 3 Crow to acquire money, the greater 3 Crow's stonks become.
That's right.
And you always have to beware that he's going to build the prostate stage.
Well, prostration stage on the way. I'm looking forward to seeing what units he ends up making out of those.
Probably the prostate examiner. His name is Father Ted.
No.
Yes. That's a lot of Cyprians. Now, you see,
That's true.
HelltRYKS could try to move across the map, but it's going to take him like 20 years to get there.
It's Main Street.
It's going to take him 20 years to get there. Main Street will become Maim Graveyard by the time he gets over.
Well, there's no defenses along the Main Street, so I don't know.
Yes, but there are wardens, and they're scary, and there are vassals, and they tickle.
Christmas hats.
I think he can just walk across. Yeah, Ahmed and Christmas hats, dude.
Oh, a vulture has arrived. 1 kill.
He's dealt 100 damage.
Oh, wiggling. Oh. Oh.
Oh. You know what, Veek? We should be able to select the corpses of units and then see how much damage they deal.
Yeah, be cool.
That would be innovation.
Maybe if you have any box select and you hold Alt, it just shows you the sum of the damage or something. That all the units and
maybe.
corpses have dealt and taken. That could work.
See, these are ideas. Live ideas. We have a potentate on the way. I haven't seen a potentate in a while, but they have pretty good single target damage, so... I don't know that that's really the greatest of choices here, but if he can keep it alive, if he can keep the Hurricanes from chewing it up, then maybe that can be something. This first Cyclops
Additional
is going to get
prostate
popped.
exams are en route. There's going to be some ball cupping. Oh, the Cyclops.
No,
the blind cries.
yeah, dude,
This
that
will
was...
cause them to pause.
Oh, there's still one more. There's still one more Cyclops. There's actually much more back at home. In fact, the number is 3.
Is he going to charge forth? Is he brave? Ahmed charges forward. Ahmed
Yeah,
takes
a little,
the front.
little out of sync of his army, but he's going to see if he can do the committal. The potentate is not here. The vultures were awkwardly positioned in that situation. The melee is still getting shredded here by the Hurricanes, but there's no more front line. So in this situation, the Cyprians are absolutely not favored to deal with this.
Simulacrum's increasing.
Man, trying to micro with Cyprians, that's rough. They do not kite backwards very well. Now, there's no defenses at the natural that's been set up here by HelltRYKS, so those vassals could tickle.
The potato tate has arrived. The vassals have arrived. Tickling is commencing.
Utterly devastated.
Oh, God. And then, little slap on the ass as he leaves.
Dude, look at the stockades.
Listen. He knows that the holy power of Ahmed is when he needs to overcome this evil. When you see vassals, what can you do but create Ahmed? Summon the holy power of Ahmed, and the vassals will have no choice but to flee back to the hell from which they came.
I honestly think that Huracan Cyclops could be pretty legit as a composition. Because the Hurricans will keep the melee in place, and the Cyclops will just shred them all with the explosion damage. So
The problem is that there are golems and they deal splash damage. Although I think there was golem.
yeah, they died. There's like one
They
or two.
died. Well, I mean, the potentates don't deal any splash, but it's. I mean, even without armor, the dragons have a lot of health to go through. So
Lobotomy mines would be great.
lobster mines.
Yeah,
There is some lobster.
They would be great.
Paid.
I do think that he could afford to add some production to his base now that he has a expansion up. Although his worker count is perilously far behind that of 3 Crow. And there's going to be so many potato taters up that by the time they engage, he'll have a potato tater for each and every Ahmed. I think that at this stage, even without golems, he doesn't even need a front line anymore. He has so much upfront damage. Cyclops will just evaporate on contact. There's no sustain for this, although it'd be very difficult to sustain through that much burst damage to begin with. They have 5 armor penetration. I think what you need at this point is cuirasses. Thousands of them. There is an Atlas.
Look at
Vassals could come and tickle it. Oh, he's
The
found the
vulture
secret
has
base.
found the bottom right base. Get him!
Oh, 3 Crow at this point has realized,
The jig is
I
up.
must attack. I am dying.
Yeah, that's right.
You're sending everything over there instead of sending like a single Draken down there to squash this nuisance.
No, you can just
Yeah,
build
if you just-
scribes and rally them over there and attack
Yeah.
the vulture with them. That could work.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many vassals.
Atlas is halfway done. I think this attack is going to hit very, very soon here, and it'll be way too late. Any tier 2 is not going to actually be useful.
Really
at this
threading the
point.
needle on that lobster.
Yeah.
Really threading the needle on that lobster. He has no idea it's sitting there staring at him with its beady eyes, hungering for his soul.
You can't hit him. Well, he might hit this other one that's by the ramp
I'm
here.
surprised by Kian's choice of potentates.
They're really good at single
not
target.
sure.
That's why. Super good at
I
bursting.
mean, it's Fulcrum, so they don't really have a lot of units, so it does
Yeah.
kind of make sense.
Well, here's
Plus,
the
they're good at
attempt.
killing buildings because they're burst damage, right? So anchors are simultaneously not gonna survive. The Ministry is just getting melted.
Oh no, he's decolliding his own units with the simulacrum splits. Well, they're having a bit of a hard time.
The Lobster!
Ah, it bops a single zealot, but now all the Ahmeds are dead. The Ministry has long
The
since
Ministry
died.
is annihilated.
Well, a lot of the AoE is dealing with the front line, so maybe there's a chance of a hold, but he lost his anchor.
The Potato Tates are so tanky that he just has so much beef in this army. There's
Yeah.
no way that HelltRYKS can hold that.
Yeah. Hey, look.
He needed to have phalanxes to have a chance here.
You can't get close to them because they just start slicing and dicing. Meanwhile, all the vassals came in as well. Hey, the Ministry is flying away.
Off it goes.
Oh, so is the Atlas.
Meanwhile, in the bottom right,
That's right.
the Vulture kills 3 Crows, slaughters.
Dude, that Ministry is like a couple seconds off from being completed. That's so sad. Wait, they still have worker there. He can use that worker.
Yeah, he can float another one.
Yeah.
The vulture
Oh,
on the
you
bottom
can't.
right almost killed the Nexus.
Yep. It's down to 300 health.
That's his new bonus objective. No, the Atlas is going to die. Oh, vassals are killing it.
It's absolutely tickled.
I can't believe this.
I can believe it.
There is a
It's
fulcrum.
disturbing to say, but there's still an anchor there that could stop 3 Crows' army. All he has to do is just ally and stand on top of it.
Well, no, the Nexus is saved.
Ah, no. Just barely.
Oh,
Just barely.
that was
Not
his
even
last
the
hope.
spiritual victory at the end of the day.
That was his final
He
hope.
still has the Fulcrum. He could hide the Fulcrum. I don't think 3 Crow knows about it.
Well, that is probably true. My plan, all ruined.
Tickled.
And with that, 3 Crow goes up 1-0 and faces Aromavirus. I'll go ahead and show the maps on the screen again so that maybe one of our competitors here who has to pick the map can actually see the maps and what they say, what they look like. I still remember when 3 Crow was subbing in for Scholar in one group stage and then got interrupted and then had to leave. And then Scholar came back. And then Niblime was getting angry that 3 Crow picked Boscovine. And then Scholar picked Boscovine. That was really good. Those were the days, man. Okay, he picks Quasar Quartet. A 4-spawn map.
I'll be eating, so I'll be here, but not here.
All good. One game down and a whole bunch more to go. 3 Crow currently in the lead. I still think there was a pretty good opportunity for HelltRYKS to counterattack after he dealt with the initial round of Zealots. If he just walked across the map at that point. His opponent didn't really have anything because he had opted to take that expansion. So he should have really been punished for that. I wouldn't even say it's super greedy per se, but he was very vulnerable. But that vulnerability wasn't punished, and then he took that economic advantage. And now we get to see Scholar in action. Scholar, a player who is pretty good at dealing with Terran versus Terran. I'm not so sure about his versus Protoss. I don't think we saw that. We would have seen it, but he could not make the match versus Veek, funnily enough. Oh, shit! He had a Canada moment. You can't have a Canada moment. Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Canada moment.
XD indeed.
Did he say XD? Oh,
No, it's just Mesk.
there he is. XD. I love aromavirus.
You
I don't know. My mic is constantly.
plugging off, and
What were you trying to say?
I was just saying XD, but
Well, our players are ready. Go punch is what Mr. Nicholas says. He loves to use the punch soundboard. Punch, punch, punch. And we have Scholar in the top right. And we have Three Crow in the bottom left. Scholar's Brass Terran. Three Crows.
your Three Crow is Alice Blue.
That's right. Three Crows, 1,000 APM. Oh my god. Never mind.
What is he doing?
He's probably just holding a button.
So sick. So impressive.
So, aromavirus.
Aromavirus. So what do you figure
Aromavirus.
Mr. Aromavirus will do?
I think, honestly, Scholar really impresses me with his early game plans. But I'm not sure if he's played that much on the new patch, right? So, like his Gauntlet games versus It Depends and versus, I think it was Lucifirius, he had really, really good build orders mapped out for Terran versus Terran. And it looked really, really solid, actually. So, he's even done like anchor cheeses and stuff. So, he's actually a pretty well-rounded player, I think. But cross
He's
bonds.
going one gas after stockade is at 50%. Okay, it's 2 gas now.
Yeah. So I don't know what his plan is here, because again, I don't think he's played on the new update. I don't think he's played on an update where like Fulcrum is 150 minerals instead of 200, for example. So
It's also probably his first time on this map.
Yep.
If I had to guess.
Unfamiliar
So that
patch,
might be-
unfamiliar map, unfamiliar opponent, XD.
And XD.
He has a tendency to type when he leaves his base, so maybe that's something Three Crow knows as like a tell. It's like, oh, he typed XD, that means he's scouting. Well,
That's a good one.
Maverick. The Maverick is here. Will stim and kill that scribe brutally.
Gentlemen, start your XDs. Start your :3s. Gentlemen, sit down today in Aromavirus, and you too can experience the wonders of Peruvia. We have a man, an elongated man, a mysterious man, and then we have an XD man.
That's right.
And honestly, I think that Three Crow is going to have a very, very hard time colaning this :3.
Oh,
Because while Mr. Nicholas may have had some troubles against you in certain matchups, he also had you against the ropes for those matchups. His main thing is that he doesn't play that much, but he does play a little bit. Meanwhile, Three Crow, I don't think he's played too much in most recent times, and I think generally Mr. Nicholas has more solid mechanics overall. I fear for our cheesy brother, but
he's making vassals.
does have a vassal. It is his signature unit. Unfortunately, Terran are pretty good, but Zealots are stronger now. And Mr. Nicholas may not be prepared to deal with that A-move OP unit, in the words of DeadInfested. A little bit of a dance there.
Don't worry, dude. We've got
Does
the
have
Huracan.
Ahmed, though.
Yeah. He can zone him away with Big Ahmed.
He has the Mason, too. The Blime smiles in its reflection. The more he has, the closer to the Kiwi he becomes. But there is a vassal. It is tickling aggressively.
I think he actually just... Oh, no, he didn't lose the target. So he ends up getting a single frag. And, oh, look at this. The Zealot came in on the other side and bopped the guy who was trying to go for the expand. The Fulcrum is completed, though.
Nicholas can't let himself get trolled by this individual.
That's right.
But he is
Scrapyard.
doing something very bizarre, which is the scrapyard.
Yeah, he likes the Matador. He definitely likes that. Now, Zealot is stuck in
Trying
the
to go
mineral
in
line.
for a
This is
trade
not the
there,
ideal
but-
location for a melee unit for obvious reasons. Trying to disrupt the gas harvesting. He might be. He's going to get the one worker. And
I mean, he's
then
getting
we'll
the
be taking-
trade in, but he loses all of his pressure by doing that.
Yeah.
So, like, how useful is it really?
And especially since he's behind in the Expo tempo, 3 Crow can go for a Nexus.
got a lot
but
of
doesn't
money.
Want to.
He can get ahead on it and plop down 2 Nexi. Drop 1 in his... I guess you have a third base that's closer, so you couldn't be able to build a third right away. You could do something very aggressive, though, if you really wanted to. But I think if you see the scrapyard, you can't really. Maybe he saw that and foresaw some kind of, I don't know, mass Matador drop shenanigans. Seems like only you have the balls to do that, though.
Oh, another prostration stage, so it looks like 3 Crows interested in Potentates again. Not a bad shout. I mean, it's a unit that I don't think that Mr. Nicholas here has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, most of us haven't seen it.
Transferring some workers, keeping his account relatively appropriate.
Not many people are willing to put their prostate on stage.
3 Crows, apparently no
Much
stranger
rather
to
build
this.
their units, in fact.
He's got some vassals, that counts.
What are units prostration stage builds? I don't remember. Is it the Pariah and Mind Tyrant, or is it something else?
Yes, it's the Pariah, the Sycophant, the Mind Tyrant, and the Potentate. So,
Sycophants too, right?
they got a pretty reasonable buff recently for like Ascension 7, but I haven't touched them since. So. Still definitely a unit that's a little bit
They're
in the
kind of
dark.
cheap, but
Yeah.
the building itself is very expensive.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like something you want to make as your first unit out of it, because then it doesn't really feel like it's worth it. But
Yeah.
I don't actually know how good they are. They never seem that great when I use them, but I don't think I've used them since after.
They work
Baelethal.
pretty well versus early Zerg if you can get the rush out. Meanwhile, vassals are getting absolutely annihilated by watchdogs. And this is coinciding as a pretty good move out here. We've got
And
4
he might
Matadors.
scout it. He's gonna scout it. He's gonna find it.
Yeah, he has. These are on attack move though, so
Oh,
there you go. Getting a little bit of a tickle from the Matador.
tickles unleashed.
Now, a containment here from the Terran is super preferable. You know, you might not be able to bust this ramp. There's double Warden with the cliff advantage. There's all the Drakenons. There is the Potentate. But if you can sit here and just sort of not die, that's a pretty good idea.
I don't know. Nicholas has blood in his eyes. He must get revenge for the Masons, and he manages to kill these zealots without too many issues. But he's losing units to these wardens. So
Remember that the Potentate also deals 30 damage a pop, so it is a very potent unit here. Yeah, he's going to get picked
He's in
apart here
trouble.
now. I think he's lost too many units. So if you know, best thing he can do here is try to focus down some of the Drakenons. But 3 Crows kind of doing what DeadInfested was supposed to do in this situation, actually, is sort of coming out here and poking with the units. Obviously a very different matchup, but similar idea.
keeping in mind, the Matadors still do 16 whopping damage. So even though they weren't focus firing,
They almost
they
killed the
ended up
Drakenon,
trading a lot of damage onto those Drakenons in spite of that. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it ultimately didn't work out. That is damage that 3 Crow cannot repair and may be relevant at a later time. But most importantly is the fact that Aromavirus is still investing gas into this and has no tier 2 en route. If 3 Crow manages to at least hold his economy stable, which he is starting to slip behind now, while building absolutely nothing but potatoes, well, he is going to be quite ahead in terms of military value. In fact, it'll be another Fulcrum being added onto this. So I'm not so sure that Nicholas really intends to go for tier 2. In fact, I think he's really scared of the counterattack here. Although, none of these anchors have anything in them at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just building them in case he does get attacked. This is funny. This is like a very Brood War line. But I don't think it's super good for the current map. Maybe if the top anchor was actually further down to protect the minerals. But
Yeah, it's not in the best case. He wants to engulf and enclave that bridge.
yeah. Now, the benefit of this is that you can't really like find a weak point in something that's a line like this, usually because it's like in a wall or something, right? But it's not really the case here, because you could just come to the bottom and attack from there or something, isolate it that way. Like if you map this onto like the cannon walls that Protoss build versus a Hydra bust in StarCraft 1, that's kind of like what this reminds me of with this layout. But and Nicholas is much more of a StarCraft 1 player than he is a CMBW player, so he's not really aware of some of the things that can be done to him here. But he has a good amount of units, so I don't really think that
Atlas
3 can
isn't
bust him
broke.
here. And yeah, he is coming up with the tech up, so.
There's additional vassals being created, slowly amassed from the lone lattice.
There's enough watchdogs over here. He even landed one of them down there, so I don't think he's going to be in danger of the attack. Now, the Anchor is sustaining some damage. If it takes too many of those shots, though, obviously you can end up seeing a lot of these units go down. And using the Armor Rend alongside the Mavericks is pretty good, but he is having a Canada moment. Oh, Canada. He had a Canada moment even joining the lobby earlier. Oh.
Oh, and
I
I
dropped
crashed.
and crashed.
I
That was the
crashed.
Canada moment.
That was a Canada moment.
That was a Canada moment.
I crashed in O-Stream. I'll post the Visual Studio for you. I've never seen someone with internet so profound that it can actually destroy the game. It's from the game logger.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you have the call tag or is
Yeah.
it empty?
Here it is.
Okay, and can you double click drop the bagging to
I
see
did.
what it was trying to print?
It was trying to print
Yeah,
the
what
active
is it?
tile array.
Well, it doesn't really matter because it means he desynced, and that's why we crashed.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
But I think
I may know how to fix that later.
that should be good.
I think I'm gonna take a break though.
All good.
Want to do a
Alright.
few things, and I'll see you guys later.
No worries.
Good luck.
I'm sure the game will launch eventually. Jesus. Oh, it won't launch
Eventually.
because I have to close Visual Studio now that I debugged with it. Fuck you, Visual Studio.
It's okay, there's a hamster lobby for you.
Hell
Bye.
yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for casting.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
XD. The Heyman was pretty good. Yeah, the fact that the desync occurred, or whatever, because of his internet like having a freak out and then crashing, that's pretty impressive.
That is the new one.
Yeah.
Usually,
His internet
it's
is
like
very
just
powerful.
one or the other, but the fact
Yeah.
it just like exploded everything.
It's because what probably ends up happening is that like he fills up the buffer of shit with like all the things that he was trying to do during the lag, and then it just like is too much for it. What the fuck?
Three go.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there's this brief stall as it was starting, and I feel this ominous sensation.
Hey,
well,
we're cross spawn again.
it's still
just the different
cross-spawn, yeah.
spawns, and
they're completely inverse from each other.
yes, now
like
it's-
literally as inverse as you can get.
Yeah. Well, they stayed on the same hemisphere from left to right, so there is that. Yeah, this is what happens when you outsource your player base to third world countries. That's correct, DF. But you're
Listen,
Canadian.
That's just not just the players, but the code base. The code base is all stolen from random academic papers from random places in Scandinavia, North Korea, China. Starcraft, it's amazing it ever managed to compile to begin with. But at least Starcraft is still very well optimized, well programmed, and bug free compared to their more modern productions.
That is true. Yeah, I think Mr. Nicholas should found the nation of XD. You know, every time he participates, there's always at least one game where his internet shits and he dies. Like, maybe 2 games, actually. But at least one. So we got the token one out of the way. And, you know, it looked like he might actually hold that pretty well. I don't know if he would have had any army left over for a counterattack.
Oh, I think he was doing fine. I think he would have been okay.
Like, it's not like the game was about to end, right? So.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like there will be the second scout here from Mr. 3Crow. Anytime I hear the distant sound of sirens, I can only imagine Deputy Dad is here trying to put some of these people in their place.
We haven't had as many sirens at this point because I think everyone is off duty, so all the drug lords are just speeding down here on their own. And it's so hot here that, unfortunately... Oh. Speak of the devil. I could hear it on your end.
Yeah, I muted it for the stream, but I don't mute it on Discord for obvious reasons. Now, it looks like Scholar wants to take this base off to the side instead of the one by the bridge. He's actually expanding a lot faster this time around than he did before. So this is interesting. He hasn't scouted his opponent at all. He hasn't left his base at all. So that's interesting.
There's no vassals for a 3-crow either.
Yeah, it's a double gate.
This
he wants to maybe
abnormal.
pressure with zealots or something.
It's abnormal. Yeah, maybe he saw that zealots are OP, so he's just going to commit to the Baelethal.
Yeah, he was watching Baelethal's games, so you might take some inspiration there.
But posterior, caboose. That is a fulcrum, and it could just go straight to Matadors again. So
yeah,
if Aromavirus gets the chance, he will have the perfect tool to deal with this tomfoolery.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the fact that you can just position them in a spot where, like, the zealots have to walk into them to deal any damage to them, like, they become so powerful. The only question is, you know, what do you do versus the Drakedons when those come out? But there aren't any yet. It's actually just going to be straight up Ecclesiasts. And, you know, this is sort of what I expected. Scholar is up to 400 APM. Like, he's just maintaining a very high, I would say, like, awareness level or, like, base action level. He's in the zone.
High spam level.
Yeah. So.
Me, it's like, I only do it just to warm up my fingers.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're consistently doing it, it actually can serve to cause you issues.
Yeah.
Because then you get really focused on the spam rather than actually effective APM. That's why we tend to refer to effective APM, but I don't think we have a way to measure that in this game, so we don't really know for sure. But
yeah, I mean, if there is a way, then it would be something that Veek would have to program, and maybe we could see it when we hold Alt or something, but we'll see.
It's definitely one of those things to be aware of. Is you have a transition that goes from beyond consistent spam to actually making use of the APM. And some of the higher level players that we've had, and some of the like mid-range players, are definitely stuck in the spam phase where it does them basically no good. And it kind of reaches a point where it's like, I don't think you should even be bothering spamming at that point. It's just not worth it. But then you're stuck in it. Like, I have the obsession from League and some other games where, like Warcraft 3 and this game, for example, where the pathing just doesn't want to fucking work. So you spam like absolute crazy to constantly be trying to course correct. And that's an obsession that then you work that into you because it's so constant. Like with League, it was really constant.
No.
An
omen
really
of doom.
Wants to die on us.
Yeah.
And that works into a habit in this too. And that's one of the things that causes you to sink a lot of APM into micro when you don't need to. is because you're constantly trying to course correct innately when you could be using that APM to cycle your hotkeys and build stuff. Like, just blindly, like, building workers or whatever, even if they're going to be idling for a moment. Just at least doing stuff. Now, that is a lot of zealots. But, crucially, is that Mr. Nicholas has made Cyclops and not Matadors.
Yeah, he made the scrapyard, but he hasn't used them for anything. No. No, no, Mr. Nicholas, no.
Nicholas.
He's here.
Internet.
No. No, he's here.
Canada.
No, 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 no. Oh, he's here there for 1 second.
The slow motion. I can't stand it.
He's here. He's here. He screamed himself into a full working order, just as the zealots
That
are about
was
to
his
come
attack.
in. Speaking of screaming, what are you gonna do when they Ahmed you? Oh my God, there's a lot of burning. Honestly, the zealots are basically nothing.
That's a lot
now.
of armor, Ren. So that did let him get some initial damage in there, but
yeah, he's basically lost his entire front
separated.
line. Yeah, and now he's only got the Drakiden as far as genuine damage is concerned. He does snipe the last Hurakan. The Anchor still has 4 Mavericks in it, so he has to be a little bit careful here because he's kind of lost sight of those. He will pop the Drakiden though, so it's just the Ecclesiasts. They do a decent amount of damage, and they do have that attack speed buff on this version. But remember, like, look at the worker count, right?
Dudes.
Yeah. Like, he's still good, even though he lost 4 workers in this raid. Maybe more than that, actually. Yeah, he lost a 5th by the Anchors. Ends up popping a number of those Ecclesiasts. And back at home, like, 0 military units, dude. 3-Crow has none. And he's only now making his Potente and his 3 Zealots. But there's nothing that really Mr. Nicholas can do about this situation, right? Scholar can't go across the map with any of his military.
Yeah, he lost most of his military, so the map distance kind of prohibits him from doing too much in the moment. But he is adding more production.
Look at this. 3-Crow's
got
copying him.
enough-
He's like, hey, I'll take that base as my natural, too.
Yeah, may as well.
I do like the Anchor positioning because it kind of like cuts off both an approach to the ramp and an approach to the natural. Like, it can kind of influence both of those. But he doesn't necessarily have vision of the bridge, right? So that's a little bit of a...
The tier 2 position's a little unusual, but people have been liking to stick stuff in the natural. Ever since Enos stuck his Iris in a peculiar location, it seems like we have everybody sticking their stuff in bizarre locations now. Doesn't matter what race they are. Oh, the scrapyard.
Goodbye, scrapyard.
I don't think he ever made anything with it.
Nope, it's just 100 minerals for nothing. Oh. He did lift his stockade for the sake of honking. He likes to add a lot of vestries. I've seen a lot of players do this. Actually, when Zishu was still around, rest in peace, my friend, he built basically every single stockade had a vestry, and I always thought that was like very extra. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it's 50 gas a pop, so it does add up.
I mean, he did only feel confident to move out against nothing but quasis when he had 60 wyverns. So he was just very protective, very conscious of the horde, the onslaught, and he just needed to have guarantees. Now, the vestries are very gas intensive, and Nicholas still has a lot of gas left over, so that tells you what his gas count has been like for the moment. Meanwhile, his worker count continues to soar.
He doesn't have that much to hold right now, but you know, we'll see what he does. He's adding the Palladiums.
I think he should be well fine. I mean, there's no Drakidens with this, or Ecclesias. It's just Zealot potatoes. So the Zealots can melt quite easily to the Hurakkans here. There is a Cyclops and 2 Mavericks inside that Anchor, so like he can collapse on those potato tates pretty quick here. He might try to snipe a little bit, but
yeah, I think he just wants to use the flash shielding here. Well, Stim is forced out. The Hurakkans are not positioned ideally, where they're not really at the front, right? So
yeah, he doesn't really need to charge out though. He can just calmly wait. He had 2 Palladiums being built, now a Madrigal and a Phalanx are about to finish.
He's adding a
captaincy.
Yeah. It's interesting. By the way, because of his Sim City, which I don't think is intentional, but it would be pretty gigabrain if it is, the rally point there for that leftmost Fulcrum spawns the unit above the leftmost Vestry. That's actually pretty, you know, big brain. I think it's unintentional, but it's still pretty big brain. So the Phalanx is out. There's a Madrigal as well. He's actually investing a lot into Madrigals. I would have thought you would go
Well-
for heavier phalanx in this situation, but he's covering all of his
They
bases.
work very well against zealots because their base attack penetrates. So they don't even need to use their siege mode. They can just
Well,
shoot right through this front line.
it's a little scary to do that, especially with the phalanx being run down here. They are going to go ahead and deploy for the multi-target. Another phalanx is out, but it's on a rally, so it's not actually activating just yet. He's fighting backwards. It will indeed be focused down, but during this whole time, all of the rest of the military force was totally ignored, and now he's boxed in. He's going to end up losing his potentates and his Drakedons, and that will be all she wrote for that army. Back at home, there's really not much to speak of. One round from each of these structures. 3-Crow going for 12 o'clock. Still has not taken his natural. That's an interesting choice.
He has to creep in the direction of the Terran. Very slowly, to slowly unnerve him.
I like
There's a
that
mantle.
Scholar
He's
was
kinda
like
like
trying
built
to
one of
unload his yanker, but yeah, he's just adding a couple of different things. The cataphract is on the way. His
It's kind of telling
ministry.
he's being a lot more passive in this game. Like he
Yeah.
isn't trying to move out at all. There is a cat fact coming.
Dude, look at that
And a
spinning
mad
Ahmed dance. He's moving. All right, and that's it. That was
Oh,
the
now
signal.
he's gonna move out.
That was the signal. He's like, I got my double phalanx. He's got some madcaps coming as well. Cataphract halfway done. If he ever gets a whiff of this 12 o'clock base, he can absolutely demolish it. And the phalanxes can just burst down the wardens and force some kind of engagement. There are
At the
enough
very least,
bio
he can
units
hold a
to
line here and just
Yeah.
chill out.
Well, there are enough bio units here as well to deal with the zealots if they go for a dive. I'm not sure they can deal with the potentates. If the attack comes in, like 3-Crow moves in with the potentates to try to snipe the phalanxes in between their attack cooldown, that could be a pretty big move.
Well, there's so many Mavericks that once Ahmed gets a tick off, it's going to be pretty bad for anything in their path.
Yeah, I don't think 3-Crow should be engaging here, but he does get a lot of friendly damage off. Remember, the phalanx splash radius is actually increased compared to the Ascension 6 patch. For the Ascension 7 patch, it was increased. So you'll actually deal more friendly damage with bio if you going phalanx with bio. So that can be pretty difficult to deal with, but he is
A
within
little
range.
rough for Nicholas there in that engage because his units wanted to go for the wardens and kind of got stuck, but
Yeah.
should be able to pick off these phalanxes pretty easily now. It's just he's going to be trading a little bit for it.
Yeah, that's right. There's not that many actual bio units. Only 2 clerics could even heal the phalanx at one time. That's something that a Brood War player would never even think of. But yes, the clerics can heal the phalanxes. Any ground unit can be healed by a cleric. So there's no longer a restriction based on class. Think of it as a nano gun or something. In fact, I keep saying that I should update it so that it's like a blue glow instead of an orangish yellow one to better sell that thematic. But I keep forgetting to do that. Eventually, we'll just remodel it.
Here's a reminder for you to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll remember.
Nicholas's army is becoming substantially more scary now with much more Fulcrum units and some cat facts. Maybe not super amazing for their upfront damage, but they're going to stop that flash shielding jousting completely.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they outrange the potatoes as well.
I think they have the.
Yes,
yeah,
they do. 8 to 6, so
Yeah.
it's a substantial difference. That'll basically force the Protoss to come to him. Now,
There's a lot of vassals.
3-Crow
being
is
made.
making some vassals, but it's madrigal cat facts with some madcaps here and there. Like, he has all the tools he needs to deal with this.
Well, there's no scanner
really
sweep in
rich
this, right?
on-
So
yeah.
Scholar has no way of knowing that the vassal count is growing. If he has pressure on his opponent and 3-Crow has to move across the map to counter, that would be pretty bad for the Protoss. But if, say Scholar
not
is
much
like
static
caught in
defense.
transition. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that like the vassals can definitely sow some discord within the ranks of Scholar.
It's like only one watchdog.
Yeah, in like
Now,
the
something I'd like to
generals.
point out is that Scholar is actually capping his gas.
Yep.
And that's not something you see a lot of people do, but you can definitely see him pointing towards that tier 3 at some point in the future, because he's definitely going to have the gas for it. His minerals, however, has been keeping it very low, and he is adding yet another vestry.
Yeah, he really wants to be able to pump out a lot of clerics at any given time, which he has been successful in doing. It's not necessarily a bad move. Now, the pylons are kind of throwing him for a loop here. There's actually nothing that they're powering. So, all right, here comes the response. There's a couple of these phalanxes trying to deploy, but they are on the bridge, blocking the path of additional units. The Cataphract is staying alive for quite a while, but there you just see it take a lot of damage getting focused down. However, a lot of the Drakeneds are dead. All the Zealots are gone. I think this could be the attack that kills 3Crow.
Yeah, he really wanted to be further ahead to deny this bridge entirely. The second that Nicholas got a chunk of his units across the bridge, he just had so many more units that there was nothing 3Crow could even do to approach him because of the range difference at that point. And all of his melee just got chewed up by the madrigals. Oh, here's
28 vassals. So some of them will end up being damaged a little bit here, but obviously they are there as a raid. Now, because Scholar saw this, his response back at home should be to do something, change his rallies maybe, think about what he can do there. But it looks like he's...
A couple units got picked off on the ramp there, getting confused as he went back to try to deal with the vassals. But 3Crow moved into the army. Oh, no!
Yeah, that was a move command on most of those units, so they were not attack moving. And the clerics are actually...
That was basically everything he had.
There's a Mason with that army for some reason. They died, though.
Yeah, he's going to build a ministry.
Yeah, taking that expansion. There's no defenses versus the vassals, but I feel like at this point, Scholar could go for the elimination victory condition with this army. There's just no way you can even compete with this right now.
Yeah, this is massive. It's over.
He's actually
Vassals
focusing the
coming,
Nexus
but
down, which is kind of funny. But yeah, here come the
Cat
vassals.
stands tall
Oh my
against
god.
the vassals. He could just kill it.
Now he's killing that Watchdog instead. Remember, the vassals are a finite resource right now. 3Crow can't... Oh yeah, here we go. He's going to go after
Here we go. Mano a mano.
It died.
And it's dead. He tried to repair it last moment. It was a little too late. The tickling will continue.
Well, he's destroyed all of the military production from his opponent. So, and at this point, the vassals are indeed being hemorrhaged as another Cataphract has arrived.
Yeah, they're just on hold position, so the other Catfact is slowly murdering them. Meanwhile, Mavericks are waypointing in front of them and dying.
Yeah, they were on rally. 19 left. Yeah, he's not going to be able to really do any critical damage here at this point. Now, there's no defenses over here in the base that was taken as the natural. There's a couple of watchdogs up there.
There's some defenses being built in his third.
Well, here's the problem. The 12 o'clock has double Stargate into double Engram, triple Warden, and this Nexus just
3Crow's evening the worker count.
Yeah.
He's found the Atlas. But can he kill it? Can he finish it off like he did HelltRYKS?
Shoot that ministry! Shoot it! Attack it! Attack my own ministry!
What is he doing?
I hate that ministry. Punch, punch. Listen, if Scholar doesn't punch something for a while, then he's just not going to be happy.
He's looking for where 3Crow's shit is. Where is it?
Yeah, he moved all the way to the
Meanwhile,
bottom left. Here's the problem, right? 3Crow's got a lot of minerals, but how is he going to get any sort of force that can deal with the phalanxes? Because the phalanxes can definitely crawl up here. They outrange the engram even with a height differential. So that, to me, means that, Scholar will absolutely still win this game. 13 vassals. Yeah, okay, his reaction to the vassals wasn't stellar, but he's producing Masons pretty steadily still. He's got a lot of units just lying around.
So he can replenish them now. But he was so close to getting to tier 3, and that whole fiasco kind of shut it down. He's got a lot of units sitting in his base, though.
Yeah, he's repairing that Watchdog for a very long amount of time. Cut down the vassal count to only 8, so it's a lot easier to deal with now. Oh my God.
Phalanxes have arrived to deal with the vassals.
They were put on hold position, so they're not actually retaliating, so they're just dying. And yes, indeed, the raids are in. He should deploy these phalanxes and take a step back, but it looks like he's just content to A-move. And you know what? It's going okay. Double Exemplar is out. Does need to keep his Madcaps and his Cataphracts alive so he can deal with those eventually. This Engram has dealt over 1,000 damage already.
Just slowly mowing through the infantry as they march up single file. The Auroras have arrived.
Yeah.
Oh, they died. Oh, the Exemplar traveled inwards.
Well, one of them is very, very low, 1 HP. Oh. But the anti-air is falling. Now, the phalanxes need to creep forward a little bit so that they can deal with that engram. Oh, those clerics are dying. 2,500, almost 3,000 damage dealt, and it's going to add up pretty soon. Yeah. One more round? No, it dies at 2,800 or so. Look at all the phalanx. Now, the cataphracts are going to die. But they might be able to kill one of those exemplars in the meantime.
Yeah, it's very low, and a Goliath has arrived along with some Mavericks. So.
Oh yeah, never mind. We should be all good here. The cleric's keeping that cataphract alive despite 3Crow's best efforts, but his exemplars are evaporating, and he calls GG. He said, instead of saying GG, he said XD. Dude, imagine saying GG to your opponent and he XDs you as in response. All right, it's HelltRYKS' turn to face off against Aromavirus.
I think I am going to take that opportunity to lay down for a little bit.
There you go.
Because I am crashing pretty bad right now. So hopefully see you guys at 3 o'clock.
All right. Sounds good to me, man. And thank you for joining us. Hopefully you get some rest before your games in about 2 hours.
Yep. I'm actually like phasing in and out right now, so it's not very good at the moment.
It's all good, man. I'll see you next time. You know what that means, boys? It's big car time. So, Nightfall is a map that may be familiar to some people here. But it will be a turn versus turn with HelltRYKS on the top left and Mr. Nicholas Scholar in the bottom right. Now, boys, let me level with you guys here. This is a newer version of Nightfall, and I don't think I've ever seen it played up until that one very, very silly match that was played earlier. I guess that was Baelethal against My Name is Lol in the last group. So, yeah, beyond that, yeah, it was when My Name is Lol floated his ministry from the top left to the middle of the map. So not exactly a game to write home about in terms of being able to make any decisions, but we will see HelltRYKS going for a fulcrum first. He realized recently that the mineral cost of the fulcrum has been adjusted, and so he is going to be able to get it down at about 45 seconds. It's a little bit behind the stockade of Scholar, but not as far behind as you would think for also requiring gas. Now, it looks like maybe there was a worker that was cut at some point in there, because Scholar is going to be up on, like, I would say 75% of a worker, which isn't super consequential right now. But it is a good option there, and a good situation here for trading that early advantage, and you get that fulcrum out. Gives you some better military, better might. HelltRYKS is traveling across the map to pay a visit to his Peruvian opponent. There's already a Maverick awaiting the Mason with open arms. Look at this. He's actually tried to queue his Mason up so that he can get there and do some secret Hurricaning. But it will be spotted. Oof. And there was a fulcrum being constructed above the stockade of Scholar. So let's see what happens with HelltRYKS. He's made a Cyclops first. He's following it up with some vultures. If he goes mass vulture, I honestly think that could really, really throw a number on, do a number on Nicholas's composition. It's an open question right now. Well, the scrapyard is on the way. It's fairly fast. So yeah, at this point, Scholar is not too interested in checking. He might think that this is a main over here, but it is an XY map. Yeah, I don't think he's played on this map, actually. So the first Vulture is on its way. You know, you can deal some pretty good damage to these Mavericks. But it looks like, actually, he's not too interested, and he's going to stim after it, but the Vulture is looking for an opportunity to do some damage here. Stim has run out. He's going to force out yet another Stim. So, actually, he just did, like, what, 10 damage to each Maverick? He just did 50 damage to his opponent's army just by walking around. So, you know, it's all right. He would have liked a couple more shots or something, but it is what it is. He's added a Scrapyard, adding a Matador, and a second Fulcrum as well. His opponent going for an expansion, yet again off center. How dare you XD Aroma Virus? But we do indeed have some initial units. The lobotomy mine claims a victim. It's a Mason. That's where I would usually like to have like a lobotomy mine on the ramp, and then, you know, I can sort of dissuade units from consuming it if they're just sitting here to scout, right? But he confirms that his opponent has a scrapyard using the Matador there. Now, Terrans can get away with putting the Ministry in the wrong spot because they're Terran, but I'm not sure that Scholar is aware of it. That's the question. Watchdog in the far distance there to guard for any shenanigans. Pretty heads-up play from Scholar so far. And he is making more Matadors. Starpad here for HelltRYKS. Interesting choice. He has not corrected the placement. Aw, man. It's farther away from the gas nodes and most of the mineral nodes. Well, here comes the double anchor sort of taking control of this area. It's still a ways off of being mineable, though. Him adding the starport and the second Fulcrum has delayed his opportunity to go for a macro game. So... we're going to see a second vestry being added on, it seems like. Scholar content with making a lot of women to join his army of men. You guys remember you have too many men, but do you remember you have too many women? The answer is no. Because if I said that, I would get canceled. So he's expanding with a treasury, which is pretty interesting. So far, I'm not seeing anything supremely out of the ordinary, but there will be some kind of drop. Probably a Matador drop. He's got an Anciel for extra detection. He's laying some more forward lobotomy mines. HelltRYKS very interested in attack moving to see what his opponent has. If he can catch his opponent moving out, that would be a great opportunity for a Matador drop to come in and do a lot of economic damage. But then the question would remain, whether he could actually hold or not. Now, he does have 4 Cyclops inside anchors. But he has definitely fallen behind the worker count now. He made his treasury, but you can't build workers out of the treasury. This Maverick will walk in and see the Vulture. And it will be bopped. HelltRYKS stands victorious, and then he dies. Oh. Ooh. Lobstered. Now, what did he make this Trojan for? What's he going to drop there? He could drop Cyclops instead. You can fit 4 Cyclops to a Trojan, 4 Matadors to a Trojan. So it could be an interesting move. Oh, that's a cheeky play. Look at this. He's trying to get to the point where he can drop another one. Oh, maybe not. I feel like you might be able to fit another one there. I've never seen somebody do that before. That's very funny. Well, he made a second Trojan, so he's clearly not intending to simply, you know, use them to shuffle units around or whatever, like a Zerg might. He's clearly here to drop his opponent. And there is an Atlas on the way as well, so HelltRYKS has banked a lot of his Vespene. Scholar can do the same thing as soon as he gets a few more minerals, but he might just win the game by this push. Goliath has been lobotomized, but it's out of range of any punish. What is HelltRYKS' reaction? He should fall back. Lure his enemy in. How'd you get up there, dude? XD. Now it's dead. Now the Cyclopses are absolutely going to run roughshod over the bio. I really don't think that that's going to be very effective here. In fact, all of the Cyclopses are doing a lot more than I thought. They're actually doing a lot of damage to even the Matadors. The Anciel protecting the anchor from focus fire. And that was just a ludicrous amount of wreckage. Even destroying a Goliath for good measure. Now, there's not that much left for this army, but I'm not so sure that HelltRYKS will move out and feel confident in it. But his Atlas will finish a lot sooner than Scholar's will. So, you know, it's a possibility. He's going to charge on in and try to attack the Matador again. That's going to be a free kill for him. He almost actually picked off another one that was fairly low HP. And putting down his own anchor with this Mason. See if he can beat his enemy at his own game. You put Goliaths into anchors, they outrange everything at tier 1. I'm not sure what structure just landed. Oh, I guess it was this Fulcrum, yeah. Adding a Palladium to the mix. Spending some of the minerals on some Blackjacks, including some Qs. I will say, Scholar replacing SYPIAC feels a bit more fair than My Name is Lol replacing Benza, because Benza could theoretically have won his group, whereas I don't think you could say the same thing about My Name is Lol, but SYPIAC, he also is my favorite to win this group. So Scholar coming in, he can kind of carry that torch. He's already got a Sentinel going down on the front. He's added his 2 Palladiums back at home. And he will indeed be able to deploy some pretty slick action here. Most likely it's going to be some Phalanxes. There's a Madrigal coming for HelltRYKS. It's an interesting choice, considering he's currently being slow pushed. I feel like Phalanxes would super easily destroy this. Now we actually have a Trojan coming for Scholar as well. He's looking to think about drops. Actually have Sentinels on both sides here. Gotta watch out. Can't let your units get a mind of their own. Oh no. One of them got a mind of his own, and he's dead for it. Again, this is where you want Phalanxes and not the Madrigal. Oh no, another unit is dying. They're just escaping him. But maybe he's thinking about dropping these Madrigals. Maybe that's why he ended up making them. He's not making anything right now. Not as of yet. Considering his options. adding more and more sentinels. He's actually got 3 sentinels on the way. Look at this. He's trying to float in the sentinel, but it's got caught by the madrigals. Well, what's the play? Another blackjack. It's a little risky, but here comes the 6 HelltRYKS. Well, okay, the madrigals are still here, so I don't think this will deal that much damage. But I also think Scholar may have forgotten what it is he was doing. He's got a lot of blackjacks over here. It's gonna get attacked instead. Uh-oh. More units getting a mind of their own. Oh no, it's happening to Scholar too. Where's the Achmeds? There they are. But the other units are busy attacking down there. HelltRYKS has lost track of what's happening. Achmed is biting back. Achmed is supposed to be on HelltRYKS' side. And yet, here he is. Well, I mean, he's on HelltRYKS' side of the map, but, you know, it's just the 3 blackjacks. That's all he's going to attack with. He's actually looking around for a proxy stockade, but that's not what happened. It was a drop. He just missed the Trojan escaping. Okay, blackjack's in the corner. The production arm here for Scholar is pretty heavy. Meanwhile, thinking about the charge, doesn't want to. Here come the blackjacks. Unfortunately, blackjacks have been bopped. Trojan narrowly escapes. Don't worry, he's still alive. Yeah, fuck that Atlas. Well, he did 30 damage to it. That's something. Again, any phalanxes? Phalanxes would have done wonders for HelltRYKS. He's got so much money. Something exploded. Oh, one of the sentinels burned down. Wait, there's the ant seal. Oh, the ant seal's out of energy. Oh, it died. It exploded. Don't worry, he'll make another one. He's making more madrigals, though. Well, his Trojan came back. I don't know where his other madrigals went. I guess they were stuck in the mineral line or something. Ooh! Last hit! Phalanxes have arrived, though. I'm glad one of our players at least figured it out. Madrigals have died. This is Terran versus Terran. Ooh! Wait. Oh no, the Maverick. Oh. Utterly devastated. Wait. Oh no, I thought I saw a Phalanx shot go back, but no. HelltRYKS still hasn't discovered those. He's sure he just needs more madrigals. He's adding a starport. I don't think he can get it up in time, but it's a good idea. You know, he could have gone for madrigal drop. It wouldn't have been a bad shout. But now the time is gone. Holy sentinel. I respect that move. He should doom drop some combat drop some HelltRYKS, but he doesn't have a stockade. Some wyverns are on the way. Wouldn't be a bad shout. If you can, especially if you can deal with the number of like blackjacks and Goliaths and stuff. There we go. Oh, they died in an instant. They peppered some damage in. They definitely distracted some of the clerics, and the Sentinels are dealing with a lot of the other units. But HelltRYKS, he can't find his way to the top. And he will call GG. Well, Scholar now up 2-0. That's more what we would expect, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Phalanxes would have delayed the push a lot. Or a Madrigal drop to really destroy his opponent. We will take another look at the map pool here. As a reminder, we've so far played on Main Street, Quasar Quartet, and Nightfall. See if 3 Crow is indeed considering his options here. Hello, Shambleman. All right, it will be Fata Morgana, selected by 3 Crow. Oh shit. It's Hamster. I'm just gonna say, Hamster, the run you had in Ascension number 7 is legendary. I was commenting on that earlier, that it's amazing to think that you could have even done 4-0 versus Nablime in the finals. And then you would have won 3 series in a row. And how, if the grand finals were a best of 5 instead of a best of 7, you actually would have won that 3-1. Pretty based. Also, I really want to do an invitational for the Class 1 players. I think it would be cool to have, like, let me think about it. It would be like, the Zergs would be Hamster and Shambler. Well, I guess Nablime's playing Zerg now, too. Fuck. That makes it complicated. Because obviously the Protosses would probably, I guess it would be like Hapsea. We need I guess Hapsea Sarcasm, probably. And then Terrans would have been Mystery Meat Nablime, but now we don't have another Terran. That would be pretty cool. He's probably translating that. Let's go, boys. Fata Morgana, a 2-spawn map. That is where we find ourselves. Mr. Nicholas in the top left. 3Crow in the top right. Now, this is a map that I don't think either of these players have played too much of, so it'll be interesting. 3Crow, if he wants to win this group, right, he's definitely going to need to defeat Scholar at least once. And I would say probably twice. His pylon is completed, and he now has a hat. That's a pretty fast gateway, all things considered. He's actually cutting workers to afford it that fast, so I think he wants to waypoint a Zealot in his opponent's base fairly quickly here. Not a bad idea. He's not scouting, so he's going to make back the difference. He's actually getting a little bit of Vespene fast as well. This could be a Drakenen push, where he goes for a fast Drakenen. In fact, I think that's what it is, because he's just harvesting gas with one worker. So, interesting. He wants to be able to kite with the Drakenen versus early bio. That's not a bad idea. Like, theoretically, it makes a lot of sense. You can just destroy the Mavericks, because if they stim, you kill them in 3 shots. And they probably are going to stim, because, like, that's the reaction you have, right? Yeah, it's a Drakenen instantaneously queued up there. Now, there's no rally point. So I don't know if he's going to go with just one Drakenen or what, but the first Maverick is going to be completed pretty soon. Scholar scouting around, seeing what's going on with this map. He's probably never played it before. So I think there will be like 3 Mavericks or so when the Drakenen is like halfway across the map, maybe 4. I think you can defeat a Drakenen with 4, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, now the rally point is in. So he is going to go across the map with the first Drakenen and sort of rally based off of that. That's not a bad idea. This is a strategy that absolutely can catch Scholar off guard. That's what he really needs to do here. Because I think Scholar's macro is very solid. His consistency is fairly solid. But what you saw in Quasar Quartet was that if there was any raid on his base, he kind of took a while to deal with it. He didn't have the preemptive defenses, and he didn't have a very fast reaction to it. So the Vassals really caught him off guard in that one time. Now, this unit is not on an attack move, so the Drakenen will take some free shots here because 3Crow is not exactly paying attention here. Now he's going to. He's going to basically lose all of his shields before he can really do much of anything. But no stim was forced, so Scholar keeping his, head on straight in that situation. He's going to add a Cyclops to this, but, you get up to 3-4 Drakenens, you can easily contest this army. In fact, just the power spike of having the second Drakenen is going to be huge, because you can basically only take 1 engagement. Now, it is going to be an attack move. He's going to tickle a little bit. There should be a stim forced here, and that means that it's only going to take 3 shots for these Drakenens to kill the Mavericks. So, as soon as that happens, it's not really like a mistake per se, but it is something that makes it a lot more winnable for the Protoss. You can see 3Crow already floating a little bit of money. His Gateway and his last Drakenen have already finished. So his third Drakenen is now on the way. And he needs to go back home and queue up some units, I think. There you go. Queuing up some of them. Still attack moving. So far, 3Crow doing pretty well here. He's sniping a large number of the Mavericks, but now he's kind of, I think he's maybe overstepping a little bit over here. Now, one of those Cyclops, actually only 2 shots left on that Cyclops before it dies. Oh, one more, actually, because of the 1 armor. Armor coming in clutch, honestly. All right, we'll see what else he ends up doing with Antex. He's going to go ahead and hide the Cyclops in the anchor. Not a bad shout, but the pressure is on. And one of these Cyclops is indeed going to be forfeit. Now, 3 shots instantaneously on that full health Maverick because of the stim. He can actually block the landing. It looks like he's not going to do that. But he can just, you know, walk away. Now the boys have to be pulled off the line. I think one of these Drakenins will... Oh, body blocking with the Masons. That's a sick play from Scholar. He's still very in a lot of trouble in this situation. We've got 2 more Drakenins coming across the map and 2 more about to finish back at home. 3Crow with the early cheese. I think he's done enough to at least give himself a really strong situation to be in. Now, the anchor is not lifting off. He's just going to be trying to kite backwards. Now, there's no reaction here from 3Crow. He's not really paying attention, but he lost a Cyclops behind it anyway. His other Drakenins marching forward, and now there's no more damage. And there we go. Down to 15 workers, still in the lead because of 3Crow's aggression. We've got a Zealot being made in the background of this, by the way, and 2 more Drakenins are indeed marching off. Now, one of these Cyclops is very, very low. Remember that from the early stages. There's an attempt to repair, but it looks like it's onto the middle HP one. Just cutting back, doing a lot of damage. Remember, none of this damage is going to be automatically healed. There's no clerics around. Trying to sort of head him off with a couple of these workers, but it's not working out too well. Another Cyclops going down. He's just lost so many units here, and now he can just stay on it because he knows he's done enough there. He's got more units coming in from the ramp, which is being occupied by a single Maverick, but another one on a rally point is going to die before it can make it in, and now the anchor is going to go kaput. It doesn't matter that you've occupied it because yet another unit ends up getting bopped, and Scholar has fallen. The cheese. Well, we called this group from the dairy farm for a reason. And that'll be a first win on the board for 3Crow, or a second win on the board, rather, and first loss on the board for his opponent. Oh, aromavirus. Fada cheese. Oh. Oh, he did it. All right, well, that means that we have... it's time for Go Punch. Let's grab the remaining maps and let HelltRYKS select his next battleground. Once again, here are the maps on your screen. And that's what 3Crow needed to do, because he's favored to beat HelltRYKS, although HelltRYKS is more like he has a puncher's chance versus 3Crow, I would say. But that might also give him the script for how to fight Scholar too. Like, imagine it if now that HelltRYKS knows, okay, I can do stuff in the early game. I can really, maybe if I send him off balance, I can do some really aggressive cheese. So we'll have to see about that. All right, HelltRYKS in the house, facing off against 3Crow on Oxytocin. It's a 4-spawn ice map. Hasn't seen a crazy amount of play yet. That's what makes this event so silly, is that all of the maps are like super new to most people. There you go. He knows. 3Crow should occupy his slot and just say when ready, instead of leaving it open. It's confusing. Goofball. Okay, XD. He doesn't understand. See if I can type this. No, you can't say C. You gotta not play. Ah, he figured it out. Okay. All right. All right, let's see what happens, boys. Trying to translate is always fun, but I figured it out. And so did the other guy. So, HelltRYKS, Terran in the bottom right. It's 3 Crow in the top right. Okay. Well, HelltRYKS is going for a stockade opener this time around. He's not interested in the Fulcrum First versus Protoss. Interesting option. XD. Okay, second stockade before any military units. An interesting proposition here for HelltRYKS, who is also starting to harvest some gas. It looks like he's planning to scout cross. He's trying to figure out the map. 3 Crow going for his patented DarkenedFantasies again. It was pretty successful, honestly. But I guess if you're going for like Haraka and Cyprian, you can pretty easily repost it. This is an interesting spot to catch your opponent's scouting. Oh, actually, he's not going to, I don't think. But they are both going in the same direction, so... You know, in Warlord's Battlecry, they have, like, line of sight, and it's literally a line. It's not like a cone. I think it's literally a line. It's really goofy. XD. XD. I'm pretty sure he's typing to everybody, so I'm just like whispering in his ear and he's having a fucking XD meltdown. It's beautiful. It's lovely. Oh shit! An Ahmed has arrived in the bottom left, and so has a Drakenid. Why are we over here? Nobody knows. 4 Haraka. Holy shit, dude. He's going full Ahmed. But wait. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Crouching Tiger, hidden Ahmed. Operation is a go. I hope his enemies. Yeah, I don't think they can. I was gonna say if the players could see those pings, that would be really bad. I think you have to be shared vision. All right, Drakenins were allowed up the ramp, so that's a little bit of a mistake here. But they walked out too far. Yeah, okay. 3 Crow knows he needs to back the fuck off. If he gets boxed in there, it's over. But he's gonna go ahead and pylon block his opponent from taking the low ground base. 2 gates. Yeah, double the Ahmed in the Crouching Tiger hidden Nexus area. Love to see it. Triple Stockade back at home. He's made a lot of units. He's okay. He has made other units, units other than Ahmed. Oh my god, he's putting a ward in there. So there's shenanigans on both sides then. Honestly, I think HelltRYKS is looking pretty good. He could just walk out here and just destroy the units. And he's also got this sort of like impending doom block fomenting back there. But I don't think he's scouted the presence of the wardens. There's even a rogue gallery being put down in the proxy. Dude, both of our opponents, both of our competitors are putting production structures in the face of their opponent. Oh, I guess this is in 3 Crow's ass, actually. But... Gateway. Gotta be careful. He's gonna lose a Drakenid for this. Well, he should have, but somehow HelltRYKS managed to not lose it. Meanwhile, Ahmed strikes back. HelltRYKS thought about expanding, but then he ran out of attention. He's actually got more workers than his opponent. I think 3 Crow is thinking about... No, I don't know what he's doing. I hope that ping didn't reveal it, because otherwise that's pretty bullshit. No! What? Did he not see it? No, surely he saw it, dude. There's no way he doesn't see that. Oh, he's pulling all of his Drakenins back. Yeah, he saw it. Adding another Warden. Dude, if there's sabotage happening because of Scholar's pings, that would be pretty bad. But I don't think you can see pings. Now he's going to go for the workers here. It's not a bad idea. He should even get a Drakenid kill out of this. I don't think he got any workers. Caught with his Ahmeds down. But he can lift the stockades. He still has one Arakan as well. Hey, it's me, Ahmed. Oh, got him. The stockades make the great escape. Meanwhile, there's nothing protecting all of this investment, so, you could just storm this and destroy the wardens and not really take any losses. But I don't even think HelltRYKS is aware that it's a thing yet. Taking his own expansion in the back. I mean, come on. You can definitely see down there. Just attack him. He's got nothing over there. Stargate coming. I don't know. Not so sure about this one. I still feel like HelltRYKS should be able to make it happen. Well, the players are set to ally us, and we are allied to them. So, if that helps you determine it. And it's not really like that difficult a thing to scout. So, I wouldn't necessarily call bullshit, but I'm just saying it was like suspiciously timed. Now, the Drakenins are still looking around. They are actually hunting for the stockades, funnily enough, so they will actually catch them. But that's all of the Drakenins very far away from any military presence. Nexus coming in at the macro. They're sort of like the half base over here. Sort of otherworld style. Oh, they didn't spot anything, so I guess they'll go back home. They were on shift queue over here to see that, but they didn't. Where are these guys going? Oh, they're going to take this ground. Okay, that makes sense. I still think that, you know, you could put like the anchors over here with the Cyprians in them and just absolutely destroy this area super easily. Now the Mavericks are going to go through the long route into the back base, and they could theoretically deny some stuff over here. I just noticed a busted tile on this map. How absolutely unforgivable. Hey, the stockades are making another movement. Looks like one of the Drakenins found them. I was wondering why some of those were damaged, and now I know. Multiple exemplar are on the way. That can be a pretty difficult thing for Bio to deal with, and there are no fulcrums on the way, and certainly not enough Vespene to go for a higher tick. Now he can just make a lot of Watchdogs, because Watchdogs don't die immediately to the exemplar, but it's really hard to repair them, right? Either way, 3Crow isn't transitioning any workers over here to the back base. So all of this bio that is going to be here is basically going to pounce on a Nexus that's completely... There's no investment on the Nexus. So even though it will suck to lose it, it's still not really that big of a deal. And Exemplars were thinking about attack moving somewhere, but they move really slowly. Stockades have indeed repositioned to the upper left inner area. This bio force is... Honestly, the Stockades should come back to their old spot and just land again. I don't think they would get very far, but, you know. Well, instantly destroyed. Okay, still no transfer happening, and the Bioforces is going to... they're going to be destroyed by the Exemplars and the Gateway units. It's just a question of how long 3Crow wants to wait for that. The Mavericks should at least shoot down, stim on top of these Exemplars, but they aren't stimming. And so they will indeed just be eviscerated. Some Harakans did make it to the back line, but they didn't kill any workers, so that's yet another attack that just gets absolutely destroyed. I agree. Thanks, D. Yeah, for some reason, Scholar decided to say inconsummate. I don't know why, but big smiley face, big aromavirus. You missed some pretty big numbers of XDs. I had to translate to negotiate Scholar to let 3Crow play the game. So that was funny. More bases being taken by 3Crow. The proxy has not really done anything, but I guess it's put the fear of Todd in HelltRYKS, and there are now 5 Exemplar going to be moving across the map. There's a single Watchdog and an Atlas. More Watchdogs being added. Really, HelltRYKS needs to go into like star pads or something, or starports even. Now there's some Cyprians that are going to whittle away at the pylon and the warden and so on and so forth. You can move 1 hex up further. The Mason has found the Exemplars, but I don't know if HelltRYKS has paid attention to it. Another redundancy pylon added. Ah, shit. Drakenins and Zealots have found the stragglers. There's another Huracan. Cancelled whatever that was. I mean, he's got some bio. It's just... its utility at this point in the game is not super high. Now he's had to move his Atlas over, which means he can't spend any of his amazing amounts of money. And the Exemplars are about to find his base. You can't really repair it either because of the splash damage, right? That still did a lot of damage to the one Exemplar, and now you're actually going to see one of them die straight up. Maybe two of them, actually, depending on what happens here. Yeah, if they stop to attack. Oh, it looks like... Oh, look at that. I don't know if that was a forced target or if that just, like, happened. But that's pretty fortuitous. He's only got 3 of them. He's still going to be able to deal so much damage to this, though. I thought I heard death sounds of bio elsewhere, but I guess not. The Atlas repositions. It has finished repositioning, and some kiting is occurring here, but... I actually don't even see... I see, like, 1 or 2 dead Cyprians, and that's about it. And now he's going to end up terminating it. There you go. So the Exemplars are all dead. Yeah, they killed some workers. And yeah, HelltRYKS is only down to 24. But look, he's got 14 Ahmeds. He's got 10 more coming. Okay. Well, if that is the case, then that's very sad. Monument of Sin is on the way for 3 Crow. What else lurks in the shadows? Yeah, I will ask 3 Crow after the match to confirm. I mean, he might not have noticed the first round because there was a round at one point, but if only he had vision of that pylon, he could snipe it. Yeah, 3 Crow got away with some silly shit in this game. Hey, we've got Mass Wyvern coming. Now that, you know, that's not a bad move. It's just he also is going to need something to deal with the fucking Monument of Sin units that are going to come. And with 3 starports, he can mass Gorgon and stuff too, so... Yeah. Instead of having a weird, buggy laser attack, they have a projectile that deals AoE. I don't think they're super good harassment units, as kind of evidenced by what fate befell them. They're also really slow, and they take so long to move around the map, and they can't attack air units. A Grand Library added on the low ground here. A Crucible being deployed. They're very expensive now. But they do increase the construction times by... Well, it's a 50% increase, or I guess like a half reduction in the build times. So, pretty good. Wyverns have deployed to the battlefield. Shading could use some work on that model. I should probably adjust the materials a bit. A lot of Hurricanes are here, but I don't think they're going to be that effective versus all of the, you know, there's like Exemplar there for one. But if he comes in here and he snipes the Monument of Sin, that could be pretty big. I just don't think you can do that with Ahmeds alone. You need, like, Mavericks or something. Yes, they are Mountain Ahmeds. Now, these stockades should have vision of some of these scribes harvesting, but I don't think HelltRYKS is paying attention. Double Panoptis, more Stargates coming. Yeah, your units train so much faster with the Crucible. XD. Oh, look at this. He's like, wait a second. I can land here, and then I can build Ahmeds. Hi. Now the Star Sovereign has been made. Ahmed cannot stand versus the Star Sovereign. But there's so many Ahmeds. Maybe you have to glass your own base to destroy the Ahmed. That could be a good option. You know, if 3-Crow hits the button, you can't cancel it, right? So then he's going to have to kill his own Star Sovereign. And then Ahmed can just, you know, kill everything else. I intimidated Deblime into glassing his own expansion with the Star Sovereign ones by walking in with like 6 Quasilisks. Fully depleted all of the presents. They've been unwrapped in the main. Why are the pylons made over here? What the fuck? This is silly. We've gone almost 20 minutes and there's not even really been any action. Yeah. Yeah, he keeps pinging, dude. I can't believe it. Ahmed has died and no glassing occurred. Yeah, fuck these pylons, dude. What the hell? But why? Wait, he can contain this army. He can just land them here, and then his ground force can't move. That's funny. Did he make an anvil? It doesn't look like it. I looked over here thinking I would find his natural. Obviously, that is not true. Oh no. The Seraph. Quick, use the Seraph. Use the Radiate. Quick. No. No, you gotta look at it. Aw. Oh. Here we go. And here we went. He did 30 hull damage to the Star Sovereign. That's worth something. But don't worry. There's a new sheriff in town. Sheriff Sentinel. Some Valkyries are here. Oh shit! See you later. Oh no. Cyprians, no. Hell yeah, brother! No, the Atlas. It's priceless. Land him. Kill that fucking Monument of Sin. Force a glassing. Yeah, buddy. Oh my god. He actually can't kill that scribe because the Nexus is in the way. Yeah, build the lodestone and then blow it up and kill all the scribes. It Depends is happy with this. It died. You can't offensive GG this man. XD. No, you're Stargate. Oh. Can't believe it. HelltRYKS, his first win eludes him. The cheese was not in date. It had expired. We'll show the maps on the stream again. Our remaining maps are Megalith Empire, Otherworld, and Pendulum. Otherworld is selected by Scholar. And he will face 3 Crow. I still have some water. I don't think that's the real Shambler. I think we're getting frauded again. Let's see what we'll see on Otherworld. All right, Scholar in the top right. 3 Crows, Protoss in the bottom right. This map, at least, is something that Scholar can remember. Now, the good news is... Oh, yeah, that's a good shout. Thanks for letting me know. I was looking at the wrong version of OBS. Oh, you guys didn't miss much. Just mining. But the good news is, if Scholar wins every match, he won't have to pick one of the remaining maps. So, there is that. Oh my god, Hamster. You can't quote Minsk. IskatuMesk. Arcturus Musk. Elon Minsk. That's why I prefer referring to anybody, any sort of drama related to Elon Musk. I just say Elon Gate, you know. Gotta get longer. Well, 3 Crows going for a gateway again. Looks like he'll be sticking to his Drakenen opener versus Terran. And 3 Crow is actually leading the group so far. He won the first match against HelltRYKS, then he lost versus Scholar, but won the rematch and then won the second match against HelltRYKS. So, he can essentially cement himself as the likely person to win if he wins here. But he could still theoretically get into a tiebreaker situation. If he wins here and then HelltRYKS defeats him, and then Scholar defeats HelltRYKS, then we would, I think, have another map. But I'm not sure about that. Maybe not. My dog sniffed at my door. He wants in. Second gate coming to follow up. The first Drakenen already about to arrive, and there are indeed... Look at this. He's learning. He figured it out, kinda. You just don't stim until you actually have the advantage. Well, he's already bruised a little bit there, and the Drakenen is tucking tail, but another one is on the way. He'll have an opportunity to practice against a very similar opener. There's double gate, double Drakenen. He's adding the Cyclops. I'm thinking about a treasury here. Not a bad idea. But I think 3 Crow can move forward with these two Drakenens and apply a little bit more pressure. Just being able to pick off a couple of these units or, you know, force out some more stims, that sort of thing. It can absolutely be impactful. Looks like he is going to look to do that. You know, really what you want to do here is let the auto attacks sort of reveal the enemy and then target some of their units. But you can also just use flash shielding in this situation. That's fine too. There is a Hurakan being made. I think, honestly, that last match told Scholar some details. Hurakans definitely helped the Maverick DPS. A couple more shots exchanged. So some of these Mavericks only 2 hits. One of them only 1 hit. In fact, multiple of them only 1 hit. So that's a little spooky, especially now that there's 4 Drakenens. The wounded one is kind of leading, so I think, yeah, 3 Crows wisely moving in a different direction there. He's going to go after the Cyclops, and he does get it, but he needs to be cognizant because he's already lost one of his Drakenens, and that will be another one once this Vulture lays into it, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. The lobotomy mines aren't a bad idea either. I like that. Clara coming out to patch up the wounded. Very, very important detail. Already starting to harvest from there. Another gate, a Warden defensively to deal with the Vulture that's actually impending. So that's somewhat heads-up play, actually, out of 3 Crow. Wants to keep his contain going. Now, I think the Vulture's going to get there and probably do a little bit of damage before the Warden finishes. But... what's he looking for here? That's what I want to know. There you go. Vulture gets 1 frag, but the Warden is here. He does scout another gate, and he didn't see any expansions. So that might indicate to Scholar that he's in a pretty good spot. Definitely has the worker advantage, I'll tell you that much. But if he starts to add some more Zealots to the mix, which he is, he's got 3 gate production. They're not blinking right now. I'm actually not sure what he's doing per se. Ah, he was waiting for an Ardent Authority. Okay, there's still 1 base play then. 3 Crow not interested in changing his tune on that front. He's going to go for, looks like double Zealot. No, triple in fact. I thought he might spend one of his gateway production queues on a Drakenen using that gas, but not interested just yet. I think the Ardent Authority means that he really is not interested in going for a, I guess, a more consistent approach. He doesn't want to attack before his Ardent Authority units are done. Actually, adding an embassy here to catch back up in workers, not a bad idea. Could even be for an Acantor drop as well. You can't put that out of your mind. In fact, you might not even bother making any scribes out of it because I think the Ardent Authority will finish, his Acantor will queue up, and then his Envoy won't be far behind. I'll put it to you that way. I still would prefer if 3 Crow's forces were on the other side of the map here, but he is worried about like a potential flank from the back. So I guess it makes some sense. You know, he can hold the ramp pretty easily here. Now that Vulture will not have seen the Ardent Authority. It's not making anything just yet. Has a lot of money, 3 Crow, and it's going to be an Architect. Okay, so it won't be an Incantor drop after all, not initially. He might still go for the Envoy with the intent of, you know, sort of moving the Architect around a little bit easier. He certainly has a lot of money. Now he's thinking about an expansion. So the Embassy, I guess, just superfluous for now. Does he want the in-base? Does he want the main base? He's going for the natural. The back base, I should say. Now this base has less minerals, more gas. If you're looking for a power spike in minerals, you want to take the front base, but that's a little bit more vulnerable. Gotta keep that in mind. So the first Architect is out. Another one has not yet been queued. No money for it. Nexus on the way. Definitely behind again in terms of economy, but he has some powerful units. I like this one Hurakan over here. It, you know, definitely does a good job of seeing where the opponent is. A lot of units being kept back here in case there's a raid, a drop, anything like that. He's even got the anchor here, but for mind games, of course, there's nothing in there. But it can easily be garrisoned if need be. Same for this lodestone. Haven't spent too much time looking at Scholar's base, actually, so we see the double fulcrum. We don't see an Atlas just yet, but he's got a very healthy economy. A Witness on the way, as well as a second Architect. So 3 Crow will soon have intel on where his opponent is. And honestly, Architect plus Witness, a great combination. Because you can just easily see what your opponent is doing. And spot out their cliff positions, and then just sort of pick them apart from the sides. Saves your Zealots the trouble of having to face tank to reveal the enemies if they're on a high ground area like this. Atlas now has been put down, but 3 Crow could march across the map with these powerful units if he so desires. He's queued up a third Architect. His base back here with a Warden and everything is up and running, but there's no scribes on it yet. So there's the Witness just scouting things around, seeing what it finds. Now, whether Scholar paid attention to the Architect or not, I do think his camera was over there. Yeah, HelltRYKS, we were commenting that we thought that was... We weren't sure if that was actually happening or not, like if it was visible. But yeah, he kind of got you on like multiple occasions there, so that was pretty shitty. So in the future, we just won't have that happen. It looks like he detonated his own lodestone rather aggressively, and so he just killed the Cleric. The Witness is indeed revealing this stack of units, and now the Architects will start to lay into it. Surprisingly, they didn't actually kill as many things as I thought they would, but one more parting shot. One more parting shot. All right. Now, Palladiums are on the way. He's actually got a lot of Fulcrums, so going up to 5 Fulcrum production. At least 3 of those will end up having Palladiums, probably more. Adding some Sentinels on the ground. Now, again, you can still fight this with the Architects. You can take the shots and fall back and let Flash Shielding do the work, and the Architect shots will also deal pretty good damage to any Masons that are repairing. But as of right now, it's still a little bit risque. No Optectons are here, and they would be a little bit better at dealing with that because they don't have an attack wind-up. He's got to watch out. Sentinels are here. You can see them doing a pretty good amount of damage already. But, hey, we've got one of the Sentinels down. The other one that was being made is also being destroyed. Now he can wait for that Flash Shielding to kick in. And there's that Sentinel on the high ground over there that he's got to watch out for. Also, the Phalanx shots are going to do a lot of damage here, especially since they are still being force targeted here by the Phalanx. One of them has already gone down, but the Zealots are charging in. They've been able to get some pretty good connections onto the bio. However, the Clerics are keeping them alive for quite a while, and there's no splash damage here, so 3 Crow is forced back for now. He was not able to deal with the phalanxes themselves. He didn't even finish killing the sentinel, which is burning down. I'm not sure that Scholar will notice it and repair it in time. Instead, he's lifting off his fulcrums and doing other things because he positioned them in an awkward location. So there you have it. He will indeed be damaged. Again, look at the worker count here. 3 Crow behind by 20 workers. He does have 4 architects. A 5th one is just about to finish. But he doesn't really have any crowd control, right? He's locked in his units there. That's unfortunate. Oh, shit. He's actually damaged his own phalanxes quite a bit. No, stop punching. No, stop. No punch. There you go. Get the clerics on this. Fix this situation immediately. Yeah, going up to 5 fulcrums producing nothing but phalanxes is going to be a real kick in the ass. It looks like it shouldn't be... I don't think it will be difficult to patch the ping function so that it doesn't... like if you are a witness, because we can detect that in the code, then you only send the ping to the witness players. I feel like that would be a pretty reasonable thing. Apostle coming out of the captaincy. We like to see apostles. Argosy behind all of this for the tech. Taking the low ground expansion for those minerals. Actually, you know, Scholar is pretty content to stay on the 3 bases, well, 2.5 or whatever. I'm not sure how I feel about that, actually. He hasn't capped any geysers. Keeping some units deployed, adding more sentinels. He's definitely vulnerable to a bit of a drop. There's a scribe over here for taking the, you would say 7 o'clock. Pretty big move out here for Scholar, moving all of his mech units and bio units off to the left-hand side. He's got a very small squad of units that have also been rallied over. But I don't think he's going to be able to contest too much over here. Can't just kill women. Now, the architects are still in play, so this attack force off to the side can absolutely be slapped. And you know what? If most of the anti-air goes kaput, the Solarians coming out of the Argosy will be a very, very powerful force to deal with, say, sieged phalanxes. You know, there's no armor on the sieged phalanxes. The Sentinel that's floating across the map for whatever reason is another unit that can easily get bopped. Check this out. We got the Zealots here. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think your opponent's going to come across the map with just a couple of mech units, so of course you'd fall away from that thinking, oh shit, he's attacking me. But in actuality, well, that Sentinel is actually going to die. But not before contributing a lot of damage. So just like that, the expansion has gone dark. Looks like the units over there... You know, he had that witness that whole time, but he didn't put it off to the side or anything for better scouting. Now, the Solarian is here. We only have, what, 5 Cyclops? Yeah, you know, could theoretically do something. The Architects are going to be the scarier option here. The Phalanxes have gone to the wrong neighborhood, you could say. Now, you really want the Solarians to focus down the Phalanxes while they're in siege mode, because they have no armor then. And then your Architects can deal with literally everything else, right? So the Drakenons right now are soaking up all of the Phalanx shots, but look at this. The health on these Architects is going to drop quite substantially pretty soon. And now the Goliaths are dealing with the Solarian. So, staving that attack off. See if the flash shielding can make its magic happen. Another Solarian has been dispatched. More Zealots on the way. Now, he can just A-move this. It is possible. You can see there, he's able to deal with quite a few of the Phalanxes. But he sustained a lot of HP damage there. The Goliaths actually bought a lot of time there too, which is pretty considerable, I would say. A large number of mech units is still operational. So many units here out of Scholar. He can once again go for a push. Now, back in tank mode, they'll take a little bit less damage from the Solarians. Actually, don't they have 4 armor pin? No, they only have 2 armor pin now. Oh no. Is he going to lose an Architect to this? No, never mind. Narrowly avoids it. 2 shots away. I mean, most of the Architects did survive. If they are not contested, 3 Crow could end up losing a decent amount of his like front line, you know, if he continues making Zealots and even has a front line. But he's got a second Solarian. Honestly, yeah, the high-tech units here. Like, I feel like there's room for 3 Crow to remain in this game. It is a possibility. Slowly pushing forward. Calling out to 3 Crow, knocking on his front door. The Solarians are here. But there's Madcaps. There's at least one Apostle somewhere in the back. Yeah, there it is. All of the ground units just instantaneously destroyed. The Apostle is being focused down, so it's not long for this world. Oh, actually, hold that thought. It lives with 2 HP somehow. Some of the bio units moving in to raid the worker line. And the Apostle is going to go ahead and start reviving the Madrigals. Unfortunately, it will end up being destroyed by the splash of, or the multi-target of the Architect. But look at all the workers that ended up dying at this expansion. And even still, I'm not 100% sure that the Architects are going to be able to break this line of phalanxes, right? The Cataphract will soak up a lot of the shots, too. It's sort of like an artillery war here, but one Zealot is still alive. Narrowly able to avoid losing a couple more Architects on the way out the door. One Madrigal stuck in a rock with Mike. Single starport being added. More and more units. The Solarian number will continue growing, surely, but I say that, there's still only 2 of them. 3 Crow sending another worker to do what his first worker that he sent here could already have done at any point, and that is to set up another Nexus. And he does have that embassy, remember, so he can still make his workers back up pretty fast. He's not currently using it for that purpose, but it is possible. Added a Magister. Mass Magister is pretty lethal, but we're a long ways off from getting up to a heavy amount of them. Adding a Rotary and a Commandment, we could see some Sundogs. A Seraph would not be a bad choice either with its armor end. You're basically guaranteed an AoE 1 armor end on all targets within the vision range of the Seraph. They have to remain in it for an amount of time in order to get debuffed again, but it's still very, very powerful. There you go, multiple Nexuses being set up on the other world. The Witness reestablishing its pose right here in the sort of upper middle. Or middle upper. Why is he moving it all the way back down to his own base? Question mark. Alright, settling in for a longer macro game, it looks like. Neither player super confident in their capabilities to defeat the other in a head-on fight. We have a lot of Shamans being added. We have got some Wyverns and Salamanders. That's interesting. I think the biggest problem is definitely going to be the air units here. There's not that many Goliaths being added to the mix. If he had, say, like 25% less phalanxes and that amount of money put into Goliaths in that last engagement, I think he probably would have won it a lot more handily. But even still, he did a lot of economic damage. I think he was testing out the attack there. I'm not sure. Salamanders were updated in this version, by the way. They, instead of dealing damage over time in the field, they apply a polyoid adhesive. So it's pretty effective there. All right, it's more Architects, Solarians, etc. These satellite bases are going to be recipients of workers that have ex-scarred from the main, it looks like. Didn't want to retake this lower base here, by the way. That's an interesting decision by 3 Crew. More and more salamanders being added. Another apostle queued up. Another captaincy in construction. You know, he's keeping his money low. You can say that about Scholar. He's pushing the buttons. His APM has waned a little bit, but it's still ahead of 3 Crows, and you can tell that his macro is in general just a little bit better off. He's over 30 workers to the advantage. But he has not changed the number of bases he has had this entire time, and he still has not capped any geysers sans his main. He'll need to look beyond the 3.5 bases that he's currently operating on. Not sure about that one. But the clerics don't have energy, so I guess, you know, it's a training exercise. No harm, no foul. No lasting damage. No problems. Number of Goliaths being queued up. You know, 6, 7 Magisters. This is very, very reasonable as a number for Scholar's current composition. If he starts adding some Sundogs, that can be a pretty good move. The Wyverns are going to be good in aggregate, but I'm not sure. I feel like, I don't know, he's probably just building a little bit of everything. Not 100% sure what his angle is. But it is Christmas. And you know what that means. Soon, the gifts will arrive. So what is Scholar thinking about? What's going on in that Peruvian Terran's mind? A lot more phalanxes. This is a new territory for him. He has never been in a situation quite like this. Usually he ends up killing his opponent with the earlier attacks. Or, in the case of when he was facing off against SYPIAC, he ends up losing in the earlier stages of the game. Like, you know, his attack goes horribly wrong or something. Alright, he scouts out his opponent, sees some Christmas hats on the pylons. Fuck that Nexus. He's gonna lose the Maverick. Oh my god! Not sure about that one. Another base being set up here. That is in the central upper region. I guess the interior 12 o'clock you can think of it as. Now, it's a pretty scary army, right? The problem is I do fear for the response to the Magisters. There's now going up to 9, 2 more on the way. It feels pretty good here for 3 Crow, but could it all disappear in an instant? 4 engrams are currently in production, but there are salamanders, there are wyverns. He's going to need to use his architects, and if the phalanxes are in a position to deal with that ahead of time, then that can be very deadly. Trying to move his hefty ground force further down across the map. Basically got an F2 button going on somewhere where he's got everything on one control group, it looks like. It doesn't really much matter if the engrams are up and running, as long as Scholar takes it nice and slow, as a Terran is often used to. Just crawls on forward with the artillery. Has a Mason with this army. You can start to add some more units in the background. Has to be aware of these engrams as they come online, but hey, if they're going to be focusing on something, it's better to focus on the ground units and not the stacked up air units. You can already see there the damage stacks up quite a bit. Ends its life with almost 1,000 damage. Has killed a Gola, or a Goliath rather. Oh no. See, this is what I'm talking about. Just 2 shots and instantaneously up to 700 something damage. Definitely have to be aware of that. But hey, really good shred coming out here from the various ground units. And that is going to put a stop to the Zealots before they can really deal a lot of damage here to the using the friendly splash of the phalanxes and stuff. Now the Architects are on the cliff. You really don't want to fight the Architects while they're on the cliff. He's even got some Zealots there, funnily enough. Where are they? He's got 4 Zealots of his own. But yeah, his units are definitely having a bit of a spin moment. He's going to try to deploy the units and use the vassals yet again. Still enjoying the fact that they revive the units. Magister's extending the range bonus even further. And one of the last apostles will certainly... No, he actually doesn't get destroyed by a bunch of architects somehow, some way. Okay, let's stabilize here. Let's see what we need to do here. Another engram has fallen. So at least that so far has been a positive situation here. The architect's still doing a little bit of damage from the cliff because of all of the range increases. But it looks like the Magisters will be zoned away. There's 15 of them right now. And not a whole lot of anti-air over in this situation. But the Apostles can be a source of a snowball, so 3Crow has to be cognizant of that. A lot of money in the bank here. Scholar can go for a higher tier move. He's destroyed all of the defenses and can punish the exposed worker line here. Unfortunately, the Magisters are here in force. Valkyrie is zoning them away yet again. $17 of them now, the number growing. I think the Apostles are pretty much dealt with. Goliaths are here to try to pick them off, but, you know, it's a tall order at this point. Many workers have died. 3Crow now basically tied with his opponent after all of that. And the number will continue to fall away, but the Architects are trying to come on down. I think so too. Hey, a lot of the Architects are falling though. The Phalanxes are not being cleaned up fast enough. But it looks like one more salvo would have at least killed one or two more, actually. So, Witness spying the 12 o'clock base. Still no tier 3 in sight here for Scholar. There's a lot of money in the bank. Not as many minerals as 3Crow has, with over 6k in. Not really interested in harvesting gas, I guess, from his satellite bases. Certainly not interested in capping. This Ministry was never actually utilized, so it's going to go down. And now we've got the data law on the way, but hey, it's a little late now. The Magisters are in your base. Once you hit like 12, 13 plus Magisters, it becomes a lot harder to deal with them in sort of like slow moves like this. But hey, there's a healthy number of Goliaths here to try to riposte them. And they are taking a decent amount of damage. Not really anything in that anchor, only a couple of watchdogs here as well. So that's not going to be too useful. And all of the workers have started to go kaput to the A move of the 11 or so Architects that are over here. There's no Phalanxes that were made. The Goliath's now moving there to try to fight, but the Magisters are going to eat up the Ministry, which is not being repaired. You're talking about like, you know, 1,000 damage on somewhere around there as far as all of the damage dealt by the Magisters, and he's just being split in half right now. Dragged this way and that way, drawn and quartered. 3Crow is going to be able to take the dub here against all odds. GG is called. That means the 3Crow has only lost a single match so far in this group. He just might make it all the way to the same score line of Baelethal. Well, we'll go ahead and take another look at the map pool. Once again, boys, Pendulum and Megalith Empire. The third and sixth? Wait, seventh. Third and seventh maps in the pool there. If you're sorting top row left to right. Looks like it'll be Pendulum. Yeah, I agree, DF. All right, boys. All right. I'm going to BRB too. I'm going to use the bathroom and get some water because my throat is starting to go. But I will go ahead and show you guys the lobby. And, you know, these fine gentlemen can leave any messages they wish. All right, I have returned. See if HelltRYKS is also ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have HelltRYKS in the top left and 3Crow in the top right. Pendulum is a map that I think can favor very fast air play. But, you know, we'll see. See if that's on the radar of these fine folks. Looks like it will be a Fulcrum first out of HelltRYKS, trying that again. I still think you can go Mass Vulture and then just utterly destroy Gateway Toss. But I suppose we'll find out. We'll see if it's even going to be like raw fulcrum. I feel like people have been going straight into scrapyard. Oh boy. Oh boy. Keep an eye out on that. It's a Goliath first. Now, Goliaths can deal with Drakenins in a head-to-head fight. Especially if you have, like, even Goliaths to Drakenins, which is a little difficult to get because they're more expensive, but it's pretty legit. Now, this Goliath should hunt down the Scribe. It's actually going to be a Warden defensively. Second Goliath is indeed about to complete. That Warden set 3 Crow behind a lot, and then he canceled it. And the tempo is now just totally off. So his first Drakenin is going to be met by 2 Goliaths that are moving across the map. And yeah, you're going to need to walk away from that. A Vulture to follow it up. I actually don't mind this. The Vulture follow-up is not a bad shout because you can just sort of dive in while the Drakenins are busy trying to deal with the Goliaths. There's a little bit of kiting attempted again. So far, it has dealt 127 damage, apparently. That's interesting. I wonder what else it was attacking. Oh, he's got to watch out now. Did it attack, like, the Fulcrum or something? I have no idea. Oh, it probably killed the Mason. So it did the 60 damage on top of what it's done here. That makes sense. Because it's got 1 kill, right? Yep, so that's down. And he's only got the 1 Draken. Oh, he's got another one that's about to pop out, and he is making 2 per rotation here. So every 25 seconds or so, 28 seconds, I think it is, you'll end up seeing another pair of Drakenins. But it looks like HelltRYKS is content to simply contain over here. If he wanted to, he could put an anchor down and start elevatoring units over in that situation. Would be pretty legit, but could be preempted if 3 Crow put his Drakenins over there. Looking a bit stronger. That's what I'm seeing so far. Looking a bit stronger. And, you know, Protoss players overall should probably pay attention to these mech openers because that's something that I think is going to be a bit more popular among Terran players. The Beaver was saying he really wants to do a lot of play like that. There's another lobotomy mine. Interestingly placed as if it were an extra present. An expansion coming down here for HelltRYKS, so got good economic tempo. Is behind on workers and isn't currently making any, so that will only continue as we go on. Adding a safety watchdog. A little bit scared of potential vassal follow-up or something of that nature, but he pokes his head up here. He'll see that actually he's not really in danger of that. He is in danger, however, of losing a bunch of his units. Uh-oh. The lobster strikes. And down goes one of the Drakenins, but so too does one of the Goliaths. Vulture is going to be focused down, and 3 Crow will fall away. These Goliaths are not very ideal for trying to take these kinds of fights. I think the Goliath will be able to use the Vulture, or the lobotomy mine rather, but as you can see, not quite. Not quite enough. And now you've lost a lot of military units. So now you've got to think to yourself, what am I going to do? I've got all of these minerals that I haven't spent. I've got only 1 production structure. I feel like the Drakenin counter push could be very lethal. Oh no. Get in there. Yeah. But again, you know, just like what he did to Scholar on Fata Morgana, 3 Crow can walk away from that and just say, hey, I'm in your base, fucking your workers. He's got the magic number to one-shot workers, and HelltRYKS already didn't have that many workers to begin with. Another Vulture has arrived, and here come the workers trying to pull, but the Vultures have all died. And now there's only the Goliath. It's not looking too hot, as one of the Drakenins does indeed fall, and so too does another. But it's not going to be enough, my friends. This is the end of HelltRYKS. His time in the Winter Invitational ends winlessly, listlessly. And that is an unfortunate situation for him. But HelltRYKS, his sacrifice not in vain. 3Crow will take up to 5 wins and 1 loss. That means that our decider is on Megalith Empire, a very cheesy map. We'll see if Scholar is actually still around. He might not have believed he had another game. Give him a moment. Dude, his profile picture is about as nightmarish as hamsters. I feel like if the push with the Goliaths had like a second Fulcrum being made behind it instead of the Ministry, then that could have been one option for HelltRYKS there. But I also feel like if he was going to go for the Ministry, then he needed to like posture aggressively, but then fall back more decisively. Like as soon as he scouts with the Vulture that there's like a lot of Drakedons there, he needs to just tuck tail. Oh, hi, Nablime. I wasn't responding to you directly. I was thinking about like just analysis for the that match in general. Because I don't think it's an all-in to put a second production structure down before you expand, necessarily. It's just, he expanded, right? Which means he doesn't have as much military focus, because his, like, Fulcrum is idle or whatever. And then, so then he didn't have that much military, and then his units were still across the map, and he didn't retreat. So if he wanted to go for the macro play, that's fine. He's already dissuaded the early Drakedon push that 3Crow had been doing. And then he can fall away. And just go back home and defend pretty well. I don't know, dude. I think double Fulcrum into Mass Vulture in the early game is really lethal versus Gateway Toss, especially if they're going heavy Drakedon like if they're going for that. Yeah, I think that works out pretty well. But we just haven't seen it, right? So. What the fuck? Hi, Mess. Why did you do that to him?
I had to set things straight. Yeah, I tried to sleep and I couldn't. So I'm gonna be hoping that Nablime plays for me.
I mean, we could look for a replacement, such as, for example, roller skates.
No, I'm doing this even if I throw every game.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were serious.
I probably will, but I'll just I'll tunnel in the blind through my phone. I don't have a phone, but he can use like TeamViewer or something. We will really test my longevity in this. That's for sure. Especially in the likely event that they turn into like 60-minute games.
Oh, XD, you had another Canada moment.
And did he explode? Yes, he did. He's not even... Where is he?
I don't know.
He's...
Oh, he went... Did he go offline?
He's not even online.
His computer actually exploded.
He really had a Canada moment.
You know, if you
because our power goes out all the time too, right?
Yeah. Dude. Pingalo Clatter is his username on Discord, right? And his about me is just, I love my mother, in all caps.
Well, that's definitely very interesting in the context of discussions I have in other servers.
Oh, shit. Looks like there's an impromptu group happening between Veek, Niblime, and Anansi.
Oh, yeah.
Poor Niblime. I mean, not Niblime. Poor Scholar.
Poor Nablime.
Poor Niblime. Imagine having to patch using your phone. That is actually poor Niblime.
I actually feel pretty confident about ZVZ coming up with those in the blind games because I kind of sort of understand Tier 2, but the other races have changed a lot, and it's been like 4 or 5 months, so...
Alright, Niblime. Good luck in your matches, dude. Hopefully you have fun. Dude, where is he? He's gone.
He's dead.
This is our final match of this group, by the way. Three Crow is going to win the group no matter what. But Scholar has an opportunity to get
Are
3
you sure
wins.
about that? Because you got to fight in Scholar set.
Oh, no,
You
I
can
mean...
build nothing but quasis.
Listen.
Or vassals. You have a choice on that.
That would be a good moment.
It is going to be a good moment. That's what we're lined up for. It's about time you went on the stage.
You just see nothing but Harakans. I can't do mass Harak. I feel like if I was going to play as Terran and it was gas only, I mean mineral only, then there's really nothing you can make. Like, you just have to do mass anchor.
Terran have the best mineral only in the entire game. Because...
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. Mavericks are really good. Anchors are really good. Augments are really good. You can build watchdogs.
Trying to go versus the world new event.
And they're really good at Massacre because you need a little bit of gas to get the Vestrian and Clerics are mineral only.
Yeah.
So
that's different. But if I act like that, because
can
I
build
don't care
tanks, you
about
still
using
got it.
gas, like I can't mine it. That's the thing. So if I can, just collect it
I
from
still
killing
think
them.
Maverick Ackman is really good, especially with anchors. I mean, look at
Yeah, but that's all you can make is the problem. You
look
can
what he
make
did
those
to
two
Port.
units.
It depends.
That was really autistic.
Oh yeah, I tried to use Evergrillis against Sublime, and that did not work. That was one thing. It was mostly against ground units, but they didn't really do any damage. I was trying to use them to force down I can't remember, it was Bactus, maybe Convolus or something like that, and they just got destroyed.
Well, I don't think that he's here, dude. I think he's gonzo. Wait, HelltRYKS, you can't play as Zerg. You got to play as your actual race.
You can play a Scholar's race.
Yeah, Terran.
That's Zerg. Oh, did you reduce the fulcrum cost?
150 minerals.
Oh, I guess we're gonna see Beaver try to do something cheeky.
There was a funny game on Oxytocin that you would have appreciated because it involved like 2 stockades inside 3 base in the back base, like in the back of his base, and then they made a bunch of Hurricanes. But then Scholar kept pinging everywhere the stockades were and everywhere the Achmeds were, and he could see that, so he just found it. And I was speculating. Well, because if you're allied to somebody and you ping, they see your ping, even if they're not allied to you, actually. So we got to change that in the code level so that witnesses can't ping. Like the ping's only sent to other witnesses, right? So
Yeah, that's kind of.
I didn't even know that was a problem because I didn't know what the code was.
He had a
for
brother from
ping
another
conditions.
mother helping him out.
Yeah, 3 kept like getting map hacks basically from all the pings.
That's fucking hilarious.
If I had reacted well enough, like fast enough, I could have just started pinging everywhere, and then like masked it that way to like stop Scholar's
Both players
ping.
like become autistic as a result.
Yeah.
You just like push them onto the spectrum. Yeah, I was laying down and I was thinking, what do I do when Terran hits tier 2? Because it feels like Zerg have a really hard time breaking Terran tier 2. Because I don't think you changed Sentinels. But I was just thinking, just spam fatties, I guess. Or did you change Teth Zorachorus? I can't, I have no idea what you changed. What did you change between last Ascension and now besides adding the Zerg tech and the Zealot armor and Ahmed?
Stim pack is 5 seconds instead of 13. That's a big one.
13, Jesus.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was only 10, but it was higher than that. Lakizilisks will benefit from cliff advantage now. That's a big one. That's like a bug fix basically because Lard code was busted for it.
Yeah.
So. All right. Well, it looks like we'll use HelltRYKS instead of Scholar here. So there's one last rematch. Because unfortunately, Scholar had a fucking Canada moment.
Yeah. All right, daddies. Show me what you've got.
What? HelltRYKS didn't know. It was really...
He's not in the know, but now he is in the know.
Listen, he's got to play on Megalith Empire.
Back the instant that this starts.
No. He's still offline.
Yeah, but he'll pop in. He'll pop on his phone and be like, XD.
He was fucking highly XDing. It was kind of nuts. All right, 3 in the bottom, and HelltRYKS is on top. He went for a mech fast Fulcrum play a couple of times. It looked pretty good initially, but his follow-up was, let's just say, it left something to be desired. He postured around a ramp, got his ass handed to him, and then he had no units to follow up because he was expanding behind it. So then the Drakenons marched across the map and annihilated him. That's basically what happened on Pendulum. But now,
Well,
it's a map with 3 entrances into your base. You got this ramp, you got this ramp, and then you got this ramp.
yeah, well, you've got a 4th entrance, which is the Anchor. But he's not going Anchor, he's going Fulcrum. We're going to see if Nablime's right that Fulcrum is terrible. This will be the map that decides.
Well, in that case, I hope he wins with 1 Cyclops. HelltRYKS had some interesting decision-making. He was being sieged from the low ground on Nightfall in a match versus Scholar, and he built Madrigals instead of Phalanxes. It's like Sentinels being constructed in front of his 3rd and stuff, and he's like, I need Madrigals, though. Didn't exactly work out for him. Drakenid on the way, as per usual. 3-Crow had a really nice cheese on Fata Morgana versus Scholar. He built a fast, like, instant pylon, and then instant gateway, cut workers for a Drakenid on start, and then just kept waypointing Drakenons across the map and, like, killing Mavericks with them and stuff. Eventually going up to 2-gate Drak. It was really, really strong. And look at that! Your wish has been granted.
Well, there's 2 Drakenons en route. This will be a little slower of an anchor than the meat anchor that we're accustomed to, but I don't know if he's going to really get a chance to use this because this Drakenon's going to be on his balls before it really gets to manifest, I think.
Yeah, and they're still... yeah.
I mean, if he gets out his 2nd one and he holds this ramp, he can probably...
He needs to put down another mine.
A little bit of a cucko there, so that costs him a little bit of DPS. But 3-Crow pulls back.
Well, he took a little bit of hull damage, and then he's like, nah, I'm not about that.
Yeah, this could be some speedy hull repairs, though, to make up for it. But it's not having... Oh, the lobster.
It bites.
He's scared of his own lobster for a moment. There, shit, I just about got stunned. But in reality, he's winning.
You know, if he just learns to sort of like stutter step forward between some of those shots to close the distance, that would be all he needs in that situation.
No. That early kill would really help him. Still, he put a lot of damage on the Drakenid, but the Drakenid can just hop into the anchor.
That's right.
Little does 3-Crow realize
An anchor is here.
Secretly within his bowels, there is another anchor that I think he may have forgotten about. Oh.
Some more mines being laid.
Huh.
Oof.
Oh.
Okay, well, the Mass Vulture idea is here, although he's not repairing the wounded one and not constructing another anchor that he could probably use for defense right about now. Now, the wounded Drakenid was in the back, so it doesn't end up getting, attacked by any of that, but the Cyclops will tap that
by the Cyclops.
full HP Drakenid and get him out of here. The anchor has lifted. Anchor's raised.
Yep, it's going to move into a defensive position, it looks like, as he is terrified of additional plant Gundams entering his vicinity.
Well, here's the thing. 3-Crow is not interested in attacking just yet. He wants more Drakenons and a single Legionnaire. Stabby Man.
Stabby Man brings me back to 2005-ish, and the World of Warcraft series that I made. In the days back when the game was still containing elite monsters and world PvP.
Can't have any of that anymore. That's, like, not allowed.
Literally in the shittiest gear imaginable, destroying people twice my level.
Skill issue.
Good bee's knees. And then there's the Shanktarium series that also has a lot of great moments in it. Every time I think of Stabby Man, I think back to those days. Simpler days, better days.
Pingo Clater days.
Someone commenting in an unrelated chat. Someone's like, oh my god, you should play hardcore World of Warcraft. And the guy's like, oh my god, there's no indicators. How do you play this?
Well, the anchor has tried to be the indicator of cheese, but so far, I feel like this is
It's an embassy.
This is a scary location, a scary situation to be in, honestly.
I'm curious about the embassy. Maybe he's going for just transports, or maybe he wants an observer.
I think he
He's
built
already
a
pretty well
witness
saturated.
versus Scholar earlier. So, but here comes the Cyclops anchor. The reaction is not there yet from 3Crow. He doesn't see it. Now he sees it. What's the reaction gonna be? He doesn't pull the boys that fast. Oh shit! Oh shit!
All right. You changed the Cyclops attack sound. It seems like
Yeah, it was.
it's a little different now.
It's not using the same as the Ramses now.
Oh, the attack is coming.
Okay.
You know, depending on what happens here, he can get in a lot of these workers because they are mining from that resource line.
Oh my god!
Oh
shit, there's 13 of
It's
them.
a massacre.
There's 13 of them in that stack.
Imagine that there was a lot of Cyclops there.
Yeah, even one
He
Cyclops.
did manage to squish that anchor, but not before HelltRYKS gets away like a bandit, slapping his ass on the way out. That only evens the worker counts at the moment, but if 3Crow's not careful, he's going to get punked by his own anchor.
That's right, that was his anchor once upon a time. Ooh,
Ooh.
touchy. All right, well, we've got some Cyprians on the way, as well as some fresh vultures ready to lay some additional lobotomy mines. Man, seeing this map be played TVP brings me back to all the times I would play versus you or DF, and I'd have like mines laid out in these chokes and stuff. What a goofy situation.
All I remember is you just never leaving my ass alone.
Do you remember when I was playing against 3Crow and I kept like dropping Eidolons and nuking? It was like really goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember, that was when nukes were super desync heavy too.
Yeah.
So it was always like a question, did you fuck up the game?
Yeah, the replays weren't nearly as stable.
Wasn't it one of the early Nablime games that we casted on this one too? Or maybe I casted.
Well, it was an
where he was,
Ascension
like-
match. Ascension 1 had this map in the pool. And it was, as Nablime is reminiscing, there was a TVT between Benno and Nablime.
Yeah, that might have been it. Oh, the vultures are coming in for another reach around just as he commits to this anchor, which means he may not get attack notifications here.
He is gonna, eventually he'll look at his base probably. Oh my goodness, goodness gracious me, the raids are in. 13 workers remaining, maybe less after this. They turn and fight. They'll die on their feet. 10 workers.
Oh. 3Crow still has the stronger army, but now that money he's got, he's going to be happy he has the embassy now because he's going to need it to use to replenish his workers constantly.
Yeah, setting up some defenses.
Never mind, he's going to spend all that money on wardens.
Yeah. 3
He's
of
really
them,
scared.
in fact. 3
Doesn't wanna
Crow,
lose this. Meanwhile,
3 Warden.
HelltRYKS is reinforcing his stolen anchor with another anchor.
We love to see it. Those little black tiles there are unbuildable, so you got to build them.
He feels
in
like
the
he has
exact
to
right
stop
location.
this, even though it's not really a portion of the map that's that important to him in the long run.
He should put those Cyprians in the anchor, but it doesn't look like he's going to do
no,
it. Get
Not
that
live,
Ahmed in the
buddy.
anchor, maybe. Oh, no, it gets surrounded and isolated by all the Legionnaires. Quick, repair it. That's right. Slowly but surely, the units are dying. He can't get into the other anchor with his Goliath, though, because it's getting surrounded by Legionnaires. He might not even notice that his anchor didn't have that many units in it, so...
Well, you know, that seems really bad for HelltRYKS, but he depleted that large army that 3Crow had, and replenishing that army is going to take a little bit of time.
That's right. Look at that. He even keeps his Goliath alive with 17 health.
Nope.
Now, the replenishing
6
it for
kills,
3Crow is going to be challenging as well. Yeah, 430 damage dealt on that Goliath, by the way.
I gotta be Irving.
What's better than 1 anchor? 3 anchors. Keeping his worker count high in one base and completely idle in the other base is an interesting strategy. Repairing that Goliath up, adding another Fulcrum, getting more Goliaths. Goliath Hurakan seems to be the comp he's looking for now. You know, I don't mind that. I think Goliath Hurakan is a legitimate idea. And Goliaths, they have good armor pen on their main attack anyway, so it's not that significant. It just feels like it could be pretty powerful. So 3Crow stuck on one base with very limited worker production, and workers in general, is now scouting that his opponent has a lot of units at his natural. But no defenses there. And there's also no detection here. HelltRYKS adding more anchors. He's got 6 Hurricanes, make that 7 in a moment, and 4 Goliaths. See what else he wants to go for here. He has the gas for tier 2, but no minerals. Not enough minerals. So he can garrison his anchors with Goliaths. But he's leaving his back entirely undefended. He's just about ready to drop down an Atlas, though. He's got the money for it now. Well, looks like he's going to put down some anchors first at the natural expansion. Not a bad idea. There's the Atlas we need. And as it gets started... Oh, yeah, look at that. We'll even see some lobotomy mines. Very nice. You know, this is going to sound stupid, and it kind of is. There's an Icantor out, by the way. It looks like it's going to be a double Icantor drop. Oh, no. I feel like this is going to end very poorly for HelltRYKS. He's going to get caught out of position and just get bopped immediately. But yeah, this is going to sound stupid, right? But I kind of feel like this map could be epic. Matches on this map could be really fun. To watch, anyway. Maybe not to play, but to watch. Ahmed stands between his opponents. Now, okay, they are going to dart over here and try to deal with this expansion. There are no active defenses over here. The lobotomy mine may have seen it. XD. And then the Santa hats come out. Oh, no! Many workers have died. Here's some more workers that can die. Just ignore them. Just attack with all my Ahmeds. Wait. No, never mind. He's not going to be able to do it. He could just lift the anchor Goliaths. Anchors with Goliaths. Oof! But instead, he's dying. Ahmed. Ahmed, no. Don't do it, Ahmed. Oh. Quick, get in the anchor. Yeah. Somehow he's kept 13 workers alive. Okay, trying to cut off the envoy rotations. Unfortunately, all the other anchors have died. Oh, he does kill one of the Icantors. And he escapes with one of the other Icantors. How sad. Oh, wait, no! Oh, shit! No, that's not the one that had the Icantor in it. And now he can rebuild peacefully. Only now is 3 Crow now starting an expansion, and it's in the Triple Ridge. Okay. That's an option. But wait! A lobotomy mine wants a word with you. Oh, more Icantors have arrived. Well, one of the Icantors is indeed dead. That's the wounded one from before. Didn't get a chance to see how much damage it had dealt. Smooch! GG. And after all that, 3 Crow ends with more wins. Hey look, Vik is playing the game right now. You can play on Derelict right now to face a Nancy. You can do it. Or face Vik. One of the two. Well, with that out of the way, I guess we can confirm that 3 Crow is the winner.
Did HelltRYKS destroy him?
No. He got a Cantor
should've.
dropped.
Oh, that's a shame. I had to carry this heavy goddamn package up the stairs because they broke the elevator.
How did they break an elevator? How's that even
I
possible?
don't know, but the Amazon dude couldn't get up here. So that was not easy.
That's just the workup and warm-up that you needed to play your group in just a moment. And by a moment, I mean 45 minutes, so we're still on schedule for that. Well, I have to issue a thanks to Scholar for standing in for SYPIAC. He ends up in 2nd place.
Even though he died.
He did die. He could have ended up in 2nd place with a winninger record, but still would have been 2nd place.
I gave Viken and Nate a U. And then left. When I was in there, I immediately saw like 3 oops. God damn. Well, I presume we're starting momentarily.
We have 45 minutes before the start time of the next group. So.
Oh, I thought it was 3.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, actually, you're right. I was thinking it was in... I was thinking it was 5 whatever.
We're
And
actually
it's
past the
Yeah,
time.
we're actually past the start time. Now, that's funny. Yeah, in that case, I guess we can just start up and see what people got to say.
I'm gonna go pee.
Well, HelltRYKS, I think you could have won. In fact, you were in the lead for a large portion of that game, but you let his witness go all over you. His worker transfer to the low ground, also, there was like 13 of them stacked up in one spot, and if you just attacked that with Cyclops, it would have been GG right there, man. Absolutely disastrous. Yeah, you can build a shaman and deploy it, and it detects. It's a bit easier than getting a star pad since you already have the stockade.
Well, I'm very tired, and now I'm very, very physically exhausted. Should be very easy for them to bully me.
That's what you think.
Now it's Beaver's time to shine. Get his revenge.
Oh, I already have it open.
My practice consisted of me being effortlessly annihilated by Nublime.
Well, you get to play on Main Street.
Oh boy. Alright, you want me to leave the chat, or are you just gonna hop out, or...
I could
Oh,
just
I guess I'll
definitely.
change my name. Unless you guys want to play up against Scholar. I could pull the Scholar internet, and I have the power.
No, it's so good. All right, I have hosted the lobby for Beaver here. I know you're already in it. I'll have to swap out the live cast here so I can reset the overlay. right, I'll deafen here, and I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Good luck. I could not switch screens, sir, because I had to finish the overlay. Now, Mesk is playing as Zerg. He's going up against the Beaver 99, who is playing as Terran. What will happen in this game? Maim Street, a brutal battlefield made by DarkenedFantasies. Merry Christmas with an N. Oh my god. It's nice to know that even during Christmas, the races of Starcraft will meet on the battlefield to commit mass genocides against each other. Fairly fast scout here coming out of Mesk, who is opting for a pool first. This is a fairly standard approach to the game, and it is a Fulcrum first out of Lobotomy Mine Man. Lobotomy Man. I'm sure Nablime is very pleased. And maybe HelltRYKS will be pleased as well to see either another guy die by making Fulcrums, or another guy make it work and then think, holy shit, I can do that next time. Here's a Droleth. It's coming. Tickle. No, no. Tickle. Yeah. This is Mesk's house, and you're not invited. Here comes another Fulcrum. Before the first one can even make anything. So you know it's probably going to be vultures. And look at that. It's Shambler. Shambler is here. Shambler. Yeah, I think you need something with the Harakans because... Oh my god, Quasis. Tickle! The beaver must fly home. He's actually like kind of skating. You know, this is not what you're usually... Oh my god! It's unburrowed! What? He's got to watch out. He might provoke the lobotomy mines. Here come the masons have been pulled to add more... power, I guess. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. Oh my god. Oh my god! There are too many lobotomy mines! They're biting! There we go. He's bringing the masons with him. Nope, never mind. Reconsidered it. Double Fulcrum Vulture production. We have a Circuith and a Macro Hatch being made. Only 4 pairs, or 2 pairs of Quasis. If these guys can navigate the fucking annals of Main Street, they can absolutely do a number on this back line. HelltRYKS, that's gross. Oh no. What will the beaver do? He's already sniped some would-be Vorvricors. Not a bad idea. Hey, look at that! Map Imba! Another vulture has made it in. Unfortunately, this he's tried his best, but the Circuith can actually attack back over there, so it's not as map imba as we thought. Meanwhile, collecting lobotomy mines. Going up to 5 vultures soon. His 6th returning home, wounded, having dealt 240 damage. Well, Nablime, I was actually spitballing, and I was thinking it would be really cool if we could do a Class 1 2 groups set, where it would be Hamster and Shambler as Zerg, you and Mystery Meat as Terran, and Hapsea Isarcasm as Protoss. But the problem is, you don't play Terran anymore. It's very sad. These Quasis have postured aggressively as Mesk is looking to take an expansion. His Nathrok Lake has concluded, but he's not using it for anything just yet. No. It would be like this invitational, but so it would be a groups only or whatever. Now here comes the Tickles. They've gone in from the other angle. Here come the Vultures and Cyclops saying, "Hey, how did you do that? You can't do that to me." They didn't kill a single worker. I'm not sure how they managed to not kill a single worker. Meanwhile, this Vulture, he can't do it. It's too powerful. Are you going to call it Murder Alley? I guess you would call it Murder Row, right? Like Murderer's Row, you know? I don't know. There's some things you could do there. A lot of Quasis have been made here. Remember, he made the Nathrok Lake, but he hasn't actually used it for anything just yet. Adding another Circuit there to block off the back. Yeah, Nablime, we won't be doing it anytime like in the next week. It's just a thought that I had. I was thinking until the big tournaments start back up, where we have the gauntlet and everything, it would be cool if we had these invitationals. So we would basically have like once a month a a class 2 event that's a bit more open. Maybe has like 3 or 4 groups like this, and also once a month a class 1 event. It's just groups and it's only the 2 groups, right? So yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's like towards the end of the month or something. Veek wants to do map crap as like he wants to kind of organize it or something, I guess, pretty soon. So that'll be in January is what his plan is. Now to refocus on the game for a moment, because I'm in the middle of theorizing a little bit. Mesk has 14 Quasilisks heading over towards the back. 1 Vulture stands there to greet him. Even has 1 lobotomy mine still. Reaction time a bit slow, but he still manages to... Ooh! A parting gift. This Watchdog is here. In fact, 2 of the Watchdogs... that one got canceled. Yeah, he was going to lift his Ministry. In fact, it was already there, but no, it's had to pivot down in this direction now. He's pulled back his attack force, and Vulture and Goliath combo have made it over here. They could sow some discord and start attacking that Hacharosk, but it wouldn't be super valuable. 13 Quasis. Tickled. Cyclops are here. Now, they can kind of be like focus fire here with no kiting, but you can see it's, they get away with what? 2 Vultures and 3 Cyclops in the aggregate. I guess there was also the, all the stuff that they did. Yeah, it was a cost-efficient attack overall. Vultures are here to deal with the Vorbs. It's actually a little bit awkward because the Vorbs you'd think would be a little bit more useful in some way or another, but they were used just to antagonize Beaver, and only one of them ends up escaping, along with a dead Quasi as well. So now the army can continue to move out. I think at this point Beaver has a lot of money. He can just go straight to tier 2, and he may just decide to do that. But instead he ends up queuing up some more units or something. No, he just queued up some... Yeah, there's the tier 2. So I thought he was going to go ahead and try to attack, but it looks like he's content to hang out. I'm a little bit worried about doing that versus Mesk, because if you don't pressure him, it's easier for him to focus on expanding and teching and stuff like that. But so far, he's going for the Hydrith Den. That will delay his tier 2 ever so slightly. And if he actually makes Hydras behind it, that will be even harder for him to deal with. But he has the stronger base count, going up to a 3rd base in the bottom left. And actually, the Beaver has finished plopping his Ministry down. But he's very much behind in terms of like distributed worker count. He's got 24, 25 workers on minerals here. He could definitely transfer 8 or so of those and get a bit of a spike of income there in the natural expansion. Meska's on 3 hatch right now, adding a 4th in the main. Oh, he actually didn't decide to take this. I guess he spent all of his minerals before he could, so he just borrowed it. Got some more angles happening over here. More units being postured and mutated. Another Vulture heading up to the top here. It does actually spot that Zethricore, so that's not too bad there. He's even going to get love tapped, and he'll be able to think about leaving, but I guess not. migrating his other units over in that direction. He spots the larger amount of... hey, look at this! Adding more fulcrums. Well, you might actually see a lot of madrigals come out here for Beaver. Not harvesting really much of anything at the natural. Cyclops are coming out. It's like 5-6 of those here, and they are being first targeted down by the Quasis as they move forward. So I would say that's a fairly cost-efficient trade, but the problem is now the HelltRYKS is coming. Again, he made the Hydra Thin, he made the Nathrok Lake. He hasn't used either of them, so that's like 175 gas. I guess he used the Nathrok Lake a little bit for Vorvs, but I don't think that they were super consequential. More Quasis coming in here. Lobotomy Mines holding them at bay. Honestly, that's useful just in terms of utility, because it kind of clears out the Lobotomy Mines. You might as well do that. A couple Palladiums being added on. Again, I predict we will see Madrigals out of this situation. There's more Vultures being fielded. I'm not sure Vultures are super good in this situation, but just as general fodder, they're certainly not bad. And what are we going to see out of the HelltRYKS? Will we see the Backtooth Swamp or the Kalkir Pond? It's hard to say. A Vulture is looking over in this location, wondering what's going on over here. Actually, was just issued an attack order to head over there and investigate. Some Nathrocores were moved over in that direction. That kind of implies that, yes, indeed, there's the Kalkir Pond. We will be seeing Calculusks here. And confirming a third base, not a bad idea there for Beaver. And the Madrigals have begun. A beautiful move to use Madrigals, especially when you're thinking about Calculusks. You can deploy a couple of the Madrigals there and have the Cyclops for additional crowd control, and those air units are not going to be long for this world. I gotta say, Beaver has impressed with his map control overall. He's looking sharper than I would have thought. 17 Quasis on the front lines. Presence continuing to be gathered. Vultures continuing to scout out and confirm base locations or not. Yeah, these Quasis just sort of jockeying around. I think he was a little bit worried about that bottom right base being taken, so Mesk is going to confirm that it is in fact not, but we know that indeed at around 2 o'clock is where we are seeing another base being taken by the Beaver to match the base count of his enemy. We've got 7 Calculusks over here. Not a stupendous number, but with only 2 Madrigals out right now, it's not something to scoff at either. However, there's a decent number of Cyclops with this army too, and the 1 Goliath. I feel like the Calculusks will not be able to deal a crushing amount of damage to the attack force. The question is, will they even face them, or are they just going to be on a collision course with the main base? They are thinking about posturing in for an attack, and now the Quasis are coming in from the other side. There is a deployed Madrigal there, as well as a Phalanx that will deploy. You gotta watch out. The Madrigal can absolutely run roughshod over these units, as well as the Phalanx, but the base is under attack in the main. A couple of these Calculusks on hold position so as to not get drawn into the Watchdogs. At the same time, the Beaver posturing to attack this middle left base. That will indeed be popped. There is no hope for it. And looks like the remaining Masons were sent over to saturate that other location. Now, in this situation, with the Madrigals here as well, I don't think Mesk can hold on to this base. Sending units to attack it is a little bit of a mistake. I'm not sure he noticed that there were the Madrigals, but the sheer quantity of Cyclops is also there. Cyclops will indeed get a lot of blasting hits off onto the Circuit, which is going to result in a couple of the workers going down, but not as many as could have happened. So the HelltRYKS is done for. The Calculusks will move out at a little bit of a different location. Some of these Quasis that were zoned away from attacking the natural expansion of the Beaver are now moving backwards. We do have some gas capping happening elsewhere. Meanwhile, there's the Madrigals out to defend the production. Not too many additional military units coming out here for Beaver, and a lot of units just ended up hatching for Mesk. What's going on, Kian? Congrats on winning. I don't know what Mesk is thinking over here, man. Oh, look at this. He even did a lot more economic damage over here. I think he might have Beaver on the ropes. He's definitely abusing the air of Main Street, living up to its name right now. But if he loses all of these units to a couple of well-placed Cyclops shots, that's going to be very heartbreaking. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Madrigals are indeed going to be focused down, and that will be the end of the military for Beaver. Well, a decent amount of damage was dealt, but critically, a lot of Calculusks stayed alive, and I just don't think enough economic damage was dealt in the meantime. We have some captaincies being added. Not very much Vespian income right now for our Beaver Man. The ridge in various strange locations are not yet acquiring his attention. He is harvesting from that gas cap there, and from the one over here as well. Trying to fall back with the Madrigal. It does stay alive narrowly. Here's some more to fire some additional shots. Starting to morph them in the front lines is not exactly a good idea. In fact, I think they're still on hold position, so yeah, a couple of them are getting bopped. Only 3 of them left fully mutated. Still has to be a little bit careful over here. He's got the 1 Sentinel, a couple of Cyclops, and those 2 lobotomy mines on the front line. Oh. Owned. He opened the console, and he couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. Alright, well that was funny. At least he didn't type something that, like, exit. Alright, the Cyclops are still here to stand tall, and the lobotomy mines actually kind of awkwardly make the rest of the ground move out. Not very appealing. More Sentinels being constructed on the front lines. Mesk's production is idle. He's not making a single thing right now. And actually, Beaver has somehow come back in terms of the worker count within spitting distance. I know this doesn't look good for the Terran, but he's increasing. And a lot of the workers were idle for a while over here. Now they have set up shop. There's the 1 Quasi and some static defense being set up. You can absolutely see that be raided in the future. Some Madcaps are here. These Calculusks still lying in wait to pressure this base. Not sure that Beaver remembers that. Not interested in his ridge, though. Not interested in any of his ridges, as a matter of fact. Ooh, narrowly. The vision updated a little bit too fast there. Okay, he's killed one of them at great cost. This is generally why we don't see a lot of negative space directly behind the minerals, by the way. There's no maneuvering room to defend versus stuff like this. It's actually doing quite a bit of damage here. Beaver's not responding to it super elegantly. But that's the beauty of Mame Street. Finally, he's deployed the Madrigals. The Blime smiles. But if this base stays alive here in the top left for a very extended amount of time, Mesk will 100% have a pretty stark advantage. He's even resetting up his other base over here and getting more mineral income. Not stupendous amount of gas, but... a lot of madcaps being made out of those captaincies. Arcing forward here, investigating. And look at that. Manages to spot some of these quasis. Only a single madcap going down so far. Ah, there you go. He managed to get a Cyclops on the way out. Still going to go ahead and push forward, try to take that base. This is going to force out some kind of reaction or response from Mesk, who's trying to move all of his massive amounts of Quasilisks over into the other direction. These Madrigals are on a follow command. That could be really bad, by the way. Now, these Cyclops are indeed going to get bopped eventually, and indeed they have been. They'll get a couple of kills on the way out. That's about it. Look at that. Moving a little bit further forward. Hey, there's some Madrigals here. There's the deployment. Just painting the ground red. Unfortunately, most of the rest of the units, if the Cyclops were still with those Madrigals, that would have been a very different fight. I know that looks like a small amount of units, but no, it absolutely would have forced out more of these. Now, there's an Avigorlisk and there's some Kagralisks out. We did see the Alkagiteth be put down in the production tab earlier. We got 6 Bactylisks coming. 12 pairs of Zeths. Not a bad shout there either. Still on a follow command are these Madrigals. You got to watch out for that. But more and more and more Madcaps. He's got so many minerals. Not very much Vespene. Has crept back up in workers. He's made a treasury over here, but it has been spotted by a quintuple of Calculisks. No, there was a Mason hiding behind it that whole time that could have been repairing it, extending its lifespan artificially. Looks like some Masons have arrived. Occupying Mesk's attention, thinking it was juicy, but it was only 4 of them. 5 of them, whatever. Not nothing, mind you, but still. And Kaffirlosks have been made. By the way, at the same time, we actually have an attack happening at the main. There are Bactylisks here to try to respond to this. And no Phalanxes with this force. Tetzoricor is here to deal some cleave damage, but it is summarily executed. The Circuit has been dealt with as well. Unfortunately, the Tetzoricors are doing pretty well here at absorbing the damage. So I don't think Beaver's going to be able to do too much in this situation. I think Mesk is just continuing to have some pretty good uptime. Fighting over the low ground situations over here. The negative space helping him out quite a bit on multiple fronts. We still have a bunch of Madrigals over here guarding for those Calcas. Got units all over the place a little bit. Madcap's trying to secure more ground over here. Actually, Mesk was thinking about expanding to that location himself. And the Madcap bites the dust. I'm honestly quite surprised we have a long game on Mame Street. It's fucking Mame Street, dude. A whole lot of Zeths are on the way. They're going to be pretty good fodder, but there's also a lot of Sentinels here. And a lot of Madcaps. Here we go. Doesn't even need to deploy them. Ends up trading all of that for a single Cyclops. A little bit more damage is going to come his way this time around. There's Kagralisks and Bactylisks and all that stuff, but now the Phalanxes are deployed, and splash damage can really do a number on these. Some pretty good spreads and backsteps here to maximize the amount of damage incurred on the bio. But with the Bactylisks dead and only the Kagralisks remaining, there's not that much value that he can get out of this. Now, however, the reinforcements can just clean up these Phalanxes as the rest of the forces have left the building. No, he's going to go ahead and unsiege them. So a little bit of a Ehan timing there, perhaps, for his units. Even still, ends up dealing with one of the Bactylisks. And a nice Zeracor as well. He's got a lot of Phalanxes. A Droleth is tickling his treasury. Here come the Calculisks, but despite being on a follow command, the turrets still work. Terran Imba? Starport being added. 4 Kagralisks just got stunned by a single lobotomy mine. Now, those were noticed. You saw his camera. Now here come the Madcaps to make their way over there. A Hatrosk is being made next door. And, yeah, why not? Almaxilisks have arrived. Treasuries are not going to be long for this world yet again. And these Kagralisks have just sort of fallen back here and done a fighting retreat. They've done a lot of damage overall, right? The Droleths have arrived. They are taking over, claiming this for the Mesk here. And the Madcaps are summarily executed. Almaxilisks are too powerful. Main force being engaged upon here, not that many Madrigals, and they were busy attacking some of the units in the back line there. Sentinels can help, but not so much. Here come the deployments to try to deal with the Tetzoricors, and not a bad shout, but what are you going to do about all these air units? There's 9 Calculusks being completely uncontested in the air right now, and I think this might just break the Beaver. He's got so many units in, so many resources rather in the bank, but hey, the Madrigals came to their senses, abandoned the resource line there. Some Gorgons and Madcaps are in the production queue. Feels a little bit too late. There's a lot of attacks happening across the map. One of the captaincies has already gone down. Here comes a Madrigal. It died. It got one shot off and then it died. Yeah, honestly, the Almaxilusks are doing money right now. I think a lot of it comes down to this base never being attacked. Now it's like very fortified. Alcaj is tier 3? Question mark? Yeah. Ah, GG. Oh. Yeah, you know, Alcag and Alcaj, you know, they're both in the game. The significance of a single letter. Oh. Not GG. Oh, I see. He meant by not GG, he meant I'm still going to play because I thought my opponent was tier 3. That makes sense. I thought by not GG he initially meant fuck this. I can't, like, this game was not, it was actually a bad game that you beat me. And then he's like, oh wait, no, I can still play. I actually, I should have known. Dude, the N he put in Christmas. Utterly devastated. And Mesk goes up to 1-0. Well, that means that DF can select the next of our maps. Let's see what he wants to do. It'll be nightfall. Hi.
Hi.
How do you feel about Mame Street?
That went better than I was expecting.
I thought he might be
practice against Nablime helped me out a little bit.
right. I thought he might be able to finish the job when he started making the Palladiums, because he could have done a death push with the Madrigals before your tier 2 was operational. But
I wasn't too worried about that because I knew that his economy wasn't able to support a lot of it, and I could just make Vorvs. Like there's a point where Quasis can't touch that, but you need a lot of Madrigals. And he wasn't building Shamans, so
yeah,
there wasn't like sustain in those groups, so that kind of helped a little bit.
Yeah.
So I would trade, and it would seem really inefficient, but I would put in a lot of damage or kill the AoE, and then I knew that my circuits could handle the vultures.
Right.
Like the one base lived a really long time, even though there wasn't really a lot there.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I remembered, oh yeah, Tetsurak cores exist. That's how I can push down his base in tier 2. Because I was going to get tier 3, and I thought, wait, I can just make Chads.
That's right.
I
you also
channeled
went
the
into
Chandler energy for
Alcag.
the Chads.
The GG, not GG. Okay, actually, GG was pretty funny.
Yeah, and then I started making tier 3 immediately after that.
He reminded you.
Yeah, well, I was going to make it, and then I thought, I can push this down because I've already killed a lot of his army, just tickling them down around the sides. So I figured, well, I'll just I can go tier 3 if I have to, because I wanted to make the Mortothra Corp. But I was like, I don't really want to take it to a 50-minute game if I don't have to, because I'm kind of already like half asleep. So definitely not very on point right now. So your time to shine, DF.
Well, he has just joined the lobby, so I will wish you good luck on Nightfall. See you after. He did go Furia a couple times, earlier in the game particularly, and they did do pretty well, but by those times, usually it was already pranked. Now, DF is Protoss. This is a group where we have one of each race, and that, my friends, is lovely. Well, we have to have Mesk P, and then we will actually play. Dude, I was feeling it. I was just gonna transition right in, and we were gonna get to going. But sadly, no hope. I think, Beaver, you played pretty well. You maintained some semblance of composure on a map called Main Street, where you can be attacked. You can and will be attacked from every angle at any time. That, to me, is the mark of a true competitor, and I appreciate it. I think you can absolutely do some damage. Yeah, too busy talking to P. Now we will get it going. Nightfall is where we are going for round numero dos. Oh my god. No, his workers went around. Ah, shit. Mesk on the top left. Wait, sorry. Mesk on the top left. And DF in the bottom right. Yeah, I liked the captaincies. I think the biggest problem is that on Main Street, there is no hope if your opponent has a bunch of air units behind your expansion resources and stuff. Like, it becomes really hard to defend. I guess, like, Goliath in Anchor would have been okay, but that's still so annoying to set up, right? It's just like the way the map is structured. So it's pretty difficult, actually. Now, on a map like Night, well, the rest of the maps in the pool in general, with maybe the exception of like Megalith Empire in the mains, you're not as at risk for that sort of thing. But that's something that like a lot of the older maps really suffered from, is you would just be able to park air units somewhere and just shit on the workers. So yeah, definitely something where you want to keep turret room in mind. Mesk, your Drolith has been marked for the scribe pull. DF scouting around, has a gateway coming by the ramp. No. What I was saying is, if you put a Goliath in an anchor in the mineral line of the expansion on Main Street, you might be able to defend versus the Calculusks without needing to like put a large number of forces to defend or like pivot to air. Oof. But it wasn't that useful. Droleth being shooed away. The Zealot is now in production. Will we see a second gate? That's an interesting open question. We've got a pair of Quasis and a dead Scribe. This is the one who got the kill, but he did less damage than the other guy. Can you believe it? Oh, linebacker. All right. Now you can go homo. Second gateway on the way. Trying to get a bit of a wall going. It's an interesting move. Mesk kindly shows him where a block is. His own scribe has stopped the Zealot from killing this fucker. Well, sure, Nablime, sure. I agree there are options. But without, what I was saying is like without going air, I think it's pretty difficult. There's some early gas being harvested from Mesk, right? I was wondering what he was going to do with it. And the answer is actually not upgrade his pool. Instead, he's going to go for the Hydrith Den. That's interesting. He's even going to be parking his Droleth in the bottom left. I will suspect that will be a secret base. I'm not sure if Zethrakors and such can like go over the top here from the gateway. That would be something that DF could try to investigate to see if his workers can fit over or whatever. But maybe he's already practiced this wall. I'm not 100% sure. He said that he had 0 practice, so I'm going to assume he has not done any single-player stuff either. So the Hydrith Den has been made, and we will see throughout this macro hatch, for this macro man, we are going to have some Hydras join the fight. Double Ecclesiast into a Hierophant with more Ecclesiasts and Hierophants coming. It's a very ranged and gas-intensive composition that DF is going for. So that's interesting in and of itself. We're about to find out now, aren't we? The Hierophant is fat. So that could be very awkward. Because I think even if you blow this pylon up, it's not going to change whether or not you can fit through this. Or this, obviously, right? And here. Well, at least he's having an embassy. So at the very least, he'll be he'll be able to, you know, have a little bit of fun. I think they can fit between here. I'm pretty sure. We'll find out. Yeah, he's confirming his ground army can't leave there without the block. That's interesting. Going Embassy Lattice. I wonder what he's going for. He's very much in the dark as to what his opponent is doing. And there is a bottom left base happening over there, so that's interesting. Zethakor moving around, just confirming certain locations. DF is nearing the amount of SP necessary for a witness, and the rally point makes me think it is indeed going to be a witness. So we will see that in a moment. Look at that. He can fit through that. Fucking fat. Yeah, he's got an embassy for the envoy, so, you know, he's fine. The new Hierophant graphic, by the way, Baelethal has been working on it. It's pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing that in action later. Definitely want to pop that one in when we can. There's a lot of high ground defense being built over here from Mesk, posturing with a couple of Kagrants turned to Circuits, a bunch of Hydras, some Aziricors. He's definitely very interested in that. Very focused in that. The one vassal is here to scout, followed by the one witness. Oh my god. Well, he doesn't scout the lack of a natural, but he does scout the army comp, and he scouts the fact that he's got the 2 tech structures right next to each other. And now the witness is going to see the rest. Extra wardens, why not? Is this going to be a 1-base, like, tier 3 tech rush or something? I wonder what DF is thinking here. Whenever you see Mesk on no expansions, you should really be very, very curious, in my opinion. I love the giant Santa hat on the Avaleth. It's so good. It's not even on his actual head, right? That's what makes it so good. Oh, he seems like he's not interested in leaving with his Striders. I swear you can do this. I'm pretty sure you can. All right, taking an expansion of his own. Witness looking at the 3rd, not seeing anything just yet. 5 Zethakors burrowed over there. There's only 4 workers being made in that location. So I guess he's just going to use his Striders for anti-drop and such. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. It's just kind of a funny one. The Avaleth passes by the witness. Another Avaleth on patrol. Seeing what it can see. There you go. Don't worry, there's another witness where that came from. DF is going to be catching up on workers using that embassy and the second nexus. Actually, a lot of workers coming into Mesk. He has not felt pressured at all so far. But he also doesn't have a crazy amount of Vespian income yet, so it's not like he can really tech with this. He could go for like a mass amount of Hydras and see if he can bust. It'd be a little awkward to fight these Wardens, but it's still a possibility. Idols are thinner than the Hierophant, but I don't know by how much. I think you can go through this, but I haven't seen if DF is too interested in confirming that for us. He's adding more gateways. So he's thinking about, okay, let me go up to a lot of gates and just pump a lot of units. So, I mean, at some point he's going to make Striders out of these, right? You would think. There we go. He saw the move out with his Witness, so he's massing up his additional Striders over here to guard the Wardens, making it ever more difficult. Yeah, they can just go straight through. Beautiful. See? DF knew it. I like actually that the Hierophants are the ones that are over here, because it's like if you have an air unit or a transport or something, because the Obelisks were obviously scouted coming in, then you slow it, right? And it gives the rest of your army time to respond. So here comes the engagement. Hydra's frontlining. Not exactly what you would predict per se, but the Zealot's going to make the charge in. The Ecclesia's trying to keep them healthy, but they are being shredded by the Hydras. At the same time, the Idols are dealing a decent amount of splash damage, and the Obeleth is already cut down below half HP. These Zealots staying alive for as long as they have is a significant improvement over what you would necessarily expect. Like, it's super good for DF. He ends up being able to completely change the engagement based on that. Now, he's going to lose a Hierophant on the way out. Looks like he'll lose a Drakedin as well. No, actually, Mesk is falling back a little bit unnecessarily since his forces were kind of already committed. Oh my god. He almost had that. You know, if he's not careful, these forces will be lured to the bottom left. Witness continuing to confirm. Lots of static defense being made here. Just a lot of gateway units being constructed so far. If you go mass Zealot Gate, or Zealot Drakedin rather, you can bust down the circuits, but the Iral Iris is more than halfway done, right? So this is a very committed position. If this base gets encountered, you are in for a lot of pain if you're in Mesk's position. But as of right now, I don't think that they can really bust the circuits with the Hydra reinforcements. And when the Tier 2 finishes, he's absolutely going to mutate these. So it would have to be like really magical timing, and the Witness is not there anymore, right? Actually, I don't know where the Witness went. It's over here. Mesk actually doesn't have that much money, so he can't mutate too many of these into advanced defenses just yet. There is an Ardent Authority coming for DF, so he is going to be interested in sieging. But he has no idea that there's a base in the bottom left this whole time. Adding another gateway. Looking to send his Drakedins around just to spot. He's scouting all the bases except for the one that's been taken. Another round of units being dispatched. Starting to saturate the gas over here. Sells a lot of minerals. Can absolutely queue up another round of units into these gateways. Looks like he's already done that with Zealots. Couple of units being bopped over here, encountering the advanced forces of IskatuMesk, or at least what will soon be the advanced forces. He's got Convolusks out, a Matrolith as well, the Matravel Nest with its hat, currently being worn. I think the Convolusks are going to be pretty effective at disrupting this situation, but there's not so many of them, and their DPS is not nearly as high as it used to be. A Vilgalith has been put down. It is not going to be destroyed very fast, so that's a lot of extra Rilla Rokors that got added. Remember, there's a lot of idols here for splash. But the Convolisks have mostly stayed alive. It looks like only 2 of them got focused down during that whole engagement. Another one will end up dying, but he has to commit to all of the Hydras and lose all of his other units as a response. He gets one more Azure Core on the way out, at least. But 2,000 minerals. My man. Get some more stuff. Architect on the way. What would really help him out right now is an Acantor. Riller Rokors no longer collide with projectiles, like the Idol, or the Acantor, or the Optecton. So... ends up being pretty good. Now, I think the Architect is actually stuck behind here, by the way. He's not even really thinking about that. He's rallying it over here anyway. Adding some Wardens over here. But it's as the attack is thinking about being brought in. Now, the Azure Core is already dead. And there's only 2 Convolisks with this force. Not going to be super good. He can actually focus these down. Yeah, he's actually doing that. I think it's a little awkward to do that. The problem really being that your Drakenons lose so bad to Hydras, right? In terms of damage density and all this other stuff. But now the Zealots are here. And that is going to force the Hydras to fall back, lest they be absolutely torn asunder. So not very cost efficient, but still, it is an option. Engram being added over here. Still no third base in sight for DF, while this base is fully operational. There's obviously the natural up and running as well. Alcag Eteth is complete. We will undoubtedly end up seeing some more bases being taken in the upper quadrant of the map there by the Zerg player. A lot of idle workers, but I'm sure they'll be tasked on somewhere. Kafrolosk's being mutated. Finding a way to spend that gas. Yeah, Mesk is thinking about taking all manner of bases. A lot of static defense coming out here from DF. He has the minerals, but they are going to start to run dry, and he hasn't secured himself a third base yet. He's thinking about putting something down over here. Judging by his pylon placement, he wants to add more stuff. But for now anyway, it's going to be an expo. Remember, there's less resources on this map now, what with the middle bases being removed. Something that I thought was actually pretty nice about the old Nightfall. At least as a concept. Maybe it could have been improved or whatever, but it does mean that your game time is much more finite, right? Well, he ended up killing the pylons to see if he could evacuate his architects, but we saw that coming a mile away. It's going to be a while. Now, Mesk has a fairly reasonable army. The Zealots are not in the front line, and there's not very many of them anyway. More of them are on the way now. They just finished out of the gateways. So the longer this fight goes on, the better DF will be in a position to respond to it. But he needs to kite his Drakenons backwards while his Zealots charge forward. This is a very important fight for him to be able to win with some amount of confidence. Because if he loses all of his units, he's not actually going to be able to do too much. Here come the Architects. He needs to keep the Nexus alive. It's not being focused down per se, but there's still a lot of Hydras here. And now they are indeed focusing it down. That is a crippling loss here from DF. He did not want to have to lose that Nexus. His Architects are firing off, doing their best to get some shots off to the back line, but they're not being force targeted, and now the Riller Rokors are coming. Still, those 2 Convolisks from earlier in the fight stayed alive throughout that entire deal. Meanwhile, spying on a secret mission. Oof. By the way, these are actually undersaturated. That could be a point of contention for DF. Witness continuing to spy on the army. Some spying of his own. I think there's just too much map control here for Mesk. He's got way more workers, almost double that of his opponent. He's got plenty of, you know, a wide diaspora of tech. He's even made Vilgoricors. How sad. Nexus being established at 3 o'clock. Witness was indeed shot down. Oof. Another witness has arrived. It died. Oh, a lot of good damage out of that engram, but not quite enough to kill the Matroliths. Adding more and more static defense along this ridge is very expensive as a maneuver. Look at this. Mesk even taking that base. When you misrally workers. Okay, here's the big problem for DF. He's been kind of caught without really being able to set anything up here. His zealots are not on the front. He's going to have a hell of a time getting out of his own base area. Now, the engram is popping up, doing a lot of damage. And some of these convalists are indeed getting bopped. There's only, what, 4 of them left? 5? 6? Some of his forces dealing with the 3 o'clock base as far as its production is concerned. There's actually a Kagralisk in that Obelisk. Well, it died. So much for that. And the Architects have stayed alive and pretty healthy, as a matter of fact. There's Vilgoricor swatting at that pylon, doing its best to do some damage. It died. And now the Rillarocors will die too. Another Drakedon. Fallen. Fallen forever. By the way, that Drillith is still there. There's nothing harvesting at 3 o'clock just yet. DF is on his last legs as far as his mineral count is concerned. He's got plenty of SP now because he's depleted both of his bases just about. Transferring some of his workers over, but he doesn't really have a front line anymore. No more Zealots. He's only making Drakedons in the back. Architect's not really focus firing, just on attack move. And that is going to eat up pretty much all of his forces. He might not actually be able to be busted by because of all the static defense, but this is still more than enough for Mesk to secure the victory. He's actually sent more units up to clean up 3 o'clock before it can really get mining as well. Zethricore is on their way with all their Santa hats. Single Baelethal. This base not exactly being harvested from, but, you know, some workers have been made all the same. But with 3 o'clock going down in a puff of smoke, there's an Architect chasing endlessly after this Ovalith. How sad. Yeah, I think some Mechantors would have really helped DF out here. Especially since the Rillarocors don't absorb the shots anymore. So 3 o'clock is gone. 12 o'clock was just set up. We've obviously got the top right going for a while now. This base now being taken. DF's actual third being taken. Gas-only base at around 7 o'clock has already been taken. And look at this, 9 o'clock has been up and running for a while as well. Yep, Mesk has plenty of moolah and is going to go for the Spire in the background as his Tier 3 is nearing completion. We have an Ancestral Archives coming up. Uptecton's not a bad shout either. Oh, it turned into an Irolith and is now getting a pretty good scout off of everything. Oof. Oof. Ah. It died. Oof. Devastation. Well, Mesk is a man of his word, and he is making the Axe-Toth Axis. He wants to show off the new Mortothricore. And if DF decides to stick in the base, stick in the game, might just let him. I like how even in a time like this, DF is making more and more witnesses. He's finally adding some splash in the form of idols. He's also got an Uptekton on the way, which is going to help him out quite a bit, but at that point the air army starts to become a problem. Yeah, the Mortothricore icon was not updated for replays either, so 10 of them are on the way. We will get to see their grandiosity. Hope you guys are ready for this. Oh my god. They're not stupid. It was important to me that they actually use their walk cycle. As part of their walk cycle, they use their front claws because the graphic, visually, you can kind of tell it's very top-heavy, right? So it kind of like balances its center of gravity out using its front claws. That was the idea. Now we've got some Almaxilusks, we've got some more Tothricors. Yeah, it's the StarCraft 2 lurker model, but it's made to not be shit, essentially. I removed like 75% of the spikes on it. Now we do have DF going for a move out here. He's going after the circuit. There are some Protathlors hidden inside there. Mortothrichors have become empowered. They hunger for flesh. Oof. Ah. However, a lot of them are getting absolutely annihilated, but they are doing their job as a front line. A couple more of them in the back kind of getting lost. Kagralisks, Bactylisks, all the tier 2 air. The Strider army has been vanquished. Gotta watch out for these engrams. Doesn't really have a lot that can deal with them. He's kind of focusing them, but he's spreading his damage a lot. I think he's gonna get them. This one lived with 8 HP, but the Protathlor killed it with its dying breath. There's the Uptekton here. A single Zealot was trapped for this entire fight. Excetralisks have decided to charge in as well. Not as good of a graphic, but hey, they get the job done. GG is called, and Mesk will go up to 2-0. The Beaver will challenge him once again. Hi.
Hi.
You won another game.
I did win another game.
How'd you do that?
Well, Hydras weren't able to really kill his army like I was hoping, but they were able to kill a lot of Drakenians in the trades.
Yeah.
So I was a little worried when the first attack did absolutely nothing. I was expecting it to be way more effective given how much it cost, but I just did the Shambler thing, and then
yeah.
I went to Convalisks because I knew that he didn't have, like, idols aren't going to do anything to Convalisks, and he didn't have any architects at that point in the game.
Yeah,
So
it looked like he was really
trying
focusing.
to single them out.
Yeah.
So he was definitely getting some mileage out of that. But
yeah,
I
I
knew
feel
that
like
after. Do you like the secret base?
Yeah, the secret base got him by surprise. I don't think he had.
I don't think he found any of those bases.
No.
They were everywhere. Unfortunately, he had engrams on the one ledge, so I couldn't mine like right next to him.
Yeah. Well, this means, sir, that because you keep winning, you have to keep playing, and you'll be going up against the Beaver on Megalith Empire.
No, I gotta go pee again.
Got him.
All the coffee and water is going through me. It's how I'm staying awake.
Well, sir, I'll see you when you're done. Good luck. Yeah, Nablime, we haven't updated that graphic because we need to model a graphic for it. I had a Sikrilisk idea, but I think I'm going to end up using it for the Vilgoricore, actually. Not 100% sure yet. It's kind of like a quadruped-looking thing. I guess it could also be the Excitrulisk, but I was thinking it could be used as the revised Vilgoricore, since the Vilgoricore is going to be very different eventually. Ah, well, DF, you'll have an opportunity to reflect on that and as we watch this next match. Obviously, it's a different matchup, but all the same. This could be a very fast one, because this map is an opportunity for Terran Cheese. Beaver has selected it for a reason. Yeah, walling has been a sore spot, a point of contention for a number of Protoss players. Although, as it turns out, he wasn't really going for any melee anyway, at least at that stage of the game. Alright, let's go ahead and get it rolling. It's something that I've been thinking about. We'll see if we can make it sane. Now, Mesk will start in the top, and it will be the Beaver in the bottom. Mesk is indeed yellow. Will be a fairly fast pool here for Mesk, looking for some early action. Interesting. No fast fulcrum this time around. Instead, it's going to be a stockade. I guarantee you the stockade will lift across the chasm, land, and start building Ahmed. Oh, yes, you're right, DF. I did see the Zealot in the top there. Well, Solstice, there's a number of games I would like to cleanse ourselves of. One of them is, oh shit, what's it called? Final Odyssey. That's where the Zoroastrian comes from, the old Quasilisk. And, oh, look at this. I love this. He's scouting this exact location first. That's amazing. Fancy meeting you here. I mean, a single Hurakan is not that scary. I mean, Hurakans in general, they just don't deal damage, right? You have to mix them with other things. So, it just seems like an obvious move. Now, Ahmed did take a little bit of damage. There's a large number of Quasis starting to foment. But Beaver is just going to hold the ramp. Baelethal is only a few shots away. Got him. But was it enough? For many Quasis have arrived. Yeah. A lot of Mavericks. Third stockade. It's going to be a very heavy bio focus. That Quasi was spotted by the stockade positioning, so that's kind of interesting. Might be a fake out. Yeah. Yeah. Get that gas pathing. Oh, he didn't go back over. That's unfortunate. What else is from Final Odyssey? There's some other unit that we're using that's from that. There's also, I mean, the HelltRYKS is pretty bad. The Cascathalor is pretty bad. What else do we have? There's a number of Zerg graphics that are just pretty bad. Bactalisk, actually. The Bactalisk is no bueno for me. But hey, whatever you are driven for inspiration for is fine by me, Solstice. Because more Zerg assets are absolutely necessary. Now, apparently more Masons are not necessary, as at this point, actually, Beaver should be in a pretty strong position to have like 20, 24 workers, something like that. Maybe a little bit less than that. That might be at least like 18, 20, something like that. But he's cut a lot so that he can do non-stop production out of 4 stockades. And this could hit super hard. Now, there's a couple of things that we have to keep in mind, because there is this anchor with 4 quasis in it. And there's no healing or sustain with this. So that's something that you have to remember, because now Beaver has to either go the long way around, in which case this is going to hit hard, pretty slowly, or you have to go through that, in which case there's advanced warning. But not only that, there's also like damage dealt to your units. You end up losing at least 1 Hurakan, almost certainly. Stuff like that. It looks like he's going to go for the former option of going around the map. I don't think that Quasi saw anything. So, not sure what he's thinking about, but maybe it did. He must have seen like the flicker of a unit on the minimap. Now they're going to go ahead and investigate and see what's going on here. There is only the one circuit. A Zorkis is on the way, so that absolutely could be significant. But this base is being set up, and I just don't think it's going to be able to get up in time. I'm guessing this will be a Lucifirius. Stim pack is done, but it's a little bit early to do the stim. You know, you're not in the fight. Remember, it only lasts for 5 seconds now, so it's a lot harder to do in the midst of combat. The Cascathalor is rendered at the wrong angle. You can't say it's I. We do have 2 Lucifirius on the way. There is no detection here for Beaver, and his lone Hurakan is actually being shredded, not just by Quasis, but also by circuits. He can still get himself into a pretty strong position here to deal some pretty good damage. Just needs to be mindful of that circuit, and he needs to be on the ball versus these Lucifirius if he's going to continue this fight. Now, some of his units were actually in a bit of an awkward position, but at the same time, it kind of distracts Mesk because they were coming up the ramp, and that meant that some Hurakans could sneak in from the back door. And one of the Lucifirius has already fallen. The Zorka Shroud is gone. This last Lucifirius is really all that remains. The Quaseth Pool even going down as well. Well, all of these units are very, very wounded, but that pool is not going to stay alive. Oh no, not the Cyprians. Thank goodness. And he's going to try to charge in to distract him, but he's really only going to be successful in losing a number of Quasis. At the very least, he was able to move those up. There's a couple Hurakans over here. He needs to be in sync with the rest of his army. He's going to get on top of that Lucifirius, but he's not focusing it down. Okay, there we go. And the Quaseth Pool is also gone. So the army is finite. The circuit now being focused down, the armor rend being applied. That's going to be really big for all of the Maverick shots. But even still, he kills it. And at what cost? Look at that. Mesk is still in the game. Didn't lose a single worker during that. Well, here's the one Maverick to change that. Imagine getting up to 250 damage dealt by a single Maverick over the course of its lifespan. Lots of minerals floating right now. He could add on at least 3 fulcrums. He's got some units trapped over here. Should have occupied that anchor. And that was unfortunate. His units are not very sure of what to do here. He has to be very careful, actually, here. He is going to end up losing some tempo. I don't think he should lose any workers here. I mean, Ahmed's going to deal with this pretty well. No. Just go back to mining, bro. You can't afford this. You don't have any income. You have even workers with this man right now. No. This is such a horrible move, Beaver. No, go back to mining. Please, Beaver. Please go back to mining. You need to mine. Oh my god, no. He's fucked up his mining so bad. It's going to take so long for his workers to unfuck themselves now. Well, he's just going to ignore the quasis in the back line here. That's a little awkward. Instead, opting to charge forward. Remember, oh, he's actually made a Hydrith, and he's making combat units. Yeah, okay, Mesk has won this game. That's very unfortunate. Well, I say that, but hey, a lot of Masons ended up being pulled for a worker pull here. So he's going to get his repair forces up. He has enough for a single anchor as well. He should just lift the stockades at this point, in my opinion. Here he is. But can he deal with the Hydras? I don't think so. Not with that circuit still alive. This is very much an all-in position, but all of his Hurricanes are already dead to the Hydras. The Masons didn't even get a chance to fight. And there's no option for an anchor because... With what spawning pool? Oh, I think he's asking about the quasis. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He came so close, but Mesk clutches it out in the end. Undefeated so far. He's making multiple Cyprians and moving his workers back, but I don't know about that one. Yeah, it's over. It's over, boys. GG. I0 cores absolutely annihilate Bio. It's silly. There you go. Well, we'll go ahead and show the maps again so that you guys can be in some context for this one. Hi, Mesk.
Hi.
You survived the bio train.
I really was expecting anchors.
Yeah, me too.
I was surprised not to see anchors, and instead it all turned into a lot of Mavericks. Way more than I was expecting.
Well, I feel like he had a pretty good spot there. The problem is he kind of lost control when the worker pull happened, right?
Yeah.
So he committed super heavy onto the circuits, forgetting that you can just remorph it after that for 50
I wasn't
minutes,
able to
so.
get a lot of mileage out of Lucifirius, but they did delay him for a while.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go pee again because I had like 3 pots of coffee to try to stay awake when we were casting.
Will be other worlds selected for the next map. And you know what that means? It means after a short time, DF will dispense justice. Or try to, anyway. Yeah, win equals P. He only doesn't pee when he loses. So if you want his bladder to explode, you gotta beat him. Now, if DF wins this match, and then he defeats Beaver, and then he defeats Mesk again, well, then we'll be tied up, won't we? I'm not so sure it's possible, though. Mesk is looking pretty good. All right. Let's see it in action. Otherworld is where we will be going to. Not a single standard map in this whole goddamn pool. It's going to be Mesk in the bottom and DF on top. Cartoon Patrick indeed. We'll see what DF is all about here with his opening pylon scout. Going up against Mesk, who is likely early pooling. He's doing it a little bit later this time. He actually went for 8 pool before. Now he's going for 9. Gateway coming. Fairly bog standard so far. Ooh. He's ramping up the damage dealt stat. Farming with it. Tickle. Oh no. He's got to watch out. See if DF goes hunting for that low HP one again. It's kind of near the top. If you come in from the top, you could do some heckling. Well, look at that. He's already targeting it. Oh my god. Precision coming out here from DF. Yep, it's dead. Got him! Made out like a bandit. Meanwhile, this pylon is under duress. Zealot opener. The thing is, he spent all that micro, right? And he has all this money as a result. He had like almost 400 minerals. Battle workers. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Battle workers. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Battle workers. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Those aren't workers. Dun. Those are also not workers. Battle workers. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Battle without workers. Zettercore has died. The problem is, the Quasis have stayed alive. Here comes another Legionnaire, as well as a Vassal. Problem is, the Vassal was... Well, there's a lot of damage that was spread out over there, we'll say. Dun! Battle workers! Dun, dun, dun! Battle workers! Oh, shit! Dun, 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 dun. Battle workers! Bam, 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 bam! Battle worker. Look, Simulacrum has a hat. I forgot about that. Those aren't workers. Yeah, the worker is pretty strong. Yeah. Pretty good. Good unit. Now, Zealots are pretty reasonable versus the Quasilis. Very powerful units. There is the in-base being taken by Mr. Mesk. Can't really break up this ramp. Too many Zealots. Especially with the Zethercore gone. Pretty reasonable micro from DF here. He might lose that one Zealot. No, lives with 5 HP. Warden on the ramp. More and more Zealots and Simulacra. There's actually no static defense over here, and even if there were, I would very much fear for the lives of IskatuMesk's workers. His battle workers. They're future battle workers. Dun 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 dun. Battle worker. Quasi's making their moves. Trying to guard for a more frontal attack, but little does Mesk know it's actually going to be an extra Warden No expanding necessary. There is finally a Circuit coming down. He might be thinking about adding even more static defense. And if you think about it, since workers make the Zerg static defense, that means that the Zerg static defense are battle workers. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. There's an Ecclesiast coming to enchant these various melee units, while the Legionnaire speeds his way across the map, looking for any would-be battle workers. Now we're starting to see Hydras, though. And once you get out a decent number of Hydras as the Zerg player, it's very, very easy for you to start sniping a lot of these advanced units that are going to be moving out, right? Thinking about the kiting backwards that they can do. And it's a lot harder to focus down the Circuit when you're being shelled by 3 armor pen, 10 damage units like that. But it's going to be a bit different if the Quasis and the Hydras are together, because you can easily just push that. Dun, dun, dun. Battle workers? Battle workers! Dun, 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 dun. Oh, battle workers! Battle workers! Oh, dun, 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 dun. Use your workers, dude. They're better. Oh. Static defense counts as a battle worker. Battle worker. Oh, never mind. It missed. 1 in 256 chance. That's a joke, by the way. Slain by a battle worker. But actually, the Legionnaire didn't even get to scout that expansion. This stack of units is... Oh, no! That was made by a battle worker. That counts. It's by extension. You know, units are made by structures, which are made by battle workers, so units are also battle workers. Which is really just an excuse for me to be able to do that bit some more. I like battle workers. Dun, 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 dun. There's not really that many defenses over here, so the Zeths moving over are definitely going to be unexpected. There's a couple of units hanging out over here. There's a Nexus on the way that will probably attract their attention initially, but I think it'll just have to be canceled. And that's definitely going to set DF into all-in one-base mode, I think. And again, it's really hard to attack the Circuit when you're also under attack by Hydras. That's like a huge issue, right? So... he's not really dedicated too many forces to the other world. He's okay. It looks like he's interested now in protecting himself. I wonder if maybe there's like a unit in here that's like a worker killer or something. Might have been like a scribe over there thinking about expanding, and it got spotted earlier on. But you can see here the Hydra Zeth composition, the Brood War composition, working pretty good over in the initial stages of that fight. Not able to finish the job on the Nexus, of course. Too many responsive units here from DF. But he also has to guard himself from attacks in the main gate now, as there is another move-out happening. And this is where, again, on an open ground, DF's forces absolutely mop the floor with the Hydra Zeth. But the question is, you know, is he actually going to be fought on open ground, or is he constantly going to be moving back and forth, right? So Mesk is actually doing a great job of sort of occupying DF's forces and the attention of their forces. There's only 2 Wardens and a couple of Drakedons over here, right? Now, I guess to the same point, there's like 4 Zeths. So actually, most of this army is ranged and can be held at bay. But here come the Drakedons going the other way. He's got to be careful about this, and he's not really paying too much attention here. So now the units are going to charge on forward, and I think this is going to initiate Operation Base Trade, followed by Operation Battle Workers. Right? Battle Workers? No? No Battle Workers? Oh. This is essentially a killing gambit. If he's not able to make it up this ramp and do critical damage to Mesk's base and keep most of his army alive, he will be in deep doo-doo. These Drakenins could Scar as well, and he's got enough money he can go ahead and drop a Nexus somewhere else. Looks like he's intending to do that as he has evacuated some Scribes. His Zealots are staying alive a very, very long time. And remember, Simulacra can split and give you a lot of value over time as well. A Battle Worker is destroyed, and some Drakenins make it up the ramp here at the cost of one of their fellows' lives. He's got to watch out here, though. He's not really bringing the rest of his force, and they are attack moving. He does finish the job on that circuit, but there's another one behind it. And remember, there's more Kagrants being made all the time. The Zealots have all been destroyed, and now we're down to just a small handful of Sims and Drakenins. Sure, there'll be more than a match for these Hydras. He doesn't need to micro back, though. He doesn't want to lose, especially not to a Battle Worker. And oh my god, that Drakenin does end up dying. But there's so many circuits. I don't think he's got what it takes. I don't think he has the balls. Didn't have the guts. Didn't have the glory. Another circuit is slain, but another one finishes. He's trying to make use of the Simulacrum split. It's kind of working out for him, but, the committal is going to come in onto the Drakenins, and honestly, that was not very effective. But the circuit is now attacking that wounded Drakenin. I think it just narrowly won't be able to finish the job. But remember, Nexus coming over here. There's so many Hydras, and I don't think Mesk now has the forces to contend this situation. Simulacrums can get a lot of kills here. They could be stutter stepping a little bit better, but that's okay. Gotta watch out. Actually, that's a great opportunity for him. He can just use this to split up his Sims. He kind of needs to here. He definitely does not want to. Oh, he's actually going to just try to kill it. Okay, that's a bold move. I wasn't expecting it. Imagine if he still has, 2 or 3 of those Drakenins as well. Could have been a very different story. Oh, he's going to be able to finish the job over here, but the Hydras are coming down, and that's going to put a pin in this, I believe. Ah, the Drakenins have hit the dust. Unfortunately, we do not see it end with Battle Workers. Oh, hey, if this attack force comes in a little bit async, this could be really, really bad. But he's down to just Sims. No more heavy hitters. And when you have a 1-armor unit like the Hydra versus a no-armor pen unit like the Simulacrum, I think it's all she wrote. Not great focus fire here out of DF, but his forces are falling. A lot of these Hydras are really low, actually. But that's going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. He's only got 2 Battle Workers. Okay, I guess I should say... Oh, a little bit of focus fire, he could have killed that last Hydra. There's 2 Hydras over here, by the way. He's got 13 workers. There's just no hope. Nothing in the bank here for DF. Making a single Legionnaire, that's all he's got. And he's built his Nexus right in Mesk's back pocket. Single Legionnaire. No! He's been slain by Battle Workers! Battle Workers! Da-na-na! Battle Workers! Da-na! Oh my god, they got on! Battle Workers! Da-na-na-na-na! Battle Workers. That is a Mesk 4-0. Battle Workers.
Jesus, man, the latency really was screwing me on that one because I would try to focus a sim, but I'd be like, oh no, I want to go for this one because I think this one's lower, and I would hit the one because it wouldn't swap in time, and then I'd pop both of them, and they just kept multiplying, and I was like, oh my god, this is an absolute disaster.
Joke's on you, that was on low latency.
Well, I could definitely still feel the latency.
Yeah, there's some minimum, but...
It was enough with the Hydras because they're hit scan that he would, in the animation frame, I would try to swap, and I wouldn't. And it was really goofy.
Well, the cast for that is something you should probably watch back at some point because it's pretty funny. But I appreciated Battle Workers, and I know the viewers at home did too.
Are we still playing?
Yes.
Is that it? Or
no, we play all 8 matches. You could go 8-0 here.
Oh, I'm going 8 matches. Okay.
Yeah, well, you're going until you lose. So
right.
that's the way it works. So
Well,
you're going to be
okay.
facing off against the Beaver on Fata Morgana.
I'm gonna BRB for a minute. I'm gonna grab something really just something to nibble on really quick. I'll only be like a couple of minutes
Sure, no worries.
because I haven't eaten all day, and I actually thought that was gonna be it. So
Nah, dude.
I'll be just a moment.
Okay. I guess I'll make like him, except this time I'm going to pee, so I will BRB. I have returned. I am guessing Mesk has not. Oh, I see DF was typing about the game. Yeah, that game was really close, actually. Alright, looks like Mesk is here. Let's go with it. It'll be Fata Morgana. We're rolling with it. That last game was really interesting because it was just a tale of, like, who's got the... Orc. It was like a tale of like who's gonna shark in and do the surprise attack first, and his units just hit harder, right? So, or they hit first, I guess. But it was interesting. It's definitely interesting. Well, Mesk is in the top right, Beaver in the top left. Looks like it'll be a Fulcrum first this time around once again, as Beaver has some Vespene to him. I really want to see what he's up to. He picked Fata Morgana, right? It has some similarities to Pendulum in that there's top left versus top right, you know? He's going to go ahead and scout on his 11th worker. A little bit later than most people do, but not really a huge deal versus Zerg. Unless you suspect shenanigans. And even then, I think the number of shenanigans that they can do is kind of low. Farming his worker stats again. You know what that means, guys? Battle worker. I'm not going to do that this game, but I thought about it. I think it's a bit that's good for like one game, and then it's kind of tight. You got to break out the battle workers game like when it really is deserved. That game, it was deserved. It had a lot of battle workers. I should tell DF to watch back that cast as well, actually. Fucking battle workers. Ooh! He gets one battle worker shot off at the very end anyway. That's crazy. Oh, he is Shambler. Look at that! Fuck you, dude. Called out. Oh, It's probably one of those things where he like rallied it to it. That happens. Yeah, it was just a rally point. Rally silliness. Ooh. I mean, it's a good safety. Like, if you rally your unit onto the worker, and then they burrow within your vision, your rally, it's not like your rally is going to get cleared, right? So. Second Vulture is out. Got 2 Fulcrums up. I don't know if the second one would have been caught, but it's going to be Cyclops followed by an Anchor. It's not actually super aggro out of Mesk just yet, though. You know, he wants to draw up. Wants to make sure his worker count doesn't fall too far behind. And he's getting a macro hatch. So the fact that his macro hatch is close to his mineral line tells me he's not really interested in holding the ramp. He just wants to take stuff down here. Because, like, normally, right, if you're in this situation as the Zerg, you put it a little bit closer to the ramp, and then you can start to spread K-Grow with, like, one structure somewhere, right? Oh, it is fixed, but if you're burrowing within vision of like his Mason, it's not like it deletes the rally point. It saw the unit. It only deletes the rally point if the unit exits your vision. So if you go here, for example, and then go back there, that's one thing. It's a little invisible. Like, you have to kind of know that it's a thing. I think there was a the Vulture died right there. I was wondering where it was. Bit of a phalanx of Quasis here, but there's some investment into another hatch. In-base expansion, making sure to keep himself safe. Zeths and Quasis marching around. looking for a good time. Evisceration. Pretty good synergy in general with Lobotomy Mine plus Cyclops, so that's going to help him hold quite a bit. But it's a switch into Gorgs, and this has not been scouted at all. He doesn't have any Watchdogs or anything. Oh, he's making a Goliath. My god. One Zethricore clears multiple Lobotomy Mines. Don't worry. There's more where that came from. Looks like for now he's just going to go ahead and make some additional Masons. Would be nice to get some eyes on what your opponent is doing in this situation. Otherwise, you kind of have to plan for everything. By the way, the Zork's pivot makes his actual army really, really poor comparatively. Ooh, narrowly doesn't see that Zeth. That was really close. Oh, Ministry's going to go ahead and depart. We've got 4 Gorgs. Not incomprehensibly strong. Look at that, he even found it after all that. No Watchdogs. Still no Watchdogs. I mean, he's got the Cyclops. Like, he's not dead to this, depending on his reaction, right? He's got the Goliaths, he's got the Cyclops. Like, what's his reaction going to be? He's not reacting until they're actually attacking him, so the reaction time is definitely leaving a lot to be desired. He needs to pull the workers. He is not pulling the workers. This is all still very salvageable, but it's definitely painful. He's not going to win this fight. Okay. Well, now that that's over with, he can go ahead and remake his workers, rallying them to the main, and be just fine. Ground army on approach, but I still don't really like this. As the Terran, I'm feeling okay about this situation, especially if my opponent is going to attack me. In fact, as the Terran, I'm going to try to attack my opponent here. That's my thinking. Watchdog at each base. You can then add a second one at each base, probably. I mean, if your opponent is going to make more and more Gorgs, you are happy about that as the Terran. It is very expensive, and if they're countered, there's nothing that they can do. They do not add value any other way, right? He's actually looking for another base, it looks like. It's interesting. Needs to react a little bit fast here. It's an interesting choice to clump up his Masons after seeing them, but, you know, one of them dies, that's it. Okay. Happy to take that trade. Lobotomy mines and such. Gonna occupy a lot of attention here, the Vultures. Ooh, look at that! A great stun from that Lobotomy mine. It even stuns the air units. Yep, that does happen. And Mesk is feeling the burn after that. He loses all the Gorgs. Doesn't really do the crippling damage to the forces. I mean, there's not that much left here for Mr. Man, but it's still a lot of pressure immediately for Mesk. He now has to replenish his forces somehow, some way. That was a money mine right there. Beautiful. Now, the Mason count is pretty low at this point, and I feel like that needs to be rectified first and foremost. Making another anchor. Worrying about... Well, I'm not sure what he's worried about exactly. He's only got Goliaths. He's got the one Cyclops. There's 2 Goliaths in that anchor, so that's going to help out massively as well. I think, yeah, Cyclops are fine here. He's actually going to think about setting up a treasury over here, it looks like. Or maybe just wait in general. Vultures are guarding this, so that's good. Charging on in to try to surround on the Cyclops and the Goliaths. They can enter the anchor at any point. Yeah, there you go. Very last minute there, but he manages to get it in. And look at that. He lost only a single Cyclops for that whole exchange. He's actually going to go to the bottom middle. Take this base, apparently, is his... that's his interest. I feel like as Terran, you don't really want to take hidden bases versus Zerg. But... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Distance between the worker count is indeed being gap closed. More vultures looking around, seeing what they can find. Obviously 9 o'clock is, or 3 o'clock rather, is being taken. 9 o'clock vacant right now for the Beaver. So the third base tempo going the way of Mesk, which is what you would expect in this matchup in general. It's a Zeth Zorius Quaz army. Not very formidable, I gotta say. But we do have the Quazeth pool coming as well as the Aralaris. Very, very weak situation here compositionally if you just go like mass Cyclops or something. But obviously, the Atlas is on the way instead. So we kind of know what's happening here. Beaver's going to go ahead and try to turtle, stick to his guns, and weather the storm. Quasis are going to check the bottom left because they did spot Mason and 2 Vultures down there earlier. 6 o'clock is complete. Looks like they won't check that. There's no protection whatsoever over here, so even the 2 Zeths would be pretty good at dealing with that. But right now, he's just going to be content with guarding these bases. Looks like the Vulture on attack move here is actually going to deal with this Quasilisk. Workers are being transferred. Circuith on the way. Battle workers? No, not needed. Well, Beaver's got good knowledge of what his opponent is doing, so there's at least that. Some of these still have mines, but... Oof. Some workers being transferred around because it looks like 6 o'clock was found by the one patrolling Zeth. So the workers get caught by this attack wave, but it's pretty much dead and dealt with now. Not really much going on there for Mesk's forces. He's got stuck entirely to Quazeth while he waits for gas for Tier 2. But his Tier 2 is going to go down after the Tier 2 of Beaver is been long since completed. He's not actuating it just yet. Oh, no, actually, I tell a lie. He's already Tier 2, and he's going for the Matravel nest. Duh. We commented on his Tier 2 going down earlier as well. So, forget that. We do have 4 Gorgs coming. There's plenty of Watchdogs here, so that's not going to be a threat. It's actually going to be mass starport here. I don't mind this. 4 starports. Now, Beaver knows the power of the Sundog, but he also knows that Gorgons are pretty good too. And I think, yeah, absolutely you can go for Gorgons here. You can obviously add in a Seraph or something to irradiate things like the Quasis. If you prefer the A-move strat, you can go for Salamanders, especially since you're going to be saving some Vespene with your Gorgons instead of building other units. So this is absolutely something that can happen. A single Palladium. Might see... Yep, he's actually going to go up to 3 Palladiums, it looks like. He's got a lot of minerals. Decent amount of Vespene floating there as well. Can't really actuate it just yet. Shaman on the way. Not a bad show. Caught on the Ministry there. Not very useful target for the poor Gorgs. It's actually going to be Master. Okay, it is going to be... It's looking like Sundogs. But it could also be Salamanders, right? You think about the composition that he's facing. Salamanders would not be a bad shout. But on their own, they're not super good. They can and will deal a lot of damage to workers if they're allowed into there. So it looks like it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be double Gorgon production and then probably double, you know, whatever he's using the rotaries for. Another attack commencing. 1 worker here to repair. deployed Shaman as well. The Nathracors charging in on top of that top anchor is actually going to be pretty effective, believe it or not. Another Shaman is popped. Gorgons are done. They can and will deal with those Naths, but at this point the front gates are open. Wide open, in fact. These Palladiums were made, but nothing was actually made from them. And all of the lobotomy mines have been detonated. The Convalisks are going to get dealt with by these Gorgons, believe it or not. There's only, well, there's 3 of them left. They're spreading a lot of Rillirocors onto the Masons, so that's a very, very difficult situation to be in. He's got quite the military count, but 35 of them are the Rillirocors, so keep that in mind. He's not actually, you know, throughout this, he sent out some Gorgons or whatever. One of them has died. The other one is going to be intercepted as well by all the Naths. And it doesn't seem like he has anything. He made all of these units, right? But he's not really doing anything with them just yet. Unfortunately, he made the Madrigal and then he lost it. I liked the idea of the starports, but then he added the Palladiums. And it's like, okay, I like the idea of the Palladiums too, but I don't like the idea of both of them. Hey. You. That doesn't work. Hey, wait. Oh, he's killing it. Stop it. Hit dude. At least he corrected the typing of it, you know? And with that, boys, we are over halfway done with this group, and DF will face him again. We've got Pendulum, and then the 2 4-spawn maps left in the pool. Oxytocin and Quasar Quartet. Oh yeah, I'll show the maps on the stream again so people can be remembered of what they are. At this point, we have Oxytocin. That's that ice map in the bottom left. Pendulum, the platform map in the bottom right. And Quasar Quartet, the Twilight map in the bottom right. Mask, you keep smashing everybody. I can't believe it. Except I can. I predicted this. You must be AFK.
Oh, I had the mic muted.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
See, there's a lot of moments in these games where I expect, like, oh, so-and-so could defeat you by doing this. And then, instead, they don't do the thing. You know? But it'll be Quasar Quartet that you face DF on again. How are you feeling about this matchup? By the way, you've essentially won the group at this point. So
Yeah, well...
You're going for glory at this point. Seeing if you can do it undefeated.
I will eventually drop around, especially to DF, I think. Because he has taken rounds off of me before when I played better than this. I think it's just I like learned from watching Nublind play in our games. Like it was a ZVZ, so it didn't really help me with these matchups at all. But I kind of like learned from that, and then learned from the other groups a little bit about what kind of to open with a Zerg. And I didn't really find too much success with actually ending the game with a Gorgakors, but I kind of thought I wasn't able to like get a good scout into his base to see if he had Watchdogs. But I kind of like banked that he doesn't have Watchdogs up, and I should be able to get some kills with the Gorgakors, which was slowing down, and that seemed to do a lot of damage. But I kind of was expecting the Zeth Dwarves to do a little better at breaking the wall. But
Right.
I guess keeping the unit count low was good enough.
Yeah, well, definitely let you overwhelm him eventually, and then he kind of like tried to get triple palladium, double rotary, 4 starport. It's like his economy couldn't sustain that because he never got the third base up. So.
Yeah, I knew he was attacking, so I knew I had to do something, so I just tried for Convalesce because he didn't have anything that could handle the Convalesce at that point. Otherwise, I think I had the Eco to hold out if that didn't work out.
Well, it looks like your opponent is going to pee instead of you. That's surprising.
I better preemptively pee. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. I just about spilled everything.
Almost, but not quite.
The only thing that keeps me going at this point is caffeine that I had early in the... And a lot of water, too. Can't forget the water.
Can't forget the water.
And I'm starting to finally wake up again.
Oh, shit. That means he's really going to be undefeated. Well,
I don't know about that. I think it'll happen eventually. But we'll see.
We'll see. Congrats on winning, and see you on the other side of this one. Quasar Quartet is a 4-spawn Twilight map by BiddyB. And so far, it's there's been some interesting things, honestly. The fact that we had 3 Crow versus Scholar, and Scholar had the fucking... he decided to take the base that's like not... that's intended as your third and not your nat. He took that as his nat. That's kind of interesting. And then, obviously, 3 Crow copied that from Scholar. Or they both ended up doing the same thing anyway. And so it was funny. It was fun. What's up, Beaver? My condolences, dude. I think you absolutely could have bopped him. The Gorgs got you off guard. And then you kind of tried to do like I was commenting to Mesk too, is like triple Palladium, 4 starport, etc. It's hard. But it's hard to get all that stuff working. Let's see what happens in this game, though. Quasar Quartet, a 4-spawn map. Where will our spawns take us? It'll be IskatuMesk in the top left. It'll be DF in the top right. Yeah, the Gorgs were fine, but then you didn't really... like, you defended well in the natural and all that stuff. That was all good. But yeah, the cheesy base versus the cheesy base master is not always going to be a good move. But we'll see. Will this be the time that Mesk is dethroned? Yeah, from Mame Street to cheesy bases. Oh, by the way, the rally stuff, right? I was talking to Nablime about this, and the way that the rally is supposed to work is that, like, when you waypoint onto a unit, the rally point only gets cleared when you lose vision of the unit, like if they go through the fog of war. But if they just burrow in your vision, then it won't get cleared. So my thinking is that he burrowed in your vision, right? But I don't know if that's actually true, if you distinctly remember whether that Scout Droleth was something that burrowed in your vision or not. Yeah, it could be that it's bugged again. Obviously, I did fix it some time ago, so I would be curious about that. But maybe I only fixed it for non-burrowing units or some weird shit. So I'll have to take a look at that at some point. Anyway, DF will scout his opponent last, and Mesk over here, sitting in his ivory tower, will scout his opponent first. Canada on Canada violence. And it's going to be a 2-gate fast Legionnaire opener. That's interesting. Legionnaires don't do spectacularly versus Quas-F units, but they're not terrible. It's going to be a fast macro hatch here. Just a single pair of Quasis for defense. Brutal. See, like there, the rally staying is totally with what I would expect because it's within vision, right? Quasis are easy, quick to dispense with that. But it's actually, so it's a Legionnaire opener, and then it's fast Zealots afterwards. He could definitely move across the map with this. With like 3 Zealots, or in this case, 3 melee units in general. But yeah, we'll see what he wants to do with it. He's queuing up an Ecclesiast. That's interesting. Could probably put it in the other... Yeah, there you go. Repair that a little bit. Yeah, I think with the Ecclesiast especially, you can absolutely move across with this. But it's going to be a very fast Hydrith den, so Mesk is thinking about switching into something with enough power to deal with the Zealots. Not interested in Zorkis. Thinks it'll take up a little bit too much time to get a Lakizalisk up or something like that. Ecclesiast is finished. Another one in the queue with a Legionnaire to boot. Steady worker production. DF looking fine. Mesk thinking about where he wants to put his next thing. It's going to be a Kagran that's kind of like interlocked there. Embassy on the way. Fast Witness again. DF thinking about massing up his army to be respectable and then try to attack when his opponent... when he knows what his opponent has. But this embassy is going to delay the attack timing very heavily, so I would like there to be a move out here, honestly, but let's see what DF thinks. Only a couple of Hydras so far. Obviously, the Circuit not in its stellar location. Azeth is going to be moved across the map. We'll spot the melee-heavy army. It's going to be 3 Ecclesiasts in total. Yeah, I think right now DF can just move across the map and force out a lot more defensive maneuvers from Mesk. His worker count is behind by 5. It could be behind by much more. And Zeth is continuing to poke around and see what he can find. He actually does manage to sneak in. Tricky little bastard. So he gets a much more full scout than I would have suspected him getting. And there is a witness. So if you make the embassy this fast, I think you scout with a Legionnaire, and then you build a shuttle, an envoy, first. That's what you would do. Because then you can do some kind of sick drop with Zealots or something in the mineral line while you pressure with everything else. I don't know, something like that. That could work out a lot better, I feel like. But. Oh, interesting. When it burrowed, it remade the... That's interesting. Well, that's an easier way to track down the bug, I suppose. Thanks for the info. It's going to be probably another Kagran here. No, well, I'm not sure what he's doing there. Thinking about what base to take. He's going to actually take that one, just like Scholar did. Guarding his bridge in the meantime, and another expansion coming up. The Witness has arrived. It sees no expansion. We do have an Novelith out, so Mesk has noticed the Shimmer. Good eyes to find it. Yeah, he's really sticking right underneath it. So that won't be long for this world. Detection has arrived. Violence has arrived. That was a line that I thought about for the Madrigal. Could easily be added at some point. A couple of Wardens here by the bridge. Can easily go up to a third base. Might be something that Mesk is going to see his opponent do here. DF going up to 30 workers. He'll hit that number first. Yeah, there you go. 3 bases here for Mesk. You know, when you make the Baelethal versus Protoss, right? Like, you want to do it to deny the scouting. Makes a lot of sense. You can also just use it for a drop at some point, right? Another witness being started. Worker transfer. Some units just sort of lost in the... well, not that many units, but some. You know, two Zeths and a Hydra lost in the mineral line there. Probably not going to make a huge difference, but something to point out. Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, Mesk is feeling free to droll up at this point. If this army is on the doorstep, like, on a head-on fight, Mesk will lose this fight every time. And he doesn't have any defenses by this third that's being set up. So it feels to me like something he could absolutely use to his advantage. Now, he'll notice the shimmer here. And the Baelethal will even confirm it, right? So he should just snipe this pretty immediately. Hot pursuit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. It's going to escape. Prying eyes. And here comes the move out. In the meantime, hey, you've given up the bridge, buddy. This could be a critical error for Mesk. That Kagran not going to turn into much of anything. The Ecclesias can get collapsed in upon, though, so that needs to be rectified. There we go. We are going to have the Zealots and etc. move on in. Only one Hydra in production right now, and the Ecclesias are staying sharp. That was a very good move by DF, and I think Mesk might have just dropped it, fumbled it by chasing down the Witness. Well, he's going to end up losing the third at the very bare minimum. He has enough time to make some Hydras. He's even going to be allowed to evacuate some of his workers there. The Zealot just moving around, seeing what's up. He sees the large number of static defense structures being made. Could probably end up pressuring one of these bases, you know, either the main or the natural. As it stands, we've got no more circuits being produced right now over here. There's one in the mineral line there. The Ecclesia is trying to be focus fired, but they're getting within melee range-ish, and so that is allowing the shields to be restored as well. So the Hydra's being bopped from one side to another. DF's bank floating up massively. Ends up queuing up a couple of Zealots in the meanwhile, as well as a round of Scribes. And now he's thinking, okay, maybe I'll attack this base instead. Now, there's a lot more circuits over here. This is a little bit more scary for me. I feel like this is an error here for DF because he hasn't actually been making units in the meantime. So remember, the worker count for Mesk is still reasonable, right? He's within spitting distance of his opponent. So I like this move back. I like this pull back from DF. He's forcing out way more workers to be spent on static defense. He's forcing out larvae to turn into Hydras. And now I think he can do the finishing touches here on this base. Hydras are coming in from the backside. It's a little bit scary, right? He's going to lose a Draken in here to that. There we go. The circuit is going to go ahead and fall. Doesn't want to let it remorph, but chasing off the Hydras is a good shout. There's only 8 of them left. Workers now falling to a critical low. So we're going to end up having about... yeah, he's going to have sub 30 at this point. But his Hydras will be enough to clear this up, I think. He has one stuck in that Baelethal. The more reinforcement Zealots coming in to change my mind on that subject. But still, there's 10 of them over here. He might remember one in the Baelethal. He really wants to hold on to this HelltRYKS. I think if he loses this HelltRYKS, it's going to be capitulation. His opponent is still on that 2-base timing. He's got 2,500 minerals in the bank. So, okay, so far he's doing his best. Falling back. Forcing him away. He does keep the HelltRYKS alive. But now he's got to watch out. He's kind of gone a little bit too far. I think he took his screen off of this particular moment for just a split second. And now his Hydra's moved too far in because we were on a move command and not an attack move. And he's just going to end up losing so many units as a result. He does pop one of the Drakenons, so that's good. Still got 5 Zealots over here as well as the Ecclesias. Some of these Zealots have almost 1,000 damage dealt. Finally, they'll be cleared out, but he will lose the HelltRYKS. And look at that. More Drakenons coming in from the backside. Izira cores are dead. These 2 straggling Hydras are dead. Mesk down to only 29 workers. Adding another hatch. 3,000 minerals in the bank here for DF. We'll finally look back at his base for a change. He's lost track of his Witness over here, so he's making a new one. A couple Zeths scattered around. This Baelethal does have a Hydra in it, so he'll withdraw over here. Only one zealot left, and it's pretty bruised up. So, you know, Hydras are doing okay for now, but there's a lot more where that came from. He's going to go ahead and try to do a sneaky expansion to 12 o'clock, but he has no static defense over here, man. It's just mass Hydra. A couple I-0 cores coming up as well. He knows if he's able to hold on and turn this game, it would be really unlikely, right? Now, as he's going to set this base up, it is going to be scouted by the witness. He's going to go ahead and burrow. Okay, you noticed it. DF didn't seem to. He's actually going to go ahead and snipe this witness immediately. Keeping DF in the dark, honestly, he's done a really good job at that. Remember, though, that's how this whole thing started. He caved the bridge. He moved all of his units out of the bridge and seeded that ground. And that's how this whole thing started, just because he was really desperate to kill the witness. It was like a bait there. DF recognized the opportunity. Now, we will see the Backtooth, not the Backtooth, actually. This is, believe it or not, the Skithrock Scab. He is going to go for Bactals. He's going to go ahead and mutate. Yeah, it looks like a good number of them. With 7 of them on the way. Oh, actually, a little bit. Oh, no, yeah, I'm group selecting other units. I was like, wondering what's up with that. But nope, 7. But look at this. We're seeing 10 gateway units at a time. Even adding some pylon blocks for good measure, making sure that he can't take his natural again. I don't know what happened to that Droleth. It moved to the other side of the map. He's going to go ahead and take 6 o'clock instead, it looks like. Committing the Zets onto it. He needs to be careful here. He doesn't have his Bactals. They only now hatched. Some Wardens being set up. That's a curious use of your resources. 10 more Drakedens on the way. Oh, no, he's loaded up one of the Bactals. He needs to unload that so he can join the fight. Well, he's doing a pretty good job with the Zealots, right? The Zealots are basically dead. But what are you going to do about the Drakedens, right? Definitely has to be careful. There's still a Bactalisk in this Ovelot. They will die. It's dead. So many Drakedens. Adding an engram for good measure. Not quite the proxy engram we would all hope for. Horde of Quasis has arrived. I don't think that's going to be what you need in this situation, but still some Bactals here to deal some splash damage, reduce the shield count, etc., etc. And now, there's no detection to stop the witness. It has arrived. Actually, there's 2 witnesses. That's funny. Taking his own third, thinking about 3 o'clock as well. DF firmly in control of this game. Engrams for Surround, Legionnaires. Well, Mesk does have the 6 o'clock base on the way, but it's very late. Very late compared to what we thought when we thought it was going to happen. He is making another Oveleth too. He wants to get rid of these witnesses that are double stacked over here for some reason. Oh my god, there are 3 of them. That's fucking 3, man. Posturing out, thinking what he can do. So many Drakedens though. Talking about 23 of them. And an engram off to the side. The engram is just for good measure. It wasn't necessary, but it's damn good insurance. And that is the moral victory. When an engram attacks your units as you are trying to get out of your own base, that's when you know, holy shit, I've lost. And that's when your opponent knows, god damn, I won. So, DF strikes back. GG is called. Mesk's flawless run ends here. And DF is on the board. We love to see that. It happened, Mesk.
My control didn't feel as good that game. Too many slip-ups.
The big thing that happened was when you chased down the witness, you had blood in your eyes, man. You really wanted to kill that thing. You did a great job of noticing all of them, but when you tried to chase that one down, you gave up your bridge. Then suddenly he just
I wouldn't have been able to hold it anyways. I didn't have enough units. I thought he was teching because I didn't see that much when I scattered his ramp. I thought all he had was some zealots and some ecclesiasts. I figured the Hydras could deal with them, but apparently not. Hydras are not too good against zealots, even though they have the armor pen. They can't really kite them that well.
Yeah, I think you need some kind of... It's an interesting push and pull because you kind of need the Azir cores for Mass Zealot, but Azir cores struggle versus the upfront damage of the Drakenid. And then you're dealing with like, oh shit, well, how do I deal with the Drakenid? Well, I need Hydras, but then the Hydras positioning-wise, they need to deal with the Zealots first. I think the Azir cores are enough of a buffer, though. Might be.
Yeah, well, when he went Mass Drakenid, there was actually nothing I could do.
Yeah, at that point.
There was nothing I could build that could do anything against that.
If
I had to have tier 2.
Or you had to have a lot of Lakizilisks and snipe all of his detection, which is really hard. So,
yeah,
especially on one base.
That wasn't going to happen with the gas. Like, I had some gas, but I wasn't going to be able to afford that enough Lakizilisks. Because I would have had to hold a tech switch and then stop making military that was holding him off at that point.
Right. Well, you're guaranteed one more round after this, so your playing time is almost over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling very tired. But I was debating, do I want to even try this third expansion? Because what if he attacks? And then it was like, but...
Right.
I was like, fuck it. At that point, I kind of didn't really care, and I knew I was probably going to throw the game as a result of that.
Well, you know, it's a good test anyway. If you can get the base up and running, then you have that.
His play was a lot stronger in that.
Yeah.
I felt like his control and everything was a lot more like it was when we had that, what was it, best of 5 or something in Ascension.
Yes.
That's kind of what I was expecting eventually to happen, is that I would do something ever so slightly too greedy, and then he would be able to push on that.
Well, when he had all of his units,
just had him against the defensive.
After a certain point in time, when he had those units past your bridge, he was floating like 2,000, 3,000 minerals. So his macro is definitely
he had an expansion. I think his expansion might have been up before mine. I was expecting earlier aggression, so I think I made too many military expecting that. Because I saw the double gate, and I thought, oh, he's going to go aggro. But I
thought so too, yeah, but he just never did. And then I was worried when he started drolling. I was like, dude, Mesk's going to build workers happily.
Yeah.
But then, you know, it's definitely difficult to know when the good time is to sort of change that. I feel like maybe like a Zeth or something at his bridge just borrowed to scout the move out or something.
I thought I put one around there, but I guess I was checking for hidden bases because I thought I saw all these things warping in on his bridge, and I thought, oh, he's just gonna start spamming cannons and engrams. I guess I'll just turtle then. And I had all these military units. I thought that would be sufficient, but there was like just that one timing before I was able to make another wave of units, I guess. I was starting to build defenses. I actually had a Kagrit inside the Overlord to put it on the ramp. But then I forgot about it, and it went to the expansion. And, yeah, that wasn't really my intent. That's okay. That lets me finally have a nap.
Yeah.
Try to have a nap. The problem when I lay down is my heart just starts racing a lot. And I just get, like, palpitations. And then, like, the heat is insane. And then the traffic sound is insane. And I just go into, like, full panic attack for no reason.
Oh yeah, the sound of traffic.
That always happens every single time I lay down. So some nights I'm just not able to get past it. Like if I go down and lay down and I'm not like completely drop dead exhausted, I just will not sleep. And I went to bed at close to the same time you did last night after working on the Elden Ring review, and I couldn't. So I actually got some sleep at 7:30 and our cast started at 9.
Yeah, so
I got up at 9:30. I woke up many times throughout that. I woke up at 8. So I never get deep sleep is kind of part of the problem.
He can't believe...
I kind of wanted to lose a round 2 because I wanted to see these two fight.
Yeah. Well, they would have had a tiebreaker if you had gone flawless because we would have needed to see who was second place, right?
I knew I was eventually going to drop around. Some of Beaver's games were super close.
Yes.
And if he had just been ever so slightly better on control, or I had not managed to get like a lot of worker kills in the game on Megalith, then he probably would have been able to pull ahead.
Yeah.
In DF, I was thinking if I make some bad timing and he has a good attack early on, he's probably going to be able to pull on it, kind of like he did in the other games. That's eventually what happened. But some of those games were very autistic, and I hope that this lives up to the expectations.
Yeah, well, Battle Workers was great on Otherworld. That was phenomenal in game. We do have a Fulcrum first yet again for our lobotomy mine enthusiast, the Beaver 99.
Oh yeah, when he killed my worker, I went like, I started seeing red like Shambler. I was like, I can't believe this has happened to me. It finally happened.
Well,
so many times you got very close to that.
Okay, here's the thing, right? We found out that there's a bug where, oh my god, he's actually gonna lose the Mason.
It's close,
dude. Yeah, so when DF killed the worker, that was amazing. But when
it's coming,
he's got him, and he's just down to his next victim. See ya.
I was able to do that. I think he learned because I did that to him on the one match very early on where he instantly killed a worker.
Yeah.
And he learned to go through the... So what was this bug you were talking about?
There's a bug where if you rally to a unit and then it leaves your fog of war, it clears the rally, right? It leaves your vision. But if that unit then burrows, it resets the rally.
Oh. There's a lot of cases where I will try to make workers, and then as they're being built, I rally them onto the minerals. But they will move command to the minerals and not gather. That happens at least once a match, sometimes multiple times. It happened a lot to me versus Nabliam, where it happened about 5 to 6 times in a row. I think that when the drones are like either decolliding or in their birth animation, they will not take gathering orders. They'll only take movement orders.
It could be that they're still treated as eggs for that moment, and so it's a rally, basically.
Yeah.
You're
I think it's something like that, because I notice it a lot, especially early on when I'm not idling all my workers like a retard.
Yeah.
I just like, hey, is this worker actually harvesting? And then I began to become really paranoid and I had to, like, keep clicking the workers, and it started to waste a lot of my APM. Because they would look like they're not harvesting, but it's really like the resource is occupied by something I'm just not seeing.
Yeah,
but there are times that they're just not doing anything.
It would be really nice to improve readability on that. I'll tell you that much. Somehow, Vika has some ideas for that, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see. The bug I was talking about actually happened to you, versus the on Fata Morgana, the desert map. Beaver rallied his Fulcrum, his first Vulture, onto your Droleth Scout, right? And then you escaped his vision. It cleared the rally, and then you burrowed, and the Fulcrum got the rally back.
Oh.
And that's how he found your worker. That's what he said.
I thought he just happened to find it.
No, he was rallied. That's why he said rally silliness in game.
I was confused. I thought he just had incidentally rallied it there, and it just found it.
I
was lucky of you.
I thought he just kept vision of it, and then like when you burrowed in his vision, it kept the rally, right? That's what I thought had happened, but no, it's just some weird edge case that's related only to burrow. So that's nice.
Fulcrum feels like it could be really strong. I don't know about against Protoss because I think Zealots are going to shit all over it, but in general, the Vultures coming out a little bit earlier makes them a lot better. Cyclops are kind of ho-hum. They're good against Zerg because Quasis kind of have to stand and shoot to do any decent amount of DPS because they're attack rate, so you're going to take some splash from it, and you can't really move into them in some cases because of lobsters and stuff like that, so they can get some mileage. But what really surprised me is the fact that Gorgakors can't fight Goliaths at all.
Nope.
They was taking like no damage from the Gorgakors. I was really astonished by that.
Well, they also have 2 armor
Gorgakors
pens, so they deal full damage on the air attack. The Goliaths have 2 armor pen now.
The
so
Gorgakors got annihilated. I did not see that coming. I thought I was about to kill him.
No. It's going to be a third
like, holy
Fulcrum,
shit, why are these units not dying? And I'm actually watching. I clicked on his Goliath. I was watching his health, and I was like, huh, it's literally taking no damage now. So Goliaths are now actually like kind of dangerous against Zerg.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if
like
Hydra's really like they would do okay damage-wise, but I don't think they can sustain fights because they're really squishy.
Yeah.
And Bactylisks, I'm still really on the fence about. I don't think they're any good against Protoss, but
yeah,
Terran,
they deal with the front line, but they don't really work super well versus.
They don't deal that well with Zealots, especially if they have Ecclesias. Man, that Vulture is just losing his shit.
Well, a Legionnaire is going to get bopped, and that's actually going to run cover for these initial Drakeneds that were here to guard the back entrance. That might even lure Beaver in as he just charges up forward, Battle Mech style. Only ends up suffering, what, 1 or 2 losses here during that?
This is what makes Fulcrum kind of scary, is if you do have units caught out. Legionnaires can do really well against Vultures, but not when they're outnumbered like that.
Yeah, well, they're coming in from multiple angles right now, and I think the cliff advantage is about to be DF's favor as he ends up sniping that Goliath. He is not super healthy on the shields
not
thanks
really
to the
a favorable
Cyclops.
trade for DF,
No.
honestly, because the vultures are very cheap compared to Drakenins. It doesn't delay his tier 2 if he wants to save for it, or any other gas expenditures. Beaver came out very well for that.
Yep, he's
There's actually
going
a
to
Panoptis
force some action onto this Nexus. I don't think it'll cancel it. In fact, he's actually just going to abandon it entirely. He wants to see what's going on
Yeah,
here.
no
He's-
point. You want to get some workers in.
You know,
you're expecting reinforcements.
That pylon is looking really juicy right now, Mesk. I'll tell you that much. Especially with the Drakenins a little far away. This could be heartbreaking. I think it's gonna be so close. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it. That back pylon needs to be sniped afterwards if Beaver wants to finish this up in style, and that might just be it. What can you really do in this situation?
You're in trouble now.
Oh my God!
gotta build.
They inched forward a little bit. He's gonna snipe that other one. This top pylon is gonna power, and one Drakenid will get out. But there's many more mech units coming in. This is a very heavy committal with 3 Goliaths in production right now that are just about to finish. It's just barely out of range on that top
they're
pylon.
tickling.
The battle workers,
No,
the
the
battle
pylon.
workers have started, and the Panoptis is out.
Panoptis has appeared. Now the.
Oh my
the
God, the
workers.
lobotomy mine! It bit.
Oh, the lobsters are biting. Ah.
All the workers are dead. I think Beaver's done it.
The Panoptis
I
is
think
taking
you're
so much
facing
damage.
Beaver. That's what I think.
Oh man, the workers are just getting minced. This is the most devastating I have seen Cyclops be in years. Oh, they're even trapped underneath in a little tiny pile for him. Oh, they're tickling. Oh, that Goliath is on move command. He's bringing the workers with him back home. Bringing the dogs back home, back to the barn. Oh, tickle.
Okay, well, you know.
Beaver's like, holy shit. I gotta murder this man.
Nah, here's
The
the
Goliath
Goliath.
died, but it did its job. It brought the dogs home. Back to the slaughterhouse.
It
Oh,
did.
it's a disaster. Oh.
Now that's a move, man. I have not seen
Yeah.
that kind of move before.
Yeah, I didn't think Falkgrim. I mean, the thing about Falkgrim is that I don't think it's super. Like, it's not really super good. I mean, it's gonna be a lot better now because it's a lot cheaper than when I
Yes.
was using it. But the fact is that if it gains momentum, it becomes really hard because the vultures move so fast that they can pounce on anything that's out of position.
Yeah, it's pretty
All
legit.
right, who's picking, or is this on?
It's going to be on the final map. It is Pendulum, and you are facing Beaver.
Okay, I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna make sure everything is in order here. And I must go to the holy shrine of Pat.
Pat. There you go, Nablime. Beaver defeated Protoss with mech. It's very committed with 3 Fulcrums, but I don't know. It looked pretty good. Okay, so here's how it goes, right? If Beaver wins this game, he is 2nd place. But if he loses this game, he is 3rd place. So it's all on the line for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into it. Pendulum. It swings one way, but will it swing the other? Mesk in the top left and Beaver in the top right. I think this area right here, if you can like build some anchors or whatever, like HelltRYKS was doing this against, who was he playing against at the time? 3Crow. And if you can just put down a couple of anchors, right, and then like lift them over, I feel like that's pretty legit. Like, this is a nice little staging area. So anyway, maybe Beaver will think about that. Well, DF, I'll say to you the same thing that I said to DeadInfested and a couple of other people. If anybody is out there and he's thinking, oh my God, he's bringing him a present. That's so cute. If anybody's out there and they're thinking, man, I want to play in another tournament, or man, I missed this tournament and I want to play in it, I think we'll have more of these invitational styles. We probably won't do 4 groups every time because I got to say it's quite the commitment for my time to cast for basically like 12 hours. But, you know, it's a thing. Look at this. He's bringing in more than just one present. He's about to unbox that gift and turn it into a stockade. Hell yeah! More regularly timed scout. Dancing workers. It's kind of like battle workers. They do battle with dances. So this Mason went out, and it's, you know, that you think that's just a scout. But actually, it's here to build more stuff, including another stockade. There is nothing at home, by the way. Some Quasis are over here. And Droleth is over here. Mesk is thinking that maybe there was a... Ah, yes, he has the right idea. He thinks there's a proxy stockade and that it was lifted across the map. But that's not the case. Now, this is a problem, right? Like, if these Quasis walk down the base, they will just kill everything here. And then he'll have nothing. But as this force grows in power and strength and resolve and man... Oh my god. Is it going to happen to him? It can't. Happened to him on oxytocin. He won't let it happen again. Keep an eye out on that. An anchor. Okay, that's going to be the difference maker. U3. Macro hatch. A lot more Quasis and a pair of Zeths. He knows something is up. Why don't you got anything over here in this base? What's going on here? He knows something's going on. I love the double Cyprian, man. That's going to be so good. And only a pair of Zeths, you can easily fight that with the Masons, right? So that's actually not a huge issue. If the Quasis left the building, that would be a problem. But that's not what's happening here. He's adding another stockade. He's queued up more and more Cyprians. He needs to put those Cyprians in that anchor. He needs to get them into that anchor and get that anchor out of here. Okay, the jig is up. It's been spotted. What do you do in response? I'm not sure that Beaver knows. Control that softened up some of these Masons. What's the reaction going to be? Go back at home. Fight those motherfuckers with your battle workers. Okay, anchor is away. A couple Cyprians are out here. Hurakan doing its darndest to stay alive here. Need to put down another anchor somewhere, but instead the Mason's going to be a battle worker, a little bit ahead of schedule, probably. Anchor doing its best to land. Ooh, it gets the land off. Now the Cyprians are in. Beaver gunning down. He's looking for that second place, but back at home, he's been slapped silly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, damn it. He's going to pull the boys if he has to. He's going to send this man home. Oh my god. Yeah, you got another Cyprian in there. He's got a Mason here. He can't make a couple more anchors. Can't make any more Cyprians. He has no more Vespine. Draw left in the bottom right. That could come in handy. Okay, he's going to go ahead and lift it. Inch it a little bit closer. Here's the problem. Can't really split versus this. Only one additional Quasilisk is left. And that Mason, he can repair. And that Ministry, he can land. Oh no. Oh, here we go, inching forward. But not enough Quasis here to make the dream happen. Oh no, don't attack your own Mason. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. He's going after it. But here's more Masons. Here's the problem. This Kagran's going to finish. And then what will you have? Don't worry. He's going after it. He's doing his best. Masons have died, but they've done their duty. He can't target that. He needs to go away. Fall back. Fall back, men. It's gonna finish. Oh my god. Don't worry. He's gonna lift off. Fall back. He's starting to mine. He's got 3 workers on minerals. Here comes the Mason. Sneaking in. Yeah. Oh, no, the Mason. He has no idea. Oh no. Oh, the Kagrun's gonna die. Oh my god. Dude, he's alive. He can go back to mining. This Atrosk is actually going to die. I can't believe it. Landing the stockade a little bit further forward. Gotta watch out though, this Kagrun is gonna cause him some trouble attacking the workers mining over here. I can't believe it. I wish I could see how much damage the units inside have dealt. Gonna have to check the replay for that, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. I want to see what happens. Okay, scouting with the stockades. They're kind of useless right now, but that's okay. Oh my god. He's trying to block it. He's not really doing it very successfully, mind you, but... Oh. Holy shit, one of them had 2,000 damage! Well, that's it, boys. Beaver tried. He really tried. But as the Shambler once said, the price of cheese is tism. Watch this. It Depends is very happy with this. That is his last 100 minerals. Wait, destroy it. Self-destruct, quick, blow it up. Do it. Self-destruct. Do it. GG. Oh, he didn't self-destruct it. What the fuck? I can't believe it. That's like the ultimate fucking blue balling. Well, that concludes it, boys. DF exits in 2nd place, Beaver in 3rd. And that means that Mesk, of course, is the victor. What's up, dude?
That was goofy.
I can't believe he didn't self-destruct it at the end.
I was waiting for him to self-destruct. I thought that was his entire intent. I thought in the other game he was going to build a silo and then just self-destruct that once I had a nuke in it. You know, I'm still waiting to fucking fly in Trojans into someone and 9/11 them with silos in them.
Yeah.
You got to make this happen.
I really want to.
That would be... I'm sure it'll be so stupid you're going to end up having to nerf it.
That's probably true, honestly.
Because it would be really stupid.
Well, that does mean that we are just about ready to start up our final group. It's going to be Keen, Lucy, and Concealed Organic. I expect that to be really stupid.
Who?
Concealed Organic
Wank.
is also known as Wank in a Tank.
Okay, yeah. I thought that was Wank. The Wankinator. Well, that'll be an interesting group. We'll see if Keen 6 pulls every game.
I think that's Lucifirius' purview, but you never know.
Is Lucifirius
He
Zerg?
switched to Zerg for this, yes.
Oh, okay. He's gonna fucking 6 pull every game.
He did it to his brother, apparently, so there's some practice happening. Very goofy practice, I assume. Come on, Photoshop, you can do it. Photoshop cannot do it. Oh, there we go.
Beak is getting destroyed by Nathan, is my guess. What's going on? I do think that Vorv's being 50 minerals now when they're tier gated. I'd probably drop them to like 40, 35. I mean, not as low as 25 because they're still very strong and you get a lot of health out of it. But I think 40 is pretty good. 35, you know, just very small changes. I know you have some weird obsession with making everything based on 25 increments, but you don't need to. I don't know about... I think Quasis are in a pretty good spot, actually. Because Quasis can't fight. Like, against Protoss in particular, they're pretty good. Because they can't fight Gateway very well. They only really do super well against Legionnaires. Which kind of went back up anyways. They can't do anything if they have an Ecclesiast out. The Zealot pretty much destroys them. Unless you have a really good numbers advantage, which are cost effective already.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Quasilisk suggestion. The Vorv suggestion, I think there's definitely something that could be said for adjusting its cost now that they are tier gated. But I'm not sure.
Oh no, Keen! Oh no, I was waiting for you, man.
Yeah. Can't play. He noobed.
I'm sorry. Well, you know, I feel like BDB might be a little bit more prepared for Lucifirius' bullshit.
Well, he can't play anymore.
Oh, he still can't. Well. Yeah, I think I miscalled what you were doing, DF. Because I thought you were going to turtle. Because you were building a whole bunch of shit on the thing there, and I figured you thought I was going to go early aggro, and I was like, well, if he's just going to turtle, I'm going to take 3 bases, even though I know it's going to be risky, and I'm probably going to get spanked for it. That's kind of what happened. I was right about to make another military cycle, so if it had been a little too slow on that, I probably would have been fine. But losing the base definitely hurt. For sure.
We just got to get like random people to sub in at the 11th hour.
I mean, if you really need another spot. I'm not doing it as Zerg though.
Oh, he's typing. I thought about getting my brother, but
Is he on the server?
yeah, but he hasn't played in literally like a year plus. Just like my
I
name
mean,
is
isn't
Laura,
it like
so.
half the people here, including me? I played a little bit, but not much. And then he had.
Well, I don't know. His
My name is you, who I literally hadn't played.
yeah, yeah. He'd probably do better than my name is Lowell, but he would definitely need more than a 5-minute head start. He would need to install it and everything, so it would take too long. I think.
Have Mystery Me play it, but he has to use his touchscreen on his phone. Lucifirius, once you get everybody publicly masturbating, performance anxiety just ceases to exist. Be the man you want to be. I think HKS was watching that. He probably had a good laugh.
I hope so.
I mean, you could play and just never build anything that requires gas.
That's right. I was thinking about it. Vinny's like, do it. Yeah, they're all doing it.
Now they have to fight for the spot drunkenly.
Yeah.
All right, well, while you get this sorted out, I'm going to go do the thing I needed to do before. Because I thought I was only in for 4 rounds. And I have to put this thing in my grandmother's bed, so I'm going to be like 5-10 minutes or so. If you got the game, well, I guess you don't even have the game out yet because you haven't even.
I'll host Main Street because that's the one that we're starting on.
Okay.
So, all good.
It was good to get a game in on Main Street. It wasn't my map, though. I don't win on that map very often, actually. Most of my games on that map are against, like, you and Meat. And I think I lost against Shambler on it, too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I felt calmer coming into this than I did in the Ascension. I think, again, because I practiced against Sublime so much, and I was getting fucking annihilated, and I was like, well, it can't be as bad as this is. So I think that, like, psychologically prepared me for anything that could happen. Plus, I'm kind of, like, used to dealing with early game shenanigans.
Yeah.
So that didn't really, like, derail me too much. It was
Yeah.
just, like, just keep calm and make Masons. I knew in that last game that he was doing something, but somehow it wasn't, like, quite in my vision or I didn't see it. Then I was like, well, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm just going to send some Zets in his main. And then that got stupid.
Dude, we have 3 people willing to sub in now, so I have to get a random number from them all.
Okay, I'll be back
Yeah.
in a little bit.
All good?
Probably before this finishes.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Oh my god, Deputy Dad chose Newt. Okay, hold on. We've got 27, 62, and 49. My number was 51. we picked it in the most. We picked it in the most fair way possible, using RNG. It even feels the fairest. I have to look. I have to go back and look. The number was 88, of course, because Biddy beat 88. And I have to go back and look at who's actually going to get the next number here. Let's see. I guess I can just roll again. Dude, it smells like somebody made chicken or something. I'm really hungry. Okay. It's really helpful when other people are typing numbers and I'm thinking about whether or not they're actually important. All right, I'll also BRB. We're figuring out what Solstice's race is, so for now I'll just put a question mark. Oh, maybe it's just Solstice. He's 245 on Discord, but he's Solstice in game, so I guess we'll just go with that. And I'll ask him for confirmation afterwards. All right, BRB.
All right, giggity, giggity goo, giggity goo 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 ga. Hello, comrades. Welcome to the stream. Your sphincter is not safe. It was never safe. Somewhere, some bat time, some bat channel, a crow is searching for it. Do you still do that insane thing where you stand and use the desk?
Yeah, I did that for the first two groups, but I'm sitting right now. I actually need to stand. Thanks for reminding me.
That's really gross. Why do you do that? Okay, bye.
I do it because if I don't, then I don't know.
You don't know?
My legs.
Why don't you know?
My legs get sore from sitting all the time.
Really? You need a new chair. My grandmother has that problem too. It all comes down to the chair you're using. Do not use like gamer chairs or office chairs or whatever. They're all crap. You gotta get like a recliner or something. I mean, the chair I'm using is garbage too, but it's hard on the back and not the legs. I don't have room for a recliner, but a good recliner does wonders. So I see that Solstice has won the bloodbath.
That's right. He randomly selected the right one.
All right.
And he's already in this lobby, but he's BRBing. I still don't know what race he is, but that's okay.
I don't think I've ever seen him play.
He played versus Shambler a very long time ago. So
I haven't seen. I think I've seen Lucifirius play only a little bit.
Who could forget that incredible match that he had, where he spun his paladins around versus Keen's 300 mutas.
Yeah. That's actually, I think that's all I really remember from him. His matches against Keen. He's like, please wait. And Keen's like, okay, makes like 300 mulas. I kind of wanted to try mulas in those matches, but I didn't really feel like I had a good window to do it.
Mm.
Because it was like mass idols and or mass
Cyclops and
madrigals
stuff, yeah.
and cyclops and shit, and that's like, well... I was also trying to think, like, I know we watched, what was it, Sarcasm would, like, pin a probe with a bunch of pylons. I think, what would you do with the Zerg? You'd have to, like, select a larva. You don't have slow overlords anymore, and it's harder to pin your workers.
You could just burrow a unit. It's easy as hell.
Oh, you can do a burrowed unit?
Yeah.
That'd probably be easier.
Very easy.
Well, we're on Main Street, a good old classic.
That's right. Mame Street. And you know what else we're on is, well, let's just say that Mame Street is known for some very silly strategies. And silliest of them all, the 6 pool. Lucifirius
I had
in
to
the left.
ask. I forgot to ask this. Oh, God, yeah. How am I shocked? I'm not. That second ramp wasn't always there, was it?
For Mame Street?
Yeah, right next to the net.
No, it was.
Was that always there?
Yeah.
I don't remember that ever being there. We just never used it. I mean, I used it in these games, but I feel like I've never seen it used in any of the other games that I played. I may just have a very bad memory. This is gonna be really stupid, by the way. Solstice is figuring out what to do here. Looks like it'll be a gateway, a little late, which could cost you when your opponent is fucking 6 pooling. There it is. He could have made a worker during that. He would have had enough, but that would break the holy order.
That's correct.
This is going to be Solstice's first introduction to playing in a year or 2 or 3. Hey, at least I got to make Murtathra cores. We got to see those very briefly. I think they died quite early into the fight, but
Yes.
we got to see
I
them.
did appreciate you using them. We even saw when they became empowered.
Yeah. I was too busy trying to find my Kagurus to snipe the architects with them, and I think everything died during all that. And also just making units. I just kind of like followed Nublime's mantra. Just make units. Just make workers.
So here's the problem, right? Solstice has his gateway, and it's going to make a zealot. No, he's not. He's going to hold. He's going to make a legionnaire. But the Zets are here. He's got to pull the boys. He's got to pull the boys. Pull the boys. Fight.
Oh, it happens. Oh.
Battle workers.
Tickle.
He's
Not tickling very aggressively. He's got to drill them. He's got to decollide them. So that they can't do anything. Oh, it's fucking over.
Well, this might feel really bad, but he's actually not that far behind in terms of worker count. He just needs to actually move his units. Get the drill. Get the drill. No, he's going after the pie. Yeah, get him. Question mark. Get him. Oh. GG. Well, he comes in. He's like, dude, I heard a lot about Mame Street. I can't wait to play on Mame Street. Instantly fucking destroyed.
Yeah, I was very glad I didn't have any Zergs in my group because although Nublime never 6-pooled me, I knew literally anybody else would try it at least once. And I dreaded going up against Keen, who would probably do nothing but 6-pool me.
Well,
like,
it's
maybe
gonna
I
be...
can drill it, but
Yeah. I feel bad for him, dude. You can't just do that to a man. Well, apparently you can.
you can.
That went by so fast I forgot to update the score. Let me do that real quick.
It's unbelievably stupid. Good old classic. You know, it's weird. We don't often see 6-pool outright kill someone. We usually see, like,
Yeah.
some kill, but not, like, straight up, because usually they get drilled out or something.
The man has arrived. Concealed organic. He is from some very far-flung country. I want to say it's like Singapore, but it's not Singapore. It's something else. It's like Singapore.
I know he was there to watch that extremely stupid AI FFA I did with the penumbras that got hundreds and hundreds of kills. And he's usually here when you're phone posting.
Oh, Philippines.
I don't think I've
there
ever
it
seen
is.
him.
I knew it was not Singapore, but kind of like Singapore. Well, that kind of, proves you're listening to the stream. I have to remind you, don't listen to the stream while you're playing. You can't do that. That's hacking. And good luck, have fun, dude. Say when ready. Yeah, Solstice, you walked through, and your scribe did see the Zeths on the way, and I was like, huh, he didn't move his camera over there. I wonder if he just knows based on the minimap boxes. No. Yeah, Lucifirius wants these games over and done, dude. He realizes these streams have been really long. It's time for me to just end every game in 5 minutes.
I really wanted to proxy Hatch on Main Street, but when I saw it was Vultures, I was like, I can't really invest the money into it in case he tries a run by or something. But I really wanted to do it at least once.
Look at this. This is ZVZ. And Lucifirius, he's going to 6-pool.
I hope they both 6-12.
It's
This
not.
is already not going to happen.
Yeah, he's actually queued up a number of workers here, so that is not happening. I thought there was a rally on the egg, but actually that's the fucking hat for Santa.
Yeah, when I first started casting, I still haven't even finished those fucking Shambler Hubside replays, but that was when I first saw it. I was looking at it. I actually thought it was a bug. Yeah. Because I couldn't tell it at a glance, because for one, it was on Sideshow and everything is white and yellow.
Yeah.
So it was really hard to tell anyways. But it's
Okay, what's he gonna do? All right, the pool's coming.
It's gonna be a pool.
Yeah.
He's thinking of it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming. Now, meanwhile, Lucifirius' pool is already almost finished. Now, Lucifirius has already told him he's just doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he really read that literally. That it's just gonna be another 6 pool.
No, he has no idea. It's not. He's gonna.
You can't just make a circus.
He's probably gonna die.
He's probably gonna die.
Well, Solstice, that is honestly, it's usually the case where you can make just peaceful workers for a very long time. But Lucifirius has decided to, like, 6-pooling is so bad. It's even worse than a 7. It's so much worse than a 7-pool. It's like the difference between a 4-pool versus a 5-pool in Brood War is like that bad. It's so bad. And the reason why it's bad is because you don't make any workers in the interim. If it doesn't just outright kill your opponent, Lucy is going the wrong direction because he thought it was a bottom left map and only now realizes, oh shit, I gotta go top left. I'm high. Yeah, you are high, buddy. And so it's actually going to be a Zeth battle.
Yeah, but when he makes a 6 Zeths, he actually has 200 resources. I feel like you could get a worker in there.
Oh yeah,
Does the larva not populate fast enough?
No, you could. I mean, you might be a little bit late on the last one. Now the engagement was a little bit more favorable anyway. And it's gone. So what do you do?
Lucifirius, no longer can you end the game fast. It's over. And it's in large part because he went in the wrong direction.
Yes, I think so.
He might have gotten some damage in if it wasn't for that.
Yeah. So now he's behind 3 workers. This is what happens, right? If you actually do hold it somehow, it's just over in terms of your economy. Like if this game went out. If this game goes out longer here and it's like within an even skill margin, having 3 workers down is like super bad. But Concealed Organic is instead going to go ahead and happily make some combat units, looking to apply some pressure. But there's a circuit here, so he won't really. I mean, he can just walk behind with quasis and attack the mineral line. We'll see if he recognizes that. Instead, he's actually going to expand, going the macro approach. And Lucy can't even think about expanding at this point.
No. He's he'll probably even out eventually, but as long as Wank just keeps wanking.
Yep. Yeah, this guy is his username on Discord, his actual account name, right, is Concealed Organic. And then that's what he joined as. But then he decided to name himself Wank in a Tank.
You know, they both basically are the same thing. Because Concealed Organic definitely refers to a male organ. And wanking obviously refers to a male organ. And concealed can be the same thing as wearing armor. In other words, you're a tank. Huh? Same thing. It's clever. All right, now the Zeth gets to...
It died. Now, if those were quasis, you just kill all the workers, right?
So. Yeah, and then you just tickle forever, and he can't do shit about it except try to dive you and just get stuck colliding.
Well, the workers are starting to transfer over. There's actually not that many saturating the main. I've watched Concealed Organic play a little bit. He played against AI with roller skates, and they had some very silly games. But one of the things that I definitely noticed about him is he's not really too keen on making a lot of workers. He's not super happy about it.
What about Lucifirius? Is he keen on making a lot of workers?
Lucifirius.
He's making a macro hatch.
Lucifirius is not. Nobody's keen, in fact, because you can't be keen anymore. Because
I kept wondering,
Keen
like,
left.
should I go Hydra first and spam gas early on? But every game, it was like, if I do that, I'm gonna die to aggro instantly because I have to commit workers to the gas, and I can't get the macro hatch out fast enough. So it's better to go Quaz hatch and then Hydra. But I feel like maybe on a forest spawn map, you can just go for the gas and just take the risk. But you know, when you have like Kian 6 pooling people on 4-player maps, I don't even trust that.
Yeah, Three Crows are famous for that.
It's like
forever.
if like a zealot enters your base, you're gonna have a really hard time killing it with worker. And even if you do kill it with workers, even if you perfectly kill it with workers, you lose so much mining time that then you can't even do anything anyways. I'm gonna check this soup real quick.
It's a good idea. Some Hydras on the way here for Lucy. He has teched up, and we have a Nathrock Lake coming for Concealed Organic. We could see him go for Mass Nath. There is no anti-air defense or anything. But he doesn't have a lot of gas yet, so we'll see what he wants to do. He's actually known as a guy who likes to build a lot of Nathrocores, cores, so that could actually come into fruition here. That's I've noticed that he likes to do that versus AI. He's going to go ahead and send a Scouting Zeth out. Yeah, okay, he's keeping his head on his shoulders. I've never seen him play before, so I mean, like, in a PvP match. So I was really quite surprised to see that he was willing to go for the tournament, and I'm interested to see what he can do. He survived the 6 pool somehow. So at least there's that. Lucy sends out a Quasi. Okay, he spots out over. He says, okay, there's a Hydrith down in my Fog of War. Some idle workers on both sides, but yep, 5 pairs of Nats are in production right now. Got the Skithrock Scab coming for Lucy. That's an interesting option. Now, is he going to go Skithercores, or is he going to go Bactals, right? That's the question. But again, he doesn't really have that much anti-air. He's got 2 Hydras, 2 Iziracores, and the Nats are absolutely going to kill him. And by kill him, I just mean tickle his workers to death, pretty much. Needs to get the rest of those Nats in there. There we go. Air is cheating. Can't burrow. Burrow is cheating. Your presents are still visible, by the way. Napak? He should just go after the Hydras in this situation if he's thinking about attacking anything, but looks like instead he's going to go after the workers. That's fine, too. So far, his camera has not moved from this. He's got 1,200 minerals. Could go after the Kagrant and snipe that as well, but looks like he's not too interested in it. Iziracor is going to zone him away. Okay, he did some worker damage, but Lucy still has more workers than his opponent. There's a base on the bottom left. Yeah, the building more mutations and the Mortothracore have the same production icon as before. I was looking around in the game files, but I couldn't find it. And then I was like, oh, I should just look at my DMs with DF. And then I couldn't find it there either. And then I got really busy and forgot about it. So that's okay, though. It'll be forever known as the mineral field. Mineral node. Patch. Cluster. Chunk. Mineral chunk. That's what it is. Going to set up some defenses here. More and more Hydras being added. Circuith. A little bit more on the forward side. He's not actually using the Scab just yet, but I'm assuming he's going to be going for some fast back.
Oh my god, there are so many Naths.
That's right. So earlier we had 10 of them fly across the map and deal some accosting damage to the worker lines. And now we have 16.
Like 50.
Yeah.
That's like 50.
Now, the problem is if he's, like, the number of Hydras that are being made, right? Like, this is actually still pretty dangerous for the Nath count. So, workers are going to be dealt with, but one of them has already died to a Spraith. And now he's going to go after the hatch. Now, Lucy's response is a little, slow. He could lose his hatch to this.
One down. 2 down.
No, he's gonna make it. He's
He's
gonna commit for it.
We're going in.
He
There
did
you
get
go.
it.
He got it. He paid very heavily for it, but he got it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was worth it, but you know, he's got 2,200
He's got-
minerals.
Look at his
so-
money though.
Yeah.
He can go to tier 8.
Well, Lucy has to remake his hatch. He's actually getting another one in the low ground of his natural as well, and more static defense for the anti-air. So he made a couple of skiths, or a skith. No, yeah, he's got a couple actually. He could return the favor, you know.
Yeah.
There's a Zorkish Shroud
skiths.
coming. That's an interesting choice. Could go for tier 2, but it looks like he's not interested in it, right? So, immediately. After surviving the 6 pool, right? He's done himself a pretty solid favor in terms of taking this bottom left base, but it's not fully saturated. So,
A little bit of a Canada there.
yeah, his internet starting to overheat. I still can't.
I'm embroiled in making my grandmother's supper now, so
Yeah,
maybe a little sketchy touch and go here.
you might see the beginnings and ends of all of these games, but not the middles.
Yep.
I guess he could go Mass Gorg and just wipe the ground army. That's an option. He's just got so much gas and minerals. You never see this in tier 1. So I wonder what all he's actually going to be thinking of doing. He's making so many nats. Attacking with a battle worker. Well, Hydras are starting to harass him. So he brings his battle worker back home. 3 Lachezelisks on the way. Wants to fight with the circuits if he can. He's got a bunch of nats back in the main, but they're not... I don't think he's aware that they exist just yet. Taking some Zorius. I want to see Solstice versus Concealed Organic, honestly. That would be a good matchup, I think. More fair for Solstice as he opens up versus compared to the 6 pool nonsense that Lucifirius was doing and has been doing, and I think he will continue to do it every game. He's got the Lachezelisks out now, so I think he's stabilized. He's not really in any danger at this point. And he's not spending any money at all. Why would he? He doesn't need to. Got this secret base. Both of our players having the same idea as far as their third base location. So that's pretty funny. Taking bottom right is Lucy. Bunch of Azira cores on the way. Iral Iris for him. Faster than his opponent, who seems to be thinking about putting it down right about now. I don't know about that positioning, but, you know, you can take that base at any point. I think 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock are pretty good bases to take in ZVZ. Because you can just put down a bunch of tier 2 static defense. But
So many nats.
I don't
no
know
one
if he's
has
got
murdered
enough
each other
nats.
yet. Oh, but it's coming.
Yeah, the Hydras poked in and got tickled a little bit here, but... No, the Hydras are now going to withdraw. They've killed a lot of Nather cores.
Yeah, the nats went in first, so they took a lot of damage from that.
8 Skiths and 16 Izira cores are moving out. More Izira cores are being made. Meanwhile, Lucy thinking about taking his Nathrok Lake. So that'll just about to finish. Tier 2 about to finish for both players.
30,000 nats being made.
A large number of Vorvs as well. The Lachezelisks could be huge here.
Yeah. If he gets a good position on them. But man, there are so many Zero cores. And look at Wank's Wank Bank. He's been filling those pony jars non-stop for years. This man is filthy rich.
Okay, he's thinking about it.
God,
He needs
the
to borrow those
Azira cores.
Lachezelisks.
Oh my god, oh the splash.
No, he just borrows everything.
Alright.
That's one way to do
No,
it.
that'll confuse him. That'll confuse him. Oh, some of them unbroke. Oh, he's coming in.
Oh no, he's trying to stand on it. Oh no, no, Lucy, look at all your units dying. Oh, the Skithicores are here though. The Skithicores are doing terrible, terrible amounts of damage. But the Vorvs and the Zorius, they hold off so that the Lachezelisks can deal with the rest of the ground. And the Skiths moved a little bit too far forward. Wait, where are they? The spines are everywhere. I don't know where to go to fight them. Oh, he found one. Where is it? Oh, found another. Dude, those Lachezelisks paid for themselves so much.
Oh yeah, they did a lot of damage. Lucy's army was so much larger, and he managed to get a really good initiative. But, well, now there's a number of skits. Well, the Scorchers are going to kill all the ground units.
He just needs to actually
there,
use his
get tickled.
quasies. He's only attacking them with 2 right now.
Yeah.
I have been caught lacking. Dude, you got all these gnats. Just attack. He's getting a Mutat Spire. Can go for a massive
Look at that
amount of
Dwarf. It is so desperate to get past them. Oh, fuck that Dwarf. Get him. Get him.
Oh, he caught him.
Yeah.
But don't worry, he's still there. He's just a Zeph now. He lost his wings.
He came back.
He's a fallen angel.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Yeah, he's got 20 of them. Going Matravel, Alcag, just getting a little bit of everything. Got the Calcure. He made the intermediate mutation of the Calcure pond. He made the Nathrock Lake, the new one, and then he made it into a Calcure pond.
I did that too.
Oh.
I don't know if it costs less or not.
No, it's you can skip.
It didn't
the
seem
Nathrock
like
Lake.
it costed less.
Yeah, you just skip it. He remorphed some of those defenses into sprays. Might not have been the best option, but he's making a lot of mutas.
There's so many big men. There's so many big men.
He's got some Lyrilis, but they were on a move command, so they didn't really do too much. It's only lost 3 of these so far. Oh, make that 4.
Just slapping.
Oh, but it takes so long for them to kill the Circus. No.
Short rip.
Oh, shit. Here come the mutas.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Keen. He's back.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, boys. I can't believe what we're seeing. 21 mutas survived.
He can make another 1,000,000 of them.
Yeah, he
He
should.
has the money. He has
could
the power.
and he should. In fact, there's actually not really that much that can deal with this right now. I think Lucy might just die.
It's possible.
He's got a
As long
couple
as
of
doesn't,
waddlers.
like, dive into that gnat and just lose everything to sprays, which, well, they didn't upgrade, so. But man, his main's in trouble.
That's right. He's being sick on. No, no,
getting
no, no,
cold.
yeah. 20 mutas left. A couple of random ground units charge on in, and it looks like he's like, yeah, whatever, I'll just base trade you.
That seems really. People really seemed eager to base trade me too. Honestly.
Yeah.
It was a situation that started coming up a lot. Fuck this Iris.
Dude, it takes so long to kill it. It's got 5 armor. Think about all the other damage you could be dealing. Hey, don't worry. Here's a Matrilla.
No, the Matrilla has arrived. Hi.
And I'll max Eliska's made. A single Skepticor is made. Oh, it died.
That's dead. But he still has to deal with all the actual tech structures. Well, he made more mutas. They are getting tickled.
Oh no, the Matrilla.
Oh my god. The Rilla Rockors. Oh, it's getting worse.
Don't worry, the mutas back at home are going to be enough to... No, never mind. Maybe not.
No, they're just making Rilla Rockors. There's so many of them.
If he just focus fires the Spraith over here, he can do a lot of damage still. He's still got 10 mutas, but instead he's killing workers. Lucifirius has so many workers, he doesn't need those. I can't believe he actually lost his natural, that's crazy. Oh, he's got more mutas and more gnats. He should be focusing down the Kagralisks, in my opinion. They're dealing a lot of upfront
I think he's
damage.
killing Rilla Rockors at the moment.
Oh my god.
It's a disaster.
He's lost everything on both sides of the map. Keck, GG's. He still had so much money, but he's going to
Kek is
call
that
it.
frog, right?
Yeah. I thought for sure he was going to win that one. I'm going to be honest with
I
you.
thought too.
Just leave to end, right? He's never played a PvP match in his life.
Well, he'll have a lot of Rilla Rockor kills by the end of the game. 30,000 quasis coming.
Problem is he'll never suspect that the bottom left was taken. I can't believe I just saw Gorgakors die to Quasilisks.
Yeah, they're getting tickled to death. It was a massacre. There's so many of them tickling. But Lucy doesn't realize he has another thing. Tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
There we go.
He spares us the displeasure of Lucifirius trying to weave through the shroom lines to find that base out in the middle of nowhere.
That's right. Wait, I gave him the. Dude, maybe I'm the.
It's concealed organic in AI.
Yeah, I laughed at that too. All right, we just need to pick the map for the next round, and that will be Solstice. And it was Pendulum out. Okay. And I'll switch over to the map view so that people can see that in action. Solstice makes his selection. It'll be Quasar Quartet. I'm going to BRB, but it is hosted.
Ah, dear. Two men ready to slap each other's booties. Spank.
I got some food. I am ready to watch these two slap each other.
Yes. Do you think it's just going to be the Main Street Redux? Or a Solstice?
I think Lucy is literally six pooling every game. I don't know if he's going to win every game, but he's going to six pool every game.
He's definitely six pooling.
Yeah.
But this is a
he
four
is in the
player,
bottom
isn't it?
right, and Solstice is in the bottom
I got
left.
really confused by a lot of the maps. I thought there were 4 players initially, and I had to look for a long time. Maybe.
Maybe he says not
he
building a
pools.
worker.
There's nothing clean about this at all. I don't think Solstice is going to get a single... Unless he manages to fend off the 6 pool, he's never going to get a game past like 2 minutes. And he's already in a dubious position. You can't wall this off. Good luck.
Nah.
Especially against the 6 pool. But if it's a little more on point with his drill, he might be able to. Oh, so Lucia has to actually find him. He's waiting a long time here for his gateway. There we go. So there's still a possibility. I mean, this is definitely the 3 crow maneuver. It's a 6 pool on a 4-player map. You never know where they're going to end up. Probably. Oh, I can see their rally goes across the map, which is not where Solstice is. Solstice has this one chance. Oh, but if they find the scribe and Lucy spins them around, just like meat spin.
Well, Solstice is scouting the right way, so that's actually a really good thing.
Yeah, well, he's gonna spot the Zeths, or he's gonna go right past him. Bye. If Lucy was ever so slightly slower, he would have turned, and this game would be pretty much over. But he's gone in the wrong direction. Nothing is there. Where is he? Okay, now where is he going? Oh, now he's heading towards him.
Yeah, this is the right direction.
Tickle. 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 Oh, ah.
Oh, it turns it into a Kagrant. Not a bad idea. There's a scribe out here, and there's only one zealot. And that one zealot is good, but not good enough for
He
6
doesn't have a
Zs.
lot of money right now.
Yeah. Needs to follow back. Yeah, zone him away.
yeah.
Tell him to
Fuck
get
him up.
fucked. Get these scribes out of here. Wait,
Fuck him up.
wait,
Bring
no,
the
the
zealot.
zealot. Bring the zealot. You need the zealot too. There you go. Now you're fine. Remember, you can lose some workers to this, and you're still fine. Because your opponent is too busy 6-pooling to build any workers. Redundancy pylon, I like it. Draken will be done soon. Now, unfortunately, the Zets are faster than the zealot. You gotta kind of fight back. Now, fight him. You gotta fight him. Yeah. I can't believe he's not killed a single one yet. Draken's out.
No, a lot of them are so low.
I know. Oh, he's gonna lose another worker. Oh, he's gonna. No, that's it. Okay. All right.
All right.
Just game started.
He's
You
alive.
started the game with 6 workers and
Yeah.
2 pylons and a gateway and
It's like a campaign mission. You got some buildings,
Yeah.
and your opponent has some pre-placed garbage over there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in control. He has the helm.
Getting another
Now
match?
finally can play the game.
I'm
At
not
least for
sure
a little while.
I don't know about that yet, but we'll see.
Lucifirius is ahead in workers substantially, but no one's taking count. He's actually getting pretty turtly here. It looks like there's a second circuit in the making. Well, I'm sure that Solstice will think twice about ever leaving his base, because you never know. There'll just be another 6 pool happening. I could definitely feel the HelltRYKS time change. That was a really big one.
I think it made a lot of difference, yeah.
It's enormous for sure, especially at this stage in the game in particular, but also for expanding as well. Do you plan to add a building for Zerg like the Crucible or the Treasury that is a harvesting but cheaper?
There was a unit I came up with that would basically route to do that, but I don't know if we can implement that exactly. But the main thing is the Crucible, it doesn't do that anymore.
Oh, so it's just a buff.
It's just the Treasury now that does that, yeah.
Well, there is an embassy coming. Very DF style. That's actually very surprising that one match. The observer came pretty much immediately. I just like instantly made an offer.
I know, yeah.
Well,
He really likes
was
that. He
like-
likes to keep tabs on you.
I killed there was one where I killed. There was like 3 of them in
Yeah.
one spot.
Yeah.
They all died, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Why was there so many? It was really my only consolation for that match. But will Lucifirius think to create an Ovalith? Will he see them?
A vassal
Or is
is
this
arriving.
going to be the dreaded Zealot drop?
Vassal is moving around. It's wondering what to do next. Another vassal joining it soon. here comes
Only
the drill.
Kian decided to mass vassals, and even then he didn't commit to like just all-in vassals early on.
The Drilleth would like to become a HelltRYKS, but
No,
unfortunately,
the Droleth would like to die, destroyed, annihilated.
in its natural habitat, it has been annihilated by 2 vassals.
They got stepped on.
2 vassals are better than
Oh,
1 vassal. Solstice is going to catch up on workers. He's going to do it one way or the other.
Oh, it helps to loot. There you go. Oh, you probably saw the one part. There was one time I tried to. I don't remember which match it was.
It was probably
But I somehow managed to select all the workers.
Oh,
instead
yeah.
of the units.
Yeah, and they moved all to the one side or
And I got really mad.
I think it was when a witness happened or something. I think.
Yeah, there was a witness, and it just like threw me off.
And I was like, "What is he trying? Is he trying?"
It's like the first thing you see is a spur goat.
Yeah, you're faking a worker pull, dude. You're making him
Would
really
have had
paranoid.
a good laugh. All right, my soup is probably ready. That should be hopefully the last interruption.
All right. Well, after that brief interruption of Lucifirius trying to take his natural, he finds himself in a fairly stable location. Solstice, meanwhile, is investigating, taking the cross-spawn main. He's not really building too many workers, and he's got a number of them idle, but he is adding a witness now. Hierophant, Golem, etc., etc. Yeah, DF, you make a lot of the witnesses. I don't know if you ever look at them that much, but that seems to be the main thing. Shit, here he comes. And here comes the Protoss as well. You know, this Protoss army, if it's handled properly, I think it could actually do a disproportionate amount of damage.
Moving out.
Yeah. I was just commenting that I feel like it can actually defeat what Lucifirius has right now. He is going for
If you can get those golems in there so they can do some splash on those squishier units, then absolutely. Golems are actually really scary for Quaz.
Well, he's got more of them on the way. Look at this. He's kind of baiting them out, and that's choosing the engagement. But Solstice needs to respond.
Solstice, no!
He's lost his golems before the rest of his units even had a flicker of hope to join the battle, it seems. And that is going to be a pretty...
The witness can spectate the massacre.
The witness zones
Lucifirius
them
is
away.
intimidated by the number 3.
He's also intimidated by the witness.
Yeah. It's peeping on him. Oh, he's doing the Shambler build. Highly recommended.
Yeah, this is highly recommended.
Highly recommended.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Lucifirius' win condition, he just automatically wins, is if he manages to make HelltRYKS in the arrangement of a cannabis plant.
He'll need a lot of open space for that.
Yeah, you're not going to do it on any of these maps. There's not enough space. It's really nice to not have to worry too much about SimCity, and that's the real reason I play Zerg.
Of course. Easiest race. Imba race.
Very Imba. The witnesses are peeping.
They are spotting for an air move out as well as the natural saturation.
Lucifirius is very, very far ahead in workers. He was actually at the Diablo 3 number. By the way, also the Diablo 4 number, from what I have heard. Keeping up the legacy of Error 37.
You got it. You can't just let it go. I mean,
I'm surprised the game hasn't just been shut down yet, honestly. Just out of embarrassment. I would expect Microsoft to be like, yeah, we're not paying for this anymore. Just start shoving off their franchises to random shit tier studios. Just dissolve Blizzard and huff all their cocaine. That's definitely something that Lucifirius can get behind. But Lucifirius is making some Actilisks, but he's still sort of floating up there in gas.
yep, he's looking for the... Yeah, I think he's looking for tier 2 in this situation. But he's only on 2 bases. Like, even though he's ahead by 20 workers, the base count is actually the same.
Solstice may be behind in workers, but at least he remembered that the embassy exists, and he was making scribes out of it.
Yeah, that's right. He can catch up, given enough time. The containment is a little soft right now, but it can still do some things. Problem is, he needs to be on the ball with the response. If you think about it,
wiggling closer and closer, inching, wiggling.
The problem is that the golems might get drawn in by the backdoors, right? But he's on the ball now. He's paying more attention to the bridge.
He knows that up across the bridge exists penises, and they are long and spiny.
Also known as
Oh,
hydrolisks.
he's formed a little enclave here. Kind of like a racetrack, really.
Yeah, you exit and you have to go to the right. It's just a
Yeah.
right turn, like NASCAR.
Always turn right. Oh, that Joe left us.
Nah, he's out.
Bye.
He's fine.
See ya. See? Turn right.
Wait, hey,
Turn
get back
right.
here.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait,
This
don't
is,
get back
the
here.
golems.
All right, this might actually bait Lucifirius into a not so favorable fight with most of his Azira cores buried behind all the Baelethal's, and now look at that. All the beef stayed alive. The bounces working against them because of the golem passive. But there's a lot of circuits over here. Gotta be careful.
Hey, wait, you have like twice the units over here.
That's right. They were hiding. Trying to focus down the Baelethal's. Not a bad shout in theory. They are very expensive, but he's losing most of his units for that. He needs to fall back now. Maybe he can take out this Baelethal. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's thinking just the same thing. You know, this happened to his natural, too. He lost his natural to 2 vassals. Now he's going to lose this third to a bunch of random striders and have to cancel that.
It's okay. He is following the Holy Shambler mantra. That is to make circuits. The witness sees this grand farm in motion.
That's right.
Tier 2 is finished, but Lucifirius only wants to make a Zero course. Tier 2 is just there because it looks like a plant. And plants have narcotic properties when burned and inhaled, or just chewed, or rectally inserted. In the case of the cactus, the holy cactus. Meanwhile, there are 2 Cantavises being made.
I like that. We don't see Cantavises enough.
Might be hard to use them against Baelethal's, but perhaps more pressing is that Solstice needs some more workers. He also needs to make some more production structures at this point.
He's starting to float a little bit of money.
Queues going on.
Yeah. Yeah, despite the queues, he's got a little bit of float as well. So.
Meanwhile, Lucifirius is just making more HelltRYKS. I honestly don't know what he's doing. He's got tier 2. I don't see any tier 2 tech coming, but is he just like, I don't know. I think he's high.
Yep.
He's at 69 workers now. That's a good number to be. I think you have to stop at that point. It's either 69 or 300, and you can't go from a 69 to 300 very easily. So you have to just sit at 69. Oh, they're going all over the place. It's okay. If he makes more circus, he can get his worker count back to where it should be. Well, he is getting some excisance, so he wants to have some more gas. He wants to be a gassy boy. He realizes, wait a second, I can take this base that is not across my enemy's army. So many Azura cores.
It's a drop coming.
Meanwhile, some grand libraries. Fermenting. Yes, there is an envoy. He sucked up 2 zealots and a golem. A dastardly, dastardly situation awaits Lucifirius. Now is he finally getting some tier 2 tech? But does he realize the most deadly drop of them all is about to commence?
I really thought it was going to be
circuits there.
Cantavis or something, but
I thought so too, but I think Zealots are much scarier.
I thought honestly he was just going to wait there for a bit, but
Yeah, just funneled them in one after the other. Oh. There. Oh. Oh, they're biting. Oh, they're biting. It's bringing him back down to the holy number of 69. Oh, but he became lost astray.
I like how long it
Envoy
took
was
those Azira
forgotten about.
cores to kill the one zealot. That's pretty good.
Oh! Slapped right in the ass. Spank. Oh.
Art and authority.
Decolliding.
Okay. Not a bad idea.
That
The
was
witness
some
is still
decolliding.
keeping tabs on the number of military units here.
Well, so is
they're-
the envoy.
Yeah,
It's just peeping. Spying.
it's just right there. But Lucifirius is too high to see that.
Yeah.
Well, 9 o'clock's been taken by Solstice. He's using minerals only for now.
Slowly. Oh, look at that binding path. That is autistic. Let it go all the way down into the corner and then go back up left. That just...
Yeah, what else would you do?
This game is fucking stupid. It's another Cantavis and some Amaranths on the
Listen,
way.
he's got 5 Cantavises right now. He's sitting pretty with that number, but he needs to actually use the Envoy to maybe like drop some of them and storm them.
Yeah, he has a good position here because those are just sprays. He can just run in there and he can nuke both worker lines actually.
But does he see it? Does he have the
Well,
vision?
nuke is a relative term. I think that maybe Lucifirius will go epileptic at his high state when he starts seeing storms everywhere. You just think it's like his screen melting and GPU failing or something like that. God, there's so many Azura chorus. The beef is coming.
Well, this is at the perfect time for Solstice's army to make it here, so it's going to take a while to get across this bridge if you're in Lucy's shoes. And I don't recommend putting Lucy's feet on, that's for sure. Cantavis wanted to cast a spell, but it's a little too far away. And the front line is being pranked. Hey, you've got a Cantavis over there. You could cast a spell with it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Does he even notice? Nah.
Yeah. Oh no, his own units are dying.
Nah, they're fine.
What would Lucy do? Well, he can turn all those circuits into Scortriths. That would be the wise thing to do when you're sitting on 1,500 minerals.
Yeah, he's making
has
Skither
30,000
cores.
HelltRYKS. Oh, he depleted all of his gas.
Yeah, 11 Skither cores.
He'll
are on
have
the
to
way.
make more fatties.
Yep, 13 Izira cores are on the way.
He still has most of the ones he had before.
He's got to watch out here. There's another storm cast. That's definitely going to be good. And an underrated composition. Storm plus Hierophants. They get slowed trying to walk back through.
Yep.
Never thought of
It's
that.
not a lot of damage, but it is damage anyways.
There's also an Architect now. Try to lay siege to all the
So
staff
many
defense.
Cantavises.
Now, here's the thing, right? You think, okay, we've got this. We've got 11 Skither cores. But if the Skither cores go down to the Psy Storms, that could be a
Well,
problem.
there is an idol, 2 idols back there. And the storm is stacking on. Oh my
god.
Oh,
They're all dying.
Lord, he's too high.
He's too high. Oh my god.
Uh,
Blanketing everything with Storm. Blocking it before it can even begin.
can't even make Rilla War Chorus because he can't get close enough. Oh, this Hierophant wants to move forward.
One of the Cantavises has dealt 1,000 damage.
He's making additional fatties as a fat variety.
Solstice has a lot of minerals, not very much gas.
And Lucifirius used to know that. Now he just has no minerals. Could cap some geysers there, Solstice. That will get you gas. You'll be very gassy. It's looking around for hidden bases. But there are none. Just so many fatties. And some Zeths. But there's only so many booties that can fit through this bridge.
Yeah, you
I
can't
feel
really
like
get
every
across
single
that
time
too
he tries
much.
to brute force it down, the same thing's going to happen.
Yeah.
So long as Solstice is paying attention. And Solstice can sit here all day.
Yeah,
He seems quite content to. It's not like he wants to walk into the literal wall of circuits and everything else that's over there. That Spire is really, really ready to be sniped in case he does go in there, though. It's kind of like the Enos Iris, but it's similar in shape and in the right position, but it's not the right structure.
He's
Oh,
going to
here
commit
we go
again. Where's the reaction
A little
here
bit
from
better positioning
Solstice?
now.
He's not paying attention to the minimap, so he's only going to respond after they're already on top of his army. Here comes a couple Cantavises, though. Going to go ahead and get a good couple of casts, blocking any further movement. Doing some good damage to these Tetzora cores. Counteracting their lifesteal, in fact. But he burst through a lot of the Striders, and the Rilla cores are even going to be able to tickle a few more for good measure. That's the one
They're
goal.
fighting.
Now, he should preemptively blanket this with a lot more storms just in case, but he's going to look away from his forces for just another moment. He's made so many Cantavises, but he's only using 1 or 2 of them at a time, right? So it feels like he could definitely take some away from the force and maybe throw him down a little bit.
I mean, that envoy is still there.
Yeah.
Forgotten about.
Yep.
Waiting. Kind of like that Obleth that had a Hydra in it.
Yes. Exactly like it, actually. Then it had a Basilisk in it.
I don't remember why. I think it might have been an accident.
Some Protathalors have joined the fray. That's more range. You can definitely try to contest things like Architects with enough of them.
There's
Exemplars
so
are
much
on the way.
queuing going on for Solstice. He's got to make some more buildings.
Gotta watch out here because the Baelethals are here with no front line, but they do end up sniping an Architect. There's still 3 more to go through, and the rest of them are going to be a little bit harder to do that to because of their positioning. Zealots, Amaranths, Golems, a very meaty front line here. Ready to welcome the Zerg as they come out, but we need some storms. There we go, get some storms. Softening up all of the Zephyr cores for the AoE and the multi-target that awaits them.
The Cantavis is going to die to Storm if he's not careful.
He did die. Some of his own units died as well. But don't worry, he still killed pretty much all the front line.
I mean, if Lucifirius moved out with everything he had, he would have busted that at this point. There's not really that many Protoss left, and they were all wounded at that stage. They're still wounded. He brought in all the fatties and everything else he had and just forced his way inside of it. He could have definitely taken it.
He's reinforcing with some Exemplars, so if the next attack comes and there's like 3, 4, 5 of those things, that can definitely help turn the tide with a splash. More and more Drakenons coming out, taking a 4th base, thinking about taking another base.
There's some gas caps. Solstice is capping up.
Okay.
Uh-oh. 1,000 Melisks are en route. Now, very recently, Solstice began to become antsy and built some Wardens, but that's not enough to deal with literally 10 million Melisks. Oh,
yeah, there's 16 of them. They're going after the pylon. That's good.
He's pulling back his entire army.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there. If he had a couple of Cantavises lying around, he could just storm them. And he's made Exemplar, but obviously those don't attack air. Some land effects would go very, very nicely right about now.
He's ignoring the worker line. Go for the pylons.
Right when another Exemplar was about to finish. Oh, here comes some Drakenons. Yeah, he even brought back the anti-ground army. That's definitely not what you want to do. He's abandoning the contain entirely. But the mutas aren't really doing that much damage right now. They freed up Lucifirius to exit his base if he wants to, but I'm not sure if he's going to have the wherewithal to do that. He might be thinking, okay, he didn't pull everything back. He didn't really see that
Well,
much.
he would have seen all these Zealots spinning around. That's usually a good indicator that everything got yanked back. At least you could throw something out there just to take a look. Meanwhile, there is a Zerg core that is spinning.
He's kind of going back and forth. He's pacing.
Yeah,
he's on a he's on the phone. He's
it's the helix spin. Yeah.
He's talking.
He's waiting for a legal department. You know how it is.
And he's talking to his wife or something. 30 mutas. Nice number. Gosvaleth is heading up over here to try to take 3 o'clock. Instead, it'll find an Amaranth and a Zealot and start attacking them.
Oh my god, it's biting.
Don't worry, here come all the mutas. It's kind of like an omen, you know? You see the Gosvaleth and you're like, oh shit. It's not alone.
You tickling my booty.
Okay, well, the pylons are going to be going ahead and remaking. The Stargate, as a result, is going to come back online. We would love to see some land effects of that number of mutas that are potentially going to be attacked. Didn't end up sniping the Exemplar. Didn't really end up thinking about sniping anything right now. Architects are here. Finally, one of them will get focused down, but not until many of the mutas have already died. I still got 24 of them, so this is still very much a dangerous situation to be in. Warden's doing some damage, offering some resistance, but now the pylons are gone, and it looks like it'll be on to the attack force instead. Still just steady on the Exemplars. He's not pivoting over to land effects whatsoever. Does have a Cantavis here, so he can go for a Psystorm, and it looks like he will indeed do that.
Oh. Oh no.
But, yeah, I don't know.
2 of these Wardens are still unpowered.
Yeah, they don't need to be. 17. Okay, he sniped yet another pylon.
But now the ground army can finally escape the containment of the ball pit.
Yes, they scream about freedom and
all
stuff.
these random units. Oh no!
A couple of Cantavises here, but they throw down another Psystorm.
So much damage on the mutas, but there's so many other units. He doesn't have all of his Exemplar here. Units are all over the place. Scattered everywhere.
Oh no, his Cantavis can't frontline like that. He needs to pull them back and start casting Storm.
Oh shit, it's another bridge! Lucifirius' worst enemy has appeared again.
Needs to cast a couple more of those preemptively.
He needs all those Zealots and Amaranths that are chilling out over there.
He's not able to.
Calls it a day.
He's gonna capitulate. And Lucy has tasted 3 victories.
3. I feel like Solstice was in a good spot, but he wasn't able to get the macro in motion, take advantage of the contain. He moved all of his units out, He spilled the pots of boiling oil all over the fries. And now everything's on fire and screaming. Can the wank finally put an end to the man's shroom-filled rampage?
Right now he is saying, He has question marked selected Megalith Empire. You had some pretty good control over the game in the mid stages, and Lucy really struggled when you kept denying his third and stuff like that. I think that you had the right idea with the Cantavises, but then you made the Envoy, and I thought for sure you were going to storm drop and just kill all of his workers because you shut down mining for so long, even if he responds to it by pulling the workers out. He still can't mine for another 10 seconds, right? I thought for sure you were just going to storm drop him. You had so many Cantavises. But then you went for the Zealot and Golem drop. Still, a remarkable match. The lobby is up. And I shall await the arrival of the Mesk.
I was working on my soup before it gets cold. I see you have something too you're eating. Or you're scraping your bong bowl. Now, this doesn't have the customary tap, though. Being with Zilla for so many years, you hear that tap, you know what it is.
How
it never changed across 20 years.
Bowls?
Yeah. It's from him smoking weed.
All right, well, we're going to be getting into Megalith Empire. Tank Wank Man will be rolling random. Let's see what he ends up getting.
Probably Zerg. No, this isn't random.
It's Terran.
This is a Prime 6 pooling map, I'll have you know.
It's happening.
The real question is, has it been long enough that he's forgotten this is literally all Lucifirius is going to do? I'm still not sure what CAC is in reference to. I know that LOL gets translated to CAC in World of Warcraft from Horde players, and for Alliance, it is Burr, B-U-R. So I always respond to CAC with Burr.
Oh, maybe that is what it's from. It's also the name of a god. And maybe a frog.
The frog god.
I hope so.
We was Kangs.
Okay, well.
I think those are related. I don't know.
This is already... Alright, I'm putting my plate down.
Okay, so...
No.
He's got 250 minerals.
No.
He's mining some gas. What's he gonna do with it? Okay, no, he's making a stockade. Alright, he was just banking up. But the 6th pool is about to commence. Can anyone put an end to the absolute rampage that is Lucifirius?
No. Oh, it's Quasi's this time. That's even worse.
Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. Not as mobile, but much safer, I feel like.
Yeah,
I always make Quasis first. It's just all well-rounded. Because what if he makes Ahmed? I mean, you don't know he's Terran, but he could have Ahmed. Could have Zealots. I mean, I think Zealots are probably better for damage against Zealots, but...
Solstice, I hope you're warmed up again, man. I hope you're ready to go right back in.
Well, it is Ahmed. Ahmed is coming. But they've arrived. Hi. Bye. Oh, the tickling.
Oh.
One goes down.
How tisted. Here comes Ahmed.
Ahmed is coming.
Fight. No. Fight. You gotta attack.
Fight. You gotta fight.
You gotta fight for your right to be autistic.
Get this piece of shit. Yeah, cut him up.
Yeah, get him.
Get him.
Oh.
Get him.
Here comes
He's
Ahmed.
got 5 health.
Yeah. Oh, he's targeting the one that has no. Hope he didn't kill him. He didn't kill a single Quasilus.
So many of them have such little health. Well, if he had made his stockade when he had 150 minerals, he actually would have been pretty good. Because he would have probably had 2 Augments by that point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, did not.
Absolutely.
Gotta be on the ball when you're up against a man who does nothing but sit inside a weed-induced haze.
Gotta be on the ball like he's on the bong.
Yeah.
I'll show the maps real quick. Remaining maps that we have here are Fata Morgana, Nightfall, Otherworld, and Oxytocin. Solstice will select the next one. Just getting savaged so far.
These are a lot different than my games, even though my games were very, very silly. I guess 6 pool just puts turbo onto this silly.
You know, Solstice was probably thinking to himself, I'll play this tournament. That sounds fun.
And every match is just complete horseshit. That's kind of like Keen, right?
Yeah.
I'll get into this neat thing. Literally cheesed every single game by
Yeah.
stupid flying units and 6 pool and other bullshit.
I still can't believe he almost lost. I mean, he almost beat Inaz on Exidu that one time. He had like a Kagrin in his base and everything, but he ran out of money to make a circuit or something stupid. Just goofy. Well, by now we know that Solstice and Lucy are locked in this dance. Lucy will forever do the 6 pool. And Solstice, he knows Gateway first, Zealot first, lose less workers than I did last time. You know, he's improving. He's got the improvement down.
He's climbing the ladder.
All right, he's in the top right. Lucy in the bottom right.
That color is really bright.
Yes, Lucy is cyan. This is the color that was Necron's favorite color. So happy birthday, Necron.
Happy birthday, Necron. The wonderful age of 12,
By the way,
by the way.
Solstice is meanwhile just blue.
It is another 4-spawn map. But look at this.
Oh shit!
Look at this. This is
Wait,
wrong.
I think we loaded in the wrong game, guys.
This is wrong. We like joined Nathan's game.
Yeah, this is weird. Maybe after
This is
doing
all
it for
you
4
see.
games, he's like, eh.
This is Veek versus Hapsaya is what this is. Hapsaya rolled Zerg like he said he would. Well, I wonder if this is going to mind game Solstice and he's just going to be fucking terrified the entire time waiting for a 6 pool that never comes. If you saw like a cannon verse like you've seen in a couple of earlier matches, I think with 3 Crow, then you would know that he's spooked. Or maybe it was Biddy B. Someone built cannon first. But nope, he's going for the lattice first. It's a little ballsier. But no, it's not going to be that aggro. Although we do have gas income. Could mean any number of things at this point. It's a little harder to read with Zerg. They have more tech options at this stage if they wanted to do something less pessimistic. Or if they just wanted to relive the Nath glory days.
Yeah, Lucy's
Well-
AI did break. I agree.
Against Protoss, it's like you can just go Vorbs anyways. Didn't you like increase the effectiveness of Ensnare?
I reduced the movement speed slow, but increased the attack rate slow. So if you've already backed them into a corner, you're in a pretty good spot.
There are some Zets heading out. There's a Scribe finally heading out.
The Manifold's here to guard the worker line. Is that
Manifold's kind of like toaster ovens, honestly.
Mm.
Tickle, tickle.
And a vassal will be here for mild harassment. Scribe is slain by a pair of quasis.
It's alright. Lucy's got enough money to make a macro hatch and make an actual hatch. He's
really spent a lot of time before actually spending that money.
I think he had to like find his bong and take another hit before he did anything. He's probably playing a game where he has to take a hit every
Here's
action
the
he
thing.
does.
This
in
could
game.
actually kill him. I know that sounds really silly, But if, more units just rally across the map here, a second lattice is being made. Yeah, the quasis are going to die. And the manifold will stay alive. And he could get his Kagran sniped as well. At the very least, he'll suffer some worker damage. Battle workers.
Oh god, it's happening. It's happening.
But here's the question.
happening.
Do you turn that Kagran into a Circuit? Or do you turn it into a Spraith?
It's probably better to turn into a Spraith and then make some quasis. Or something, anything to deal with those besides losing workers. Because if you turn it into a Circuit, even if you kill this attack, they can just choose to attack something else. That's not a really good spot for a Circuit.
Well, he's really pulling all the boys.
This is a really small choke, so you can just hold that with quasis. But, I mean, I guess you can pull your workers across the entire map.
Oh, the manifold isn't microing. Ah! Avenged by the vassal. Chased down by the vassal. The vassal is the sole survivor.
Nope. It's okay. 2 scribes are... nope, they're heading back.
I love that.
Solstice now has enough money.
He needed a third one to go
Library.
down there so that he could take this.
That was a ritual, right? The third one
Yeah.
seals the holy pact. Whereas the Zeth that's burrowed in literally the middle of nowhere.
Don't worry, the vassal's there. What's up?
Well, came to go pee on him just like that Russian jet on that drone. That was extremely entertaining. There's just so many toasters being made.
Making an idol for the
And an idol.
splash. Like that. I like to think that Solstice will play this, he'll see some graphic he doesn't like, and then after the tournament he'll just immediately make a new graphic. So the joke is we have to get him to play like 300 tournaments so that he does that every time.
Yeah, that's 300.
Now, the workers have stabilized, and an embassy is on the way to help give Solstice a bit of a leg up in that respect. But, again, Solstice also has this Nexus coming. His opponent has not expanded. This is looking actually very good for him. The one time Lucy doesn't 6-pool.
Solstice is not in too bad of a spot. If he built like a bunch of golems, he could just try this ramp again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Circuit here, right? So
He doesn't know about it at the moment. He did get some scouting in.
Yep.
He's going to go peek again. But yeah, there's no Circuit. He can definitely force this down.
Making more scribes out of the embassy. Could definitely cue some from the Nexuses as well. There you go. Yeah, he could use more workers on his main as well, but at this point, definitely rallying to the natural expansion is good. Just getting a little bit of annoyance. Trying to stay out of range. It's hard to do that with the Spraith. It's very high range. Vassals are very short range, but that is going to force another Kagran, so, job done.
Oh, he's going to force another one. The Shambler build is en route. 3 additional Kagrans have been started.
And now look at this. His Hatros can be tickled, or at least he can say, hey, I need quasis. Where did they go? Wait, they're still here, and I can actually still see them.
Oh, no! Destroyed. Annihilated. Some of the toasters are en route.
He's sending everything over. No frontline, though. Still no
There's a sim
golems
that's
or
in
anything
his
like
base.
that.
2 sims.
But
yeah,
still,
there's nothing there, but...
I think he knows that he
that
can go
is-
around the back here. I think he may have pieced that together.
He can avoid getting tickled by tentacles if he does so.
Yeah, I was thinking that would really help him out because there's 13 quasis here that are in prime position. But it looks like he's willing to chance it. Still, again, no frontline. That's really what's the killer here. He's
Getting
got another
insane.
envoy. So he could go for an idol drop. That could be pretty devastating in the back line there.
2 are going off over there somewhere. Oh god, it's got tentacles. It's like that anime I watched.
Oh my goodness.
Annihilated.
This isn't StarCraft 2's pathing. Well, here come the
game
manifolds.
didn't even play itself. What the fuck? The envoy is en route. Tickling
One worker has died.
has commenced. The quasis came over there.
Yeah, that would have been prime opportunity for him to charge in if he wanted to, but it looks like he's not so interested. So he kills,
Additional
what, 2
tickles, so we
workers,
built-
almost kills a third. That's not too bad. A little bit of micro.
Lucifirius
he would've
is,
killed a
however,
third.
slowly getting ahead in worker count. There are golems en route now. He's realized, wait a second.
He's adding a gateway.
I need some men.
Okay, here it comes. It is going to be an idol drop. I really like the idle drop. I think it works out pretty well because you deal so much splash damage with it. The problem is, you know...
I mean, they don't do a lot of bursts, though, so it's easy to get away from them if Lucy is really on the mark.
Oh, no, he only unloaded one.
Ah!
Question mark? Hey, listen. This guy can do some damage. Don't badmouth him.
He's getting away. The chase is on.
Alright, well.
Alright, well, an effort was made.
By the way, I talked with Solstice in the chat prior to the last game starting, and he said that it never even occurred to him to do a storm drop. Which is kind of funny, because he dropped other units, but not a storm drop.
Yeah, he probably just forgot the Envoy existed after that point. It was just like another witness sitting out there.
Nah, maybe. Oh, second gate is on the way.
More fatties are en route. The ticklers are pathing autistically.
Yeah, but they wiggle when they walk, so it's still cool. Only one golem on the front here. Oh, never mind. It wrapped back around. But the quasis are kind of
coming in single file to die a miserable death.
Just attack. Just fight back. The Envoy has unloaded, but it is still a scary
The Envoy charges forth! Oh, and it died.
That's alright. It was only 200 minerals. Golems are here. Gonna be hard-pressed to deal with that, honestly. Yeah, the Quasith units being disintegrated. Reduced to ash by the plasma. Double Ecclesias, double Golem. Lots of queuing happening yet again. You pointed that out in the Quasar Quartet match. Since it's not like he really had time to queue anything in the...
it's like once you have that second base
match.
starting to get saturated, you got to push past 4 production structures.
Yeah.
Or build something tech-related that's expensive, because... that's about the point for Protoss in particular. It seems you start really swimming in it. And then, at that point, you start thinking about capping. That's when you start thinking about your third and think about, are you going for tech, or are you just spamming low tier? I always go for tech because, for some reason, I can't do unit control anymore.
Well, speaking of unit control, some of these golems happen to enter in last. Normally a bad thing, but it ends up saving him a little bit of time here. Now he can add some pressure to this Hatcheros, the third base that was just being set up now. Quasis are sicking onto the range. He needs to refocus his army here. Yep, pull him away from that hatch. More golems just joined the fray from that hatch attack. That's going to clean up all of the Quasis. He's making 11 more pairs, but they're ways off from some of those hatchings. So, going to be a little bit here as he continues to sustain losses on that Hatcheros. Shambler smiles upon him with a burrowed Zephyr and a Circuit inbound. No, more Quasis have arrived. But still, shutting down that base, excellent.
Oh, that stops the tickle menace from growing out of control. But now there's like 30,000 Quasis on this ramp.
He's going to try to poke in with the Ecclesias Golem attack, but there's like 4 circuits in this area, so... not only 3.
They're all getting hung up on the ramp.
Oh, no. Well, you got some sims out of the occasion anyway. There is a single Convolesque. Actually, there's 2. That's not 3.
The Convolesque has arrived.
I think at this point, Solstice needs to think about, I don't know, Ardent Authority, Ancestral Archive, something that will deal some splash damage. He's got idols. Those are not too bad. And he's adding a Grand Library, it looks like, so he's thinking about that, but...
Tectons, Solarians...
Oh, I just
Tarians,
noticed this map has some unbuildable tiles randomly placed inside his base, so I'm sure he's happy about that. Is that a symmetrical thing? No, I think he just got the lucky spawn.
Oh, Blizzard.
No, that's not Blizzard. I mean, I guess that's SI not releasing source code, but because it's like leftovers from me manually painting the tiles.
Just release the source code.
You can't.
Stop being a baby.
I have to paint every tile by hand. That's the only way.
Stop being a baby. Just release the source code.
No, you can't.
You're not going to lose your internet manhood because you made people's lives keeping this dead fucking game alive again. People will be happy.
No.
You'll be remembered as the guy who wasn't a complete asshole.
No,
Just imagine.
you can't. It's not
Just
possible.
imagine.
It's not-
You could be the good cop.
It's not possible.
Well, some people are unwilling to open their chastity to other men until they're explored in the deep bowels of a Brazilian ghetto by a man named... Then it changes them, it revolutionizes them, and before you know it, they vote in Justin Trudeau. It was all a disaster.
There are,
The
speaking of
16
disasters,
gnats.
dude, 16 gnats versus all these idols, that's going to be a disaster for sure.
Well, there's no idols over here at the moment. There's just some very unusual looking men. They kind of like waddle up there up top. All the single file mass of units. Is
Yeah, there was like a
slowly
shift
amassing.
command at some point, and it was very interesting.
Well, now they're reassembling on this ledge here. Yeah, if Lucy is not careful, he might just have his tights yanked down by Ric Flair. Although I'm sure at being high, he probably wouldn't even notice.
Cantavises
boy
are
must smoke
arriving,
deep.
and that envoy is still here.
Will he take your advice? Will he attempt the Cantavis drop? It's a little harder to do on this map, especially the main, but...
Oh, hey, you can drop
Those
right there behind the
expansions.
third. Oh, look, a simulacrum is here. Hi.
Hi.
I would like to multiply in your mineral line.
Tickling.
Oh, shit!
He's gonna help him. He's gonna help him.
Yeah.
It begins.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's allowing this around.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no, look. Solstice is under attack. 16
shit.
gnats are sicking. But the reinforcements are getting split by all of the other units that Solstice had in the middle of the map. And honestly, the gnats are not killing everything the way that I thought they might. And the reinforcements are still here, and the Cantavises haven't even casted any spells
Oh
yet.
my god.
And there's a storm.
Oh, the witness! The witness!
It died.
It died.
But don't worry.
Everything else
That
is
was
just
that was
getting
Lucy's
backdoored.
entire army, and now he has like 7 units.
Yep. But will he brave the literal, like, 20 circuits that haven't even been upgraded into Scorchers yet? Or will he spend 2,300 minerals to create nothing but wardens, encase Lucifirius in his own little timeout corner, and then just go AFK?
I think Lucy might be too high to realize that he is not doing too hot. He's making an Ovoleth.
Man,
It's
I
not
mean, the Arsa
13 like
coming to the
Shambler did
circuit
that one
wall.
time.
I know that feeling.
Gotta watch out here. None of these are tier 2 defenses, but still, that number of circuits is very spooky. Storm! Storm drop at the third! Yeah!
Oh, they're dying. Slowly.
He kind of casted it in like the worst possible location, and he still ended up getting 5 kills. There we go, that's better. They idle a lot more there.
Oh, they're mad. They're biting. Oh, oh no. Oh. Get. Fine.
Okay, bye.
He attempts the circuit wall. Helm's Deep stands tall. And the Rillarokors are biting.
They are biting. Merry Christmas,
Oh
boys.
god, the horde of tickers. They're coming to tickle!
Oh no, he tried to
they're biting!
he tried to storm drop, but Lucy turned all of those 3 workers that were left into defenses. Well, the Quadzalists were eventually dealt with.
Just this giant wall of dead things there. But the problem still remains the endless circuits. Solstice has so much money, he must know that somewhere within the tech tree lays the options to stamp this piece of shit out once and for all.
Yes, it's called the Star
But where?
Sovereign.
Yeah, that would do it. I mean, alternatively, he could just expand all across the map and just keep making what he's making with like 8 times the amount.
Oh my
of
god, the 2 Drakenins in the most impossible position.
Oh god.
The Zethrakors have no idea what to do. They are incensed.
They're just spinning.
Oh no, they're gonna kill one.
Ah, it's over.
Like 3 hits.
The others are just spinning.
Ah.
Ah.
Caught between a man and a hard man.
Well, they're coming down in this corner here to finish the fight.
The
But that
Cantava
circuit's
started
probably
it.
gonna cause them to path up into the. Yep, there they go.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay, hold
oh,
on.
he
Let's respect the personal
He's
space.
trying.
Wait, that Amaranth. That Amaranth. It can kill the circuit by itself. It doesn't need no help. But it'll accept it if you're offering. Here comes a Convolus.
That Cantavis is standing there with 28 kills. He's like, ha, you pieces of shit thought it was over.
Yeah, I brought my
I'm
friends
back.
here. Here's some
Here,
more.
have some more.
2,000 damage.
Oh
my God, some reinforcements are here.
Multiplying.
And they're going to kill the Convolus. Never mind. Calculusks have arrived.
No, the Convolus went off to go chase.
Look, he's still alive.
Envoy.
Look, he's going to survive. He got
He's alive.
He got moved to the back. Solstice, you can storm him some more.
Nobody knows he's there.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Nobody knows that he is there. Oh.
No! Solstice, no! Don't let him die. He's the hero. He did 2,000 damage. Solstice, please.
His
His dying wish was granted.
That was disgusting. They just stood there and died in it too. They just
Yeah.
accepted.
Well, they're not
Meanwhile,
fleeing from a
these
unit or aggroing to a
Atreus
unit because there's no caster, right? It died. So.
The Atreus is trying to get through that fucking ramp. Lucifirius has not very much money.
Well, he's
But
been
he
stuck
does
on
have
this
a lot
corner
of
of the map
circuits.
this entire time. I mean, in some
lining
ways, so
up
is Solstice,
everywhere.
but
Yeah, the left side of the map just doesn't exist. There is still a manifold chilling over there that went over to kill that one Zeth in the corner, and that was it. Just
yeah.
literally hunted him down just for the fuck of it. But it looks like Solstice is setting his eyes on a fourth base finally.
Yeah, he's also marching these Atriuses in. I feel like it's going to be really hard to stop the Atriuses from just destroying this base once and for all. And by this point, everything's basically depleted in the main.
I think that one circuit is going to troll him a lot again.
No, he's kind of keeping to the left side, and the Amaranths can charge in now as well. Make it a lot harder for really anything to get done here. So the Witness is even here for whatever it's worth.
Yep.
Here
Here comes a handful of Calculus into a wall of AoE where,
surprise.
unsurprisingly, they died there.
Yeah. Convolusks are here. Finally wants to get rid of this circuit. It's just caused him so much grief. But the Convolusks can do a lot of damage from this position.
Oh no. Oh god, the Rilla Rokors are everywhere.
Don't worry, he's going to step on them.
Oh no.
Oh, he's actually doing some pretty good counter damage here if he focuses the fights onto the Convolus. Meanwhile, the base itself has been freed of its workers. Liberated, you could say. That circuit was remade. Only 3 Convolusks remain. The Simulacra have split so much under the watchful tutelage of the Atriuses that have kept them free of Rilla Rokors. I have never seen somebody counter Convolusks with Simulacra before, but I think it's working.
It's happening.
That circuit remorphs for a third time, by the way.
It just keeps happening. Oh my god.
More units are on the way, but I think they're going to be a little bit late here for Solstice. He has killed the Hatcherosk, though.
The one circuit that's causing him so many headaches.
We've got what we came for. we can leave.
It never ends. There's
kill.
6 kills and increasing.
1,000 damage.
Oh, they're still fighting. There's an Evergrillis with 6 kills. I never thought I'd see that. 7 kills.
There was another one that was there. I didn't check it, though. It died already.
Oh my god, the Rilla Rokors are coming.
The reinforcements are kind of idling at that interior bottom right base. It's not very helpful. The Zets are dead. He's run dry, and he concedes 20 minutes of grueling, low-tier action. And Solstice
Listen, look at the kills. Look how many units Solstice killed. He killed just shy of 700. Like half of those are Rilla Rokors, and the other half are Droleths and Ticklers.
All right, there you go.
That was extremely silly. Hey, I still have some juice left here.
There is no prize, Shambler. You just know that you were first. We might be able to do like an FFA thing with the rankings. So it's like an FFA between third placers and between second placers and between first placers. But we would have to organize the times for that. So.
Shambler, you can win a bong hit from Lucifirius's bong. Germs included.
Concealed Organic taking your idea and running with it. You know, if Lucy isn't here, who's going to six pool? It has to be Concealed Organic rolling Zerg.
Yep. He must take up the bong mantle of his forefathers. Spread the fumes and hotbox Solstice.
You know, Solstice could still make this happen. He could win every game from here on and then force a tiebreaker.
Yes.
However, if Concealed Organic wins, then Lucy is confirmed first place, I think. I don't think it's possible. Any other way?
Oh shit. He could do it.
Nah, he's
not going to do it.
Solstice in the top right is the blue Protoss. Concealed Organic in the top left as a man who is hated by God.
You opted into this. You chose the route of optism.
Oh my god.
Absolutely annihilated. It begins. The pylon placement of our time.
What's up, Didymus? Well, actually, we'll be malding some more after this. But for now, we are watching the final stages of a very exquisite amount of cheese and silliness that has been the Winter Invitational. Honestly, in many ways, it was all I hoped for and more. And that's despite having to find a replacement for 3 out of 4 groups.
Yeah, my group was the only one that wasn't straight up autistic.
Well, it was, but not because I needed to find a replacement. So
Yeah.
the Battle Workers game is probably the best game that was played so far. But there's some other choice moments, like when My Name Is Law pulled every worker to fight the one scribe behind his stockade.
Yes! And that happened several times. You really hated those workers. You really wanted to ground by the balls, ain't it?
All right. It's not exactly a 6 pool, but here we go. Concealed Organic, not one to be outdone, decides to pull not 3 workers, but 4.
He exposed his organic. How will Solstice respond?
Well, it's exposed because it was scouted, and he is organic because he's Zerg, so it makes a lot of sense. Now he's no longer a Concealed Organic.
Off they go. Over there somewhere. There'll be a Drakenid waiting for them this time, but they can surround, kill it, and then kill the pylon, and then slowly kill the Nexus like a certain other game in memory.
That's right. Well, unlike that game, Solstice did not really go to architectural school, so he doesn't know what Hepsea knows about putting the gateway behind his mineral line and then getting everything stuck.
So, okay, the Drakenid is almost stuck. Here we go.
The
ultimate
half.
battle. It
Here
begins.
comes the pull.
The tickling. Oh, it's dead anyways.
It did die, but the workers are here to isolate pretty much everything else. So the Zerg cheese is reposted, I think. Some of the workers were kind of spinning there.
Yep.
And yeah, he stayed alive.
Got him.
Just needs to keep killing
His
workers.
balls got stomped.
He could just, he could rally the Drakenid across the map. He doesn't know it. But he could just...
He could rally it with all of his workers across the map, yes.
That is true, Lucy. You didn't
DF
6
build.
pool. You're fucking... Your AI broke.
You played yourself.
Just like DF said. This is why we need caster DF. We need DF to come in and cast, but he doesn't really say much. He just says like one line every 10 minutes, and it just buckles everybody who's listening because it's funny. And that's it. That's his contribution.
And he needs to say it in Darkholm's voice.
Why Darkholm and not Duke Nukem?
Because Deep Dark Fantasies is from Van Darkholm.
Nah, that's not where his name comes from, I think.
Van Darkholm? Yeah, that's his name.
No, I mean, that's not where DF's name comes from,
Oh.
I think.
Well, it is in my headcanon, and headcanon is more important than anything. If you break my headcanon, I'll start posting on Twitter.
Speaking of posting on Twitter, Concealed Organic is about to expand. There was no actual connection, but I needed a segue.
Well, he could say he tweeted into the expansion. Now you just see a little pop-up that says you get 50 account experience if you share the link of you expanding.
Yeah, you're onto something there. Yeah, there should be a function you can press that if you've connected your Twitter account, it just posts a screenshot of whatever you're doing to Twitter, and there's no caption. Or if there is a caption, you have to type a message, so you have to Shambler it.
There was some feed for drops in World of Warcraft. Except this was when you can farm raids solo, so you could just spam it constantly with every single drop. It'd just be thousands of drops.
That's useful.
That's good shit.
There's a large number of Legionnaires combining with the Drakedons.
Well, this is kind of a scary force. I mean, this is sort of what DF was doing.
Yeah, thinking about expanding here, but the Nathrok Lake is on the way, and Solstice might be fearing the Naths soon enough.
Annihilated. Destroys.
Yeah, he can just keep the attack move coming. That's actually going to stop Mr. Wank Tank from really building too much of any Naths, because, well, I mean, he's queuing up some Zeths right now, but he does have to worry about this force, and I feel
he's
like
got a lot of money. He can make a lot of circuits.
He's making Vorvs. If Solstice attacks right about now, there's not really going to be any front line here. It's just the two Zeths that weren't mutated, right? This is a really good timing here for Solstice.
Oh, no.
All of his general damage is taken care of. Now, a bunch of Zeths did just hatch, so I think he's going to be fine. He's even pulled some workers.
Oh, they're biting!
Some battle workers. One Legionnaire stands tall. Oh, it fell. It tripped.
They're biting.
We do have 2 more Drakedons here, but nothing else coming. Okay, so queuing up some Legionnaires. Now, I don't know if he caught the Naths, but if he did, he should add like a Warden or something. He's adding a Lattice for presumably idols. I assume he'll end up adding another one. Yep, there's a second Lattice. He's picking it up. He's starting to figure it out. I don't think he's watched too many of the tournaments. Maybe he checks in for the finals or whatever, but then he wouldn't have seen this particular matchup, right? So.
Well, I think this matchup has changed a lot since the tournaments. You can't really infer it anymore because the Zerg attack and some of the numbers are just very, very different. And some of the Protoss are also different.
There's some broad strokes you can take from it, like if they're really massing a lot of, Quazeth, you can go for idols in the early game. Things like that are just sort of like baseline lessons. He's sort of intuiting it, though, just based on the fact that he was able to beat Lucy in that last match. He's now adding a Stargate. I would love to see, like, Idol Exemplar. I think that would be really scary for the Quazeth forces to really deal with. A pair of Scouting Naths is arriving into the natural, or the main, rather. So that'll be there in about 2 seconds.
I think they're going to murder some workers while they're there. There's nothing to stop them. It begins. Fresh booty. Oh, no, he goes for... Oh,
he's going to add a Warden, which is actually going to take the initial aggro. And what do you do?
You die. See Warden die.
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to Todd.
Well,
he todded.
Todd's pieces has been cooked. It's kind of leathery, actually. Maybe it's cooked a little too much. Now, Wank's got some money here. What's he going to spend it on?
I'm not sure that he even saw that the Stargate was being made, right? I don't think he clicked on it. So that's another thing. He might just think it's another gateway.
Well, there's some tickles en route. He is amassing gas. Tier 2 is on the horizon at his current rates. That is a structure that again could be construed as some kind of trimmed cannabis plant.
No.
Then all he has to do is make convolutes. They're overpowered. Oh, he's making a Hydrith instead.
I was really surprised to see Sims do so well with them. I think it was because the Atriuses were shredding all of the Rillarokors with their splash.
Yeah, they died after they spawned, so just like tap the shields and just spawn thousands of Sims. Well, it will be a Gladius.
Yeah, get a good number of those. You'll be in for a treat. Especially with Quasis taking so long to kill anything like that. Hydras will definitely shift the matchup a little bit, but it's a ways off from seeing a mass number of those. Although
If you get a lot of them, you can just bounce them off of buildings when the Hydras approach, and suddenly there's balls in your face. Well, that's more than enough money for tier 2 at the moment from Mr. Wank.
He's not sure. He wants to attack, but there's a lot of melee over here that's going to just run through all of his Zeths and Vorvs. Some of his other units are just kind of caught in the middle of the map thinking about jumping into the tar fields.
There's candy in there.
Yeah,
My man
it's
has
chocolate
enough to
sauce.
wank his way into tier 2. You can do it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, it begins. Let the wanking commence. We must charge our Geo crystals. That's the only way we can bring back the old Mortothra choreographic.
Nah, nobody needs that. Not until the Iskosi
There we
need a
go.
worker.
Oh shit. He's killing this army 2 Quasis at a time, pulling them in.
Well, the first Gladius is going to be joined by another one, and
Once more.
I hope you guys like Santa hats because it covers most of the important part of the model.
It doesn't move with it either.
Yeah, there's no set vert pause for the overlay. Doesn't work.
It's fucking suspended in space.
Yeah.
Harry Potter's twink hat.
That's the sorting hat, dude. It tells you which leather club to go to.
Yeah, it went 2 blocks down, or 2 blocks east, or 2 blocks west, or 2 blocks up. You gotta go to the rooftop one.
Yeah, you can just walk up to the side of the building for 2 blocks and you'll be there.
Yep.
Something got tickled. Oh, it was a scribe.
Grand library. Yeah, the chase is on.
Put
Get
down,
that
leave a
piece of
pylon.
shit.
Leave a trail. No. Oh. Where'd he go? He must have gone to the bottom right.
He's hiding.
Meanwhile,
Hiding in plain sight. Tickles are exchanged, asses are slapped, winks conversed.
oh, here comes
Nothing comes
4
of it at
gnats.
the moment.
They're not really able to do too much.
Oh.
There's just a lot of like, everybody's very gun shy here. They're like, wait, I haven't massed up enough of my army yet. I need to make a bigger army first. So he's made this tier 2, but he's not using it. Not yet.
Yeah, he's wanking out gold bricks right now.
Yeah.
Oh, the gnats have returned, and
They
they
died.
have dispersed.
He's thinking about it. Okay, Backtith. Is he going to also go Calc here? No, decides not.
Oh, the balls. Oh, my God.
Santa has brought
The
some balls. The bounces
the
are
balls.
commencing.
Oh, the balls. Oh, they're on his chin.
Yeah, there you go. It's thinning the herd here.
Oh,
A couple of
no.
more rounds, and they'll be off to the good size, the good start. A couple of gnats are just walking in here like, what's up? And then dying. I guess that scribe must have died at some point, because I don't see any blue dots on the map, and there's certainly no expansion happening. Here's the problem, though. Gladiuses
balls.
are getting a lot of mileage right now.
There's so many balls. Oh, no. There's nuts on your chin.
It's over. Zerg forces
down.
are destroyed.
There's so many balls.
Zerg are not here anymore. Hey, the scribe's there. I found him.
Yep. He
He's in-
joins.
he's
Doesn't
there.
have any kills, but you
Yeah.
push a button
No
because he
damage
hasn't even
taken.
done. He hasn't done anything.
No, no damage taken. No
Just
damage given.
exists. He's the captain unit from Warcraft 3 that makes the army spin around and return home without returning fire when you find them halfway across the map after
Killing
a
a
farm
single
or something
scout
over
tower.
there. Oh.
I used to deliberately do that versus like
I can't believe that their game is just that fun. Like, I know
Yeah.
it's Blizzard and all, but my god, man.
Yeah, I would deliberately just leave like one tower somewhere, and they would
Yep.
have like ridiculous amounts of units come in, attack it, kill it, and then walk away. Speaking
Oh,
of,
the balls!
the balls are going to be channeling onto these Nathicors.
That's
Unsurprisingly, they did not survive the balls.
Well, there are skiths coming, but I don't think they actually are going to. Well, there's only 2 armors, so maybe they can kill them.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that in the numbers that they're at right now, it's not super good.
The workers are getting nuts on their chin too. The Guardian Army has engaged the wall of Scortriths and is getting annihilated. As the balls are everywhere.
It has occupied the attention of Mr. Tank here. He is no longer thinking about the Gladiuses that have destroyed his mineral line in the main. And you know, to Solstice's credit, he was also able to break down 2 out of 3 of those Scortriths. With, you know, fairly mediocre forces, honestly. So maybe they're not as bad as, or not as difficult, rather, as people may have made them out to be. But now Lucy will do a remake.
They got bunched up, so.
That's true. You can't tell if you're really, really angry if the Santa head is there.
Now, here is a question. The $1 million question. What will Lucifirius' build be? Will Lucifirius come crawling back to the 6 pool like a beaten wife? Or will he attempt something different? Like the Zoryusaleth rush. That was a good one.
Tonight's stream, sponsored by weed. True. DF has envisioned a mechanism by which players would click a UI function to indicate that they are ready for the game to start, and only then would you be able to start the game. I like that idea.
It has to make the roller skates bird sound when you do that.
No, I was thinking it would honestly play like a really...
timer for it.
There should be like an impactful sound, and you made me think that it should be Vine Boom.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I mean, that is actually like the quit menu sound in Apex.
Yeah. It's a 6 pool.
There it is. Yeah.
Well, Lucy is going to be in the upper right, and I say going to be because I feel like this game will be over soon. Solstice in the bottom right. Thinking about what he wants to make.
He put his pylon in a better position, so if he goes straight to that new Matrix, we'll get to see it possibly. Except he has no gas.
He has no gas. Matrix would actually be
Not
really
a
good
gassy
versus
boy.
the Zeths. But...
Well, it will make your workers basically immortal early on.
Okay, he's thinking about it. He might actually want to wait for the lattice here, which
If
I
he
think
goes
is
for
a bit
the
of a
lattice,
mistake.
I think he's absolutely fucked.
He has
Like,
0 APM.
Vassals can kill them, but he's
Not
even
very
going to have it back. He is a ladder. Oh my god. Oh, Hepsiah might watch this and just...
It is
cringe
Zeths.
out of his skin.
But with the lattice coming, I don't know.
I think he's fucked.
I think you might be right. He
I
might
mean, maybe he'll pull it out. He's had so much practice at killing them with workers, he might be able to pull out of it. But
They're the same build
It's gonna be a
time,
while
but the 50
until it has
mineral
military.
difference is pretty steep. The Zeths are already on their way. The Scribe is going to go ahead and spot them. Remember, if Solstice wins this and then the next match, he will be able to force a tiebreaker. Lucy doesn't want that to happen. So, okay.
yeah, it's another match he can 6-pool in.
Oh, that is true, but here it comes. The lattice is done. What is he going to make out of it? It's a manifold.
A manifold.
But he needs to be able to... Okay, this
Bunch
is good.
up, bunch
This is
up.
good.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
very good. Now start attacking.
Yeah, fuck him up! Fuck him up! Fuck him up!
Show people why you shouldn't do this. Not versus Solstice. Not versus the guy who made this graphic.
Tickle.
And look at that.
Yeah.
They end on the same worker count with Solstice building more as well. You'll love to see it.
Now Lucifirius once again has to play a game longer than 5 minutes.
Oh, hold
Will
on.
he be able to hold it together?
There's a
Does
manifold
he have
coming.
enough bong water to stay hydrated?
He's
There's
making
a manifold. Oh. Tick.
Is he going to chase this
They're
down?
just on rally.
Yeah. Into the worker line. Okay, he's got to respond to this somehow. Ideally without losing any workers, but that can be a challenge. He's going to end up
one
losing
down.
one.
2
Okay,
down.
back
No,
to mining.
just one.
Still ahead by a worker. Manifold is flying solo here, and the Circuit is on the way. Yeah, look at that. Forcing out 2 Kagrants this early on. You've only got 7 workers, my guy.
Yes, but his opponent only has 8 workers.
9 now.
He can just sit back and make workers from his 1 hatch Rosk for a while.
I like double manifold, but you need some kind of benefit with it, right? I don't understand why Lucy going into double circuit here doesn't make any sense to me. Precisely because of what you're saying, Miss. There's not really any hope that a vassal first has versus even 1 circuit, let alone 2. Or sorry, a lattice first has. There's not really any hope for that, so feels like if you were gonna use another worker for it, you gotta use that for a Spraith. But hey, he's high, so
he's high.
Hi.
Familiar sight awaits Solstice inside the bowels of the hot box. What will he do now?
He can kind of go up from the top rope and then just kind of glide into the behind the mineral line.
Yeah, I think he has to pull out those units first, because if he takes damage from the circuit and then they surround him, then he just loses everything.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. The simulacrum walks in, takes a shot from the circuit, walks away.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that just like your game against Biddy B, I guess.
Yeah.
Where you just put a circuit in your base and you just got like 10 sims or something out of it.
Yeah. And then I killed his counterattack after that.
Oh. He doesn't know about these secret buildings.
Another sim is on the way. A golem for the front line. Not a bad shout. Another golem queued up behind it. I don't think you can really end the game with early lattice units. Not like this.
I mean, especially since there's a 3rd circuit en route.
Yeah, but, you know, sims and all that.
If he had a 2nd lattice spamming out golems or something at this time with the money that doesn't exist because he lost half of his workers.
Yeah. Well, he's up by 5 now, so it's okay. He's doing all right. Now a Spraith is coming. Fearful of the vassal inevitability. But is it inevitable versus somebody like Solstice, who's heading a gateway now? Not too fond of actually taking the structure and rallying it to the destination. He's content to wait there.
Nope. Mass Vassal actually would have been great, because you can suicide them and just kill workers over and over again and cripple him even more.
Yeah. Well, he's doing that to himself at this point. He's making so many Kagrins. He's going to go down to 12 workers, by the way. Single warden being added here. Hey, wait a second. What are you doing? You can't do that. Cancel that right now. Cancel that this instant.
Ugh.
Well, he's got to watch out for the cliff advantage there.
It's okay.
Oh no, he's lost a manifold. Oh, just barely not.
Nope. It's got 7.
Nah, it's just when you thought your toaster was safe, a tentacle appeared. 2 idols back at home. Gateway idol. Different kind of idol.
He's got lots of money. He doesn't have a lot of gas.
Thinking about what he needs to take next, he's going to expand here.
I think that the Argosy is a good choice. Just make a Solarian and just fucking murder him. Or make a Demiurge. I think that actually might be cheaper. Then the Demiurge would work well, because you can just take over the circuits. And it'll also slaughter all their ground units, because they have so much armor. They can't do shit all about it. It's really, really, really hard to kill Demiurges until you've got a lot of, like, Kagurlisks or something.
Well, the golems can just face tank up here and kill all of the quasis and tank the circuit. So, I don't know. He can do things here, but not 100% sure.
The wall of circuits.
Yeah, as more of them keep getting added, that's
growing
not going to be the case.
Growing and growing.
Adding a Stargate makes a lot of sense here. He can go for Exemplars or Panoptises and just start picking off the circuits without them really being able to do much of anything. Maintaining the containment. I agree with Nablime in the chat, though. Not farming sims here. What are you doing?
Yeah, you gotta make sims. You may as well increase your stock somewhere.
Now, they do slowly take some inevitable hull damage, so it's not ideal, but it's still something. Okay, he's thinking about what he wants to do.
You might bait your opponent to try to come out and fight you to stop you from doing it, and that would be the ideal situation. Then you can kill the units that he has in less quantities than he has circuits. Not that you can do anything with, having done so, but at least he would have established dominance.
You also force him to make more military units if he's really that afraid, or spend more of his workers on defenses, which, Jesus Christ, my man has made some circuits. He's looking like Smarty Cakes in that FFA. Shout out my boy Smarty Cakes. There's 9 circuits that are going to be made here. And, of course, the Spraith. Zorkas as well. Vassal guarding the
Gladius
expansion.
en route.
Yeah, this is going to end the same way as before, I think.
It's an embassy following up. He slowly amasses some expansion
He's tickling.
as the vast.
He's got the one draw left. Oh, it burrows.
Oh.
Did not allow him
Counter.
satisfaction.
Now, what will Lucifirius do with the Zorkas? If he starts making Lucifirius, I feel like this is going to turn very depressing. If he makes Gorgacores, then actually he'll be in quite a good spot.
Well, you say that,
Don't
but
really
they
have a lot
don't
of
do
gas.
that much damage versus air units. And the Gladiuses, if they get to a certain point, will actually outdamage and chew through the Gorgs, given enough time. Oof. So the one problem of sacrificing your vassals here is that then you
It
don't
is
know when he's
ridiculous.
taking the back base. And yeah, like Lycasilisks can't shoot up.
Well, he has no idea that secretly Solstice is amassing Gladiuses. He's getting some other random stuff, including another gateway. But the Gladiuses are really what you gotta worry about, because you have some Spraiths, but they can just bounce balls away from the safety and murder your heart and soul, your 20 circuits. And growing, I would hope. I don't think Lucifirius
Oh my god!
realizes that.
We get to
Yeah,
see cliff advantage
God.
to Lycasilisks!
It happens.
That's incredible.
He made more Sims.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Zoryusalets. Okay, he's gonna have some beef.
Yeah, it's just things that
beef
can
is
bounce
gonna
for
bounce
more
some
often.
balls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for longer.
There is a third Gladius that is finished, but his gas. He's only got the one worker on the geyser, so he's not really getting that much
Yeah.
from it.
And only 2 on the natural geyser, so he's between 2 bases. He's got 1 geyser of mining.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to afford stuff?
Lucifirius is inching towards tier 2.
He's got 19 workers harvesting minerals from 4 mineral fields, by the way. He's actually thankful
the
if you
balls.
kill these workers. Balls.
The balls are bouncing.
Ah, burrow. Burrow to avoid balls. Some presents are still visible. I actually thought I fixed that bug, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. It's sort of like you caught them in the middle, and they're like, oh shit! Drop the presents and run.
Oh no, you're stopping him from commencing his holy duty. Meanwhile, like
Duty.
all the circuits and everything are just sitting there, just waiting to be annihilated. But he can't do anything about it. Oh, he
He's
is
made of
making
1 Gorg.
Gorgs.
He's got 3
He's
more.
got
on the
more
way.
coming.
He's burrowed all the workers here to avoid pain. 23 workers are not mining. His effective
Oh my
worker
God.
count is sub 20 right
It's
now.
coming.
Here comes the attack,
Coming.
but the
He needs
Gladiuses
the
aren't
Gladiuses.
involved. They need to fall
He
back.
needs the Gladiuses. He's
No,
gotta pull them
that
in.
Gorger core, it just made so many Sims. Here come the Lycasilisks. They're
The
spinning.
balls are everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
The balls are everywhere.
Oh, they unburrowed. Why would you unburrow them, Lucy? No. Oh, the witness is here.
There's a witness.
He's fine.
Oh, the balls.
Solstice is gonna win another game.
Oh no. What
No.
the circus? There's so many of them. What can one man do against so much perforation?
Balls.
They keep tickling.
Balls. It's a trifecta of ball. Dude, I've never seen that before. That's balls. That was deranged. Just to see them start bouncing between only 2 of them. That was like some geometric pattern shit right there. Ooh.
He's got some nuts on his chin at the moment. Oh, they're bouncing. Oh no, the circuits.
No, dude,
There's
you
Lucifirius.
can't.
You must
Those
make
are,
more of them.
those are hero buildings. You gotta protect them.
You gotta make more of them. They must be replaced. Oh shit.
Here comes
more
Gorgs.
Gorgs. Oh god, they're tickling. Oh god, the balls are bouncing.
Nah, the balls bounced them too much already. Gorgs are dead. That's turning into a
He's
spray.
tickling the wrong unit.
But if you turn it into a spray, they can't shoot down. Balls.
It's okay, he has the draw left.
Oh no, his units keep killing the ball units, the targets of the balls, before
Oh
the
no!
balls can
Oh,
bounce.
Gladius died.
Oh no, balls.
The balls are getting manhandled. Aggressive tickling en route.
But there's another Gladius to replace that one that died.
Oh, this is awful. There's so many balls.
He never made any sprays in the... Okay, he's got one in like the way back.
Oh god, the balls.
But what if we just ignore the spray and went for the workers? The fucking 23
Oh my
workers.
god, there's like 30,000 of them in that one corner. They just exploded outwards.
It's like when you poke the spider egg
It's kind of
patch.
like that one game where you like poke the guy's gas and like 8 workers popped out of it and you were like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That destroyed me.
I think that's when you just have to type "you're welcome" because you reminded him. No, he's just set this base up. You can't attack it with your Gladiuses. You can't ball it.
Oh, they're nibbling.
Yeah, there is some
they're
quasi push
tickling.
occurring.
The
More zealots
Gladiuses
are arriving.
chilling out over there. Oh, there
Meanwhile,
they are.
balls. Hi, we have come to give you some balls. You cannot tickle us. You can't tickle the balls, dude. That's not how you get the balls' attention.
Oh, the worker came to exchange balls. The free ball exchange is in business.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Do not pursue the balls. You
Oh,
cannot pursue the
God,
balls. You cannot tickle the balls.
Balls are bouncing.
Balls.
There's so many
Oh, no.
balls.
You have thought you've pursued the balls enough, but you still have not pursued them enough. The balls cannot be
Oh,
pursued.
it's got such little health. It's got 5 HP.
Oh, oof.
Oh, right on the nose.
Yeah, it's Santa's sleigh. That's a good idea. It's come to present gifts. I guess the Christmas
Non-stop
reskin
nut world.
of the projectile should actually be like a gift box or something. Or like an ornament, and the ornament just kind of shatters like glass over it.
There's a lot of zealots that are queued up, and that rally point sends them to do a fucking loop-de-loop and a dead end when they come out. I don't know what all that was about.
The balls have claimed another set of victims.
Oh my god.
That Spraith almost finished, but now there are balls.
There's so many balls.
Watch out! The balls have stacked up! They're much more lethal than this time than they were before. Ah, the quasis are bald.
How many quasis have died to balls in this game?
Dude.
A lot. It's almost 30 kills between these 3 Gladiuses.
Yeah, you're
alone.
actually at 2,500 damage in all those. He calls GG just
Oh.
from balls. He can't
He
handle the
accepts
balls.
the balls.
Wow. Solstice up to 3.
He's
Wow.
on a ball.
He is on the ball. All right. Concealed Organic has to face him on Nightfall now. Yeah, I showed the damage dealt. Yeah, there's 2,500. You're about to die? You might be. Dude, we could actually have a Main Street tiebreaker. Can you believe that?
You want to bet he gets Zerg again? And just leaves.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, I just knocked over everything.
Hey, you didn't need it. All you needed
Such
was
is
this
the way
final
of
match.
the goats.
Look at this. We've got Solstice
Ah.
in the top left. And
Yeah.
look at this. God is evil. Concealed Organic rolls Protoss and immediately starts with the mind games.
Yes.
You are
But it
losing.
isn't a
Listen,
six-pool.
listen, Lucy. You just have to 6-pool him again if it happens, okay? Easy clap.
Just 6 points.
But maybe it won't. Because Concealed Organic has been talking a big game about his vassal all in. So.
I hope it goes into Vassal versus Vassal. Or maybe Vassal versus Gladius.
I think Vassal wins.
I think they do too. They do too much burst damage if you got a lot of them.
You must stay conscious, Lucy. Or I guess you can forfeit the last match.
You can just stay high. Just keep calm and smoke.
One base Monument of Sin. The problem is he's Zerg. So in order to one base Monument of Sin as Zerg, you have to be playing against Protoss and get to tier 3 and make a Kistra Cores and then steal a Scribe.
Yeah, I made them against DF. I just didn't get a chance to do anything with them.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, they're coming in at the very end under the net.
Was that in this
I was
map?
hoping to... I wanted to steal some engrams. Yeah, it was on this map. I went to make them specifically because I thought I could steal engrams with them. I don't even know how they work. All I know is that they take over things.
You can. They have to be like below a certain HP threshold right now. So once they're brought down below a certain amount of HP, you can do it. But they also apply Ensnare on hit, so they're actually pretty good at stealing static defense. Since the defense can't fight back as much.
Yeah, that was the hope. Because I saw there wasn't really a lot of it, so if I could just start stealing it, then I can hold that ledge. Well, it is a Vassal.
We love to see it.
It'll be Vassal versus Drakedin, so that's not going to go too well right away.
He's queued up a Golem behind it. I don't like that. I think you could turn that Golem into yet another Lattice for more Vassals. Yeah. Just remember the kinds of things that I was doing. You remember that game on Sideshow from the game that I sent you? Where it depends... Suffered the weight of my... I had the 3 Legionnaires and a weird spin ritual above the 1 gateway. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I switched to Vassals. That's what he needs to do, except minus all of the shit that was not Vassals.
Yeah, especially if his opponent... I mean, if he just keeps making nothing but Drakedins, then he's pretty much safe. But if he tries to move out, then suddenly he's not safe anymore. You pretty much have to build engrams at that point, or otherwise have some other splash units, but Vassals can technically kill anything else that doesn't have enough armor or health.
Problem is the Vassal came over for the scout and then died. So.
Yeah, it really requires you to first have a lot of Vassals, which you gotta survive long enough.
Yep, Gate. Don't worry. He queued up an idol and then more Vassals. And then another idol. Dude, that's a lot of money that could be in your production right now. Or maybe workers.
Yeah, it's queuing them up.
Meanwhile, Solstice going for an Expo and a Warden.
Did it? None of the other games reached tier 3, did they?
No, only yours. We saw we've seen some 20-minute games or whatever.
Made, so that was another tier 3 that was being built. But beyond that, I guess maybe the prostate stage.
Yeah, I guess it technically counts.
I mean, it feels like we haven't even seen that much tier 2, to be honest. There's been like Terran regularly going into tier 2, but not like. And the Zerg will like enter tier 2, but usually like it closes fairly soon after that.
Oh, he speeds up the other Vassals, and they're out of here. Oh, but then they're coming back here for some reason, and then they're going out of here.
Well, he has a Warden and there's only 3 Vassals, so I don't think he's really in too much danger. But there is a Stargates. Stargates and a lot of money. That could be Vassals.
Yeah, but his lattices are idle, and these 3 Drakedins can just walk up and end him.
Oh, he's getting sick.
His Nexus is under attack.
Oh, this Golem is on hold position, so...
It's tanking.
Die, Delamayo.
What the fuck?
I think Mr. Wank is getting yanked.
Okay, well, if this Aurora finishes, right, then he can self-destruct it onto the Drakedin, and he'll be fine. The Vassals are now dying to 1 Drakedin.
Oh, the Scribes have...
Manifold here. What's up?
It has arrived. Here's the Aurora. It's tickling.
It's attacking the wrong unit.
The one that has full shields. Ah!
Unbelievable.
Oh, it did some damage, I guess.
Yeah, 4.
It didn't really make much of an effect when it hit. It should have more of a a noisy effect or a sound.
It might have actually gotten shot down before it then, because it does have an effect.
Well, it did take hull damage. And I don't think it shot down that hull damage.
Well, it only took 4 hull damage. Oh no, never mind. It looks like it.
We'll see in a moment. Yeah, it doesn't have a unique death sound, I don't think.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It also doesn't follow the unit too, so it's kind of...
No, yeah, it flies there, but you can kite away from it. It's not like guaranteed damage. Like it's not like the buggy stuff, like the older radiate or whatever.
Oh, the tickling. Aggressive tickling.
As we're talking about this, Wank is realizing that he is fucked.
Yeah, he's been trying. He's been trying to tickle.
If he goes
Tickling
after that top
spin?
one.
It's tickling.
It is tickling.
It's a massacre. You can get out his sim here. It has arrived. Another sim has arrived. They're biting.
Stargate's
That
gone
pylon
dark.
goes down, but the Stargate wasn't going to do anything anyways. He trades the Draken for it. Well, at this rate, Wank might just be able to pull out.
Yeah, don't look up.
Don't worry about... Oh, he's fucked. Well, one of them is spinning. Absolutely tism. He needed additional autism on his spectrum. He needed more color compression so the bands in the spectrum are visible, and he could ascend the autism ladder.
That's right.
That's right. Alright, Lucy. Let's see you get 6 pooled.
And the Main Street rematch is on. Concealed Organic exits winless, not able to make it happen.
You should add a 3rd spawn onto Main Street right now. So I can go in and Ahmed drop them.
I like the idea.
Just
You
put it on
can,
the
you know how
gas on
there's
the
like
expansions.
the concept of like the dungeon master or whatever, and you just like you get to like alter the battlefield, or like the game master in like those Halo 5 Forge things. I don't know what the or it's not Halo 5. There's something like that. It was like way back. But
Neverwinter Nights.
yeah. Let's do it, boys. Main Street. Main Street.
He be maiming. He be streeting.
We started this tournament off with Main Street, and we're gonna end it with Main Street. God damn it. Lucy is 6-pooling again.
Yeah, he is 6 pulling.
It's actually inverse spawns, dude. It's Lucy as the right side instead of the left. Solstice as the left instead of the
It's
right.
piss and shit again.
What better way
Look
to
at their
close it out?
colors.
What
It's
better way
piss and shit.
to close it out?
It's piss and shit. And here it is. What do you know? Lucy's gonna try to shit on him. But Solstice, through the power of water pressure, he can blast him with piss and clean off the whole deck. I
think
sure hope
Solstice-
he doesn't go for lattice
My
again.
money is on Solstice, dude. I think he's got this. He's going lattice first again.
Well,
but I
he's
still
survived
think
it the
he's
last
gonna.
couple times with his
Just think about
burgers,
it.
So
Just think about it. On this map,
lattice again.
what is the rush distance with vassals? It's non-existent. You just make the vassals and path them across the map.
he has to survive the onslaught, the lash of the spanking to make that happen. There's not even any point in even scouting. It's like, there's only one game he didn't do this.
Oh my god, that pathing. Move to the left. Move the scribe to the left, please.
Oh,
Please.
God, he's got to go all the way around.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh my god! You can cancel it! You can cancel them and get the larva back. He's too high.
No, Lucifirius,
Well,
what did you do?
You gotta send them across the
You're too
map.
high.
You gotta send them across the map now. Those are your
gotta send
combat
them.
units.
You gotta send your military out.
Unbelievable. Well, he's gonna do...
Solstice has to add another scribe to his gas because it's so fucking slow.
At least you remembered to. Unlike on
I
other
don't think you
worlds.
can bring it around the other side. I
You
think it still
can.
has to go slightly stupid pathing.
Well, it might, yeah, but it's better than what it's currently
It's-
doing. It'll be efficient.
I don't think it'd be that much better. It's still gotta wiggle around and
Jesus.
squeeze into the fucking mailbox slot with its dick, and then... Well, Lucifirius now has only one other objective that he can do, and that is a Nath Rush.
Well, he is getting
But
the gas
it's
for
so
it.
far away. He's thinking about it. Well, the Warden's being built. I think Solstice feels unnerved by the lack of the 6 pool. He knows something's up. Lucifirius is plotting something like making
His
the wrong
opponent
units.
said Og. That must mean something is up.
He never scouted because he just assumed, well, I'm going to get 6 pooled. Why not? So, he's going to send
vassals.
out his 2 manifolds.
Vassals. Make more
There's
vassals.
a vassal.
Nathrarch Lake on the way.
Well, that could be actually... Well, he's got a Warden, so he should be quite fine, but... There's nothing to stop against the vassal. It could tickle.
I think 2 manifolds easily clears for Zeth's, particularly with the
Listen,
help
he
of
doesn't
the
have
vassal.
circuits.
Yeah.
Where's his circuits at? You gotta make like 30 of them. Thought he was gonna make one there, but he decided not to. Oh. Oh!
Now he's only got 3 Zeths. Quick,
here
make
comes
Nats.
the Nats. The vassal is scouting out the gas-only expansion at the moment. Tickling has commenced.
Killed a worker. Up by 7
Solstice
workers now.
has a lot of money now. He can get the Grand Library he wanted.
Yeah, he should just hold position as units here and go back to macro. Since he's neglected to do much there. Okay, now you hit spacebar and pull your unit back.
You know, sometimes spacebar doesn't send me to that, because when there's too many things going on, like units being made, it just jumps you back to your base. You
Well,
waste a whole
in that
bunch of
case,
time.
you can left click on the location.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just use a mini-map. Now that CNC draw makes the cursor actually fucking usable. Because I couldn't do that for the longest time. It was just too god-awful. The Naths have arrived. And they have dispersed. After tickling a worker's prostate. The lone vassals making sure that Lucifirius doesn't do anything untoward. Like dropping a worker off onto that island to mine all that gas.
Yeah. X marks the spot for the Nexus.
I had such an
Nexus.
autistic interaction with that island where I sent over the flying worker, tried to make the extractor, and it didn't go through the first time.
Mhm.
And then I thought I sent the workers onto it, and it didn't. And then I thought I sent the flying advanced worker to harvest it, and it wasn't harvesting it either. And at the end of the day, like 5-10 minutes passed, and nothing was happening there after I built the hatch. I was gonna feel so stupid.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
The embassy is coming. That means we will see a witness. I think Solstice is just confused. Lucy's just keeps
I know, I would
six-pulling
be.
people.
I think Lucy is confused. He doesn't know what to do now. He needs to make circuits. That would be the right choice. Just thousands of them. Solstice really wants to keep an eye on this gas-only base. You never know. You never know. He's
I mean,
gonna miss
it's good like
that hatch.
general sort of pathing and like movement, awareness, that sort of stuff.
He's gonna miss the expansion that is coming.
Yes, that's true. Well, who would expand in a low ground? You know what I mean? That doesn't
I
make
do.
sense. You have to. On that
That's
side.
like one of the first expansions I've taken in all the games prior to today that I played on this match. The front base just feels like an absolute shit show half the time.
Yeah, it's too wide open. But the main problem with this is that it's low ground, whereas this one is more defensible because it's high ground. And the one on the other side, they're not symmetrical, right? So pretty big difference at the end of it.
Yeah, but then you forget that that one exists because it's too far away.
You know, another way he could fix the gas pathing is if he moved the worker to the right. Literally anywhere but the middle, and it would fix everything.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, they
would
remember
go
the,
to right
offset,
if
so
Oh.
to some degree.
Well, I think it's just going to be forever brain damage incarnate. Instead of a perpetual motion machine, it's a perpetual autism machine.
Yeah. My brother
Meanwhile,
already
the
figured
Vassal
that out.
has finally discovered the HelltRYKS, and tickling has commenced. Uh-oh. What is
A
this?
Kagran drop.
I know, I kind of wanted to do this too, but it costs so much gas and it makes me feel so gross. But Solstice likely has absolutely no idea. Something absolutely deranged is about to take place.
He's gonna just see Kagra spreading across the back of his minerals, his presence.
It's a rogue gallery.
Okay. Skithrock Scab as well. Just
I
finished.
don't know if that counters Proxy Kagran, but
Sure. Just put that.
it's morphing.
Yeah. There just comes another one. Looks like a manifold died.
One by one, the elves march, bringing their gifts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tickle
yeah.
his booty.
Ooh.
Tickle his booty.
One's down. There seems to be a problem with this.
I can't pick it up again.
Not yet.
Oh no!
Oh, spin! He did a little pirouette.
Oh, he almost got it.
Don't worry, here's another one.
He wanted to.
Now put it over here.
there. No, they're chasing. Wait for them to leave, go back, and then put it back in his base again.
Yeah, he killed one worker,
he left
but
something behind.
he really established dominance.
Yeah, definitely confused the fuck out of him.
Okay, we've got multiple bases going on. Solstice has elected to go for main and natural.
Solstice could go for an Argosy.
He wants to try the rogue gallery instead.
Well, I don't know. The Cabalists could possibly cause some problems. Especially if he gets like 10 of them. They
You know,
just
I would have
march
loved
across
to
the
put a giant Santa hat over that spinner. On the
map.
rogue
And it
gallery.
just spins.
Ideally, it would also rotate, yeah. That's hard.
You know what else is hard? Probably Lucifirius' concentration through all the haze and smoke.
He's too high.
He's just coughing and waving in front of his face, and his eyes are bloodshot, hands are sweaty, knees weak. The sixth pool couldn't even do that right anymore.
Yeah, he six
Searching
pulled
for
and he
his
just
soul.
makes 3 workers. Dude, that's so sad. He didn't
That
even
would
keep
be
his composure. He
soul-crushing.
typed and everything. Can't
Yep.
shambler.
He's trying to shamble now these 3, because there's 3, that's 3.
That is 3.
Cantavises are heading all the way back to the site to the Great Vassaling.
That's right. Top left being taken as the 3rd. Remember, Lucy only has 2 bases right now, and there's not that many workers here for him to kill
He
anyway.
tried it again.
Oh my god, he did. But it was a distraction. The idols killed all the air. Lots of Hydras with this force. It's not nothing. Cabalists could have gone in at the same time to deal with that top right base, but it doesn't look like Solstice had the wherewithal to do that. A Vassal arrives and wards off all of the Hydras.
Beware of the Vassal,
Here come the
or it
Cabalists.
tickles. Tickling has commenced. Oh, they're biting. Oh, they're biting.
A little bit of micro goes a long way.
As Spank counters the
Battle
ninja.
workers! Dun, dun.
Meanwhile, in the bottom right, the Ovaleth is spanked repeatedly
Oh God.
and viciously by a single Vassal.
Oh my god. It's dead.
Uh,
It's done. Oh!
You know, Lucifirius has a very large number of HelltRYKS, but he doesn't have a very large number of income to fuel those.
Yeah, he built all these hatches. He's floating all this larva.
Meanwhile, this little
March.
pattering of random Protoss stuff is coming over to deal with that base.
A witness is
Which
watching
also
over a very
has-
important location.
He might build more shit over there. You gotta keep an eye on it.
Vassal guarding the top right again. Make sure no gas is being harvested.
Yes. He
Oh my
could
God.
go straight to tier 3 if he takes that. You gotta watch out. Better not pout. The siege has arrived.
That's right.
That's right.
Oof. All he was successful in doing so far is creating another simulacrum.
Well, I'm sure he's accustomed to seeing that happen by now, but he has no callers to help in the matter.
No, he's gonna
Workers
wait. It's
are
base
starting
trade
to die.
time. He's gonna
They're
send his
spinning.
force across. Targeting the main. Not an optimal target, honestly.
No, there is an envoy, but there's nothing in it.
Yeah,
There's units scattered all over the place.
it was there to catch the first soccer ball thrown at it by the Azure Corps.
Solstice has almost enough to make a monument of sin. If
It
he
is
just
true.
hold on for another like 10 minutes.
He's got to watch out because he doesn't really have any units coming right now. Sans a single bar guest. And there's 13 Hydras in his base. Where did those guys come from?
It's okay, he still has the cannon. Oh, now he doesn't have that.
It was unpowered. Quick,
Uh-uh.
lift the pylon. Oh, never mind.
Oh. Even if he lifted it, what was he going to do with it? Nothing's in queue.
He would
My
unload
man's
it
got
onto the
1,000
warden.
gas and 2,200 minerals in his bank. He could build a monument of sin in the top left. Let Lucifirius destroy his base, then fly across the map and glass his. Or he could build like 3 engrams in the net and call it a day.
Oh no.
At this point, the main's pretty much fucked. You have to give it up one way or another.
Gateway's coming. Oh, he
lost
doesn't
all
have
his
the guts. And
Doesn't have anything.
Lucifirius, he emerges. He
units all
finishes
died
the
in the net.
tiebreaker off. He is the winner.
He emerges, beaten, battered, and high as absolute fuck, so he doesn't feel it. Alright, let's hear that interview.
Yeah, is he coming in?
He needs to talk to us about aroma virus.
There's a certain kind of aroma happening over here, I'll tell you that much. And with that cements our placements. We had Baelethal and 6 for 1. We had 3 Crow and I think the same score actually. In fact, it was you who also ended 6 for 1. And Lucy over here, he went 5 for 2. Come on, Lucy. Weed.
Look, there he is.
Hello.
Hi.
Dude, you won.
How would you describe your current mental status?
I feel good, even though it was very dirty.
Yeah, the first match on Meme Street was not quite like the last match on Meme Street. You ended up 6-pooling this brave man who has decided to help us out and replace Keen. And his gift, his reward for his bravery and his willingness to play when he wasn't originally even scheduled or thinking about it at all, is a lot of Zephyr cores in his base. And then he typed question mark.
Welcome to the No Frauds Club.
That's right. So you obviously were pre-gamed to some degree for this game, is my understanding.
I practice timings.
Yeah, I by pre-gaming I meant the weed, but yeah, that too.
Yeah, with lots of weed.
Okay, just checking. And was there any point where you were worried, like, but obviously Solstice was able to take a game off of you at one point, but actually multiple points. He took 2 games off of you. So were you ever worried at one point, like, oh man, maybe I won't be able to beat him? Like, how did that last Meme Street game go by comparison?
Well, I fucked up pretty bad
Yes.
by building the drones.
Yes, you 6-fold into 3 drones. This is an area. Did you play Zerg at all in the games where you were playing Brood War, like the old Brood War, with your family and stuff?
Not really. I mostly did Terran and Protoss.
Okay. In CMBW, when you cancel it, you get the larva back. You could have just canceled the workers and then made them into Zeph.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. I did that at one point. I canceled Zets into Quasis.
Well, now I know.
Yeah, now you know.
Now you know.
So, again, okay, you fuck up with those. Then you're able to stabilize. Somehow, you don't die. You have the killer instinct to go on the counter-offensive. Did you just decide, fuck this, I'm base trading?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, okay.
I had my main with all those hatcheries, so I wasn't
You had a lot of hatcheries.
frustrated.
You had a lot of hatcheros. You had a lot of static defense, as usual.
How do you feel about circuits?
They need buffs.
I can get behind that.
I agree.
But overall, nerf Zerg.
Overall nerf Zerg. Okay, gotcha. Is that why you played as Zerg? You just wanted to be...
Yeah, basically.
Because I saw a lot of people saying that. So, that's pretty funny.
Good games, everyone. I had fun, and I hope everyone else did too.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people had fun. A lot of people were looking forward to this one. I appreciate you hanging out and playing, and congrats on winning, of course. Shout out to Solstice for stepping in. Shout out to Scholar, who's also known as Aromavirus. And shout out to My Name is Lowell. Those guys also stepped in when they weren't initially supposed to. And goddamn, My Name is Lowell created some memories. I hope everybody watched those games. Just gets attacked by one scribe, pulls every worker off his mineral line to deal with that. Next level stuff. But yeah.
GG's, I'm off.
GG's, dude. See you next time.
Smoke weed.
Well, there you have it.
That was goofy.
I am.
The whole day was goofy.
Yeah. Listen, I think Solstice, I know he doesn't have much time, he said before. He doesn't have that much time to do much when it comes to playing RTS games or whatever. But despite that, you know, being able to just walk up with very minimal experience and not really any understanding of the meta and trade fairly evenly with Lucifirius in matches, despite the 6-pull shenanigans. He was really thrown into the deep end. And I feel like he could have competed for, at minimum, second place in all the other groups too, you know? So it's kind of interesting. Like maybe Group B would have been harder for him because it has 3Crow, the cheese specialist, and Scholar, who's just got a really solid, you know, backline of mechanics, right? But, you know, I think of him slotting in for My Name is Lowell in Group A. He definitely could have competed, maybe even to win that, depending on how he worked out his mirror matchups against Baelethal. Like, a lot of that could have gone a different way. So shout outs to him for surprisingly making it in and not just getting rolled. So pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd say he did pretty well. I mean, it was obvious he was having rough spots, but he was like learning every game, and it was pretty evident he was doing, you know, having like an idea of what to do and how to improve little bits here and there, and in a short window of time. All in all, it was an entertaining day. I'm glad I was here for most of it.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep. It didn't work out, but I guess it was enough to give me a little bit of energy to keep going anyways.
Well, listen, I would say overall that it was great to have you here. I'm very appreciative of the casting. Shout out to Veek for casting earlier as well. I do think that in the future, we'll probably cut down the number of groups to 3 or something like that, or maybe like spread it out across a number of other days, because it is a lot to do in one session. Like, the stream is almost 12 hours. It's actually 12 minutes away from 12 hours, by the way.
By the way.
That's 3 by the way. Is 12 by the way.
By the way.
So
yeah, it was definitely. I mean, it's kind of normal for our casting at this point, but you had 3 people who didn't show up, so it was. Keen apparently forgot completely. It's yeah, and it was. I don't know. They probably all had different reasons, but it makes
Benza said that
some more telegraph.
Yeah, Benza. Well, I think also another thing is a nice reminder that I should probably also get people to sign up as ringers. You know, people who are also interested, and like have at least one ringer for each group would be optimal, just in case stuff like that occurs. But yeah, you know, it's just that it is the way that it is, and
I mean, Scholar was here, but then he
he exploded in the last. Yeah, he actually didn't even. That's right. I forgot he exploded in the last match. We had to have HelltRYKS play 3Crow.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
I don't think he ever came back.
No, he never said anything. I guess it was his bedtime after.
His computer exploded like completely, and he's trying to get a new one now.
Well, I'm sure we'll see him later. I did have to open up Google Translate to tell him at one point to leave the game's like player slot so that 3Crow could play, because he didn't understand the format of the game. So that was pretty good. And yeah, he was also, I told you earlier, Mess, but he was also just pinging where all of the Hurricanes were, and just like giving away the ghost, and it was funny. Ryan asks how bad he did. No, listen, that's Concealed Organic. You surprised us by almost defeating Lucy in the ZBZ on Pendulum. Was it Pendulum? There was one map where he survived the cheese really early on. And
He just if he just worked on spending his money,
yeah.
I think he would do pretty solidly. Like
Yeah.
he'd be able to compete pretty well with Solstice. I thought that they were pretty close to each other. It's just Solstice, while he was floating money at times, at least he turned the money just into queues. So eventually units got made.
Yeah, right. Whereas in the cases if you don't even queue, then you really are struggling. So the mutas were definitely a good play. Like they could have ended the game versus, I guess it might have been versus Solstice and not Lucifirius, but in any event, there was one game on Pendulum, I believe. Yeah, no, it was versus Lucy where he faces off against.
Zerg.
Yeah, it was EVZ, and he survives the 6 pool very easily, right? And that's the kind of thing that you wouldn't expect. I mean, partially it was because Lucy screwed up and thought it was like a cross spawn, but it was like, okay, he didn't even take any damage. Like he pulled the workers in the last second just in case. Like he held his cool. And that's actually really hard for people to do. If they're new to the game and somebody like does a really turbo cheese thing, like one of the cheesiest things you can do in the game, and it's like something you'd never predict based on playing against AI, they would never do that. Then yeah, you can absolutely get bopped by that, right? So really, really scary stuff. And he just totally like laughed that off and then continued playing. So I think it worked out for him. He did pretty well. I'm a fan. So I'd love to see him play some more. That's one of the things that's actually helpful, I think, about these kinds of games is that when it's more of a group thing or when it's more of like an event thing, there's going to be a different crowd of people who think that that's more fun or more interesting to try than, just playing random games versus people who are on, right? So, maybe we'll do these events more often or something, like I was thinking once a month we could do the underclass tournament and once a month we could do like, the class 1 invitational where we make 2 groups out of like the top players that we have or something, right? And with both of those, they would just be one-day events, just like this, right? So, I feel like stuff like that, it's easier to fit in the calendar. Everybody just shows up. Sort of like the old Ascensions, but without the playoffs, basically. So, yeah. I think that worked out. So, thank you all for playing and participating and watching and casting and all this other fun shit. It was pretty good. I also agree with DF, a 2v2 event, or as Baelethal mentioned, an FFA event. That could be really exciting, too. Definitely having some team games for 2v2s, and also, I guess, to a lesser extent for FFAs, we do need unique maps for those. So let's make sure that we get on that as a bit of a communal effort to
again. We need to see more MAME streets.
Yeah, we need
all
more.
All you mappers need to collect your autism cards and cash them in.
That's right. And hey, Lundy's not got a bad idea. You guys got him, Shirk, Shambler, Roller Skates. There might be one more Texan that I'm forgetting. But then, of course,
Texan Roundup.
It's Solstice, Lucy. That one guy who joined and then I don't think he ever said anything. Those guys are from Utah. And then
keep in mind, this is a 12-hour cast.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I verified 10 hours of video or so. I was working on Unreal. I was here in phone posting with you, watching you play that shitty Larian game.
Yeah. I have to play more of that after this.
I tried to sleep and I got maybe I think I got about literally an hour and a half of sleep spread across 3 hours, so no deep sleep.
Yeah. So
I'm actually on 2 days of uptime now of pretty much nonstop work. Because when I got up in the middle of the night, I just went to working on the Elden Ring review again. So I've just been casting for like 25 of those hours now.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just going to go back and play Warcraft 3 now.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you have a good time with a bunch of silly people, just like we did with this.
Yep.
I certainly had a good time with a bunch of silly people. So looking forward to seeing you guys on for more games later. In the meantime, I'm going to go take a short break to get some more food, use the bathroom, and prepare for probably another round of silly shit with my brother. So stay tuned if you like Baldgate, because we'll be back with that.
Oh yeah, you guys can get ambushed by boners and or die instantly in dialogue again.
Yeah, it'll be great.
And find more unlit areas, because
that's the whole game.
Is not something we do in the 2020s still. Yeah, that is the whole game. Why does every PBR game have to look like shit? Well, that's one of the reasons why.
PBR more like 3.
3! Well, you know what they say.